are bad, and then there's like 1 or 2 players that are good
Yeah,
on the
hello.
team. You're like,
Hello,
man,
hello,
imagine
good
if
morning.
that guy played on another team. Invi for me is like insane. He is insane. He might be like one of the best players in Pacific, but if you don't make it
EDG
that
is
far
playing
in Pacific,
today
you
with
only
a new
get so
player.
many chances to showcase it.
Ooh.
So I think he's very flexible in
What,
terms of his
Simon
roles.
out?
He's a very, very strong player from the Philippines right now. Put him head-to-head against XTL, who, like I said, went through a role swap. We talked to Carlisle about that. Can be a very vocal player in the team, according to Carlisle, and that's what you want for your breach player, to be able to set up his teammates and coordinate plays.
Yeah, we'll see how that one goes. Their second game today, right?
I think he was maybe the lowest rated player in kickoff, but he's done very well in his
Good chance
opening
we get
game
to watch
against
that.
T1 there on the breach.
Yeah, I was impressed with him last week, and I definitely feel like the swap to breach suits him well, especially with Carlisle saying he's one of the more vocal members. You know, you want your breach to be
IGLing, yes.
So I like that change there for ZETA, and I do
We
think things
were-
are looking up a little bit for them. So I really hope XDL can
We were
carry
speaking
that
about it a
further
little bit on
today,
Plat
and we
Chat,
keep seeing
and
stronger performances come through with him.
does
Now, tell us
kind
about
of
this, little trend we've been seeing from Team
mean
Secret.
that
You guys were
Jesse
screaming about this.
doesn't make as much
everyone
sense.
has probably seen it, because every Filipino fan in every Secret series has watched them.
Steven,
and gone,
thank you so much for
"Wow,
the
we're the
21
best."
months.
With
Thank you, thank you.
13-6 and we
Hope we
13-5
finally
them,
get
we're
this ZETA
absolutely
Icebox.
dominating, and then you get
Honestly,
reverse swept. So
I'm
every
down
time
for it as
Secret
well.
picks
It's
them
been
up,
long enough.
they
There's
show
been
good
enough
preparation,
changes.
They show like they
I
know what they
believe
want
in
to be doing, even comp
XQQ.
swapping to the
I'd be
G2
down to
comp
see it.
away from that kind of percentage comp on Pearl going into stage 1
I
here,
think
and
he
it worked
might
very nicely
have
for
a
them
better
in their opening
understanding than the
series,
6
but then from
coaches
there it just kind of falls apart.
before
So if they
put
pick
together.
a map and they know what map it's going to be going into the series, things go very well from there. But for them, but then after that,
Yeah.
Okay, let's get the map.
How were the
graph
Americans
then,
games yesterday?
and find
Kind of
out what
entertaining.
map
Which
they're
map they
winning
win.
For sure
first, yeah?
entertaining.
for sure.
What are you guys hoping
You
to
could probably
see
watch a
here?
highlight
Is there-
video of
there's
the
gotta be something more
Sentinels
science to this than they only win the first
ZETA
map, right? Does it
Icebox,
matter
and it'll
which
be
is the
like
first
5
map?
minutes long,
I
but
think
it was
Lotus?
actually pretty
it's
crazy
about them
rounds.
winning their own map pick, because
Okay.
your own map pick is the map you feel the most confident on, that you put the most
But-
time into generally.
Yeah.
So we see them
Team
picking
Secret
Icebox.
actually
This
picked
is
the
different from
Icebox. This is
last
gonna be
week.
fun.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see what Icebox is going to look like.
Lotus,
It has to be
Icebox,
different from
Haven.
last week, because Pearl's
Okay.
been respect banned by
Yeah.
ZETA, which actually wasn't
Send
a great
ZETA?
move for
Oh, okay,
Secret
sorry,
in
chat, I was
kickoff,
reading this.
but that was
Send,
with a different comp. Now you got Team Secret taking
That
out
chat, that's how you know I've just
Lotus
woken up.
from ZETA is an interesting
And
one. That was one
Senker.
that Team Secret did pick last stage and beat RRQ on it. And
Crew
I
got
think we all
some-
hold
Crew have some
RRQ
nice
in
stuff.
pretty high regard of their overall level. Let's not talk about the rest
There
of
was some
them for
nice
another
stuff,
time.
and
then
it looks
Icebox,
like they're back
for
to
sure,
the
I
form
think
where
that's a
just the
different one.
individuals just
And we've
take
seen a
over.
lot of waylay popularity on Icebox so
Also,
far.
ending on Haven, it's worth noting that both of
ZETA
these teams
Icebox?
have
Chat,
played Haven already
I'm
this
telling
stage,
you,
and it didn't look great for them.
They
So,
got a
this will
good coach
be a
now.
tense
They'll
map
be
three if we go that
okay.
far.
But
It'll make
historically,
more
it's been
sense.
a good map for both of them. I remember ZETA in the off-season, and most of the Japanese teams usually pretty good on Haven.
Yeah, no, that's a great point that they have been good on this map in the past, but it was with a slightly different roster and some key players from both.
Prediction 2,
performed really
Prodigy's
well in
asleep
Haven
as well.
aren't
That's
there.
okay,
Now,
Prodigy.
we
We're in
are-
this together,
we're
mate.
kind of split on this. I see. I'm with the cast. Well, not all the casters.
It's
you guys
4
have
a.m.
gone
for you.
Secret
Okay,
today.
chat. We got to be.
I mean, I was sick
we're
of
way
Mika
kinder to
feeling
Prodigy than we are to
alone.
me.
You know, usually there's
Okay.
one eye on the prediction.
4 a.m. Jesus.
At the end of the day. No, I think honestly, Secret. Like I said, map ones, they look really convincing, and ZETA has been quite shaky. Their T1 game.
I like
does
how
give you
this
a
is
little
like
bit of
relatively
confidence, but
split.
I question what T1's level was on that day, particularly that split game. They looked like they were
I
a bit
think
switched off.
the
Now,
ZETA
we
game
can see the viewers have
against
also been kind of
T1
split as well.
gave
with only a little more for
people a
Team
lot of
Secret, and I can
confidence
see
in
why. I think
ZETA.
all of us, we picked a
eat-
side, but we are
they eat
feeling pretty
breakfast yet?
split
No,
about
not a
it,
chance,
even
dude.
with our take.
Way too early
and,
for
you know,
that.
we are going to find out finally who's going to rise from the
Ashy
ashes.
Peach,
Is it
thank
gonna
you so much,
be
Ashy.
Team
Appreciate the
Secret
7 months.
or Zeta
Sorry,
Division?
appreciate the 17 mums. Just took 10 off there. What's my prediction? I went for Team Secret, but dude, my hit rate's dropped. I think I'm gonna say that I'm not the problem, and it's the fact that the teams are closer these days. Because my hit rate in terms of predicting has gone from like what 80 to I think I'd say a generous 55 these days. Like honestly, I get like 4 out of 6 when it comes to pick'ems most weeks, and then sometimes not even. Teams are closer these days. Yeah, I'm gonna just look at that comment and ignore the others. It does feel like it's a lot harder to predict these days. falling off. Dude, I'm definitely falling off as well. Trust me, Peter, I get it.
2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1.
67% prediction is not bad. Yeah, but dude, look at my past years. We used to average like 80s plus. What happened? A raid? Hold up. Dude, I'm out here missing raids as well. We really are falling off. Seismic Chef, thank you so much, dude. Thank you. I hope your stream is good. I appreciate the raid. Thank you for doing that. Thank you so much, dude.
Team Secret.
What do I think of EDG replacing Simon? I mean,
It has been
let's see how
over
good this guy is first.
260 days since these regional staples have won a
I'm not sure
single
Simon's
match.
the
It's
issue
Philippines Team Secret
for them
versus
being
Japan's ZETA
what I would
division.
say inconsistent.
Now, Secret's roster has so much experience as a squad collectively compared to ZETA divisions, but have we already seen peak Team Secret? Big time. What did you end up predicting?
Patch guarantees. Did we lost 2 yesterday, right? I feel like all of us had Sentinels and all of us had Liquid.
When this team plays well, it looks like they play really well.
31 Barrel, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 18 months.
Incredibly strong. It's just they need to carry that through the series. My hope is that
thank
as
you.
this year goes on, they'll get stronger and
How
stronger.
do I feel about Jesse Vash if he isn't IGLing? Yeah, he's got a frag heavier, I think.
To get that ready for today. So that's why I've got them.
Now,
It's hard to-
we saw ZETA Division play a lot better than their kickoff performance
to warrant
against
it.
T1 last week. They did end up losing that.
Sometimes he does frag super heavy, so let's give him a
Is
chance.
this a good sign for ZETA Division?
For sure, I think playing T1 close is going to be a confidence builder regardless of the context of it. So looking
You
forward
forgot
see
to
what
do
they
your
can bring
pick'ems?
today.
That makes me feel a lot better, because at least I know
we
that
did see a bit of the map draft earlier.
I'll be above
How are
you.
you guys feeling now that we've seen the pool? And we're starting off with Lotus.
Battle 1 with the Prime. Thank you so much for the
I think
2
Team
months.
Secret, it seems like they have got a good preparation going into this series.
Thank
So
you
I'm
for the
looking
Prime.
forward to what they're going to be bringing. Coach Meow, he said that they have been swapping up the roles straight into kickoff, and they've had much more time to prepare that in towards stage 1. So I'll see if they have any more twists and turns. Pulling out Icebox already indicates that with their long-standing core, they're bringing a couple of tricks into this series.
Yeah, I like Team Secret going to Icebox. I think this
Wait,
is
I
the best
still
way
have
to
Wild
catching
Aria
out
for my
your
fantasy
opponents
team,
right
right?
now. I think the map kind of only just being introduced again. You know, you have a lot more opportunity to be creative with the changes in the meta. So I think picking Icebox shows a lot of confidence for me from Team Secret. So I really hope they manage to convert that. But they also need to start
log
strong
in
on
before you
Lotus.
can
If they
access your
lose this
team.
map
Danger?
on, who
What is
knows where
this,
the
dude?
momentum is going to take them.
Now, we did get to talk to Carlisle.
Another
a little
Lotus?
bit
Dude,
about
everyone
role
loves
swaps.
Lotus at the
Pilsky, what do
moment.
you make of that?
Yeah, I think it will definitely come into fruition into this series, particularly if we head through to Haven or something like that. You're going to get Breach Teo and things like that. So we'll see how much more we're going to see those same roles be in place for ZETA.
Ooh,
and
an
it seemed
ISO.
to go a lot better for them for T1. It's going to be...
Wait, who's playing the
impactful
ISO?
in terms of
ZETA?
the calling for the IGL in the info, like we said, and also having a vocal player on those flash init and flex roles.
Now, I'm curious about the Asian comms with that. We did hear a little bit from Secret that their comms are going to be a bit surprising, and are they indeed?
Oh no.
Yeah, Team Secret going towards the Waylay, so they're going to have the Breach and the Teo to help coordinate some of that. Jesse Vash is onto the Cypher. They were playing the
Kinda
meta
like
comp, and it
this,
worked
though.
against RQ and Kickoff, but
ISO
their
with a
opponent
raise.
picking
I
this
think
map, they wanna
people
keep
that
changing things up and try to
have
stay one step ahead.
someone
Yeah,
that
ZETA opting
is
for that double duelist, bringing out
very
the ISO.
raise
Obviously,
dependent
this was a T1 staple
can
for a
lean
while,
into
the
this
ISO.
way more.
Yeah, I think the raise is a little bit of a different variation on it.
Yeah,
I
I'm
am
interested
a
to
little
see
bit worried
this.
for Jesse Vash. He's trying to play Cypher against Raze and Sova that can both break his util.
I feel
He's
sorry
gonna be
for
having a
Jeremy.
really
He's got
tough
nothing
game
to set
if
him
he's
up.
not switched
He's
on
gonna get
while
wrecked.
swapping up his setups.
All right, we're getting ready
What has
for
he
the
got? He's
first
got a
match
breach,
of
breach
this
stun
weekend,
and
week 2 of
flash.
stage 1. We're going to send it over to our casters to take us through Lotus. It's going to be Komodo and Quack.
Yes, thank you very much, Victoria. I'm Quack, this Komodo, of course. Yeah, you heard it on the desk. It's going to be the battle at the bottom of the barrel.
Can we please
that's
Palmer ban Waylay?
what do you think of the composition, Komodo?
I'm actually kind of
We
excited
got to
about
give
these ones. There's a bit of
teams
a
their
nitpick
chance to
about how
prove to
Waylay
us
is
that
gonna
it's
be
good.
working for Team
Even though
Secret. Of course, they
a
got
good amount of
remedied
us aren't
against the
believers,
Waylay the other day, so
sometimes
I
we
think
just
there's a lot
gotta
for them to learn from that.
we
And
gotta
I
see
think,
what they
you know,
got.
If we're talking about them being at the bottom of the barrel, that just means there's so much room above that they can grow
How
into,
much room?
right? Oh,
Like,
I think it would go outside of the screen.
way outside of frame. Oh my goodness. There definitely is.
How is your
quite a lot
girlfriend
to work
okay with you
against, but
streaming
also a
16
lot of
plus
room
hours?
for them to, move
It's very
onwards,
understanding.
basically. So I think
For sure.
we don't have to focus too much on the negatives, and they can definitely shake some of those off.
Have we
as
got
we
win
kick
today
off
for
the very
China?
first map.
And I mean,
Wait,
Lotus
what's
is
the
gonna
other
be the one
game?
to
I
start
definitely
off.
put
I had my
EDG.
theory, on what the veto was going to be before we got into this one, and I actually thought the Team Secret might have came out with the Lotus pick, but surprising to say the least that ZETA are going to be the ones to pick it here.
I know, map pick wise, it's pretty interesting, but
I
yeah,
pick
it's almost
tech?
been a full year
I
since the
think?
faithful Phenoms
Dude, I know
Philippines faced
not
off
too much
against
about the
these
Chinese scene, though.
Japanese juggernaut ZETA division. But at the
So
same
I wouldn't-
time, ZETA were
I mean,
only at
honestly,
their zenith
I think
back
I know
in
nothing about any regions
2023
these days, but here
when
we
they
are.
bested Team Secret
ZETA
in
on
the
attack.
LCQ. It's
We've
been a
got
long
Team
time
Secret
since
on
then,
defense.
and now they have to bash
And
their way
they
forward,
kinda-
starting things off with the pistol.
It was a
Jeremy
little
already
bit
upwards.
Rubble
later.
control,
I wonder if they're
able to
waiting
get
for
out
you
of that
too.
one straight away. Good patience from ZETA so far.
Okay,
Works this time
maybe
around.
ZETA if they had
Interested to see how
more.
quickly 2GE and Jesse Vash are
As
gonna
you say,
push
maybe
through the
ZETA if
mouths to
they
get a bit of a wrap, but
had
it already
played
looks
against
like there's an
Waylay
idea for
more
Team
would,
Secret
like,
that they do need to get their waltz over to this
leave
ASAP.
that a little bit
Pretty
so like Waylay
swift,
can't get
pretty
out.
smooth. At the same time,
Or maybe
ZETA
they're fine
also
with
trying
Waylay
to make
going
their way
back.
through
Very
the tree,
proactive
so a bit of
from
noise
Team
and
Secret on this
smokes have
double
already been
push.
deployed. A bit of a flash
Jeremy
bomb
is
undercover,
committed.
but a great well-timed fault line as well from
And
NB.
Wild Oreo's gone in with
Nonetheless,
him.
it doesn't quite deter ZETA. They continue to push forward. A couple of trades, and now Envy trying to work around the edges of the smoke. Ooh, almost
and
finding
Depp's
out
gonna see
Shoda,
him
but
fast
Zed
'cause
gets
of the
spotted
smoke.
out by Depp. Now all that's left for Team Secret, just the two players, 2GE and Jesse Vash.
And what are you going to be able to do here as well if you are splitting positions?
Not too much. Bit of a jump peak, but it still is a lot of information for ZETA. Also spotted him out, so the
Okay,
only one
very,
left, 2G
very nice on
unfortunately
this
goes
one.
down, up on the waysides of stairs. ZETA picks up
At
the
least
pistol.
Team
Yeah, I was
Secret
looking at the
committed
flank
together
was
with the
potentially
two
gonna
on
be coming
site,
through from 2GE
but
as well, you know, Shroud step past the sheer potentially, but it was just a little
they
bit too
didn't
late for
really
Team
have
Secret
much to
really
help
get a
them.
wrap back in towards the A side there as well. So well placed out by ZETA Division already. Depp getting some sharp shots, getting some good reads on where the positions of Team Secret are going to be for the retakes. So coming in towards this secondary round as well, right? And already an adjustment for Team Secret to get this rubble control. You know, one of the things about Lotus is
okay,
just how much utility
got-
you can pepper
we
on
got
the
one
yeah,
light
the
armor
challenge on that defensive
bought
side.
into this
Very
one, then
much
that's it.
so.
And
still
ZETA
keeping
allowed
some of
one
that
death.
pressure alive closer to Rubble,
Yeah, close
but
chance
also
it.
baiting those smokes
Am I
out from
sick?
Team
Nah, dude,
Secret.
it's
At the
just
same
morning,
time, also
man.
kind of starting to poke around
It's
the
too
side,
early.
Komodo.
Yeah, but this is just the pop ready for Team ZETA on the other
Give me
side.
give me
right
like an
now.
hour.
A little bit of silence, but I do like the counterplay from Team Secret. They're waiting for any noise as well.
The 4-stack?
Yeah, any tap on towards the orb potentially, and then you get the flooding into it, but this out drone actually is going to get all the information and just immediately the util's out, Quack.
Immediate flood, but XDL able to land the 2 shots. Step as well with the outlaw,
Still,
and a bit of an elevated angle from Wild
didn't
Warrior, but
mind
unfortunately
the
to no
idea that
avail.
there was
The
definitely
only
2
one left,
kills here that
Jesse Vash. XDL
were
took
almost
a bit of a
close.
hit, but nonetheless not too bad for ZETA.
Well navigated, really.
Wait,
Just
does the
everybody,
Pacific
sharp
HUD not
shots
show
where
a
you
different
require it, clues depth,
armor?
Yeah, down to low HP, but you're against the eco, right? You're against the stack. You see
That's
all that
weird.
utility
It's the only
come
region
your
that doesn't
way,
show
and you weather
the
through it. Now, for Jesse Vash,
regen armor, right?
Cypher territory
It's like a
over
square.
at the C site in another postcode when all of that damage was being delivered over at A Rubble, and now essentially you're just trying to see if you can find anything. The low-membered HP players are not really going to give you a challenge here.
Yeah, look at how neatly they're tucked away. It's just Shota who does have the full HP.
Are they going to call Depp over to get the
Jesse
kill?
Vash
Oh,
gonna
they
have to
are.
Carefully,
Yeah, they really want Depp
creep
to get
his
the
way
kill. Hey,
forward,
nicely
but
done.
ZETA
Min-maxing on
still
this one,
managed to
trying to
find
make
him
sure
at
that we
the
get the
very
raise
end,
all early
and
is a
they
great
get
sign
to
for
sustain all
ZETA.
those weapons over onto the next round.
Yeah, getting the kill over towards Depp as well. We're getting closer to the showstopper, right? When you're 2 away from it, you can definitely push towards an orb in this new round, and then you're 1 away. Specifically when this outlaw will be retained in towards this next round as well, you're going to have to be cautious on the side of Team Secret with your shield buying and, you know, rifles if you want to get the Vandals.
Good discipline, yeah, they played it really well.
So it'll be good to see what the turnout for this next round is going to be from Team Secret, if they have any sort of tendencies.
Think
already
Sentinels
that
have
they
to
wanna
change
get a
something
little
to
bit
heighten their
more
ceiling?
challenging over it.
Nah, I
Very
think
much so. I mean, you would have to say a lot of
I think
the early round games
they're just
start around
inconsistent
this
at the
spot,
moment.
And Team Secret are trying
I
to
don't
adjust around
really
that,
know.
having 2 more
Well,
players closer to
I
A-Link
think
right
I
now.
know why,
Jeremy's already
but
popped refract, so he's ready for a duel to be able to spot
I think
something.
a
and
couple of
get
the
out
new
dodge.
players are a little emotional.
Nothing spotted for now, though, especially with the smoke being propped up. ZETA, on the other hand, having some adjustments of their own as well.
Yeah, I like this. They can use it as a little bit of a bait to keep Envy entertained over at the B site, making him a little bit head on a swivel to see if he needs to assist with any utility over towards Rubble, or if he really needs to stay focused with Wild Oreo to the front of B.
Team Secret definitely getting an inkling of this as well. So keeping their positions a little bit fluid, kind of holding the angles off to the other way side. But ZETA once again kind of taking their time with things.
Currently,
really giving an opportunity
two people looking at one shot.
They
They have no idea about this guy, by the way.
Yeah, Team Secret will be the proactive one.
You just gotta let your teamate play. He's got incredible timing.
Clues down to 1 HP,
Ooh.
and that forces XDL's hand.
Damn,
Pushes up and gets
I
taken
respect
out
that
by
from
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Now the only ones left up by Pillar.
Okay,
and
that's
it's
a
simple flick from Wild Oreo,
clean
double
round
kill
from
to
Team
pick the
Secret.
round up for Team Secret.
Yeah, flawless. Not a single point of damage actually delivered over to them.
The
as
thing
well.
that I'm
So that's
impressed
just
with
some really
Jeremy there
sinister
is
shots to
he
come
was
out from Team Secret.
very
Do like to see that
on
and,
top,
yeah, humbles
and you
ZETA
can't
just a little
really
bit,
blame
making
XDL
sure
out
that
for
they're not
thinking that he
able
had
to get
incredible
away with
timing.
anything too sneaky.
Yeah, definitely something for ZETA to think about. They often get into these positions where they have some space, they can launch a possible execute, but
Who is
without much
favorite to win this match?
information,
I think this is a
they
very
hesitate,
close
and Team
match.
Secret takes advantage
I'm
of
not
that
sure
every
who
day of
actually
the
other
week.
people have
So
as
next round
favorites.
coming up now, adjustments on their way.
Yeah, already just seeing the sort of standard utility over towards Rubble, but a challenge Jeremy. Yeah, he doesn't want to stay and fight.
Yeah,
in
doesn't
that
want to
one.
commit
So,
too
bit of a
much.
Reset back on towards the round again. ZETA pretty proficient in just finding this Rubble control and layering down the Owl drone either towards site, either towards clear Rubble, but a counter from Wild Oreo starts to piece together a bit of information.
Kilios says Zeta.
You're expecting a little bit of a
Did you say you would say that against anyone
right? So
playing
for
Team Secret?
This is what they have to do.
We
They
can't
have
listen
to
to
be
you
getting
here.
mound control. They have to make sure they're not resting and not finding
Okay, so
space
lose A
anywhere around
control,
them.
Yeah, the
double
sheer wall in
push
front of them, though, that's something to worry
on
about as well. Maybe 2G can
C,
kind of try to set
and I mean he
TP over.
could
That
TP
could
over
alert
this.
Shota as well, though, but here
Okay,
we go.
oh, it's the
launch
committed one
is
as well.
starting to
I
head
thought he was gonna
over
like
from
TP
E lane.
close just in
Team
case
Secret
someone was holding
continues
this,
to
someone
hold
close enough
from
to
the
hear the
upper
TP,
side,
but
trying to watch these angles, mark these angles
okay, now
down.
everyone
Couple of
here
shots already through,
from
but
Team
unfortunately the
Secret needs
site
to make
handed over to
sound
ZETA.
and
Team
just
Secret
let
already
2G
setting up
play.
for a bit of a
I'm
retake
very
in this
surprised
round,
that
whether it be
2G
A or
went
B, and it's gonna be the latter at the
A
moment.
way
Yeah, and at the
instead
same
of
time, though,
B way
might be
because
a
he doesn't
strong
really get
retake.
anything now from this.
2GE has snuck over, but he is getting smoked off as well.
Hey,
Bash
Jesse
will
just
start
sends it
things
through
off
the wall and
the
manages
sheer
to get
wall.
the
He
kill
takes
before the
Shota
reaction.
down.
Damn. I
Second
said that
player
Jesse,
down as
not
well,
IGLing,
and that
needed to
could be
frag
where
heavy, and
the
that
dominoes
is
continue to fall. Bit of a
wild
salvo,
impact.
A bit of a shot from Envy, and all of a sudden, all that's left is just Sugar Zero trapped
And look at the
stuck
util as well,
inside
the
of
good breach
Link,
flash.
and he's gonna get taken
This is
down. The
two
defuse heads over onto Team Secret's way.
incredibly impressive rounds from Team Secret. This one was impressive just because of Jesse Bash. Aim job too.
Not biting off more that they can chew in the earlier stages of the round as well. You know, 2GE, he's already showcasing from
What's on the NRG map?
position that he's happy enough to just TP past these shield walls to try and get some quick flanks activated. And
I mean,
I'm
Furia
looking at Shota, I'm thinking,
have a good
yeah, he's
ascent,
kind of
and they have
looking
good
for it
reads
at
on
the
ascent.
moment, but the fact that
And then I
there's
don't know
the
what
further flank to come through from
happens
Jesse
on
Bash as
any other
well,
map
and
for
Lotus
them,
is losing his life. Like,
because
Team
it looks like
Secret
they
are
just
coming
forget
up with some
how to
pretty
play
creative
Valorant.
ideas in the early game right now that
That
this is the
Fracture
sort of
was one of
play
the most
for
frustrating
ZETA that you need
games
to
I've
really
watched.
start to get a grasp on things. When you're looking to get towards ultimates on the board, you need to have a discussion, and I'm actually really
It's
glad
nice
that there's a
it's nice that
timeout early on
NRG
here
you can
for just
see the
that.
time and
Could that
improvement
be
they
the
put in
saving
on the
grace for
maps.
ZETA? Whoa, wait, hold up.
Unless,
Am I seeing it wrong?
unless it's the bad timeout Quack.
It should be the right
Ethan
one.
Euro,
Let's see.
and they
Yeah,
brought back a lot
logos,
of
okay,
the.
yeah, there it is. So yeah, maybe
I'm not
a
sure
bit
it's
of
the
a
same
saving grace for
strats and
ZETA.
flashes
Hopefully
from
that does
EG,
something to
but
bring them back into the game.
it's
I
the
mean,
same kind of
so far, so
way
good.
of playing
They
the
did start
Euro.
off pretty well, but the macro game, Team Secret are reading that exactly
Lotus?
like you
Yeah, I
mentioned,
meant
Komodo, and
Lotus.
at the
Sorry,
same
did I say
time,
Ascent?
you really have to wonder, where are some of these players? You know, Shota has been, deployed in to kind of almost fill Laz's shoes
Tell
as a
YouTube
sentinel
chat that I'm
somewhat,
not sick of
but
this
he's
as a born
been
event.
kind
YouTube.
of not quite
I
on the
appreciate
ball.
you
And that's
checking
what
in,
I
but
think
I
for me,
promise
there's
I'm
a bit of an
fine.
experiment here to have XDL
I'll sound
back
normal in
towards
about an
the
hour.
ISO as well, right? Because in history,
Maybe
we've
I
only
need
seen
more
him play
water.
it once.
Yeah,
It was
let's
on
try to speed
Haven
it
from
up.
what I was able to scrub up. And on the back of that, you're running a Cypher and a Yoru, where
Well,
for right now, you're seeing, Depp on Raze and you're seeing the Vice be picked up. So there's stylistic differences and, of course, map differences in how you want to do that. And so far, we're really only seeing, the
I mean,
contingency go forward.
incredible
at the
ults
start
for
of the round.
Zeta.
And it's not really what's going to happen in a round such as this when you've got a little haphazard
They
buy.
are low
Do
buy.
have kill contract though, so maybe with this Vandal he'll be able to open up.
Okay,
this
I'm worried for
side,
Zeta.
which
Well,
actually for Team
let's see.
Secret, quite
This is a big test for ZETA because, like, could be very tempted to use these ults into this round. We've got a great punish from Team Secret on this one.
A bit of a showstopper, but unfortunately it doesn't quite connect. Envy now trying to hold off on the other side. The entire choke point engulfed in smokes. ZETA looking for a way out.
And that's the reset. That's what you want if you are Team Secret as well. Yes, you use the
A good
Armageddon
punish.
to kind of keep them at bay. But you get an opener onto
I think they wanted to use this ult, so we're not really going to find out if they have like the discipline in the round to do it. The decision's been made for them. Lose A control. Every single time we've got some kind of instant reaction, right? They either push over towards C, or as we can see here, insta drone over towards B. This is very common just because people want to see if they're splitting, right? If they have someone here, most teams will at least have the option of splitting. If they don't have anyone here, then you kind of know they can heavy stack over towards A, where the reaction happens. That is a great shot. Oh my god, he got an extra one here. No, Shota.
A little bit of an attempt, but unfortunately shut down again by Clues and his hands. Hot and ready, he's out for the one-on-one. Envy goes for the swing.
Dude, what a round, bro. What a round.
That's
Low
gorgeous
buy.
from Clues, honestly. The fact that you're looking at the beginning of that round and you think that Team Secret, by the weaponry, by the ults, by the opening
God, he wants so many jaws that
but no, he's just really individually dug
I'm not
deep.
sure he should have been winning,
To be
honest.
Right? He's down at the bottom of the barrel, and he's just grown up tall. 4 kills to come on the back of that one. Love to see it.
Yeah, I gotta love the strength and the resilience that they are showing.
Yeah, it's a really nice punish,
though.
though.
A bit of a 4-on-5, but through these little micro plays, playing around the angles and everything,
I mean, incredible.
managed to sneak one through.
Yeah, the fact that it was a contact play as well from them is really nice because it plays with your fault line time.
Yeah, that's one of the better punishes we've seen here.
I want to see in this new round if Team Secret are going to be able to capitalize with that utility as well.
Which is the Omen flash. Like when people do punishes at the moment, they only consider here, and they normally get wrecked by this area. But they actually had a lot covered. Stun goes all the way deep. Omen flash gets here, and then the Teo ult starts back here.
So maybe a couple of trips possibly to aid Jesse Vash.
But even though they lost the round, their punish on C makes more sense than a lot of other teams. The hell is that bounce?
Waterfall as well. Depp getting a little bit curious.
Got to start to do something if you are Team Secret.
Well,
really nice though.
And in with a combo from the flash.
How on earth? Stun at the back. Jeremy's absolutely sent it.
It's just Depp.
Wait, I gotta see a replay of this. I gotta see a replay of this. Stun at the back and he's there so early. What's the pathing like?
As well. Might have to see that in a scaling approach in towards one of the sites. So when you're actually in there,
the Waylay impact? No, this was actual. This is actually Waylay impact. I need to see if it was. No, dude, you gotta give me the bit before this.
As well. He's actually picked up the convergent pass in that round as well. So we'll potentially even see that for a stronger looking retake come the next round.
I know, and that seems to be the trend.
That's devastating.
Yeah. It's not just the convergent paths, it's the rolling thunder as well. ZETA has to watch out for so many of these potential plays. I mean, how do you work against a retake comp?
Well, you got to try and pick them up early on, so they're missing a couple of these components, I reckon, right now. And so far, Team Secret
lose A control. Team Secret always reacting. 3-person clear over towards B. Free site.
Nothing's home over at the A site. They should be expecting a bit of another retake scenario here. You know, Team Secret are going to be aware of what utility and weaponry is.
Guys, you gotta stop playing individually over towards A, especially with the Omen who has Omen flash, the best bit of util for retaking.
Deeper enemy lines. XDL continuing with his onslaught. A second kill.
Oh my god. Breach ult into salvos.
A 2-on-2 as well until Envy takes a shot out from stairs. The spike down and lost around tree. Is Jesse Vash aware of this? He's actually beginning to move to market, and there's a lot of work for Depp to do.
He might not even expect Jesse here.
Clear, but as he swings the tight
Okay,
corner,
lovely cleanup from the rest. If I'm Team Secret at the moment,
always going to
I
be
don't want to
reliable
call a
for them.
timeout, but I'm
the
really
thing is for
hoping
me,
Zeta call a
Jeremy
timeout
throwing in the
because
ultimate and then
a
comboing that
couple
with
of
the
things over towards A
salvos
that I
is
would
how you
love
get 2 quick kills off the back of that. So
to talk about.
those are the, you know, little things that you can kind of pick up, and you have to wonder for Zeta, are they ready for these sort of new mechanics to come on through that the Waylay is providing? Because it is still
What is Zeta
really
doing? I mean, they're
early
getting hit
days
by
that they're gonna have
combos.
to try and adjust with.
Yeah, it's really tough.
They're getting
for them,
hit by
especially with Team
combos.
Secret's retakes. You know, we didn't really see like
That was
many efforts for
Breach
them
Ult
to
forcing
really
them
kind of
back
make some
into
things happen.
double salvos.
That was a bit of an eco round for them though, so not the biggest loss. We shall see how
Like
it works out
the
in this
ult
round
fort
as they
process from
pop the
Team
kill
Secret is really
contract,
good.
Taking that 2GE away. XDL attempting it. He will be able
Oh,
to
close.
strike him down, and the rest of the team now
Flash
looking
is
to
great.
mark more positions, trying to push forward.
How is Steph
He does
just
get taken
taking
down.
this
The
duel on
trade's
his own
beginning
though?
to trickle through, and Clues will be able to find a bit of a
I
double.
have so many
Leaves
questions.
Jeremy and Jesse Vash alone to defend the A site.
Did they spot out Jesse Vash in this duel? I'm not 100% sure at the moment. By their pathing, I don't think they did. So they've noted Jeremy at A, but Jesse's position is unknown. So that's why you see this patience mark at the moment. If they do actually tends towards this C side and you're Jesse Vash, I don't think you want to even spot out that your camera is still positioned over here. I think you want to go into that and use it a little bit later, especially given the fact that Shota is 1 away from the ultimate 2. If they need to use this to try and equalize on the 4-4, it's not a bad idea to pop it.
Spotted too.
Well, at least it's the info.
So it does give them a bit of help. But surely, with time passed by, Team Secret begins
How
to
do you
move
deal with the
Yeah,
wall?
using all the utility to just figure
He
out
just
where
has
Team
to.
Secret
Oh no,
are
okay, he
coming
popped it
from
early.
really nice
Ooh,
and
over
early.
the wall. They don't know about him.
Okay, for Jeremy to try to
Damn,
speed
it's
things
a
up
really
little
good
bit as well. He
decision,
does
especially on the
pop
30
light
HP
speed.
to do this.
To get past the shear.
Now for Zeta, are they aware? Did they hear anything? It was a little bit too far.
Wow,
from them,
that's
but
unlucky.
Clues
Didn't
spots
expect
the
this
barrel and
corner.
Instantly flicks forward. Now on towards Waterfall, and he does
Dude.
take Jesse Vash down. A successful round for Zeta.
4K,
Cheeky
4K
off-angle
though.
to come out from Clues at the end of that one as well, and another 4K to come out for him as well. So definitely seeing some individual plays come out from him there. You can rely on those sometimes here and there, but ultimately it's
Oof,
going to be the team
that
play
looked
effort. That's
rough
kind of
on
how things did
A
start
site.
off in this round as well, right? Which team is going to get on top of all of these trades to come on out, and at the end of the day, Zeta, they will come away with the round. So a back and forth affair. Team Secret are going back to what we've already kind of see them do a lot here. It's playing the 4-1 with a lot more prowess and structure over towards this A side of things.
I do have to imagine that does give them a boost
4
of
on
confidence for the
defense.
upcoming rounds as well.
They go for their
Especially
punish
for them
play.
to come away with a successful attacking side. That's something that they've struggled with before, which
Okay,
is
honestly,
the
Zeta have a
defense
good
when they're
amount
little
over
bit
towards
lacking.
C.
So now, Zeta,
Not
presence
into
over,
fast
back
react,
to
but
C.
maybe they want to prod a
Wild
little
Oreo
bit.
getting that A orb as well. Will pick up the Armageddon. So very, very big valuable ult, whether you want to go for retake or stave off Zeta if they do bleed away this time, because they're not quite set on where they want to end things at the moment. If they go back towards some rubble re-clear, they're going to have to contend with 2GE, who can stall a little bit with the
Okay, we haven't really
Paranoia,
seen this
with
from
the smokes
Zeta.
as well.
This is where I do want to
Re-clear of A,
from Zeta, right?
and
We've been struggling with the
you'd imagine the
retake so far
re-clear
with,
of A
Team Secret's
util is getting
mid-range
used on
doubling
C
in
right now.
composition.
How much of a fake
So they
Clues
just-
sell over here
they
at
just
the moment
ohm
on
and
this
flash
C
and
side
double
to
send it.
provide the team
Okay,
a bit
that
of
makes sense, so
easing
like,
towards
it's
this
a
A
comp
side.
that
I don't think it's much, because look at Wild Oreo. He
only
is
really
coming
has a
towards this A
drone to
side, which
re-clear
is
this.
It
Dude,
does
Zeta are
allow
everywhere.
for Shota to kinda sneak in, though,
Team Secret
and
do
he
something
is
pretty cool,
trying
which
to
is
be
late
side
camera
now.
over
Oh,
towards
early
C to get
Armageddon being
info.
popped by Wild Oreo.
Depth
Instantly
dodges
sends
the
around
ult,
the
it's
A
enough
side
to
of it.
fake over
A
towards
subset
A,
for Team
rotates
Secret.
coming in, they're all
Depth
focusing on
is
A,
much
but
like
as we
the
can see,
Cell
Spike
facing
over
towards
towards
A side
B.
now. So even though Depth does
And
go
Jesse
down,
is going for a
Razor
solo
Bites
play.
and Arcros is being set up, but Shota falls. Clues has to move forward. Clues needs to find more for the team. The spike does get planted. And alongside Sugar Zero and XDL, they're trying to mark it
Oof.
down, but here comes Envy! Microflakes for days,
Envy
and
is
all that's
just-
left is just XDL stuck inside a link. He's got the elevation working against him. Team Secret
11 to
will
4.
continue with their forward momentum.
Envy,
a couple of
yeah.
good pieces of timing
This
against the Team Secret to
this
catch
stage 1
Zeta
as well,
looking
he's
the
just
wrong
like
way,
back
or with
to
utility in
normal
hand as
form.
well, right?
He's a
When
little
they
bit quiet
finally
on
get into the
kickoff.
B side, they pivot from A, caught out with the utility on the A side. Some just good allocations from Team Secret all in all. But
It's a shame,
Buck,
like, you
no
looked at the
one's
minimap,
really been able to find
That's we're
some
looking kind of
stability
great.
in this map just yet.
This
We
was a
keep
lot
going
down
back
to
and
Team
forth,
Secret being
couple
able
working over
to
towards Team
clear
Secret.
C.
I
Brad, they
mean, I
faked
know we've
C
had a
with the
really big
camera,
map of
and then he
Lotus
had
before,
his
right?
cam.
Since
Sorry,
22 to 20.
faked C with the
Um,
drone, and then he had his camera to
Still
clear all the
early to
info.
say anything on it.
It definitely
Everyone
is
could
still a little
rotate.
bit
They managed to have
early.
3
But
here,
still,
2
I mean, if we're
here.
following with that trend, I mean, this is surely where Zeta possibly finds a way to strike back on their eco. I think that's where Team Secret sometimes gets a little bit too comfortable.
The after plant.
But that's
Yeah,
it.
they
Who
just
knows how it feels on
they
the
got
server right now.
a
At
little
least
bit
for
unlucky
Team
with
Secret,
timing,
starting to
but
adjust around
they
it.
should
They're
also
playing
be
a lot safer.
expecting it.
Well, you are against the bit
Especially
of
they
an ego
don't
from
know
Zeta
that their
too, so you don't wanna
C
play the close
big
quarters action
got
if
called
they're
out
already
so
getting in towards
early.
the C
They
side, which
should
actually
feel
can
like
see
there's
Maxwell. They're
more
looking to
pressure
challenge
here.
him, mate.
Oh, looking to swarm him down, but unfortunately the utility whiffs right by, and Envy is here to aid and support. 2 kills back and forth,
That's a good
and now
Omen
it's Wild
flash.
Oreo chiming in. Clues trying to stay alive, but he's getting Valorant,
Solid.
mate.
Solid
Yeah,
from
the new
Secret on
mechanics,
this one.
the Hinder coming on through, you know, doing the time warp in that one. You're not going to be able to dance around anywhere, unfortunately. Hey, Team Secret, they will find 6, so at least equalizing at the half, getting in towards another gun round for Zeta. And yeah, I kind of want to see what difference they've been able to figure out so far, right? When they're going for this rubble control, they're seeing a couple of these comboed utilities with the salvos, with the smokes, maybe even a later paranoia coming on through. But if they're waiting out this
The
utility,
waylay stuff.
they're still taking it very
Yeah, they've got some
pacey,
nice stuff on
right?
defense.
I want to try and see
They're,
if they've figured out anything.
And honestly, I feel like they could have been rounds where they could have used it a little better if people over towards A weren't like dying so early.
To throw off some of these retakes, you gotta love the precise.
Just look like they're just playing it to be able to retake a little bit more.
Okay,
Jota keeping people interested at least at the
And
front
then
of the B side.
when you're making sure that
It's
you
feeling a little bit
save
too hot at the
these
moment.
bits of util,
Still does have the Steel Garden available too, with depth on a showstopper. These
Does
could be
look
some ults
nice.
that are gonna be good
Lose
to
A
find some
control.
space in towards the A side,
Push
get your
towards
entry
B this
in.
time.
Just noting as
And
well,
they did
XDL,
face one
away from the
earlier.
kill contract.
but now they
Yeah, really
I mean,
close to it.
let's see. We
Definitely
got
kind
another
of
retake
needs
on
it,
this one.
especially since we're nearing the end
Dep's
of
not
the
gonna have a
first
chance to
half,
get a
but
kill
once
with
again,
this.
we are in a situation where Team Secret's setting up for the retake.
And this is where you get the Steel Garden in. It'll be
I like this. I like
perfect
this
timing
passive
for
trip
this
though.
one.
Shota needs to time it right though. He holds the angle alongside his teammate, and there's the opening shot.
No way.
They're sent through, but a bit of a trade. Shota
Def got
still
another
holding
there.
up the Steel Garden. Maybe the best time to pop it right now, and there it goes. But the Paranoia gets sent through as well. Jesse Vash starting to take more space up around drop especially, but there it is. Primary jammed up. He is buying a bit of time, and that allows for Zeta to tick the clock away. But at the same time, with utilities being sent down, more positions get smoked off. Shota has to hold.
got half.
He does a good job of finding first one. The Hunter Spear gets popped.
Oh, they got
but
half.
Is it enough
Oh,
to hold
no.
it through? 2GE sticking the
Oh, it's a
defuse,
rough
and
one,
Team
man.
Secret
Oh, the after plants are
find
killing
the
them.
lead in this first half.
Yeah, a little bit of
Jesse
ill
keeps getting
positioning
really
from
important
Shota
kills.
At the end there as well. Couldn't quite see if the spike was already half defused when the Hunter's Fury does come out. And at that point in time, I mean, for Clues, you're a bit too far away from it. You're not going to be able to find that one. A great attempt from them, I'm not going to lie, right? Finding the openings with the showstopper, getting a little bit of scarcity in towards it to force Team Secret for a bit of respect. But I feel like from what we've seen so far, you're forcing Team Secret to play to their comfort, which is these retakes. You need to be finding them early on. We need early opening advantages from Zeta, and they've
But
not
they
given
need to play
themselves enough
together
rope
in the
at
after
moment. It's the
plan.
last round in the half.
Exactly. Oh, last round of the first half.
There's so many like
This is where it
individual
really
things.
starts to feel like a struggle, especially on Zeta's map pick.
Like even if you
by
just
the
look at
way,
their
though,
setup here,
13 kills and 12
like it's like
assists.
contact
Those
into
are
Omen
insane
Flash.
numbers. Yeah.
But my contact
Moving
is a
forward now, and look at
50-50
him
duel.
setting up for more utility into the C side possibly.
And then I
Zeta
can't
just
trade
baited into the
because they're
site
so
once
far
again.
back.
Yeah, it might be another 5 versus 5
Oh, boy.
retake.
Okay, at least Shota's trying to poke around B site.
Oh, they don't want to stay around.
They
C,
just need
however.
to-
Leave XDL to
Need to go over
play
some
with
of the
his own
after
devices.
plans
I like
and just
this.
work
For a
out
late flank, you could technically even kill contract if you wanted
who
to. But
can-
at that point in time, you'll just get
who
trounced
can
upon.
trade off of who.
So really,
What position? What position should we
do we
prioritize?
decide to go A with our numbers and let him really lurk later, or do we want to try and draw some Team Secret members away from the C site, yeah, towards A, and then go back? I mean, 40 seconds to go. You do have a from the shadows if you want to quickly get back over.
Oh,
Dude,
wow,
what a
that
weird round this
is
is.
kind of the idea that they're trying to bring to
Yeah,
fruition. Wow.
really
Dude,
playing with time.
look at the map
30
control
seconds
Team
to
Secret
go.
have.
You finally let XDL sniff
Whoa,
around the whole
oh.
site.
But still, instant utility. Salvos kind of gives the position away. They're trying to get ahead of the retakes, and so far so good. Couple of trades out, especially with XDL holding the opposite angle. Instantly sends the kill contract.
Dude, missed him on
confirmed that no
heaven.
one's on the other
Guys,
side,
no.
but now getting a little bit antsy,
Okay.
pushing out
Thank
forward.
God for
XDL
that.
gets a kill. Sugar Zero as well. Down to just Jeremy, who able to get
Oh,
a bit
no.
more space. And there it is.
Oh no!
Convergent path sent forward. Doesn't quite connect though. How does Clues play this? A bit of a jump peek, and he does go for the slight utility. Jeremy trying to get tricky with it. He's trying to stick it halfway as well, but the Spectre
Okay, very nicely done.
will find
Oh
its
my goodness, I was
taps.
worried.
ZETA closes the first half with
They get a pistol when they got 5.
Honestly, you got to give props towards ZETA really playing with
This is
the time in
interesting.
that one,
Team Secret, you could, I mean, you can tell with just how they played this, right? That their whole thing is just they're going to retake. Ambush stack the site a little bit and just retake. I think like some players over towards A maybe missed that memo for sure. And that lost them a couple of rounds, but still a very high retake percentage that they had.
As well as balance their own gunplay. So I'll be kind of keen to see what that looks like a bit differently on their attacking side, and conversely for teams for ZETA, are they going to be scared to take any of the same sort of space that Team Secret were using that utility for? Because these comps actually do play a bit differently, right?
Yeah, very much so. A slight, double duelist, the whole shebang. But that's the main story. It's just how does ZETA now look on their defensive side? They have been a little bit hesitant before, but they
EDG?
kind of need to
Yeah, they
work
got the new player
alongside,
plan today.
how
We'll
their
see what happens.
composition is
EDG
structured and
IGL,
how they
yes.
do need to
But
possibly push out and take more space, especially against
Jesse
Team
at least
Secret,
has been,
who is playing very,
and
very
I know we've only seen
Yeah, I mean,
one
like,
half, but he's been
for
fragging
ZETA against T1,
pretty well.
Right? You've got that open book where T1 are kind of using all the same comps that they were at Masters. There's a lot of tape and research that you can do. But now you're going up against a Team Secret who have had a lot more time to prep.
Have you seen the
They've
video
been
with Will
relaxed
Chobra?
going into
Which one?
series as well, bringing out new things, especially. So you do have to have a lot of mid-game.
The coach one? I haven't seen that. I need to watch it.
I do admire
Unless you're talking about the one where
ZETA
he's
finally kind of
talking
cracked
about the
the
team
code
that
towards
pays
the
him,
end of that
potentially
first
beating
half.
the
It
best
was
team
a
in
little bit late,
Pacific.
but still 5-7's not too bad. It is
In which
salvageable.
case,
They managed to
I
figure
get,
out how to play
I'm
against
probably
that
not
kind
going
of
to watch it.
retake style, so maybe
But I'll watch the
that's gonna
coach
help
one.
them with the post plans that Team Secret might have, but also curious to see how Jeremy pilots this waylay.
Yeah, for sure. And to throw it on back as well, the first pistol round did go the way of ZETA, so they are going to be looking to double it on down.
Whoa.
Though opening frag goes the way of
Pressure over
Bash.
towards B. My Cypher solo swings.
Bit
As
of a
they
drone,
potentially
self-drone
rotate
towards the
in.
B side as well,
Oh my
just
goodness.
to open the door
What?
and to rendezvous everyone over onto the C side.
Chill.
Jeremy, alongside some flashes from Envy, trying to keep ZETA at bay. All the while, Jesse Vash pulling off a long
Hey, they
flank
managed to get
from
2
the A
there.
side. Team Secret Faithfuls are still getting a
They
couple
have
of
no idea
true
about
shots in against
Jesse.
Waterfall.
Yeah, it is technically
And
2 versus
Sugar
2
Zero
on the
was
C side, so
holding
there's
for
much
this,
time
but
as
Jesse
the
had
team can
incredible
buy.
timing.
Will really help Jesse Vash here.
Yeah, trying to keep themselves away. Sugar Zero and Depp should be aware as well. They haven't spotted the Cypher out just yet. So surely steadfast moving forward, but unfortunately a well-placed shot from Envy will pretty much diminish their chances of taking the round. A
Right,
little shot from
1-1
Sugar
for the
Zero, but
pistols.
still, no hero found.
Looking
Jeremy
hard
will be able
for
to pick up that
ZETA
pistol
on
for
this
Team
one.
Secret.
Yeah, leading quite nicely for Team Secret on this attacking side so far. I mean, like, you got a couple of these just different angels that are really being taken around the map, right? The fact that it is a player like a Sentinel on a Vice that is taken down first, right? You don't really need to then second guess yourselves if you're going together as a unit. You've got no Sentinel utility that you need to contend with. So I kind of want to see a little bit more adjustments come through from ZETA if they want to play a little bit more bunkered in towards these sites later on.
Yeah, later on being the key phrase. Right now it's just the double sheriffs. Not quite much on the util front as well. So ZETA just trying to push forward and try to find what
Guys,
they can, but they're being
someone-
smoked off as well. And
I want to explain this game
it is
using
Jesse
America's
Vash with a lone
teams.
ghost
Why have I
trying
seen a
to
2G
hold
in
up on
there?
the eco for the team. And that baits
That's
ZETA into
crazy.
Pushing forward, a bit of a blender as 2GE bursts them down. Jeremy off the other angle with the outlaw as well. Clues and XDL, maybe they get a clue on where the site hit's gonna go, but will they be able to find frags? That is the question. Light speed over, and unfortunately no shots found. And they try to take a bit more space, but Clues looking to tap forward.
Sure, they actually did it. They actually did alright damage. They've got the plant. You got Envy getting his ult relatively soon. They know about the outlaw, so surely they don't have that many light armors.
This bonus round look a little bit more potential.
What would my answer be?
Probable for them, rather. I guess right now, you still again.
I like the Team
considerate of
Secret
this
being
outlaw that
EG.
Did get seen in towards that previous round, but all in all,
And
a couple
then
of scrappy duels looking to come through from Team
I
Secret.
don't want to.
Some
Problem
adjustments
is,
to
I
be
don't
made,
want to
And
call.
I'm more wondering right now.
I
for
don't
Team
want to
Secret,
call anyone
we've seen
Furia
very
with
good
how bad
timing
they
from
looked
utilities,
yesterday.
good timing from Indy on these
But
front
maybe
lines as
like
well. I'm
Furia,
thinking that this setup
but
is
only
a
on
bit of a crucial one
Lotus
for Rubble
is like
Control.
ZETA.
Oh, very much so.
Oh, he's-
Okay, a bit of an exchange on the positions,
Nice
but
trade.
wow, Death. Yeah, the trade does favor ZETA
Their lows
for
look
now,
kinda
at
nice.
least, as Death continues to tap his way through. Good shot through, and that's going to be Clues holding it on the B side as well. I mean, no clear routes for Team Secret in this round. Whoa,
Oh my god.
2GE, wait, what? But Clues still manages to find the shot.
He had a small amount of hesitation.
Expiry, bit unfortunate there.
Oh.
Again, this is just one of them bonus rounds here, Quack. So the two surviving
I think
soldiers from
ZETA
last
is
round.
EG.
Well, see if they can do anything here.
Oh,
As
no.
I say that, Wild Oreo, hold on.
Oh god,
It's still 2 versus 3, but a couple more shots like that. Okay.
No way. Okay. Well, now he's online for the ace, but low HP. We'll see what he can do. Tries
Well,
to creep
that's an
forward.
incredible
Had an
amount of
idea
damage
where
from
Shark
Wild
would have
Oreo.
been coming from, but still, unfortunately, taken down close range.
3 rebuys into this is
Makes
a
you-
very
makes you
important round.
question it a little bit, doesn't it?
Makes your heart thump.
Oh, just a bit. What if the clutch would come through? Some good shots to come out from ZETA. I think that's important.
Yeah, I like
for them
this,
on
so they can
defensive
smoke
side
to
as
hide
well,
into,
because a
so
couple
the
of jewels
recon
around
doesn't
the
get
map,
him.
right? You really have to be just considerate of your comms as well. You need to make sure that no one's finding some bad rotations around the map. You need to make sure that, especially on the bonus round, you keep
Who's
things
ZETA?
relatively
IGL,
honest for
the
yourselves
top
as well.
fragger.
A light shield that comes invested in towards this new round as well. Now we're going to get some pressure on towards Shota yet again for the beginning stages.
Yeah. The lone
Okay, nice
soldier on
easy
the
call
C
for
side
Team
currently
Secret. One
does
away
have
from the
Sheer
breach
all in
short,
place, but
and
we
we
all
don't
know what
see
Waylays
any kind of
can do.
punish over
Yeah,
towards
I
C,
think
which
more
worries me a
importantly,
little
if
bit.
you're
But we
not
do have a
paying
reaction
attention,
from
you
them
wanna
losing
just
C, and
go,
it's to push.
you
Oh
think
boy,
you're
that's a
gonna get in front
misclick,
of
but
it
he's
right
going
now.
for it.
There's a couple of kills.
You see how he ran over
Just
here
as
to
they
get
try
into
get in
safety?
front of it, Jesse
Oh my
Vesh
god,
gets
he
in
made
front
him pop the
of
dash.
Rubble as well. A good shot against Sugar Zero. That's the smoke's gone. So
And they don't know
defense is
about
a
this
little bit
guy.
weakened for ZETA.
Is Envy expecting
Envy
this?
is expecting
He
it
is?
though. Damn,
Wow.
that's impressive.
That's great to come out from him there. Just absolutely read like a book, and the timing as well from the push-up mound. This is all the information now that you need as Team Secret to scale back up towards this A site, to go quickly. You've seen another body shooting at you.
That's precisely what they're trying to do. For 2GE now
Yo,
to hold
that
on
it.
to A-Link as well. He tries to push, but unfortunately gets
I
taken
can't
out.
even-
Yeah, it's,
A little bit
I-
hungry for that one, unfortunately, because now you're going
Okay,
for the
let's
plan.
shoot him a
Oh,
little bit of
technically
bail.
bit down on the
A little
HP
bit of
for
bail is
Jeremy.
he saw
Do you have a Rolling Thunder though
people
for
from
Envy?
C pushing.
Okay, he did have the refresh
But-
popped up, but unfortunately it does expire. So maybe it comes down to Envy and his Rolling Thunder timing. Does send it after a couple of seconds away from the door, and then the double peek out from Team Secret. They take down Clues. All that's left now, just the players coming up from tree.
Envy one flash.
Has the utility, has the angle, dodges the arc rows as well. Now Shota tries
Oh
to
my
sneak forward,
god,
but
dude,
Envy
he's out aiming
strikes him down
everyone.
right and
Dude, Envy's a
true.
beast.
Envy truly one of the players for Team
3
Secret
people that
speaks
can't buy
volumes.
He
from
has been as
ZETA.
solid as a
1-9
rock
loss
in
bonus.
this map
They're
so
literally just
far
sitting at
for him. I
2k.
mean, 20 kills. You've got Wild Oreo who's on 18 as well, but I think more importantly
20
for
to
me,
8.
Quack, it's the
Dude, he has
third number that
17
you see present
assists
for his name line, right?
on Breach?
17 assists on the
So
Breach
much.
at the moment. How much setup has he done
Wait,
for his team to make
How much of a
things
hard
look
carry is it? This,
not
this
just
might be
like
way
scraping
harder
by? Smooth
of a carry
is
than
the
I
big thing
thought.
for
Because
them
17
right now.
assists is
Envy
crazy.
just feeling so comfortable on this Breach in this map.
You gotta
Because
love
that's
how
all
it
kills.
looks. I mean, so much more comfortable, not just on the map, maybe with mid-round calls with their new structure as well for Team Secret.
Yeah, potentially.
Right now, okay, it's just gonna be slightly, slight anti-eco against ZETA. They do have a Hero Vandal on the ISO.
Yeah, it's just one of these ecos to come through from ZETA. You don't have the likes of a Hunter's Fury that you can get a little trap play happening over at Mound like we saw previously. And XDL too, well noted that he's already taken out a 50
Okay,
HP.
chat.
One away
Can we
from the
agree on
gold
one
contract.
thing, though?
Well, you'd be
If
saying a different
we're doing
story if you've got
EMEA
the
teams
opening
to
frag and you
explain
have
this
that available
game,
a little bit
Team
later
Secret are
on.
giants.
Some rotations for ZETA.
There's
towards
no
this
doubt
C-site
in my
at the
mind
moment.
for Team
You pick
Secret
up, an on
are
point for Wild
giants.
Oreo, you've got an Armageddon online, and you're recognizing for Team Secret, well, we're not getting challenged. We're seeing no utility over at Rubble, so we'll
It's a
see
deal,
that in case
yeah.
there's a high-low setup, for example, or any forward positions. You're seeing nothing over at the front of B. You've still got your trap wire there. You're seeing nothing at the C side as well. So the onus really is on Team Secret at the moment to figure out where are these Team ZETA members.
They are trying and poking a lot around the map. They have so many options. I mean, it was the drone to buy a little bit of presence towards the A site. Now they're just, once again, regrouping and consolidating onto a single site.
Every single time,
XDL,
it's a trade.
Will fall despite picking up the kill contract. I thought maybe if he had that
Breach damage followed by stun, so no one can get in here.
Dwindling, but not too much of a worry for Team Secret. They will be able to get the spike down. Now just to mark the end of
they maybe could have tried to spam,
once again on a bit of a lurk, and there it is.
Team Secret not afraid to use ults against the eco.
More time away and does confirm the positioning from ZETA. So now they know, they hear the footsteps coming out from Link.
Oh.
They will be able to hold these angles down with the
Oh
sprays,
my
a big
god.
transfer with Ippy in the helm.
God.
Once again, clues.
It's
Off
a
to the
shame
sheriff.
because I just had a
Stinger
little
out
bit of
ammo.
belief and they got that fast kill and there was a
Shows up to
whiff,
another
but
weapon, also out of ammo, and he starts to feel frantic.
Well.
Rushes over onto the spike. Jesse Vash showing up all of a sudden. It's Team Secret up to 11-6, Komodo.
Yeah, good time to be bought from the Armageddon. Don't get me
Envy,
wrong,
23.
but the fact that they do have to rip that
8
one out
deaths,
because they're not
17
ready
assists.
for their own little post-planting positions at the end of that one. It speaks credit to ZETA's prowess and scarcity, even with their having lower weapons, right? You note that Det was lurking over towards the A side as well, but you're not quite sure what type of buy-up there is. I was thinking to myself as well for XCL, well, if he actually got a kill and got out, he could have pulled them off the spike plant. But now we can potentially see that in this round because there's a little bit more stacking of the ults for ZETA, where rounds such as this, you want to keep Team Secret off 12, you're probably going to have to invest them.
That's what it
okay,
is.
must win for ZETA. Ah, dude, we set the Odin up towards A.
Round 18.
This is strong, man.
Odin's flashes and also the refract from Jeremy. A kill that
But
he's walking
they don't know
away
about
with.
this guy.
Sugar Zero, though,
Okay, they know about
stepped
this
off
guy.
to the wayside, able to walk away with 1 kill. Waldor goes ahead, and XDL comes in with a kill contract. Exchanges for both teams.
Oh, but it's not done just yet. Jesse Vash trying to see if he can get in front, and it's not going to happen. Now,
Whoa, I don't know about that ult. Do they have
and
no
he's
idea
gonna
about
zoom in
tree?
towards the side, but hello, Sunshine. You've overlooked Deb, and now it's all on to Jeremy.
Picks up the spike.
That
Where's
is
he gonna
definitely not
go?
the use of
Thinks about going
Definitely
up the
not
road,
the
but
use
knows
of,
that XDL
waylay
could
ult that
still
I wanna
be
see.
around upper. Oh boy.
There is a lot of time for Jeremy to play with, however, though it's all his individual shots.
Super
no utility
doable.
to help him out.
All right. Well, if he does get 1 kill, he might be able to pick up the dash, but still, I mean, looking at the 2-on-1,
try fake B with it?
probably
Yeah.
gonna stick together.
Yeah, and the thing for me right now as well is you do have the showstopper if you do just want to invest it to try and 100% the remainder of this round. I mean, you never really know, right? You don't
Yeah,
want
it
to
does.
see Team
It's
Secret
tricky.
get onto map
We-
point.
we've seen
What
teams
if
use it with
Jeremy
a
does get
Guardian.
Kill brings it into 1v1.
So that's a slight conundrum for ZETA at the very least, but still, if they are confident, they could just waltz in together as a duo.
Well, he's going to hear the footsteps
Hey, he's
as
gonna
well.
hear.
Do they expect him to be repositioned over towards the whole side of things instead of Mound where he planted?
Oh, it's
Well, ZETA will look forward to it, but oh, that's going to be Deb snuck away.
Oh,
Slight spray,
man,
slight
that's
whiffs from
unlucky.
Jeremy as he tries to
That's
drag his mouse
unlucky.
over his target. XDL, thankfully,
I wonder if it was one of
will
those where
save
he
the round and
like
keep
thought
ZETA
about his
alive.
util
You know,
that
you're gonna be, a
regens,
little bit heart pumping in that
and
moment
that
as
took
well,
his
right? When you're
focus
in
away
a
from the
clutch
crosshair.
position And you just can't quite navigate it on through. And that's what I mean. Like, you got to consider, do you use the showstopper in that sort of environment? Because, well, Jeremy got the first kill. If he
It's
wasn't
another
really
one for
awkward in
ZETA
that
though,
spray,
right? We
the
had
round could've gone to
2
Team
surviving
Secret, but
here,
holding on
and then we had
as
1
ZETA.
surviving here. Like the
I don't
rounds
mind
they
that.
win, it's so
just getting
devastating
down to
for the
those
next
trades,
round if
and
they
it
lose
speaks
it. They
to
just
how
have no money.
how much faith he has in his
You
teammates.
just can't string rounds together.
So not too bad, and the role swap definitely kind of working out for ZETA right now.
Yeah, but are you able to double down? Because that's really been something that we've not seen for ZETA.
What is
just
Depp
yet,
doing?
like,
Mate,
consecutive
come
rounds
on.
in a row.
You can't be typing that. Think about it, mate. It's a
At least
plant
this
for
round
here.
should work out for them.
The whole map is a
Jeremy
question
tries to
mark.
throw their
He's
crosshairs
just
off. It does
searching
work
for him.
out. Wild Oreo, a bit of a double. Showstopper,
That's
and
the
it does
biggest
connect as
mini-map
well.
hindsight I think
They're
I've
trying to
ever
go with
seen in the
mid-round
game.
calls to get the site locked under
He
heat, but
he
at
has
the
no
same
info,
time,
bro. He could be anywhere.
Do you have to call this? Do you just have to consider a save right now for ZETA? You don't really have the credits. You've gone in with a stinger on depth, with a showstopper missing. You have just been absolutely blindsided by Team Secret, who go quickly into this B site, but they are hanging around the site. Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and go for it a little.
All right, a little at least, but still the trade's coming
Okay.
forward. Sugar Zero trying to go as a Sugar Hero right now, and he
Sugar
finally managed
Zero,
to bring
though.
himself to life.
I thought
Deb
this one was
out from
done.
the sides as well. keeps ZETA in the game once more.
Similar story though, money's not
30
great,
HP
but
as
they
well.
are one away from,
Right at the end of
dude,
that
they're one
one,
away
but
from a
you're
lot of
exactly
good
right.
odds.
Sugar getting the job done where required. I do like the calling from Team Secret in that round to quicken things up towards the B side to get an early plan as well. Specifically when you're on these lower buyer weapons, you're using Jeremy as a bit of a distractor.
Anon, thank
as
you so
well.
much for the gifted. Thank you for
quote,
doing that.
Second entry in
Mr.
the form of
Duality as well. I
going in
missed
with
the
stinger, right?
I missed
Be
that
the
gifted from
distractor,
you
get
earlier.
on
Appreciate
in,
you, man.
but at the end of that one, yeah, a good retake to come through from ZETA to again hold on. We hadn't seen consecutive rounds from them since the first pistol and second round of the whole map.
Yeah, that's what it is so far for ZETA, but that's great. You know, they are always surely, but maybe slightly slowly adapting, right? Reading that it was that distracting play, so Sugar Zero was able to kind of micromanage his angles through that one little link angle.
Yeah, I think this will
Next
work
round,
well.
Now they're going to have to work against the full force from Team Secret, and it's the high-low setup. Sugar Zero able to walk away with one, and then Shrouded steps into safety.
Yeah, gotta recognize
Yeah,
that he's a little
normally
bit
imagine
vulnerable
you're
at the
gonna get
moment
more
by
than that.
himself. See what time he can potentially afford for either any assistance or if he can just figure out with
Duelist
all
for
of his years of
duelist.
experience that, yeah, the hit's not coming. They're resetting.
Drills for drills, they go in the smoke
Still
to see if the
having to
walls here. They don't hear the
keep
walls. They're
himself
probably
invested, though, especially the
gonna
smoke
think it's this one
expiring
or
away.
this one.
So this is when then ZETA starts to get a read that they do have to get more information.
Yeah.
The duo of XDL as well as Shota
No
slowly
way.
pushing up. They do see the trip.
The drone didn't see Jesse Vash though.
Yeah, but he's holding like he knows that he didn't clear it. That's weird.
Alrighty, the kill there.
He didn't check it, but he's
Fury
holding
forward.
like he knows he didn't check it.
Keeping ZETA's chances up in this current
I look like a
round.
babe,
Sugar
but
Zero also noting the footsteps outside of Mount. Now puts the smoke up for his team. If that Odin gets here, you could just let it rip. But at the same time, it's just going to be the Hunter Sphere forward now.
Nice
to keep
trades.
themselves very much so in the round. 2G forced to TP upward. And with that little bit of a tell, it might be some information for ZETA to
okay.
look and
Nicely
settle
handled
down.
from
A bit of a hunt from Shota. ZETA
ZETA,
still very
and
much in the game.
Yeah.
Will
force
this
them
be
down to an
the
eco. Yeah,
comeback
this
that
is
the
gonna get
Japanese
close
fans
because
have
they
been
still
looking
have
for?
good
That's
odds.
good patience, and so far it's working a treat for ZETA as well, right? Some early shenanigans afoot, some early challenges, the high-low setup working well, bit of a reset as well. That kill actually coming through is quite pivotal too, because if that goes Jesse Vash's way, he can call an audible for some rotations. You're incentivized as ZETA to try and cut them off in the middle of the map as well, but you already, kind of have that idea as Team Secret that that's gonna be a potential. So really well done for ZETA to be able to pull through with that round, and now Team Secret are going to come through with a timeout because they're feeling a little bit of pressure, right? Things aren't really rolling their way at the moment. You can come out with one cheeky idea.
Well, I mean, I
to
guess
get
it's
to map
3 in a
point.
row, right?
That's going to be worth its weight in gold.
Very much,
3
especially
in a
on
row,
ZETA's
but
map pick.
still have a
But
good
at the
amount
same
of
time,
rounds to
you
play
know,
with.
That round just fills me with so much hope for ZETA, Komodo. I mean, last week playing against T1, they did pull off a huge comeback on Split. Will they be able to do it again? I mean, this
The drone
is
definitely didn't see him.
matchup, right? You know, projected rankings, they're both at the bottom, and ZETA needs that confidence to move forward in stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest flaws for ZETA was that when they're playing their sort of slow defaulty style, they had to be stopping, they had to stop peaking one by one. Every duel that they were doing, it was kind of a little bit disconnected, but from how they're navigating around the map at the moment, we're really getting a sense of them recognizing their own weakness, one of their big standouts, and adjusting that coming in towards this series.
You gotta love the adjustments. You can see a glimpse of clues.
Which is the region is the most top heavy? I still think Americas is the most top heavy. I still think Americas is the most teams that can win
Jeremy already taking one down.
like a Masters or a Champs. But I think EMEA and Pacific have a higher floor than them.
Up closer to where the fight is happening. But whether or not that's actually going to help them is a whole other thing.
Yeah, 2GE wants to potentially get out of here, which is why ZETA are hanging around, right? They're feeling
I think the bottom teams are better in Pacific. I think the
Now,
bottom and the
ball's
middle of
being
the pack's
tripped.
better.
You've got no big information at the moment for ZETA as well. If they've actually had anyone go directly
APAC is
on
better. Is there more
through,
teams that
this
can
is gonna
win
be quite unfortunate
Masters?
for Jesse Vash. How many players does
I
he
don't know
actually
about that.
see here if he keeps going forward? That would be huge information for Team Secret.
Who else in Pacific at the
It would
moment
even
can
out
win a
the odds
Masters?
A little bit. Sugar Zero has to stay alive as well. And here comes that mid-round call. There it is, Jesse Vash down. 4 on 4. Sugar Zero trying to stay
DRX win a
alive.
Masters.
Will be able to mark the angle down against Jeremy.
I love the confidence from you guys, but
And there
I don't
are
see it.
more trades coming out. The spike being downed. Envy alongside 2GE with just the pistols, and that is the call for Depp to go slaying. Sugar Zero, though, will just kind of sack his life a little bit. And Envy looks to find a clutch, but even with the Rolling Thunder, Depp will be able to sneak away.
Yeah, he
Okay, now we
dodged
get the
it,
big Byron.
just by the corner of that one there as well, so he was able to just be allocated on the
Oh,
right
yeah.
individual. Nicely done. 4 rounds in a row now for ZETA, but that one does feel a little bit hot under the collar. Not gonna lie.
Gotta question it a little bit.
Come through from ZETA too for Sugar Zero, finding that kill quite large. And I mean, Quack, I'm looking at the scoreline right now, and it's 1 round difference. ZETA, they're certainly dividing rightly around the map, all their forces to find a lot of these advantages.
Hard cope
They're not
from me,
dropping them.
mate.
I think that's one of the biggest things at the
I'm
moment.
not
ZETA
American.
finding
It's
these
not cope.
positions of power, and they're
Look at
holding it
it's
strong.
it's
Yeah, you
just
gotta love this 1-2-2
it's this
setup.
true. They
Allows
have
them
more
to
teams
move
that
back
can
and forth
win
across the sites, but now
Masters.
Team Secret starting to read that C is a little bit weaker than the other side, so going in for the full frontal approach into this one position. However, Clues has arrived. Shota has come alive. So a couple of shots now shutting down Team Secret in their steps. Shota
Dude,
for a second
they're
kill.
looking
And that's just
they're looking a little bit. I don't want to say it's like lazy from Team Secret here, but they really just force the C,
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate, not gonna lie.
and it does
ZETA,
feel like
though,
they could have
really good
or
stronghold
would have
around their
loved to have
C
used the
side
ult that they
for the
used last
quick
round into it.
endeavors of Team Secret. I mean, I get the idea, right? Jeremy going on in, trying to hinder him down, unexpecting, clues to get him there, and then he'll advise TP from 2GE as well, right? This things kind of falling down like dominoes for Team Secret in that round, and it was ZETA that's just pushing them on down, and they're happy to get the bird's eye view. So this is going to be one of those situations for Jesse Vash where you're just going to disconnect yourself, go for the save. You've got some time to have a bit of a discussion in Team Secret's camp right now on really what is this next round, and potentially even the round after going to
Yeah, and they
look
got to
like
deal
there's
with
a couple timeouts to
Razor.
play for us,
I mean,
sure.
Visor, but teams are getting better
This
with
is going to
Visors.
be an equal scoreline now, 11 apiece after such a stellar lead for Team Secret, right? This is 5 rounds in a row for ZETA, where I was saying before we hadn't seen anything consecutive since the beginning of the map.
Yeah, 5 rounds is a lot. 30 seconds also is quite a bit of time for Team Secret to cook something up, though, so I will not count them out just yet. Certainly, possibly a bit of an approach to break ZETA's 1-2-2 setup. I mean, so far that's been the slight problem, is the fact that you've got players like XDL playing around, Baby Door A-Link, which allows him to play between both B and the A site. Also a bit of rubble control as well, so Team Secret hasn't quite been able to crack that open just yet. Maybe a bit of a multi-layered approach where they're able to draw someone out from the B site.
Is
There it is, timeout.
Yeah, more discussion.
big timeout. We did a timeout at 9. Did a timeout at 11. They're up against a couple of ults, but they got their
Yeah,
ults.
there's 5 rounds in a row that they can kind of use as a recipe to figure out where these weaknesses were, right? You've also got to consider that in the previous installment against RRQ, right, there's a differences in terms of the agents, sure, but there's going to be some similar tells and some similar strategies that are going to come out that ZETA can get a bit of a feeling on what this one looks like and how they know how to counter it.
So hopefully, maybe past experiences will help them right now, but you gotta imagine
I think if
also
Sentinels miss
calling a
Toronto,
timeout
there's
at
a
this
chance that
juncture
Redux
might
is
help
subbed in.
ZETA as well.
I have no idea.
Got to be a bit of a momentum
I
storm.
don't know what the
If you're
full
thinking as
process
Team
is
Secret,
over there,
you
to be
know,
honest.
stop a little bit
It's
of the
definitely an
momentum from
option.
ZETA as well. I mean,
You would definitely
timeout's
have
gonna
to
be a room
consider
just have your own
something.
discussions, 'cause I see the way that these rounds were working, right?
Okay, this is a
Defuse after
timeout
defuse
to
after
low
defuse.
buy this.
But currently, at least,
And it's
I mean,
looking
reading
like
around from before,
C
when
hit
Team Secret
failed
had
so
the slight,
bad that we do it
they
again
were
because they
rushing
should
down
have
B side,
a
so triple
worse
stack
hold
from
on
ZETA
C.
right now in towards B main.
Yeah, it's going to be the half buy up to back up Jesse Vash's Vandal carried over. Lots of stingers. Again, a round such as this, you want to be a bit explosive. Spot out some utility with that drone. Go in with Convergent Pass, with Armageddon. Layer a couple of these.
Why do I feel like
ultimates
they,
together to get the space, but the problematic thing for Team Secret
I feel
then,
like they Visoled.
How
Sorry,
they
they gonna ult into this though.
Yeah, and this is what it is. Even
It's
with
still
the
nice
timeout,
because they don't
we're
know
not
about
entirely sure
Mound.
how ZETA might be playing in this current round, and ZETA have come away with their own adjustments. a lot of control around B main, and that allows him to maybe play around the door.
They still haven't popped the shear yet, though. This is the problem. That's
Okay,
going to buy quite the amount of time at the 50-second mark as well.
Okay.
Dude, at one point these
So just
guys
trying to
have to
trip
do
some
something.
out.
They can't hold
Made
B
out some
like this the
utility
whole
before
time.
Consolidating towards the A site. It's a similar strategy to what they've played before, though.
Yeah, and already you're getting some movement from ZETA too. Thinking that it's going to come over towards this A side. It is the right idea to position somebody like Depp over there early with the showstopper available.
Very much so, and ZETA has the read. Still, though, Team Secret trying to play ahead of pace. But Depp's oh no, bit of a blunder! It blows in his face! XDL, though, will be able to find the shot, but oh, what is this? The Armageddon taking down 2!
And they've still got convergent pass as well with the spike plant going down now. That can buy such significant time.
And there it is. Sets it up and deploys it. It forces ZETA out of position, but with
Why
the
is every
weaponry,
ult that I watch
Clues and
awful
Depp
right
will
now?
still be able to gun down their opponents. Just Jeremy left. Has to
Holy
go for the
hell.
swing, and there are
Oh
too
my
many targets,
god.
too many bullets flying down his path.
It's
so
all
still
good.
Going to be
It's
ZETA
all
picking up
good.
the round.
Ah,
The
this
first
ult
team
from
to
Jeremy as
reach
well.
that point.
Yeah, it feels like Team Secret got a little bit confused at the end of that one.
Surely
because as
do
soon as
it.
the
You
conversion
got
pass comes
man
out, you've got some
advantage.
of their
Surely
players
do it
looking
off
for a
jiggle peak.
challenge over towards drop, over towards heaven, but then you got someone trying to disconnect from the site in and of itself as well. It
Okay,
feels a little
one
bit
chance.
awkward
One
Team
chance for
Secret
Zeta
there.
to close this out.
When you consider that
And
the
what was it
Armageddon
at
got
its
the only
peak?
2 kills in the round.
11-7?
Too over eager, you're thinking?
Maybe it was worse than that.
Just, I don't know, just a little bit of a problem for Team Secret.
11-6?
I think they just didn't realize that ZETA were going to be ready for that retake so quick.
Gotta imagine the confidence from the win streak is definitely helping them out so much as well. Even with
Okay,
the
yes,
slight
man.
moment to pause.
That's messed
I want to
up.
highlight, by the way, Envy and Wild Oreo are having a cracker of a map with 25 kills apiece, and they might drop this one.
Good morning,
in
Keeper.
regulation.
Good morning.
That is definitely going to hurt quite a bit. But still, you know what? The entire series isn't over just yet.
Yeah.
So Team Secret looking to push this to overtime.
And again, you're looking at the C site kind of being bunkered down at the moment. A bit more assistance from Clues now here, meeting with Shota. You're looking to try and bait out again this Vice wall, the sheer wall. Not able to do so. And if they do, well, you got more stopping
Oh,
power in
boy.
the fact of your Steel Garden.
Drone comes out here though. This
So
makes the
far
call
off.
easy.
So Jeremy not quite
Yeah,
being
they
able
just
to find
re-cleared
the
this
whole
question mark.
team
You got 4
trying
people
to
close here. They got a
once
small
again
window.
break
It's
their
gonna
way
look really,
forward.
really nice.
Maybe it's another one
How
of
do
these
they deal with
strats
the
where they
wall?
leave Jesse Vash on the long lurk.
You got 2 people that
Yeah.
can TP over.
They are going to try and get in towards this C side at the moment. See if Jeremy can spot any bodies, get a kill before
Kinda nice.
reflecting out. But
Up
now he's gonna
above
be
1,
in towards the
and
site,
then
and they
3
all
push
are.
through.
So setting up for a plant. You would really just expect
It's a
Steel
hard
Garden to
retake,
go
but they
in
have
here and
they have the
bit
Vice
of a
Ult.
retake from ZETA. So let's see.
Forces Team Secret's hands.
Oh my
Push straight into
god!
Shota's crosshair, triple bound.
Holy
3
hell, that's a
headshots,
mad hold.
and all the has gone
It's a
off
mad,
of Team
mad
Secret's
hold.
head. Just Envy out from Mound. Jesse Vash trying to pull out the biggest flank of his life. Envy able to deal with the front
They
though.
got half.
Here comes the half stick. Clues has got
No,
half
guys,
lane,
not a
and Jesse
2v5.
Vash continues to peek.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
the
Oh my god.
swing is way
Oh
too
my
deep.
god.
He picks up
This
the
is such a
round.
mental
Red
map.
Bull clutch through a deep
Okay,
use of
nicely
all
done
things,
from
and
Zeta.
Zeta
Team
completes the
Secret
comeback. Final
11-6
score,
up.
13-11.
Oh boy.
7 rounds in a row to get Zeta Division
What a
their
crazy
own map
ending.
pick as a victory here, and what a mountain that they have climbed.
I think they had
as
no
well.
idea
On
they
the
got half
defensive
until,
side,
like,
with the
he was
double duelist,
started
no
sticking it.
less. Generally, so far this tourney, we've seen what? Double duelist defense? No, we don't need nothing like that.
Oh
We're
my
just
goodness,
gonna
this was
aggress
crazy.
and aggress and aggress.
Okay,
But look how
get
many
this uploaded.
retakes they come through with successfully here, Quack. They're going to be absolutely happy with that one.
So much confidence found in just that little comeback from the second half. This also turns around
Depp
their
losing
stats,
it,
which
yeah, because
have been
look
looking
at how this
a
ended.
little bit dire from before. Their defensive rounds haven't been the greatest, but off of this one, you have to be happy
Anon, whoever you
with
are,
how
thank
they
you
are
so
playing
much. How many have you
today.
gifted so
Yeah,
far?
I
1,
mean,
2,
I
3,
still wanna
4.
give
Thank
some
you so
really
much for
good
the 4
credits over
gifted.
towards Team Secret as well. I think the first half that they did quite phenomenal,
Oh,
right?
yes.
The way that they're positioning and trading each other with all of that utility, it was looking gorgeous for them. I know I highlighted the Envy's
Dude, that
assists,
hold
right?
on
It
Heaven
kinda
from
does
Shota
feel
was
like it
nuts.
fell
Team
off a little
Secret
bit
didn't commit
towards
with
the
the
second
first
half,
pass and
but
swinging.
We got more coming through from Wild Oreo, so I think that quite offset it nicely. But yeah, I mean, the big elephant in the room is literally going to be these post plants that we're faltering by Team Secret. A lot of the time,
Look at who they're gifting. Yeah, obviously I'm ignoring it, bro.
It was really,
I'm
really
not.
tough.
I'm not
I mean,
repeating them.
You know, this is even with the coach's intervention towards the end of the map. But that said, yeah, we definitely cannot leave Envy and Wild Oreo out of the conversation. They have been putting up huge numbers for the team. They did so well in the first half, but ZETA, I mean, wow, what a comeback. The adjustments through and through. They played the macro game well, and you've got to love how they are looking today. Will this be even better in the second map? You know, we'll toss this all over to the desk to talk
Okay,
about
chat.
as they set
Let me
us
spam
up
some
for
ads. I'll
what
be back
could
in a
be
little
more
bit.
action
What is
coming
the
through.
next map? Icebox.
Well, we already had a lot
Oh,
of
God.
action on the first map there. I
The
thought
ZETA
we were gonna
Icebox,
have a Team
but
Secret map
it's
one
gonna look a
win
lot better.
again, this time on ZETA's map pick. But then ZETA started to come back, and there was
a
some
pretty
moments
high,
where there was a tail
retake
like, oh, okay,
win
Team
rate,
Secret's
really.
got this. But then no,
For both teams.
ZETA keep their stride, keep it steady, and push back against ZETA's comp.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like Team Secret had a good approach and a good game plan. Particularly their defense had a lot of depth to it. It was very difficult for ZETA to work out, but at the end of the day, I think Secret, that is just a failure to close the game on the attacking side. You're up 11-6. The coach has a timeout to get some input. You've been shuffling around the IGL roles and a couple of different people that can have some input, and they still couldn't find a way to break the defensive side of a team that's playing a double duelist comp that doesn't have a terrible lot of util on the comp. Like the Raze offers a lot of util initially, but you know, you've just got the Vice wall over there. You know, I don't find ZETA's comp to be super complex to attack into, and they couldn't find an answer for it.
No, a lot of nerves when it comes to closing out the game. Like, I think in theory, everybody understands how you should do it, right? You want to stack up those ultimates, you want to create rounds where it's impossible to lose, essentially, but all it takes is that little bit of nerves to creep in, and you start to think other things, or what's really common is someone tries to be the hero. Somebody tries to go, I'm going to win this game, I'm going to step up, and instead you end up making more mistakes. But this was Team Secret's game through and through, and I felt like it just went away for them towards the end. 7 rounds in a row for ZETA to clinch this game, and I mean, this shouldn't be happening for Team Secret.
You got some big individual performances as well.
Oh, for sure. In fact, we were talking about you're admiring Secret's comp change here and how they are shifting things and how ZETA couldn't quite respond to it on the get-go.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they mixed up into the Waylay. Both teams changing comps going into this game of Lotus. So Team Secret, I think, you know, ZETA, anything that they would have prepped going into this, their map pick is going to be pretty irrelevant. And the way that Secret played that defense in particular, a lot of change-ups of setups. I like the way they used the Waylay, and I think we have some replays around it as well to be able to get that rubble control, as well as some of the retake setups that we wanted to highlight as well. I think that their comp had a lot of depth on the defense, and it looked very convincing on the defense, but that attack side, like I said, was just not quite there, unfortunately.
Yeah, honestly, in my mind, they should have got more. On that defender side, it was very, very good. We do have some replays that we can go into, I think, and we'll break this down a little bit more. But I really liked what they were doing from the start. I mean, this Waylay idea is lovely, right? You can get on top of rubble, take that first peek, and if you need to get away, you can get away for free.
It's very little committed to it, right? You dash up on top of rubble, you've got the refract activated. If the other team does commit utility to be able to push you off the angle, you just refract and you get out of jail free, so to speak, and then you're able to adjust the rotations accordingly. Clues had a phenomenal game, though, it's worth mentioning, but some of these retake setups that Team Secret had were interesting as well.
Yeah, I spoke in the pregame about how hard it would be for Jesse Vash to hold these sites, and I think he understood that as well, so he was playing a lot further back. We saw the retakes come in with this Breach Teo style, and it suited them so well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Clues on the Sova, though, he was phenomenal to watch. He had a lot of impactful rounds, particularly on attack. I felt like he won ZETA most of their attacking side rounds, really, and I think in comparison to his performance in kickoff on this map on a different role, he has been a revelation, really. Looked well in control in terms of how he wanted to play a lot of these rounds. That clutch in particular was phenomenal.
Yeah, they won 3 rounds outside of the pistol in the conversion. 2 of those were Clues 4Ks, and the last one was that Clues clutch there, you know. I think he kept them in this game, absolutely. He made that second half comeback possible, otherwise it should have been a 10-2 half. That game could have been incredibly fast. Clues stepped up when it really mattered, and they delivered an MVP performance there for me.
Do you think that was the missing piece from ZETA? We were looking at Cluz's stats, and like you guys mentioned, he wasn't performing great in kickoff. Even the last match, not so much. And we really, like you said, saw him completely step up here on Lotus. Is this going to be enough for ZETA to close this out?
I'm hoping so. I don't know. I think they did show some good stuff. Similar to some of the other games that I've seen, though, that RQ game in particular is a good example of what I would highlight, is that ZETA did do very well this game, make no mistake about it, but it's really, for me, the failure of the other team to be able to close the game. They probably should have lost this game, and they were trailing a lot of this game. Great resilience to be able to come back, particularly on that defensive side, particularly when some of the rounds got chaotic, like Depp bloody shot himself with a rocket, and they still completed the retake. So, look, Team Secret missing a couple of tricks there, but for ZETA, you know, I need to see more games to see if the role adjustment is going to be a good inclusion. But Cluz individually, going from, you know, one of the weaker players individually in the league in kickoff, given that he only played 4 maps, so that's not a lot of a chance to give a showing of yourself, to being the MVP here on Lotus and fragging as the IGL, that's already promising. So let's see if he can keep that up.
Oh, for sure. And we are going to be going into Icebox. That's our second map. I think this would be a very interesting matchup. I'm not entirely surprised that Secret has ended up opting for Icebox. Are you?
No, I mean, I don't think so. I think they're one of those teams that, at the end of the day, they've been together for quite a while. They played through the majority of the map pool. In fact, they may have even been active as a team back when Icebox was in the pool. So how annoying is it going to be for them to adapt to that map versus other teams who maybe, as a core, have not played the map together before?
I also like the idea that you can surprise. You can surprise your opponents with Icebox. It's week 2. They've not shown their Icebox yet. So if you feel good on it, being able to pick these newer maps that are coming into the pool is very impactful, because your opponent can't have anything prepared for you. And I do think that kind of worked well for them on map 1. I like the idea of the comp change. It was just getting it over the line that was the problem. So they really have to mentally reset now, because that's a kind of tough thing to come back from when you just lost a game that you really should have won.
For sure.
Well, they definitely have saved at least one map win for... It's got to be this one, or else that's it, Secret. It's going to be a 2-0.
Yeah.
But to that point, I'm sure they've obviously prepared something. And like you said, there's nothing in recent memory for ZETA to work off of. So now the question is, how adaptable is ZETA going to be? Because this is something they've struggled with in the past. They had some really good protocol when things are repaired, but then adjusting on the fly. We were talking about this in the green room. Can ZETA do that?
I would say the same about Secret as well, where it's like when they show a good level of preparation,
let's see what that Icebox is looking like.
That we've talked about,
some nightmares on this
in the
map.
Pre-show, as well as their defense,
With ZETA,
when they're
but here we
able to
are.
play a comp that the other team hasn't seen, and they show a lot of their prep. They look comfortable what they're doing. They look confident in what they're doing. They are a very formidable team, and we just saw that
Icebox
in the last
is
when they need to
Secret's
be adaptable. That things are
EDG
difficult.
game,
for them.
yeah.
So I think again,
We'll see how the new kit
Lotus
gets
game,
on.
because both teams went into that and changed their comp. Icebox is going to be a complete unknown factor for both of these teams, just because it's come back into the pool and we haven't seen a recent game on Icebox from either one of these cores, so they're both going to have to adapt to some extent.
Yeah,
This is
I
a
could
guarantee
definitely see
now.
Waylay
This is
coming through
50-50.
again for Team Secret. You know, if they're willing to play it in Lotus, I don't see why
I think
they
a
would be
Kilios
so
and
opposed to
Paperfin
playing
went
it
for
in Icebox.
ZETA.
I did think
For
they
sure.
had some decent stuff with it there. I think we're still yet to see it fully fleshed out, as we spoke about a little bit in the pre-show, but I like that Secret are attempting it. So I think picking Icebox, it would make sense for them to go with something a little bit more offbeat here, go with the Waylay, go with something that's going to catch out ZETA, steal
Are we
your
ready
map
for the
back and
famous
reset
ZETA
yourself
Icebox?
mentally.
Do you
I'm
think
telling you, it's going to look better though.
Jesse Bash is gonna stay
XQQ
on a Sentinel
has
then,
a
or
better
is this gonna be another
understanding
triple initiator
than all
kind
those
of map? Like
coaches.
everyone gets to be a Jesse today.
Triple initiator from Paper X was something, you know, just bombard everything with utility, and then you don't have to worry about so many angles. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure. I
Combined,
don't
yeah.
think so. I think you'll probably see him on an init for sure.
Intel
and
underscore
especially 'cause
Sama,
it's more
thank
of a
you
KJ
so much.
map
Thank
when
you, thank you
go
with the
to Senti.
gifted.
Although Chamber has seen
Yeah.
a fair bit of play lately, to be fair, I think Waylay is like, it makes sense to me on this map, because I feel like you don't need, I mean, you've been talking about it a lot, the safety of the jet dash, where you can dash into your own cloud.
They might
burst.
still fail
I
to
feel like
execute,
Waylay,
yeah, but
there's
as
a
long as
lot
it
of,
looks
double
better,
dashes you can do on attack, for
then we're
example,
okay.
where you do actually have
That's-
some
that's
ability
all
to
you
be able
gotta
to
look
get into
for.
the
The
site.
bar's
You don't
pretty
have to
low
worry
right
about
now.
hard committing as much.
Well, we are about to find out what they're pulling out for this map of Icebox. ZETA has already won one end. Ooh, Arena.
Guys,
Arena
stop
is
playing
back.
Waylay.
Yeah, ZETA, I mean, they're committing to that double duelist style.
Please
that
stop
they were just
playing
on
Waylay.
Lotus. They are
Dude.
gonna have Depp and XDL. XDL once again on the ISO, which has been kind of mixed results on Icebox, but we'll see if they can back themselves well enough.
Over on Team Secret,
Honestly,
they are sticking with that Waylay on Jeremy.
I'm not sure
That makes
about
a
the
lot of sense for them, and they're leaning
synergy
back
between
towards
these
the
two.
more, meta we saw
But
last year with
yeah.
Gecko KO. It is a very
You
strong
got
meta,
you
and
got
I also
everything you
like
want
it
in the
against
comp.
That Reyna, if you can get rid of that dismiss and she's in a deep angle, she is in trouble. There isn't a lot of easy escape there.
I'm interested to
Chat,
see how the fights
is
goes
it
for
mad
ZETA as
that I
well.
think
have
I
not
hate
seen that
Waylay
much
so
fight
much
on
at the
Icebox,
moment that I would
so,
rather
we'll
have
see
the
how that
ZETA
gets
comp?
utilized.
Oh yeah, I'm very curious to see how ZETA is going to be playing this out. We're going to send this back to our
I should
Map
never,
2 away.
I should
It's
never be
Komodo
saying
and
that.
Quack.
But I think I am.
Yeah, thank you very much, Victorian Big Ski. Yes, Depp is our best boy also, but at the same time, I am very curious about this Reyna.
Yeah, I mean, Reyna's always a fun one, the old ranked agents. But look,
Why do I hate Waylay?
Pull it off. We know
Just
a couple of the
don't
players
think
within
it's
Pacific that are the Sharpies,
better
right?
than
And other ones
many
that
of the
we tend
duelists
to
at the
see.
moment.
I've always been a bit of a fan of Depp, you know, when it comes towards Neon and just running around crazy, right? Missing a couple of ults in the last map. All right, we'll forget them. This time, when he pops the Empress, he just has to shoot. Yeah.
Do my mind be changed? Oh, my mind can for sure be changed on that.
But still,
But
yeah, the Waylay definitely
we're like
still,
10 games in,
a bit of a hot topic,
and it hasn't
as
changed
we
yet.
have Jeremy in a position to
he's
And I don't think, with what I'm seeing, it's going to change too much. Dude,
Dude,
Jeremy got an extra here, though. Fair play.
Before he finally falls to Sugar Zero. That is a bit of damage and a bit of information for Team Secret.
Yeah, 3 versus 3 on the reset at the moment too. Have a bit of a spot.
Yeah,
to
let's
see if
let's
there's
focus a
any
little
flanks
bit
at the
on
moment coming
ZETA
on
because
out, but
I've been
really
very
the decision making at the moment for ZETA. They can wait for this recon
critical
back online.
of this org on this map before.
Okay, Jesse Vash quite aware as well. Just
The G2 Waylay? Yeah, so I've liked... There's been 2 Waylays at the moment that I've liked. G2s and Tylus. Everything else, I think, has looked pretty rough. There's definitely a couple of nice set rounds that people have with Waylay, but overall, doesn't look good.
key piece of utility.
But G2 and Tyloo made it look okay.
Envy, you sneaky boy. And that's
EG?
gonna be now ZETA
EG had nice
continuing to try to
anti-ecos.
creep forward, but once
That's
again,
about it.
a tight angle, and Envy will deny them safe
Hey,
entry.
don't say Paper
Sugar
X.
Zero, though, still moving forward, but unfortunately surrounded
Okay, very
by
nice.
his
It's,
opponents. 2G will take him down.
oops.
Team Secret with the pistol.
There's some good
2-1.
trades at the end and at the beginning as well. Team Secret, Envy, off to the races yet again. You know, I really think
Heretics was good at the beginning. Heretics had 3 nice set strats.
To really find much on the second half, looking back at it as well. But some good little off elevated angles for him in this pistol round is good. Now,
Am I
having
still
a look
hating
at
on
it,
Waylay? Yeah,
I'm seeing, you know,
I'm still
this
hating on Waylay.
agent composition that Team Secret are coming back towards. Yeah, it used to be an old bit of meta. You would substitute the Waylay in for the Jet. I do know that Tyloo are running this exact comp at the moment, and they've had some good results on it in its small sample size over in the CN region.
League, which is running at a similar time, but also a couple of spams out from Envy, and he is able to walk away with
Oof, good
1
shot.
kill, 2 kill, and then 2 GE to continue holding out from Kitchen. A headless ZETA now currently walking and running around among the B site.
Okay, no
until
armor rebuy.
Waldorf
Dude,
puts
this kind of feels
down
like the
Yeah,
start of the
get that
first
round
map
over and
again.
done with,
Lose
pretty
pistol
much just
into
against the little eco to come
a
there from
anti-eco
ZETA,
that doesn't
and this is
have
where we're
much
gonna start
damage
to
at
see
all.
what their attacking side
Elusive,
is
thank you
gonna
so
be.
much. Talon?
Yeah, that's
Talon's
gonna
was
be the
okay. It
biggest
was like
question
middle.
that I have
It
yet
wasn't
to
good,
find
but
an
it wasn't bad.
answer to right now. You have the, sort of
It's
double
better than
duelist. XDL has been
80% of what we've seen.
from before.
I mean, when I think of Icebox and I think of some great changes towards what you're able to do on this map as well, I think elevation, right? Getting players on top of yellow if you're going towards B and you're trying to entry, even getting them on top of green. You can't do that with this composition for ZETA Division, so they're going to be quite flat on the ground. And I wonder how much.
You talk about the comps? I mean, the comps do everything you want them to do. You got the... As long as you have the 3 core, like the info sentinel can be anything, really, to an extent. Like, but it has to be one of the 3 info. Like, it does everything you want.
I've just noticed
Not like they have giant weaknesses, other than, like,
that
obviously,
they
like,
just need to
clearing
have a
stuff.
sneak a little bit later on, but they are into this A site at the moment, seeing no resistance.
You can still
from
do the
Team
main stuff
Secret.
you want to do around the map.
Oh, well, resistance in the form of utility, Komodo. So
Yeah, it works.
Okay, Molly delays the plant a little bit, and they manage to get 4 people close. So you'd imagine Team Secret off the next tap of the spike are going to send it. Oh no, they missed the combo. Wild Oreo messed up the Dizzy Flash.
And that's going to be Envy to strike back. Depp, however, elevated position through the ropes, will be able to find a shot against Jesse Vash. Now,
Not a great sign. It's a lot of low HPs on this one. That's a call to send it all the way over towards B, because they don't want to force through this wall, knowing that they have at least 3 here. But honestly, this whole map is a question mark. They should think that someone is back a yellow, back a sight, snowman, one of these.
Even Jeremy, 2 HP.
At least, well, taking the pace a little bit slower than Team Secret expects. That
Great bit of timing from Depp. Gets the heal off. Oi, dude, we were like 4 HP a while ago.
10 seconds and the spike. Oh, almost goes down. Okay, Sugar Zero has to quickly pick that back up. Envy still continuing to be a thorn in ZETA's sides. 0 point away, and he confirms that no one's up around yellow. So that
Dude, what a round from Depp.
Still on a tear, and that's a quad right
It's
now.
just
Online for
constantly
the Ace.
healing every time he
Surely
sees someone
play
new.
the safer game.
No way he saves. I was going to say, it's just repositioning, right?
Oh, Envy, your barrel's pretty long.
Oh, that is an absolute round from Depp, by the way.
He's back online.
Now he's back on full HP. That was nuts. Yep, the Reyna snowball. 1 kill makes it all doable.
Well, those go into walls. Those
That was sick.
work out. You got an Empress here. Yeah, you need to click some heads. And what has he done? Well, there's 5 kills to come on through.
Oh, I had some great shots in this, though.
Depp is playing this well again.
Got to be confident. Absolutely have to be confident. If you're going in for a Reyna in a composition and
Crispy
double
guy.
It's going to be, you know, quite flat-footed. You have to make sure that your utility and coordination is going to be quite pivotal, right? You need to make sure that you're letting Sugar Zero know when you need walls, when you need assistance.
Or even just to
what's
go
going
up
on
for these
there?
duels. I mean, deep position found, and that's 2GE gone. Jeremy, though, trying to go away with a bit of a stun, but into an open
going on
position.
there as well?
Clues and the rest of ZETA surrounding the site. Wild Oreo and Envy, though, trying to launch the retake, but unfortunately taken down by further
I mean, honestly, the
members of
Observer's
ZETA
doing
division.
incredible to
Envy,
catch all of this, because
no
there's a
joint
lot of
found
duels
as he
going on at
tries
the
to make
same
a play
time.
out from Snow. So it's gonna
Okay,
be
2 in a row. Dude, it's
forward
literally the fast
with
map
the
all
lead
over
right
again.
now.
2 in a row forces them down to an eco.
The B site there, kind of a little bit too quick and unaccounted for, right? Team Secret, 2 members just caught unawares real early in towards the round, and then with ZETA finding those kills, you know, they just start to whittle you down little by little. They don't even need to focus on getting a plant in that situation, because they're peeking together in numbers, spotting out where Team Secret are coming from by this extra utility that is being thrown their way. So quick change of pace will equalize us up and push Team Secret onto a bit more of an eco for this new round. Again,
Can you stop them entering from here? Yeah, so
the sheer wall be prominent time and time again.
this is the thing about the ISO that the ISO is really good at, is like you, for sure, they have like weaknesses, right? The ZETA comp does struggle to get to yellow, but ISO, because of the shields, this means that you can force so much that it doesn't really, like all like the theory of punishing kind of goes out the window, just because the ISO can force issues so much. Like the shield is crazy strong, as in not this, but not the wall, the actual shield.
Kind of done at the moment on this little eco buy that comes through for Team Secret.
Oh well, Team Secret trying to get
Nice
ahead of the
shots.
spike plant, but it's not
Bro,
gonna
he
happen
might
just yet.
just
It's
he
Depp
might just
who's got
hard
2
carry
big
this game.
kills, dismisses away, and now a slightly weaker equipped Team Secret trying to retake, but also for Shota on a bit of a lurk. Spots out the first, taken out by Jeremy though. That could be a
Yeah, he
weapon.
may be overextended with the Lark because he's giving him a gun.
I mean, do you want to just go at it? You will if you are Team Secret, right? This is just your eco round. Now you've got a Bucky and a Vandal. There is a Sheriff for
Convergent
2G2.
Pats?
Yeah, I mean, you could use it if you want to, but still 3 members for ZETA at the end of the day.
Yeah, not entirely sure where they could be, so 2G to move forward. And he does spot out at least one. The one that you gotta watch out for, though, really is Depp up by pipes, and he does find 2GE. Takes the rope away,
Dude,
and that's gonna be Sugar
Depp
Zero
is
finding
absolutely
Jeremy at the end as Spike
farming
gets
them.
Stuck, so
Every
bit
time he's
more
low
for
HP, he's just
ZETA
getting kills
as they
still.
move forward steadily.
Good damage, I will say, for Team Secret at the end of that one. Just 2 alive for ZETA Division at the end there, but I'm looking at these ultimates.
A lot of
work,
ults
you know,
that are
these
close
some
for Zeta,
impactful
so
abilities in
orbs
this
at the
game,
moment and
Valorant,
talking
and
point.
They're getting pretty close to having a lot of them online, so when you're looking in towards your next rifle rounds, they can be quite impactful. And I'm thinking at the moment as well for Zeta, you've been playing with your walls over at B, you've been going in through A, you've had some good mid lurks as well. You got to tick in all the boxes on how to keep your opponents guessing on a map like Icebox.
Everything.
The Vice, I mean, the Vice normally has to on defense as the start here to do the wall to cover both. And then apparently you can jump it, which I didn't know about. But you make a sound.
Team Secret immediately back to B.
And look how much of a rotation that sends them for. Hey, the
So normally the Vice at the beginning is going to be here. But the Fawns are so strong against this wall.
Zero is concerned, position unchecked.
Could cause more mayhem if he takes away that drone or keeps himself hidden.
I also think the Fawns, like I would probably play the Fawns like this, to be honest. Or I'd try and do layers. I don't know, I think you have some options with the Vice. Dude, he's trying to make it look like the turret's shooting him from far back, but actually he's close.
They're losing all their lives. A hinder on towards Clues. They don't Sugar Zero as well. 2GE is aware.
Nice try, says Team Secret. So alone and cold, Clues alongside Shota, trying to scavenge this round. Salvage this round, I should say. But Team Secret are pretty much stacked up, all close and together. Jeremy?
Yeah, I mean it's nice swings from Team Secret.
Take away Shota's life, but it's just Clues trying to mark further positions down.
Yeah, very nice. I do think Zeta probably need to try and get like 7 rounds here because this Team Secret comp, as much as I hate the Waylay, this is like one of the better comps to actually make it work. Double flash to send it. Like you KO flash off the angle into a Gecko flash, and then you just send it with the Waylay. I think that Zeta need like 7 here.
Because you can see that 2G is looking after that. That's why I highlight the idea as well, right? You're leering on out, you're trying to distract away from the turret to get him on through, but it just doesn't work out. So
I didn't mind the attempt from Depp here. It's definitely a play when you're really high up on the scoreboard and you're feeling it.
At the moment, that's why you've got the pit really early popped towards the main.
A lot of it. Still though, XDL is really close to his kill contract. If he does pick up an outdoor or, you know, a kill somewhere else, might be able to sneak 2G away from his little hidey hole.
We have noted Jeremy pushing A quite often as well, right? So you could even use it over there. Early Hunter's Fury, however, at the moment from Clues, it's not
I got a question mark there.
Maybe a little bit more coverage for
they took a little bit of space with it. Was it to break the alarm bot or something? Or a misclick?
Look at Wild Oreo.
Yeah, but everyone's a bit disconnected at the moment from Zeta as well, right? You're really playing on the fact that someone's going to find that
that is nice timing because they don't know about it.
So Team Secret, an idea
and the turret hasn't gone off yet, so he literally knows that they're stuck in that.
Huge reads coming out from Team Secret right now, but they have to work against the ISO.
And great trades.
Forward, Zeta, a bit of a trade. Clues then finds one more coming
Wild
out from
Oreo's
mid.
got to be getting that
And
one.
all that's left for Team Secret to work off of is just 2GE.
2v4, we use the ult.
Is he able to collect? Finds the first. Oh, but not quite the second. A refract from Jeremy as well, and that pulls even further away. So 1-on-3, Jeremy has to nail more targets if he is to keep his team in this round. The spike goes down for Zeta.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit too
Pixel with the tier 1, thank you so much for the 10 months.
You just got to call it as it is. Save
Another Waylay ult reactive. Yeah, dude, the Waylay ult is like... Waylay ult is really good, to be honest. Like, having a duelist that has initiator ult is kind of sick.
At least we're seeing some good contests from Team Secret, right? It's not
it should be a set plan thing.
4-1 or 6-0 or anything like that, right?
Who's
backwards and forwards and how the rounds are playing out.
It is
Apex.
nice, but,
it was right. I think it was Apex that had it, or am I just wrong? They had like a good punish with it here.
On their map picks, they tend to walk away
they had set strats.
You gotta remember that. I'll play devil's advocate.
It's like a set strat thing.
The first map of the whole series as well.
Fair
right?
enough.
It's not if it's the second map in its entirety.
A bit of that mental game working against them from the heartbreaking loss in the first one.
When you consider how close it was for them to be able to.
The Heretics B main.
Right? Ending over.
Oh yeah, that wasn't too bad as well.
Still though, I am thoroughly impressed by ZETA, as are the Japanese fans. Oh, look at that. A lot of passion. Yeah. Because they're working alongside, you know, we mentioned they were a little bit disconnected
again,
at the
to
start,
get the
but
7 that I
managed to
think they
bring
have to
everything back
get,
together, especially with the composition.
they're on the right
And XDL
track.
on the shields.
It has to be
I
at
mean,
least
look,
7.
he
The thing is, I'm
takes the
not
shots.
even
He's
like, I'm not saying
taking
7 is
shots. He's not
secured
doing
win,
the shots at the moment.
because
They
the Team
actually-
Secret comp is
still-
horrible to
still
play
at a
against.
0. But hey, look, it's growing pains, right? It's learning. We're not seeing too much ISO come
Okay,
out
Wall
from him
gets
at the
committed
moment.
here,
We do
so
have,
you would
one of the
imagine
best ISOs
that they're
you
committing
can
over
learn
towards
with,
B.
or learn from, rather, in the
And
world.
are these
in our
two
region.
in charge of faking A or breaking the turret?
Later on. Still though,
Faking
at
A.
least for now, ZETA working alongside what has worked before.
I like
There's
this
an
though from
early
ZETA,
B
right? This
presence.
comp doesn't really
And then the duo
re-clear
moves
well,
in
right? When you create
XDL
question
to
marks, it's relatively hard. It's only
going
really
back into A.
the Gecko Flash or the KO
Drone's gonna
Knife.
have to spot somebody
So
first,
they see the
otherwise it's
KO
gonna
Knife
be
and they pretty much go for this
Jeremy.
call where they
That's incredible.
insert 3 over towards close B,
He's on
and then
the
they're going to
board.
fake A with 2.
XDL cracks the egg
And as we
and
can see on the
finds his
minimap,
first
this
kill
is
in round
working
number 8.
incredibly
Look how
well.
much that's drawn towards this
It's a
A
great
side.
call.
This is a perfect example
And
of
they
a
get
bait
the ult
play
out of them,
in towards
and
the
I
A side.
say ult, they
And
get
you
both
draw
ults out of
out
them.
the fish
Oh
ult.
my god, they've been
Oh my God, ladies
absolutely
and
owned.
gents, this is how you sell a fake kill contract and a drone. That's all you need. And with that, Depp into a deep lurk as well. Spots out the barrel and tries to play hooky along with a tight angle.
No way. Oh, it's so
Almost
close.
just in time, but
The
Inch
KO
will
ult
be
just
striking
ran
for
out
that.
as well, so he
So
just got the
4 on
dismiss
4
back.
3 on 4 now. If Team Secret can move even
I mean, he's
further
delayed
up,
enough time.
trying to make
Keep
use
an
of
eye on the
position
ISO
up
luck.
the upper, but still the steel guard.
I think that's the first time I've said that.
Shota keeps Team Secret once again at bay. Although the position was noted by 2GE, XDL with a better gun will be able to strike. The next one comes up, and it's Envy to find a bit
This
of
was
an
a
exchange, but
beautiful
there it is.
round.
It has to be a save
Absolutely
component.
beautiful.
Yeah, the Steel Garden caught 2 of them there.
And it's
so
it's
right
just a
timing to
again,
come out
it's
from Shota,
playing off the
actually,
weaknesses
and
of the Team
that's
Secret
kind of
comp,
just the
right?
nail in the coffin for the round.
It's a lot of
2G,
double
he
flash
falls
stuff.
'cause he doesn't
This
have
is
the right
the
gun
only
equipped
bit
for that
of
duel at the
info of them
moment,
to
so
find is the
really,
knife.
highlight of the
So
round
as
has
soon as
to
they
be
see the
how
knife used
good
to
of
go
a
into
fake
this is
that they
like
have just sold with
an incredible
kind of 2
sign. It's a
players,
really,
right?
really
You've got
good
the
round.
drone going in with your wall at the B side to obfuscate all positions over there as well for your team to creep up while you're selling this fake over at A. But the fact that you've got an owl drone and a kill contract drawing out the Thrash, I mean, I understand it, right? You want to stop a stampede from coming in towards the site, but you have to immediately just disconnect from that A
Who would you
side
take
to
between
start your attempt
Envy
at a
and
retake
Cushy if
over
you were
at
going to
B,
build a
leaving
team?
that
Probably
powerful
Envy,
ult
but
that can
I've been
sniff
on
out
that for a long
positions,
time,
that
to be
contain
fair.
your
I haven't seen
opponents.
I've seen way more of Envy
Really
than I've
well
seen a
played out
Cushy
from
though,
ZETA
so
in that
it's
round,
a
and you
biased
can
take.
tell now that Team Secret need this time to talk about things.
Yeah, the desk, you know, all of us, we were honestly quite wondering, right? This Icebox pick, a map
Is
that
that
hasn't
a
been
good
played in
on
the longest
Icebox
time
now?
ever.
Yeah, I told
Could
you,
this
dude.
be,
This
you know, a bit of a
coach
pocket
is
pick for Team
this coach has a
Secret?
better
Turns
understanding
out
than
ZETA's got some
the other
preparations of
coaches
their own.
combined.
I mean,
He knows
I'm
what he's
gonna
doing.
be the guy with the devil horns on my head
Go
for
for
this
it.
There's the
one,
truth.
right? What did we see? And I know it's a different team. Like, I'll put that in there. What did we see last
At
time
least on
for
this map.
Icebox,
At least on this
from
map.
ZETA?
Oh, that's a really
Maybe
long
not
time
for all
ago.
the
It is a
maps.
really long time ago. That's for a reason, Quack.
Please give me the answer.
Number one, the map had disappeared for quite a while, right? It was out of the pool.
Does
yeah,
help
it
when
was a-
Depp is going 12 to 6 though. You got to give him that. But this past round is like is a great
So
sign.
surely, you know, trying to work on their weaknesses. They have cooked something up, and we were wondering about how this Reyna would look.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
you can see
so
how
far so good.
Yes. I mean, it is bits of Leers in that, but it's also how he's kind of lurking in these deep positions where, you know, Team Secret are just not expecting him. Still, though, round after the timeout.
Jeremy has really showcased that he loves to use these refracts early in the round.
Yeah,
Now he doesn't
Recon
wanna get out of
early towards B, they create pressure, they cause the rotate in, and I still like it, right? Their game plan's good, they're just creating question marks everywhere, and then just grouping up as numbers.
And that's the A side open as well, right? It is a rifle round to come through from Team Secret, but with no retract strategy to come through from
Way they
Jeremy,
play similar
while
to that. I
already
mean, they're
seeing
playing the
shots
Tyloo
as well.
comp, I
I
think.
mean,
I
this is
think
gonna
this is
be
exactly
pretty
the same as the
difficult for Team
Tyloo comp,
Secret, though I will admit,
in terms of
the
Team
player's
Secret.
quite low on ZETA.
and it did,
True.
it does, and
Unless
it
you're able
will
to find
farm
a
heavy on
single
attack.
kill,
So
the retake is
again,
still just not
7
quite happening.
has to happen
As Envy
here.
goes for the wide swing off of Rafters. Yeah, this round is as good as gone.
Yeah.
need
the
8.
save
They might
sim
need 8.
for Team
Yeah.
Secret, and
Honestly,
on the
there's a
back
world
of
where they
timeout
might need
as well,
9.
not
I
being
don't really
able
know
to,
how
to convert the very next
good
round.
Team Secret
That's
are.
definitely going to hurt, right? Because generally you would think
I do
that,
think
on
that
the back of a
the
timeout, right,
Reyna
you've got an idea
might
of what
actually
you
be
need
good
to
against
doing,
it,
where your
though.
opponent's weaknesses are, where your strengths are. You generally would see like a counter strat be picked, or
I think I've
really
heard the
strong
words the
play.
Tai Lu comp. I
It
mean, they
felt a
did play it
little bit
fast.
haphazard, right? There was so
Not
much
saying they came
reliance
up with
at
it,
the
but-
beginning of this round on Jeremy getting a kill and getting out when the refract expires.
They had one of the
He's stuck.
better
He's
uses
not
of the
getting any
Waylay, though.
Assistance from Wild Oreo. This hunt that's on at the end. There's a trade. So there's only one gun surviving.
Yeah, not good money for Team Secret.
Which would severely impact their chances of walking away.
Either a
with
lot of light armors
lead in this
and
first
some
half.
hits on the
6-3
guns,
right
or
now
just
is
a
the
straight up
score.
low buy.
Team Secret are starting out on the defense though, so I can see why the
The
Waylay
ZETA comp, and the ZETA comp does everything you want it to do.
that effective for them right now. But you surely got to think, like, how can you adjust around this?
It
early
relies
lights
heavily on
into the defense
individuals,
just
but
isn't
that's
quite
okay.
working out anymore.
I mean, I would even say, right, the double duelist for ZETA, their defense would look a little bit poorer than their attack on Lotus, for example, right? We didn't see that. They had a pretty strong defense, right? Those retakes were looking pretty good. You just theorize it that they're attacking the site instead of trying to defuse, right? They're, quote, planning. So it works. So I don't see a reason why the same mentality here wouldn't apply.
You know what's funny? Is Mini would hate both of these comps first of all, but I think there's a world where Mini might prefer this comp over this one, just because of the Sova, and he's a big KO hater.
To hold out around the B side right now, which is where ZETA has placed down this toxic screen again. But here comes XDL trying to take Jesse Vash away.
Jesse
Vash will
Vash.
strike back with a Guardian. ZETA though still has
Dude,
that
that is. This was nice though. They managed to get the trade off of it.
So back to it.
The confidence from Depp is incredible
An
though.
advantage in terms of the odds.
One day we might get this pit from Sugar Zero. We need it. Maybe one day. And here it is. We've got it.
Yeah, but it's a lineup as well, and the covers the spank.
Envy just spams
Okay,
away,
should
takes
be
CLZ away.
pretty much impossible to defuse
3
this.
on 3, and even with that, Team Secret on the slightly weaker weaponry will be able to sort of trickle
Plant's
them away,
kind of
but
close
still,
to the corner,
spike
but I
planted,
don't think they can defuse from there.
Pit invested, and ZETA continue to hold these positions. Snake bite down, and it allows for Depp to try to sneak through. He doesn't quite get the information that he's looking for, and that's where Team Secret will double up. Envy, alongside Jeremy, will be able to find the kills needed to bring
started
Team
worrying
Secret
Wing
to
Man was on this one.
back in the game.
Okay,
Well, that's a strong one when you need it. And that's
4.
not even an
They
odd-day
might
proper gun round, isn't
know
it?
that they only need
So
4.
really well placed out from Team Secret where you need that one. And that's got to give you enough confidence to try and get back in towards this one. I mean, it really does start off with Jesse Vash, doesn't it? Yeah, he gets that first kill and traded on out, but that's a little bit of a propellant for the rest of the team. Time to be bought to get in towards this one. And you also got to kind of wonder as well for ZETA, right? Playing a bit more outside of the pit, is that too ill-advised?
Not too much.
That's my prediction for the T1 match.
You did have 3 players online, but still.
Should be close though. I think T1 will win
This is Team
2-1.
Secret
I imagine Nongshim will get a
not
map.
fully respecting utility, but next round coming up. That's
Depends.
Team
If they pick all the
Secret
double
once
duelist
again.
maps for T1, then T1 will just 2-0 them.
Jeremy playing it safe. Holds it the high-low instead.
Dude,
oh, look
Depp
at Depp. What a
is-
swing.
Depp is
Wild Oreo
absolutely
decimated.
owning them.
And now Shota comes in to
The amount of
rebuild
50-50
Depp's position.
duels he
They
wins
continue to
is
hold these spots.
insane.
And in with the tags, Clues will fire away with the Hunter's Fury just to
That
allow
was
his
real
teammates
close.
safe passage into the site.
Yeah, player advantage for ZETA, an open site ready for the planting as well and to set up how they do want it. So it's going to really come down on Team Secret. How does this retake work as well? Are they going to be careful for Sugar Zero on the lurk? Though before the plant even goes down, you're going to relinquish territory.
Yeah,
on this
over
side.
rotate.
You're gonna adjust
Sugar
things.
Zero's
This is
taking a
where
lot of
Sugar Zero
space.
on the lurk can come out pretty clutch.
What a mid-round call. The timing of the peaks, though, has to be pristine. And he goes for a little bit of it. Does spot out Envy. The shots being traded back,
Ooh,
though.
they
Oh,
both
and
hold
Depp's got his
strong.
teammates back. A second kill in the round for ZETA.
Depp
And
is.
once again,
Depp
down
is
in the
really
dumps.
farming.
Sugar Zero's position
And
not
they
quite
look good.
detected, and
They're
as
looking
the right
good.
time ticks
They
on
got
the
the
clock,
7.
Sugar Zero will find the 2 headshots.
Can they get 8?
Needed to bring ZETA to 7.
Yeah, that lurk to come out from him there was pretty damn good, I will say. But more
They're punishing the
importantly,
over-rotate
I think
of
I'm
Team
looking at this
Secret.
round and I'm thinking, if you do stay towards this A site, well, we're going to get a plant. We're going to get a massive challenge at the moment. So we want to see good calling.
Crew tuning to send. Yeah, crew look good. Crew look
It's
good.
just good mid-round decisioning to reposition. And Sugar Zero, he's not getting too hungry to overcommit to a fight when not needed.
And that's the best thing. Just the way that he sidestepped, got the information that he needed. But still, though, right now, at least, Team Secret, last chance in the first half to try to turn things around.
And this time you're going to have Jeremy playing on the long line over at this B site. Again, we've not really seen any opportunities for Team Secret to play the distance game with any sort of operator as well, right, for this squad. So they are just having to do it with these rifles. And for Jeremy, at least this time he's not popped his refract too early.
Doing ZETA's improved from last week, but they played. I mean, it's different maps. They could have just been good at these maps, but you would imagine so. They had a week. You would hope they improved in a week.
Get away. But if you do get away, then that's more space for ZETA, and that's what he's more concerned about right now. ZETA has been very slippery with how they're approaching these rounds.
Which Americas teams do you think are capable of winning Masters? I mean, G2 for sure, but I think that Americas has more of those DRX teams that people would argue can win a Masters. Like realistically, every region pretty much has one, apart from EMEA at the moment. You're probably like a, I mean, you would say Vitality. But then I would like, you know, the DRX kind of teams that most people would say can win. I would say that you've got MIBR, Sentinels, and Crew that are on the same level as this. They have more teams in my mind that could win Masters. Not that I think those 4 teams are very capable of winning a Masters, but
Spike down. Unless Clues can find all 3 kills in a matter of 10 seconds.
Sen, yeah, I bet Sen in.
Highly unlikely.
Sen if they clean stuff up, but Sen have just as much chance as DRX. Is the argument.
Without a fight.
They gave him a challenge. I mean, Team Secret are not protecting KD here. They want to close that one up.
NRG.
So still, I mean, ZETA.
Not sure about that.
Maybe starting to overcook
Sure
a little bit on
need
some of these
a little bit more
approaches,
time.
but still, it doesn't look too bad in this first half overall. You know, they found a lot of successful rounds. Team Secret are the ones, you know, trying to punch back against them.
Well, 7-5 at the half. So
Team Heretics and Fnatic,
for Zeta
you
Division,
can't
right,
feel
you
confident
definitely
until
wanna see how far
until you
they
see
get on their
proven
attacking side when you consider that they are
until you
on
see
that
proven
top
stuff.
list,
You can't feel
you
confident
know,
about it.
meta.
You got to go off what
Meta,
you've
they're
seen
a
off this
little
year in this
stretch of the
meta.
meta at the moment.
You guys are looking at
But
like 2024.
Is it really enough when I consider again what we saw over on Lotus?
You gotta look
right,
at
with their
peaks
defensive
of
side still
2025.
looking pretty prominent even on the double duelist. I think
Sentinels
it's
prove that
pretty-
their peak is like good enough
it's alright.
that they
It's
could go on a
midway.
run.
It's midway. It's not comfortable. It's not bad.
Again, I would give them a low chance, but
I think I'm
it would be
more
the
a
same
little
as
bit worried
DRX
about
probably.
Team Secret, right? Yes. How are they going to look to close out rounds now? How are their post plants going to look when they're trying to protect this spike?
Oh my. Was that like a Naruto reference? Well, whatever it is, it's
They are
certainly
winning?
something that
Oh,
Team
I
Secret
agree.
needs,
But
you know,
I would
you
say
voiced your concerns
they
for
have
them,
just as
and
much
I
chance as
have
winning as
to
DRX.
agree. Because if
This is my
doesn't-
whole
if this
point
second
about
half doesn't go
G2.
their
I just
way,
have more
they're
faith that they
looking
have
at
more teams that are on the level of
24 in their
DRX that people
loss
say
streak.
might win a Masters in America.
Well, yeah, I
that no
mean,
team wants to experience.
no, and I mean, this is one of those series for both of these teams where, yeah, it's week 2.
This
but
guy
with
is
the way
actually
that these
doesn't wanna
groups
watch
are,
it
right?
now.
Top 4 get through in towards playoffs for the chance to get to Masters Toronto. You don't want to be in the bottom 2.
Yeah. Well, neither team will get relegated. So,
I mean,
that's the one thing that I can kind of come up with right now. They are at the bottom. So
People are debating it on
their map
VLR.
pick,
I mean,
does
it's just
Team
opinion
Secret have
based,
an
so
answer? Especially on the attack.
it's
you
not
have to
really
imagine they have
it's not really a
something,
debate
anything.
too much.
Jeremy up to the top 2,
because
but
we're
it's
all
Soda
debating
stuck
teams that have
underneath.
like a
Does
2%
get
chance of
fragged,
winning a
and
Masters
Sugar Zero
at the
to
moment
trade.
from what we've
That's
seen.
Wild Oreo gone.
Like a
Jeremy
pointless
not
debate.
quite finding anything either.
But
Spikes on the
does
ground,
Americas have
Komodo.
more
Sugar
teams that
Zero
have
pushing
2%
with the
chance of winning a
pistols,
Masters?
looking for
Yeah,
another, but that
they do.
doesn't work out. So a 2 versus 4 turn 2 versus 3. There is an opportunity here for Team Secret to get the plant. You got a Nano Swarm for Jesse Vash, which he can either use when he's waltzing around. He could even come back and use it on the spike, but I don't think that's going to be possible for him because he's going to be playing for a little bit of time at the moment. Hearing
Oh,
the information,
Jesse's.
the commune over towards 2GE, and they're not looking
Oh
at
God,
it
I'm
whatsoever,
nervous for
Jesse
him.
Vash.
Yeah, I like this.
Okay.
2 of them out. 2 a
Oh, I
pop.
got real nervous
And
for
he's
him
on
there.
for the triple.
Damn.
Nano Swarm
Styling.
just to pop away at XDL's shield, and he's forced
Oi,
to hunt him down, but Jesse
double
Vash
pistols.
already has the traps
The
in
rough one for
wait.
Zeta.
Team Secret strikes back.
That is big to come out from him at 4K.
And
I
I'm
mean,
not
we've seen a
sure
couple of
7
big
without a
frag
pistol is going to be
moments in
enough.
this series
I think they can just
already
A
today.
spam double
Cruz,
flash
for
the whole
example,
time.
but over on Team Secret's side, 25 plus kills for 2 of their members on the previous map. Those are some of the highlights. But where was Jesse Vash, right? What was he really trying to find when he's playing on towards that Cypher on Lotus? Well, he's getting shut down a lot, right? He's being forced into those retakes. Here, you got to take the onus into your own hands. You got to do something, and for some repositions, for some good shots to come out from him as well.
Yeah, it's the first
It's
go at the double
even
flash to
sets
turn
on
the
roll,
corner.
it's something that he is, not
Now,
a
do they just
stranger
wait
to.
again for
That's it.
the
Now with
Gecko
gun, Team
flash?
Secret eagerly looking for their next round up.
Keep an eye.
ZETA, however, will put up the green curtain.
One of the differences
Basically
as
get 2
well, when
chances
you're
at
gonna
the
see
killer
kill
combo.
versus devices is how you're containing flanks at the moment too, right? What garage control you're looking for at the moment. That's where Depp is pushing towards. And in a round with the pistols back like this, it shouldn't matter too much at the moment.
But it certainly could alert you to what could be happening on the next. But right now, at least, a bit more information out from Wild Oreo. We'll be able to spray down at his next opponent. Oh, what is this? Envy! Unfortunate. Does get domed by Sugar Zero. Jesse Vash here to bail out the team. Uncle Jesse continuing to hold the back line, spots them out from screens, but with multiple targets,
No
he does get
way.
a little bit overwhelmed. 2GE now the only one left. With the Outlaw as well, has to reload. That gives XDL a bit more timing to push up.
Well, his reposition is
Goes for the
good,
ropes,
but
and 2G has no
damn,
idea.
bro, how did they
ZETA
win this?
turns things around and
Double flash, they
number
managed to get the
14.
kills here as well.
You know, paper thin
Gun
said it
picks
best.
up
Sometimes
2 of them.
we have the power.
Double armor rebuy, but, well,
It's not
they
going to
didn't have
do
armors
too
in.
much, we say. These
the first
fists around
place.
to come through from ZETA, we say.
How did they
And
get
the
these
shots are
kills
being
here?
collected
Oh my
whilst
god, they actually
blinded,
both
by
ate the
way.
flash and they got
Uncle
killed.
Jesse Vash, as you say, and you cursed him into the ground on that
Yeah,
one.
maybe Team Secret there need to play more of the spike,
your
but
shots. That's what Valorant can sometimes come down to when you omit the ability.
some
right?
shots.
And ZETA Division in that round, they hit their shots.
Nomi with the 22 months. Appreciate the
It
tier
is
1.
what
Thank
it
you, thank
is.
you.
What it is, though, is I'm not going to listen to Paper Thin because he's always rooting for the Japanese teams. I kid. But that said, yes, ZETA's definitely looking a lot
What's
better
on
right
100
now, and
Thieves?
with the confidence found, they're
And they
gonna
gotta change
move
the
up
split.
front. And that's where XDL does get taken out, unfortunately, but CLZ has his team. And that's going to be 2 outlaw shots being fired off. Depp, though, caught alone up on 410, unfortunately getting taken down. Wild Aura still able to fire some shots back. However, that is just 1 Vandal being picked up.
Yeah, you count a little bit of that utility at the end there as well, so you know that Wild Oreo was still on the site, but by the rotations and where ZETA was looking, they're not sure if 2G was going for any lurks at the moment. So playing to the numbers at the moment are ZETA. You can go for a retake if you want. You know that there was weapons that were able to be picked up. So it is good to see you just falling back onto, what should be in Valorant one of the big strengths. It is playing to the numbers. Sugar Zero watches the
Yeah,
room,
very
finds
nice.
both of them. So yeah, a bit of a good recovery to come through for ZETA.
Very much so. Wasn't expecting that peek out from Team Secret, but Sugar Zero quick on the flicks. And yes, why not, right? Work with a safe bet. You have those numbers after all.
Yeah. Great shots from Clues, I will say. Very quick with that Outlaw. Definitely a powerful weapon as well when it does come in towards a,
Okay,
what
just
should
get
have
into
been
the buy
a
rounds.
But no.
Are they just going to try A spam the whole time?
For ZETA to get
No.
on board. Now we finally have our first
No is the
gun
answer.
round, and Sugar Zero on the defensive side is 1 away from the Viper's pit. If he's able to find that one, that could be a good stalling tactic, or great in a retake if ZETA want to switch over to that if they have it.
Especially in some of the upcoming rounds, but this is where I really want to see a lot more coming out from
Okay, knife
young
goes over
Jeremy.
towards
He
B,
is on the waylay. This
and
is
I
the
have
gun
no
round.
idea.
This is where Team
Okay,
Secret
definitely
needs to
hit.
put their foot in the ground.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Get across
Yeah, this is kind of
towards
nice from
Yellow as
Sugar
well.
Zero.
Flash
Gets
drive
hit by,
through.
I'm pretty sure got
A
hit
bit
by
of
it on
entry, but
purpose. I
how
didn't
far
fully
forward does he want to go?
look
Just
at
a
it.
quick spot.
That means they have to
and
use one of
exchange
their
of a single
flashes
bullet
and they
each.
dash to get over towards
Refract out
yellow.
there. And I'm actually also seeing no forward positions from Jesse Vash by himself at the moment because it's only
Yeah, and they
him
might go
towards this
real
A
deep
side,
and clear
but
this.
Likewise, right? He's not
This is
seeing
very
anything
nice from
far
ZETA.
forward from ZETA.
Clear the question mark.
ZETA to
For 1 person
reclaim
here,
that space,
can have a
especially
4
on the
person stack over
green
towards
right
A.
now,
It'll
though,
be
and
like
that's a lot of
3 with 1
information.
watching
Yeah,
middle.
100%. All the information that ZETA
Does
want to get back
XDLL
towards
like
this A
overstep
side,
and
where
give
they
up the
still do
game?
have both their thorns available. They've also got the arc rows.
Well,
That's a yeah.
yeah, that's a lot for ZETA. 2GE though, okay. Will be alerted
Whoa.
because of the drone and his teammate falling right now. So a bit of an exchange, but still the main force is needing to take the site. And that's where ZETA, with the read, with the information, has already filled and flooded everything down in full. Shota, the double kill, Envy.
Team Secret with the info, still force over towards here. Do these Vice Wars are nice.
And that's gonna put 2GE in a
We see some really good Vice Walls at the moment. This one's pretty cool to once you commit through the wall, and the one that Heretics was doing was awesome as well. To isolate the planter.
And that's gonna be now a bit more opportunity for ZETA to sneak around him. Look at this! Oh my god, 2GE! He just can't find a safe haven at all. He's just playing with his food. That is very
sick.
rude to come with clues at the end there.
2-9 loss
I
bonus.
gotta give props towards ZETA, the way that they reposition towards B main, get the idea that it's going back over towards A. They can start to play with a little bit of the time as well in the scrappy duels that are around the A site. A great timing on the arc rows from Shota here. He gets a double kill on the back of it. Yes, it's a bit of an overheat and loses his life towards Envy, but he's got his teammates that he can rely upon to do some gnarly damage there as well. So that there being the quote-unquote later bonus round because of the flip after the pistol
Full
as well,
loss bonus.
is weathered and
They
won
can.
by ZETA.
Dude.
And Team Secret, I mean, they're going.
I mean, this was incredible from ZETA though, right? They are just playing a better macro game as well. Like they cleared the question mark into the, maybe there was an overstep you would argue, but if Team Secret aren't going to mid round and realize that they've stacked here, then it's like their own fault. Like Team Secret got the info,
Unfortunately, however,
and they still just sent it.
the spike down, and that is allowing for ZETA to really sneak back into the site, similar to what they've done just previously. Sugar Zero from screens, more players from rafters now. They have everything swarmed, and Jesse Vash with just a stinger tries to find a little bit more.
He spotted both.
Yeah, a little bit of information, but does he have the shots? ZETA is able to play ring around the rosy with this. They're looking for that little tap from Uncle Jesse.
40 seconds to go.
Okay.
I think it would be so risky if he even contemplated using the lockdown at the moment. He really needs to just play with the time himself and think, where do they reposition? You've cleared the whole site, but they've gone out.
The lockdown would force them to rush against him.
Exactly.
So he's really clearing everything out.
I mean, yeah, he's
just
just
been picked up, and ZETA is just
going everywhere.
waiting ever so patiently. Swaps for the weapon.
He kind of needs to use the ult in this round, even though I don't want him to.
You really got to play your hand here.
With a retake as well, it's a dart in.
Oh. There's the dart, and instantly he knows where they are coming from. Has to watch for Raptors as well. And further ring around the Rosies. ZETA works together as a duo. A bit of a high-low with the crouch as well. Jesse goes for the huge loop around them, but Clues is already marking
on top of it.
And that's ZETA upwards and forwards with double digits.
Yeah, I'm so worried for Team Secret. But they do save the ult, I guess, for this round. So as long as they come up with a good plan on this one, and it should be an easy plan. Killjoy ult for, and then after you just get the Viper ult.
Yeah, just a little bit too difficult for him in the back of that one. And remember, that was, you know, the bit more of the half-light to come on through.
Oh, man.
Yeah, there's so many ults right now.
Things. You've got some damage on towards ZETA, but I got to say, right, I look at this scoreboard, and I have a flashback to an hour or so ago, right? When we had such a stretch in front from Team Secret. When they hit 11, right? We saw 7 rounds in a row for ZETA to close out
slow
the
reaction
map.
here as well, still gets the kill.
Where are we,
Is it the first map? No, second map.
What's the scoreline?
11-6. Are we looking for that from Team Secret? I don't know if it's there. Surely the time out invested, but will that bring them any fruit? Bear them any fruit? We have a lot of online alts online.
Team
right
Secret
now.
are not pulling a ZETA.
lot.
It was 11-6.
Yeah, we could definitely just have one of those big old Valorant
Yeah, it
rounds
just
come
looks.
forward as well
I mean,
right
it's just
now,
been nothing
but,
convincing, right?
Yeah, I think my questions at the moment that I had for the beginning of this map have sort of started to be answered on how Dep was going to look on towards the Reyna, on how XDL is going to continue on towards this ISO as well, what strengths we're going to see there.
Boomstick 4K, thank you for the
well,
prime.
For
Thank you
Team
for doing that,
Secret,
dude.
you know, Jeremy on the waylay, right? With this coming on back, how is Team Secret going to look? Because when you have a Jet in the mix substituted for the waylay, right? You're trying to still, you know, create space for your team, get set up by the flash drives. It's the same sort of principles that they are doing at the moment, but we're not really seeing ZETA Division give any jewels at the moment over towards Jeremy to be able to capitalize in getting a kill, getting out.
The positions that they've been playing so
Four
far have
ults,
been
four
quite
ults.
defensive. And now, after a timeout of all times,
ZETA,
Zeta's
I like this though. They know if they sit over towards the side, they're going to get overwhelmed, so they decide to push aggro, and they have a great ult for retake as well.
2GE is able to snuff something out, and at the same time, for Jeremy, once again, you know, I am reminded of what Big Time has been talking about, the need to support the Waylay right here. But okay,
Sleeping again slightly.
But unfortunately, it's just a one-on-one trade.
Yeah, but look at the rat potential to come through from ZETA at the moment. It's got to have to be go time for Team Secret. They recognize that they have to hold W.
Does Jesse have anything, though? That's the question. He's able to find the first, needs a little bit more. Null Command being popped as well, and it does allow for Team Secret to get spiked down early and quick. Jesse Bash quickly coming back to regroup with the rest of his team.
They gotta make a decision.
Hunter's Fury in for clues if they do need it. Remember, he is playing towards the boiler. Oh.
Well,
Dude, the lineup is crazy. I was looking at it on the minimap thinking, holy, surely. Surely the lineup's going to be outrageous.
That's a massacre. That is absolutely a massacre. You're looking at that flank to come out from ZETA, and you're noting that Sugar Zero was spotted out there.
Dude, they look good on this map, though. Even the rounds where they're up against the ults, like the plans are good. The overall plans are just way better.
Clues is going to be able to use a Hunter's Fury to try and find some
double push behind.
Maybe Jesse Bash is going to drop a lockdown. You could counter it with that, but no. Let's just have our third member just surprise everybody on Team Secret.
Right? Yeah, I was thinking for Shota to maybe watch out.
Oh my goodness, it's fast.
The fact that Sugar Zero plays it on the belt, right? I look at that replay.
Dude, they melted. So many insta-dinks. Okay, 6 chances. And a comp that is honestly meant to be incredible on attack, really, you would imagine with the double flashes, is getting so wrecked. But I think the comp's meant to just spam double flashes A than A.
Yeah, clear all the closer positions.
They've also
been quite proficient in finding, not gonna lie.
not feeling that confident over towards A.
Oh my god. ZETA still has 5 ultimates online.
Yeah, that's, I mean, if you want to get back into a round like this, number one, you don't want to be up against...
Fischl goes down, can't get the Fischl. We do have a free A site, but they have really good retake golds.
I mean, Jeremy could layer in Convergent Pass, you can get a lockdown in there. You currently don't see anyone at the A site, but ZETA,
yeah, I think they did a jump peek over towards here, clear the question mark, rotate again. Or it's an early ult, I don't know about this one.
The question is Team Secret able to recognize this fact? Are they able to get ahead of some of these possible
Varun with the prime, thank you for the 2 months, dude, appreciate that.
And Wingman for the spike.
Here we go, you're going to get in the gulag, and then it's going to be a scrap.
All right, let's see how the scrap goes. At least clues, though, we'll be able to find a little bit more, and XDL instantly deleting Jeremy as well. Duelist for Duelist. And all that's left are the 3 players on the other side. Steel Garden for a little bit more space, and okay, we got a couple of primaries jammed, but where is Uncle Jesse heading? He is up by belt, and he's looking for a little bit more positioning in towards the spike, maybe a couple of sprays.
Oh, God.
Look at Sugar Zero sneaking from right underneath.
I was going to get another.
Strikes one down. Jesse Bash for a little bit more on, but still the
no
spike
way.
is getting stuck, and Jesse Bash has to swap over to the sidearm.
Oh my, this got so close. He's 11 HP.
They hold on, they throw everything with the kitchen sink in that one.
He was so many ults into this round.
Jeremy was already gone. Wow, they managed to hold that.
Dude, there was a Molly Thorns kill, no? What happened there?
There's no mollies going over to that safe corner under rafters that you sometimes see these teams come up with as well, because that's where you're expecting the players to be.
Nah, he just tanked the Thorns the whole time.
A couple of cheeky right clicks at the end of that one, and it's been a while between drinks. I won't lie, Team Secret had been on
5
6
chances.
since the start of
Sugar
this
Zero
pistol, but
was a lunatic as well. He just absolutely sent it.
Start to wonder. It has to be now.
It really has to. If they take up this round, they could begin to break ZETA's economy in a few. But at the same time, the approaches have been a little bit stale now. We're back into it, and a bit of reliance with Jeremy. 2G on towards the back, though, watching the flanks. Oh, but Depp instantly deletes 2G with a heads-up duel. Jeremy finds an answer against clues as well.
Yep, Convergent Pass to provide an answer in, clearing some space, getting an opening kill. Little Wingman in for the plant as well, and we're in another scenario.
Still have shield with the ISO, might make the difference.
So just a clear
Where they got Envy has 1 flash.
Screens as well as rafters.
Oh, the Molly breaks the shield. It's devastating. It's a great flash as well.
Sneaky little wall bang against XDL as he moves up front. But still, the Viper's Pit now coming up from Sugar Zero. Is this his time? Is this when ZETA closes out the map? Envy in for the spray. Looking to bring something back in, but Def suddenly springs forward. And that's Envy gone. Spraying out.
Half.
Couple of taps in from Jesse. Oreo.
Dude, these
He's
rounds are close. These rounds are so close. Okay, 4 chances.
Well, Team Secret, yeah, they are holding on. Maybe Jeremy.
They're slowly counting it down, and that's a half to. I mean, they don't have to eco this, but they're probably just low buy it. Try and make sure they can get a full buy.
Can't help but consider, you know, what if these couple of rounds that are starting to come through were just 1 round earlier, right? You'd have that lifeline of not seeing map point just yet, or rather series point at the moment over towards ZETA Division.
Sometimes that's just one of those things that you really need.
Timeout. Oh, we've got some talking to do on the side of ZETA.
Yeah.
I don't mind it as well, right? They were still
Probably going to stop the retake over towards... Well, I don't know. I'd be tempted to not stop the retake over towards A. I don't think they need to change too much up.
Well, they could potentially use the next
But
one.
I think they'll probably just start going aggro somewhere.
If this map is still continuing on.
We shall see. Right now, sometimes, you know,
The Icebox? Yeah, no, it's Mayhem.
Jeremy
It's always been Mayhem.
Ace player, that star player, to really find some of these opening frags for the team. He's finally able to get a little bit more of that. But with that, you know, a bit of conditioning into the A site now, will they push the button, call for a bit more of a complex strategy?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, a lot of pushes up through mid or through B from ZETA, right? We've already seen these early lurk potential engagements be winning some opening duels. And we have seen Team Secret looking after them, but still losing them, right? And then
Alright, low buy, and we're gonna not have many ults for
this time,
at least
no
this
real
round,
potential
maybe
pushes
next.
to come out from ZETA.
Ooh.
But it is all in all for Team Secret. A
Dude,
bit of
even
a
these little
feel
things,
at
like
the
there's a lot of
moment,
little
still
things
just
that
actually
at the
low
moment
mode.
Sugar Zero's
Hey,
doing, and
here I'm just kind of
it's
looking
so nice for
Team
just getting
Secret to
util out.
hold a lot of
Like
this
they've been prepped
utility,
pretty
right?
well for this one.
To hold that for
Like
this
shooting the
correct
flash
future,
means that
just
they
use
have
your
to
refresh
use
balls at the
another
moment.
flash in terms of the
That's kind of
KO
what they're
flash.
doing over
Getting
towards
hit by the
B
knife
side.
then makes them think that they have to use util for
At least with a
veering
slower
over towards
pace this
yellow.
time, but a sudden quick burst. So collecting utility and keeping themselves into closer and tighter positions, and then refracting out though. Once again, the refract does take a bit of time, and that's when ZETA reclaims space around yellow. Could there be a peak?
Okay, ZETA have been clearing the question mark here. So Team Secret in the timeout takes space and they're waiting for them to re-clear it. Yes, this is a good timeout from Team Secret.
Yeah,
Just
that was
pretty much
full
working that one out.
That might have come up close to
Looking at
set
the
up a bit
numbers.
of an eye, if anything, but nope. It's just going to be Team Secret with a firing squad in full. And that gives them the spike plant as well, but okay, Clues taking down the lurker. Now allows for him to get a little bit closer to the site. If he is able to find, you know, a single kill,
Is
then
that
this
a
might be
timeout?
a
Yeah,
little
but
bit
Team
better,
Secret can speak in that
XCL
chat.
quickly in with the contingent shield will be deleted. Just a little bit more information for Team Secret to work with. And Clues thinking to save. Oh.
Nice shot.
It's not just
Alright.
if the enemy teams
more
call
on
it a
that, mate?
timeout. I'm not just gonna
I
sit
don't
there
think so.
silently.
Call that one.
Got the Vandal.
Take the gun
You're
into the
gonna
next round,
talk.
that's it. If you even possibly can.
Okay, they got enough money.
Then for Envy to begin the hunt.
There we go.
They got enough
Guidance
money
for
to
Team
buy still.
Secret, so
Official for next round
they
though.
go patient mode, right? And I really like that. We saw some weaknesses, you know, as we mentioned for ZETA, where they get a little bit hesitant.
Coach can
to do
talk also?
anything
Yeah,
around
they
the
can
map,
both
and
talk.
They just rest on their own. And they kind of falter time and time again, right? So that kind of also is a double-edged sword. If your opponents know that you are weak to just standing still and you have to go a little bit aggressive, looking for information yourself with your bodies, that this comp, you know, doesn't really have a good strength in finding anything besides clues on the Sova, for example. Team Secret play patient, and it works out a treat. It's a really good idea for them to hold on this map. But now is going to be one of those big challenges.
Anon Gifter, thank you so
Now
much.
it's another
Thank you.
rifle round.
And it's a round where ZETA are pushing up into A huge collision.
Okay, so this was what the timeout was about. They low buy, and on this they decide to insert one close, and it's a lovely trade from Wild Oreo.
The answer's no, by the way.
Imagine if he went down there as well, it would have been a man advantage, so everything was on that. You can see what ZETA change up in their timeout for sure.
But with an exchange like this, it also kind
Oh,
of
he saw the leg.
starves Zeta of information. That's why they're starting to bunch up together to look for a little bit more right now.
Oh.
Maybe with a slight spot as well. Okay.
He's like in the
That's
wall.
one of those-
He's in the wall and it breaks early, and
It's a
then they
very rare
use that
occurrence.
and now
We
they
saw
push with it.
once, you know, I think last week, but at the same time right now, just for Zeta to try
Yeah,
and
does it
get
make a sound when it breaks?
read
Do you
across
get like
the
a sound
path,
cue
you know,
that's,
they're still thinking
that it breaks or not?
that they have crossed over to B.
So you've spotted out Shota in mid, going back over towards orange.
Vice wall
Right,
can
this is gonna be
break.
a
Yeah,
pretty
if
single
you
member of
get
defense
stuck in the
right
vice
now.
wall,
But that's
it breaks
information
after
for
4
Zeta to rotate
seconds
everything back over to this B site. Wingman
instead of
in,
being up for 7
Thrash from
seconds.
the
It is a
denial
bug
here
for
as
sure.
Okay. So we'll see how the Thrash gets piloted.
But this was like
Plan
accidental,
dealt
so
with by Shota.
I mean it's
so
fine.
yeah, no plan. 15 seconds left. Team Secret has to go. Wild Oreo trying to find safer passage. Especially that shot.
What a shot.
Shot gets sent through as well.
Oh
Thankfully,
my
he's got his
goodness,
teammates
dude, these
covering his
rounds.
6.
I don't know how
And all
Team
that's
Secret
left
is still
now
alive.
Blues all the way up from Snow, trying to spray and tap down. Same exact scenario from the round before. Still trying to clear around the corners. He's not out of this fight. But with so many targets, at least deals and isolates the first. But look at the next one. They're all stacked up. Has to go in for it quick.
Oh my god, there was a
2G
reload midway
denies
through this.
any
Oh
chance
my
of
god,
that
this was
happening.
close.
Team
6
Secret
chances down to
slowly but
2
surely
chances. This is getting
coming
close.
back.
Yeah, a matter of mere moments that this map
Yeah, but
could have
Keeper,
been
he
overrun
just saw
in,
the leg of the
just around
person
when that
middle.
plant starts
Like
to
that
go
is the
down,
best
right?
post to
3
be in
versus 3,
with
you
your
get a
with the
shot
smoke
dart that
up.
goes in there from Clues
He's not
as
gonna
well, but
just
they
sit there because
can't
there's a
quite
wall here
finish off while the Oreo going for
that
the
might get
plant.
broken.
The difference would have been but it's not, right? Team Secret have to be counting their lucky stars just a little bit that works out for them to still hold on. You reset.
Like the argument's pretty valid.
Towards this new round where you've
Force
got
them
the
down to an
1-1-3
eco as
setup
well, so
on
they get
this
one more buy
defensive
round at
side.
it. Oh my god. Flash goes over towards B. They didn't shoot it this time.
0 point, not spotting anything around pipes either.
A little bit helpful, but yeah, Zeta are starting to switch up their stance a
How
little
does the
bit.
Vice look on Icebox? The Vice looks good on Icebox, but I think teams probably aren't mid defaulting enough to see if the wall is here, and then when you know the wall is like on a site, then you can
No command for Envy though.
exploit it a bit.
That's going to be an important one.
So it is looking good, but I think it's more down to maybe
Especially at this point, we're so close to a
teams
potential
not finding the
overtime.
wall enough
Team
or
Secret,
pressuring here enough.
all the Filipino faithfuls are hoping, their fingers crossed for this one. And the team just setting themselves up for an execute towards the A site right now.
Yeah, there's the double flash.
Oh,
Next year, tanks the double flash, but the rest of his team's going forward, so he goes forward as well. And then
Command is in too, by the way.
now what?
That just keeps those abilities suppressed. Zeta are still in sight, Komodo.
There's 4 of them on the site.
Those guns, those crosshairs are trained down to these
Gotta
very
double flash this,
angles, and
guys.
There's the first, in before the trade. And he's looking for a little bit more, has to push it further up front. 2GE going into Flood alongside his teammate, fallen teammate. Hunter's Fury now tracks on the 2GE,
Ooh,
but that's
15
where
HP.
Jesse Best strikes.
20 seconds.
Is it gonna be enough? You still gotta get the spike down. And 2GE trails back.
Oh, he ran
Shot
into
goes
it.
through, half HP. It's gonna be a little bit more.
Dude, wait, the
Sheriff's
Fawns,
firing
he kind of
away,
can't
and
move
Zeta
at all.
looking for an
He actually can't
opportunity to
move.
sneak up.
They both
Closing
can't
for the
move.
first, Soda for
The
next,
Fawns
and
was
Zeta
incredible here.
closes out the
Okay,
match. Final
Zeta
score,
2-0 him.
13-10.
I'm talking about these ultimates for the next
And
round, and I'm thinking
I haven't
to
been able to
myself,
say this
hang
for a
on
while,
second,
but
what
Zeta
if I
managed to
jinx
win
it?
an
There is
Icebox.
no next round. We know
Big
how
thing.
sharp
Shout out
these
to the
guys
coach,
on
shout out to the
Zeta
team. They
Division
put a
can
lot of
be.
time
The
into this, so
Sheriffs
they're
get
good.
the job done in the
Um,
end.
I will
And
say
it's the
Dep
time,
went
once again,
wild.
for Secret.
Dep went
It
absolutely
gets
wild
away
here.
from them. They don't give themselves enough air to breathe.
Yeah, especially out from the first half. On their own map pick, no less. It was definitely something that stings. This will leave a mark. But still, you gotta admire some of the effort, some of the changes to the composition with how they're playing.
Yeah, this
Jesse
is fun
Bash
up.
on the lurks, he's found quite a few. Jeremy on the waylay though, that leaves a little bit wanting.
Yeah, I mean, Waylay's been an interesting one with this agent coming in at the moment, right? We've not really
They
seen
almost
stellar
did a crazy
Waylays
comeback.
at the moment, so maybe
But
Waylay isn't
the rounds
way.
were too
Maybe
close for it
is
to
a little
feel
bit better
convincing,
to, be
I
playing
would
on
say.
these breach Tejos or double duelisting in, because I mean, even on the defensive side, right, where you think double duelists are a little bit weaker, Zeta Division, right? They are shooting out with all of these weapons. Double duelists is looking great for them, and I think there's going to be a lot to learn as well for XDL specifically, bringing out the ISO, but yeah, I think he did all right.
Yeah, that's the main thing. It's
That's
the
it. I
fact
mean,
that
it's a
ZETA
big
have
win
done
for
some
them,
of their
and they
prep work
they
as
definitely
well.
improved a
They've-
lot from
they've
kickoff.
brought up the
So
reads against,
you can
Team
see with
Secret. That's
time
all
they're
from
just
us.
getting better and
We're gonna toss
better.
it over to the
They
beautiful
might
Bella
be able to get
with
an
the
upset on
interview
another
up
team.
against ZETA.
They might be able to steal a playoffs. Team Secret, I think. I don't want. I don't want to say that it's pretty much done for them, but I think they would have to have some huge upsets.
네, 오늘 제타
Am I worried
디비전의
for Secret of how they look? Yeah, a little bit.
클루즈 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. Hello, 클루즈. 클루즈 인터뷰?
Answer VLR for flaming me for more America's teams. Okay, let's quickly talk about the Americas stuff. So, chat. Every region at the moment has one team that has like 20% of winning Masters. I think Americas has more teams that have 2% chance of winning Masters. That's it. I just think they have more. They got MIBR, they got Crew, they got Sentinels. DRX for Pacific, that's only one. You could argue like Fnatic and Heretics for EMEA. I don't think we've seen it yet. I just think America has more teams that have more 2%. That's it. That's the only thing that separates them.
선수가 대활약을 해줬어요. 오늘 승리에 얼마나 만족하고 있는지부터 한번 직접 듣고 싶습니다.
Sentinels, they're not as consistent as DRX, but on their peak, they still look similar level as DRX.
TS に向けてかかってこいよと一言言って、かなり大活躍したのですけど、今の意気込みをお聞かせ
They only have EDG?
はい、
Yeah,
本当
pretty
に
much.
僕らまだ一勝もできてなかったんで、とりあえず勝ちきれて本当にホッとしてます。
우리가 아직 1승도 못 해갖고 엄청 좀 무서웠는데, 근데 이렇게 이겨서 많이 기쁩니다.
Yeah, we hadn't
Don't
had a
say
win in
Wolves.
so long, so I'm extremely satisfied and happy with today's win, which I was meaning to ask about this. This is the win that wiped the 264-day streak, so how it must feel liberating in a way to get those shackles off and to get the pressure off. 안 그래도 이제 쇼타 선수가 이야기를 해주셨었던 것처럼
That's pretty cool. T1,
클루즈 선수가
chat,
얘기해주신 것처럼
chat,
264일
come on.
만의 승리거든요.
The one
그래서
teams in the
조금은
regions that have the
부담스러운
20%,
느낌일 텐데 그동안
it's
부담감에 대해서도
G2,
한번 좀
Vitality,
들어보고 싶어요.
T1, EDG, 20%. Americas, more teams that have 2% chance of winning, in my opinion. That's why I think that they have more of a top-heavy region, because they have more chance of winning it.
いや本当に
Because of the 2%
ホッとしたって
teams.
いう
We're talking about
そうです。
teams that
진짜로 안심을
most likely aren't going to win.
I was
Okay.
really relieved that we were able to wipe that slate clean. And the Lotus turnaround and also the sealing the deal on Icebox as well. I want to know more about what you guys talked about so that you could bring the energy and the momentum over to your side, because I feel like that was what actually did the trick for you to, close out today's match. 오늘 로터스 역전도 그렇고 아이스박스에서도 좀 이야기를 되게 많이 나누면서 분위기를 제타 쪽으로 확실하게 갖고 올 수 있었던
Yeah,
것
we'll switch over, Lexi. I want to watch the EDG with new comp,
뭔가
to be honest, new
자세나
team.
태도를 이렇게 같이 나누면서 이렇게 오늘 승리를 확정을 지었을까요?
ロータス、アイスボックスともに2勝で、たくさん選手同士
Liquid?
話しているよう
Yeah.
な姿が
But did they
見えたん
look
ですけども、どういった内容の話をしたのか。
Does it look good enough for a 2% with the map pool?
なんか前と違って僕
I
だけ
feel
が
more
意見
confident in the
出すんじゃな
Americas
くて
teams. And
まあ
DRX there, really,
全部
even though
喋り
Liquid
だ
beat
ったん
DRX.
ですけど対戦相手がこういうことをしてくるから
But only because
そ
of
れ
the
に
current
対
map
してこれ
pool.
カウンターしようねみたいなのを全員からなんか、もうアイデアを出しまくるっていうのをやってました。
킥오프 때는 기본적으로 클루즈가 주로 이런 작전을 하자라는 얘기를 했었는데 이제 스테이지 1부터는 이제 모든 선수가 말을 많이 해서 거기서 좀 아이디어가 많이 나와서 이렇게 이길 수 있게 됐습니다.
During the kickoff, it was mainly Clues that came up with the IGLing, dealing with all the pressure by himself. But starting with stage 1, everyone's chipping in, giving their 10 cents, and I think that's what did the trick and brought the team's victory today. 오메데토 고자이마스, Clues.
Yeah,
Con-
makes sense.
Congratulations to ZETA, and thank you, Toyo, for joining us. And this
You
is
would
it
give
for the
Boom, Talon,
interview.
DRX, RQ, and maybe even GE a higher chance of winning Masters than any America's team outside of G2 or MIBR? See, in my opinion, that's madness, but that's okay. It's okay to be different. But That's all it is. You just think that there's more teams in Pacific that have a 2% chance than I do. But I feel like, oh man, TikTok is ruining the brain of everyone, man. I feel like I feel like we lack a lot of critical thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like I have to make sure that I explain it out like everyone's a 5-year-old. I feel like the average VLR user is a 5-year-old, and you have to literally name every single team for someone to not get offended. I feel like we're regressing. I really do. It's so painful sometimes. Okay, Dad. Yeah, but dude, honestly, it's crazy, man. We have no critical thinking anymore. Like no one engages their brain. It's so crazy. You say something and then people are just like, he didn't mention T1. It's like, mate.
It's a more straightforward and straight up approach. It has a lot of merits. So end of the day, look, I think it's good to see a different gear from them. I totally agree. I think
just guys, please stop ingesting short form content. You're regressing your brain. You're probably like 17 or 20, but honestly, you have the brain of like a 10-year-old. Really painful. Okay, chat. Let's spam some ads before I get.
Goes to show the power of being able to click on the heads, right? You don't need all the complex, fancy utility and fancy combos if you shoot your opponents in the head. And that's what they did. They win the game. Depth there, topping the leaderboards, which is exactly what you want to see if you're going to be playing Reina. You know, you have to be getting value from the kills, and he did exactly that.
I miss seeing that. You know, Depp, yes, he has been on the top of the leaderboard for his team, but this is impact kills. This is
8 first kills.
First kills on the Reina.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen a lot of not impactful Reinas on Icebox. I've seen plenty of them, and if you're gonna pick it, you got to play with confidence. You saw a lot of that impact, particularly on the attacking side. I think on the defensive side, it's a little played out at the end of the day. Like when you're a team like Team Secret and you're playing against ISO Reina, you just sit and expect aggression, and they play quite a slow, execute heavy style. They use their double init util well.
Well, Jesse Vash remains on the Sentinel now, but I want to know what were some of the key moments for you gentlemen during this match.
Yeah, so I think this was an interesting play, and this is what I talk about when I'm talking about a very straight-up approach. Like ZETA, they're trying to go for the double mid-lurk with the A play, and it was an interesting approach. A little bit hit or miss at times, and this was a round that went absolutely poorly for them. They tried to flash the turret on middle and get this A split and the double lurk through mid going, and no one was able to find any impact. And I think that was a good example of Team Secret playing anti-contact well, but for the most part, they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea. It's about excelling in your individuals, and he got that free fight. But Depp, here we see him. I feel like he was a monster this whole game, especially in that first half. I think he actually understood Reina very well as well. You know, he's playing all these off angles. He's taking these nice timings. This ace is only possible on Reina because he gets the heal up and he would have died there. But no, he's playing Reina, the perfect agent for exactly what he wants to be doing there. You know, take that to your ranked games.
Worth mentioning as well, I mean, this was a round that you wanted to highlight in terms of just the ability of both duelists to be able to trade each other, but I was wondering, is the overheal fixed? Because if he's just picked a nerfed agent into a Pacific, that's what Aura means. To literally pick an agent that is not working optimally and say, I'm just going to shoot you in the head and make it work ananyway.
Yeah, we'll
I don't know if it's fixed or not, but
I think it is fixed.
Okay, then that's fine, that's fine.
But still, he's played it well regardless.
For sure. Yeah, I think for Team Secret, that's going to be a tough one to swallow, though. That is a must-win game for both of these teams, and now they're going to be 0-2 in the round robin and plenty of tough teams for them to play ahead.
I felt like it was also tough for them mentally after that map 1. I don't think they were fully in this game towards the end where they started to kind of make that comeback, so I think map 1 got to them a little bit too much, in my mind at least, but we don't know.
One player I want to highlight is our match MVP, and I didn't think this would have been our match MVP, you know, at the start of today.
Yeah.
This is a completely, you know, this surprised a lot of us, his performance.
He played great. Shout out Clues, man. I mean, in map 1 especially, he was absolutely dominant. We spoke about it between these maps, but I feel like he won his team that map 1 by keeping them alive in that first half, and he had a really solid performance heading into this second map. I feel like he was consistent the whole way through today, putting up numbers, leading from the front in terms of this IGLing, and I just really like the direction he's taking the team.
I totally agree. Quite frankly, in kickoff when he was on that flash init role and the flex role, he had very little impact for me, particularly fragging-wise. He might have been one of the weakest players in the tournament, if not the weakest. So to see him MVP and play 2 really, really good maps in an important series for ZETA to win is very promising for ZETA's future in the rest of Stage 1.
Oh yeah, I think last week when we saw their performance against T1, they lost 2-1, but there was a lot of promise for them, but we weren't really sure, you know, how much potential there was. So this, I think, is a lot more promising for us. We're liking what we're seeing from ZETA Division here.
Yeah.
But with that, we are going to have to see them again next week. And after this, we're going to go on a short break. When we come back, we're going to see Battle of the Reds. We're going to have T1 versus NONGSHIM REDFORCE, guys. So don't go too far away.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 1. This is the first day of week 2, and we are going to see Battle of the Reds, T1 versus NONGSHIM REDFORCE. Now, we got a first look at T1 Freshman Masters last week with Meteor getting kill number 2,000, and Sylvan looking more comfortable as more time goes on with this team.
Yeah, it was a good debut from them. You know, we did see ZETA push them, but they did manage to come out on top. That's the most important thing. Coming fresh off that Masters win, they're looking to carry that momentum as far through this Stage 1 as they possibly can. And I think they certainly started strong last week, Persky.
Yeah, did they though? I don't know.
Strong enough.
Strong enough to beat ZETA, but they looked a little like sleepy, I felt like. I can't believe they lost that split game against ZETA, to be honest. Although ZETA did play well, I felt like T1 was kind of letting that one slip through their fingers, to be honest. What I am really impressed with, and I think Meteor, for me, Meteor is really coming into form throughout Masters and now into this stage. I think, like I said before, for me in kickoff, he wasn't all that impressive. I think now T1 is an even more scarier team because I feel like they have even more firepower than before, and they've really started to find this identity for themselves.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And you know what? They probably were sleepy last week. They had so much to do since Bangkok. There wasn't a lot of time there, but they have surely recovered since. They're going to be playing against NONGSHIM. NONGSHIM, they were playing against RRQ last week. We're like, are we going to get another really, really long series? It ended up being kind of long. They did end up winning it out. And Danby, for the very first time, winning on an agent that isn't Neon.
Yeah,
All right,
he
chat.
did. I mean, I feel like his team
Crashed
kind of
out,
carried
feeling
him
good.
kicking and screaming through that one in a lot of ways. I mean,
Let's see
if
if,
I was to summarize that one for
Chobra's
RRQ,
team can do
it would
it.
be like them riding the bike. You know that meme of the guy riding the bike and he sticks a stick in
Cool-
the middle and he
cooled
goes,
off, yeah.
effing NONGSHIM? Like,
Dude, it's just
that's
so
how I
annoying
felt
that
about
I feel like you
series.
have to
Like,
be.
RRQ really
You have to,
kind of
like,
fell apart
when
there.
explaining
And for
stuff, you have
NONGSHIM,
to
the
just
thing that won them the
explain
game
it
was
like
definitely
10-year-olds.
not the waylay, guys. Let's be honest. It
Annoying.
was these very stable, consistent mid-round gamers like Persia Francis, Ivy, these guys were dragging them through, kicking
A
and screaming
partial
through a lot
solar
of these
eclipse
mid to late
happening
round
at 11.
situations,
Wait, really?
but it still was not a
Might be able to
cryptic
see it from
game
my window, Ma.
NONGSHIM. They were just good enough to scrape it through defensive side of Split in particular.
Did Zeta look
and then
good?
Pearl
Dude,
was where they looked
having
a
this
little bit better, but
Icebox
even
and
that was
manipulating
really
the map
touch
like
and
they
go for
did
me.
I
was
think we
awesome
have
to
say
see.
the defender side
And
split was
playing
good.
against the
They didn't
weakness of
drop around,
the
you know. I
Team
do think
Secret
they
comp.
showed potential. Don't get me wrong. I think Rock, you lost
They're
that game as much as
improving.
NONGSHIM won it.
That's the main
But
thing.
I do think, you know, they still had to overcome some hurdles. They still had to get there. So
Tyloo
credit
dropped
to
the
them.
Waylay and Icebox. They're
one
playing
thing both of
Jet.
these
I
teams
think that makes
really
more
like
sense.
are overtimes.
Even though
and
they used it better than
long
other
series.
teams.
T1 has gone full distance, full series.
Activity
every
feed? Wait,
single
Chemiyuki
match,
again.
At least for the last 11 consecutive matches.
No, not
And,
even. Damn, you baited it?
NONGSHIM, on the other hand,
hour ago?
love, also full best of 3s, best of 5s, and they love overtime.
Isabella. Wait,
Wait,
wait, what? Isabella. Chemiyuki's been replaced. Isabella
I
10
brought a sleeping
gifted as
bag, I've
well
got a
an
pillow
hour
here,
ago.
So I'm all good. This can go on as long as
Holy.
it needs to.
Dude, wait,
let
when
these,
was
let
this?
these
How did
teams
you sneak this
scrap it
in?
out
How
as
did I
far
miss
as I'm
this?
concerned. I mean, that's how you know it's going to be a good game.
Oh, yes.
Isabella,
And
thank
with
you so much
these
for
two
doing that.
players,
Thank
Meteor
you,
and
thank you.
Persia, you know it's going to be a good
It's
game
been long
with
enough.
these two, whether it's
Dude,
a,
it was
you know,
actually
just
lost.
two
It was fully
games or
lost.
3 games. I love watching these two.
Oh, for sure. These are two of the kind of stable anchoring players here in Pacific. These
Thank you
Korean
so much,
players that are
Isabella.
going
I
to close
appreciate
you
that.
out the late round. They're going to lock you down sites
Dude,
on
I love how
defense, even though it might be
Chemiyuki's
a
just
controller and a
started
sentinel
a trend
player.
of trying to
You'll
sneak
see
in
them
gifted
game
subs.
plan-wise
It's
be put in
crazy.
a lot of the mid to late
It's
round
such a weird
situations on
meta.
attack, or given a lot of onus to be locking
Isabella, I
down
appreciate
sites
you.
on
Thank you for doing
defense,
that, dude.
or
Thank you.
even making some individual decisions, such as pushing in the mid round on defense to be able to find information.
Have you seen
and
EMEA
making,
week
a
2
lot of
pick'ems
important
yet?
reads and
They're a
info
headache.
plays.
Yeah, I think this is a
I
really
haven't looked
nice
at them yet.
head-to-head, and I also think it really highlights the strength of Persia. You know, we think of Meteor as being the very top of this region, you know, the 2-time champ. But Persia's right there neck to neck with him in stats. He's leading
I
from the
called
front,
off
you
by
know, he's
watching
that kind of
TikTok off
the
screen.
sort of
I promise you I
older,
don't
wiser member
have
of
it
NONGSHIM,
installed.
we can say. So, you know, it's great to see him.
Do you know I
still putting
stopped
up
I stopped
numbers
posting
and
on
be able
this
to excel.
And for me,
I stopped
I feel like
posting
he won
on
that series,
TikTok
for
because
NONGSHIM
it was
against
literally
Tara,
attracting
who,
too
like, I think
many
in kickoff, he wasn't the same
brain
level
dead
as he showed
zoomers.
in Ascension, but particularly
The chat was
in
getting out of
towards this
control.
stage, Persia has been
That's
better
not
and
the
better.
audience I want to get, man.
Now, T1.
I just can't.
they came
I
from
can't
Bangkok,
handle
and
these.
we didn't
I can't
expect them to
handle
change too much in terms of comps
the
or
silver
map
to gold
friendly play,
players
but
that are
we do
young,
have two
that have
back
random
with the full
egos
Icebox
about the
and
game,
Ascent. Do you think this
that
is something
have
that we should be expecting
dopamine
from
addictions.
T1?
Like I just
We
can't
obviously
handle
haven't
them.
seen either
They have the
yet.
worst
We
takes I've
haven't
ever
seen anything
seen.
too crazy yet, but
They
now
get.
there's been a
They,
little
they,
bit more to
I
it.
just
Yeah, so
they,
it was,
I just can't
if
explain
I'm
it, chat.
remembering this correctly,
They just
banned
can't
out
watch
Ascent
anything
in the
over 2
previous game, and
minutes
Icebox was banned out against
without
them.
typing or
So
flaming.
we haven't got a chance to see
They
them
are
in
funny.
two
They are
games, and
kind of
I think
funny.
That will have worked nicely
give you
for
that.
them,
They are
having
kinda
that
funny,
quick
but-
turnaround from Masters. But now they've had an extra week. You know, you've had an extra what, 6
It's not
days
for
of
me.
practice, 5 days of practice. That is enough time to get the bare bones of a map together. If you want to pull out a surprise here, T1 will definitely be able to do that. But it's about, you know, there's an opportunity cost to it, right?
Should coach them, dude. I'm not sure you could sit them down for an hour and play a game
then it's not going to be as in
without them getting
so
super
I'm curious
frustrated.
To see which way this map draft is going to go for them.
I think it's going to be easy as well for T1.
Feel sorry
to
for
mix
them.
those
The
kind
thing
of
is though,
things
if
in
I
for two
was
reasons.
if I
Number
was
one,
like
they
young,
have
I
a
would be
pretty
doing it
straightforward
too.
style anyway. A lot
Like
of
it
the
must
times
it
you
must feel
kinda
like
know
the
what
sickest
T1 is
thing
gonna
ever.
do, but you can't stop it. Secondly, I would say like the long-established chemistry and the veterancy of the players. Like you've got Stacks and Buzz that have been playing together for so long. You're going to have the Init setting up the duelist, and they used to have been played Ascent and Icebox together in the past. You can leave Meteor to his own devices and just let him play that Senti role on defense or lurk on attack and things like that. So I feel like the pieces are already there to be able to play these maps in the first place. It's just about how simple they want the approach to be, or whether they're even kind of playing their main comp or main approach in terms of
This
strategy,
guy
or whether
keeps
they're just
typing
gonna
the same
throw,
thing
you know,
every
something
day.
simple at it and see if
Every
that's
week
gonna
it
be good enough
happens
to
in
win.
YouTube chat.
Well, we are going to be getting the map draft now, and Lotus is
What
banned
maps we
off
got?
the rip here.
Ooh,
And,
double
no
two double
what is
duelist
T1 gonna start
maps.
with?
Icebox.
It'll be an Icebox. So as you gentlemen were saying,
Wait.
you know, element of surprise.
Maybe I
left
should have watched the
unprepared,
Chobra
but,
video. NONGSHIM have a good
this will
chance.
surely be something advantageous for the team.
Yeah, I think to be honest, they'll be quite happy that they didn't show their Icebox last week. I say it was banned out against them. them. So
Wait, are they not just
managed to
banning all of their good
kind of
maps?
save it for this week 2, where
They have,
arguably
so
you have a tougher
T1
opponent,
feel
so
like
you can
their
catch
good
somebody
maps are the
off
same
down
good
the
maps
line
that
later.
NONGSHIM are good
It's
at.
always good.
Wait,
That
this is a
definitely the
really
third
big
as
test,
well.
by the way.
I'm feeling quite
Because you got
nervous
the
for
two
this.
new
Okay,
maps,
okay.
and NONGSHIM have
This is
had
gonna be
way
interesting.
more
There's a
time
lot
on
to
these two
break
new
down
maps.
now, but I do want to talk
And
about,
they picked the split.
our predictions and a bit of about.
I think Chobra might have been right. They might actually have an
Split.
okay
I'm not
chance here.
surprised NONGSHIM picked Split either, seeing how this was the only map that T1's dropped. I mean, it's obviously only one
Not
match.
surprised.
Yeah, we saw their defense. It looked rock solid against RRQ. I mean, I can
Double
see why
new
you
maps,
would
yeah.
want
Yeah.
Their attack looked terrible though. Their attack the last 2 times they've played Split has looked terrible.
They've had time
Against
though.
Talon in
They've
kickoff.
also had 1 week to work on
Yeah,
it.
you can fix those kind of mistakes. I think they had a good foundation.
They wanted to
on
just
them,
ban the
but
neon
I like
maps.
the deadlock that they were running, so I want to see them. I want to see them stick with that. I think there's more
Okay.
to that.
With that said,
Yeah.
let's talk about the predictions. I mean, Pelsky's mood is sort of guiding this. Yes,
Whoa.
it's a full
T1.
T1 flush. The Korean casters.
To be
as
fair,
well, full
honestly,
T1
I kind of
flush.
like
There's
it. You ban the neon maps and then they're like waylay believers. And then
He's watch partying right
And
now.
then you let him
He's the only man who's predicted
just
for
own
NONGSHIM
themselves.
But even then, we did speak to him, and he's like cheering right now. And I'm just gonna call it out. He said 40 to 45%.
Dude, this is why we need
chance that NONGSHIM
Chobra.
wins. So technically, he thinks NONGSHIM
We
is not
need
gonna
we
win.
need Chobra.
that's-
This can't be
that's not
13%.
tracking. I'm trying to math those maths, trying to number those numbers.
We need someone
That
here.
doesn't make sense in
Yeah.
my head. Is it? Wait, is he on NONGSHIM as an org or something like that? Doesn't he get paid by those guys? Like,
Yeah, the extra 5% is the bias there to push him into the
think there's a couple of-
NONGSHIM train.
What's the percentage of NONGSHIM winning this? Dude, with the 2 new maps, if I hadn't seen them do some questionable waylay stuff, I would say like 65. Well, okay. Without the waylay stuff, I would say 60-40. After seeing the waylay stuff, I would probably say
They're the Masters Bangkok
2 new
champions,
maps,
fresh from Bangkok.
68-32 is what I would say. I'll give them a 32.
Chobra was
Just
right.
because I've seen the
There's
waylay
about
stuff.
a 40%
Otherwise, the new maps would
chance
be looking pretty
that
good.
NONGSHIM could win this.
Intel
So with
Sama,
that,
thank you so
we're
much.
just gonna
Thank you
have to
for
wait
the
and see.
gifted.
Let's send it down to the stage. T1 versus NS.
If Carpe plays, it's 100%. Hello, Rossi. Good to see you, bro. Also on Liquid and Serial, I feel a little bit rough for Serial. He has been dealt a rough card. He played an official and played 2 new agents that he had never played before. So I imagine he's gonna get a lot better week by week. But I don't want to judge him too hard on 2 agents he's never played. I'm going to apologize for the 6th man Sunday. Dude, if a team plays proper 6th man and wins an event, or even comes top 2, maybe even top 3, then sure. But unless it's just like subbing in, it's not a thing.
2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1.
You prefer watching league matches to watch change over time, or just to see who wins the matchups? Sorry, dude, when you said league, I thought you were talking about League of Legends. I'd like seeing... I like seeing... Okay. I'm going to go a little bit plat chat here. But it's not the... When you see like 8 to 12 teams playing each other, it's not the best. It's not that fun. But I like being able to look at where a team was and see the progress. Like, see what the coaches are doing with their time.
This is a match
So that's why I like watching those games, because it's like they have so much improvement. I like to see that they've been working on stuff and like where they've worked
between
it.
these two. But gamers, Valoranters, I know a lot of you guys.
So
own
I
the
try and
T1
invest myself a
bundle,
little bit
especially
in
after
terms
their
of
win. I've seen
this
it on the
team
servers.
needs to be doing all this
But
stuff. Let's see
I
what they can
heard,
do in
I
a
think
week.
we've all heard we're finally getting the Ascension bundles according to Jake Shin. So, NONGSHIM bundles, anyone? You guys, like, what are they gonna look like? Have little noodles on it?
Yeah, I hope they work noodles in there somehow. Like one of the color palettes. I'm not sure how creative they can be this year, but
if the classic doesn't right-click noodles out of
Yeah,
it,
Sims
I'm
for
not
sure.
buying it.
Dude, the other hamster's
Do you want it
pretty
to have, like, soggy
pretty
noodles or,
social.
like,
I
the
might switch
dry
them
form
around.
before it's
Soggy
cooked?
As in,
noodles
like,
for sure. Like, you know the right click,
not change
right?
their
Yeah.
things, but like switch their
Noodles, that
actual.
would be absolutely goated. I mean, this
whole
match is super
habitats
exciting for me because this is the new wave of Korean players playing against some of the vets that have had a lot of experience and will have inspired a lot of these players on the come-up. So it's almost like a moment to play against your heroes, really. NONGSHIM have not taken on T1 yet.
Yeah, we know from NONGSHIM as well.
Liquid for
they spoke a lot
Toronto?
last year in
Yes,
Ascension
I
about
agree.
how
They
Ascension
lost
was that
a
stepping stone.
good
They
map in
believe they could be
Pearl,
one of the better teams
and they
in the
lost their
world,
best
one
map
of the
in
better
terms of
teams in
Abyss.
Pacific, and there's no bigger gatekeeper of that than T1. We've just seen what they've managed to do on an international level, and T1 are such an institution
Same, that's an
here
awful
in
one.
Korea.
But I'll let
These
you have it.
NONGSHIM players will have grown up seeing T1 brands everywhere, watching these players play, so now they have another chance to
Shower
overcome
Natty,
this
thank you so much.
Goliath
Thank
of
you
T1.
with the 5 gifted.
Yeah, that's well
Appreciate
said,
that.
guys.
Tell you know what to
This
do.
is so important for NONGSHIM
There
to
we
win.
go.
They said it
Don't
in
even
their
need to remind you these
match
days.
win interview last
Thank
week
you for the
that,
spam. If
yes,
anyone got
this is
gifted,
gonna be a
at Shower
really
Natty, say
tall
thank
order.
you.
This is gonna be a tough match to
66
beat
subs
a team
altogether
like
as well,
T1,
bro.
but
Appreciate
if
that.
they do, it would speak volumes for the future of NONGSHIM.
Yeah, I think they're
Give
kind
you a
of
Sen
cooked in the
update?
veto here, guys.
Oh, they
I'm
got a
not
little
gonna
bit
lie.
wrecked,
I
man.
remember a little bit of Icebox from NONGSHIM being decent back in
They got
Ascension.
Mazzino'd.
Personally, their split has not convinced me. I was not convinced by that RRQ game. Their last two attack sides on split have not been great. The only weakness we've seen from T1 was that game against ZETA that they lost, which I felt
When
like
are we
they
getting
were kind of letting that one
when are we
go by
getting
the
a
wayside.
Saint
But if you go
carrying
back to
Sliggy
Masters
ranked
Bangkok,
stream?
they won
Yeah.
3 splits in
I
a
only
row
played
against
2
some of
months
the
of the
best
year.
from each other
We're not in
region.
those
So I
months.
think they're going to be very confident on that. And if it goes to Ascent, let's remember that NONGSHIM versus RRQ game, that was an absolute disaster for NONGSHIM. I am not feeling good about this map pool for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have a mountain to climb here, but it all starts here on Icebox. For me, Icebox is the most
What do you
crucial.
think
Neither of
Gentlemates
these
need to
teams
do
have
to
shown
keep their
Icebox.
champs,
You have that
to
chance
keep their
be
spot?
surprising. You have that
And they got to
chance
do better than
steal a
Apex.
map here,
They got to
get
make
that leg up,
playoffs.
launch your own
Wait, chat.
momentum into the series.
Someone
That's
remind
what
me.
NONGSHIM need to do to get the
If
win here today,
Gentlemates-
in my mind.
There is one thing. While
Okay, let's say
T1
Gentlemates
could
come
have the element of
9th
surprise with the
and
two,
Apex come
map
10th.
picks here in their advantage
What
of
happens?
Icebox and Ascent. At the same time, like,
Does
there hasn't been
Gentlemates
a lot of time
stay
for
in
them to
the
work on it. So I
season?
think there
Or
could
do
be
they
a lot
both
of
go
gaps
out?
and
They
weaknesses
both go out?
that
Okay,
NONGSHIM
okay,
could
okay.
exploit. It will be a learning experience for T1. So,
So,
let's
so
see how
they got to make
adapt to
playoffs
whatever T1
in
has
stage
planned.
2.
And here's the map draft coming in.
Okay.
And,
Man, stage 2 is
Chelsea,
gonna
you're getting
be
a comp that I think you like a little bit more.
crazy,
I
isn't
like
it?
it. For T1, I like it though. This is just a straightforward approach, and it's interesting that they're starting defense on their own pick. That means that NONGSHIM wants to start attack.
NONGSHIM go
You're
for
gonna
the jet.
necessitate aggression with this T1 comp. Meteor's going to have to get
You want-
aggressive.
dude,
Buzz is going to have to get aggressive.
Meteor
and they're gonna be
Reyna
having to take
is
these
so,
balls and
so
disrupt
scary.
NONGSHIM as they move through the map.
Across on NONGSHIM, we're seeing that KO.
Okay,
go
let's
out
see.
with a Teo
I think
this
if you're
time. They're
Persia,
gonna try as much as they
should be
can to make
feeling. I
life
want to see
difficult
Persia show a
for this
lot of
chamber. It's hard
confidence.
to play
Against the
against
chamber, you
KO
always
Teo
have some
as that
avenue
chamber.
over towards
Harry,
middle
you know,
where you
with
can
Dambi
lurk.
on the jet, you know, it's
So-
a classic look to the map in a way, and nice to see Jet still getting some use.
All right, well, the first destination of this match is going to be Icebox, and to take it away, it's going to be Komodo and Kuwak.
Blobly, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the
That's
5
right.
months. Thank you,
it's
thank
gonna be
you.
a bit of this ascended Korean Darby, possibly. You know, the
Who
challengers.
did it
NONGSHIM
put up
RedForce
Talon
play
or
up against,
GE?
you know,
Who
champions of
will you
T1.
put up? Talon or
But
GE?
yeah,
Wait,
bringing
Talon aren't
you
playing
all the
GE
action
this
quite
week, right?
pro. I mean, what do you think of this comp? I'm still kind of like, whoa.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this and I actually thought Dami might be bringing back out the Neon on this map. I mean, he can be quite proficient on it. I'm remembering back towards the Ascension Grand Finals where they played Boom and it was a mirror match as well where we actually had
Different
that Viper
groups?
and
Oh, okay, yeah.
Harbor
Okay,
as,
okay.
as what they were running
Dude,
back
I'm not
then.
sure who
I thought it would've been
I would
cool if they rebrought
probably.
that one back out, but, no,
I'm not sure who I'd favor for that. It's hard to judge GE. I'm pretty high up on GE, but I've only seen 2
I've got
maps.
in my notes here as well. I had if Icebox, Meteor Chamber question mark, and the answer is going to be no. Actually, Meteor onto Reyna and Buzz is onto Chamber.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of interested to see how this switch up's going to go.
Are we still believing in Paper X
Buzz
tomorrow?
has been, you
I'm
know,
not sure
taking up on
believing
some
is
of
the
the
right word, but we went for them in our
responsibilities
pick'ems.
last week against ZETA Division, so
Definitely not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's any belief left, to be honest with you. I think we're just picking them for the sake of picking them. NONGSHIM on attack. You got T1 on defense, and so we kind of get to see.
100%.
I want to see a
Def did
lot of
phenomenal
lurking
job.
from
Speaking
Persia.
of, a phenomenal job is what you want from your
Flash
KO
goes
0
in,
points,
chamber
so just being
peek.
able to start off with 3 of them
And
is
this
not a
TP's
bad feat.
nice.
Very,
Whoa.
very good thing. A bit of a tag though on towards Buzz.
Bit of
so
a
he's gonna
tag.
have to kind of
Down
run
to 10
Deko
HP.
away, but at the same time, early presence
Back-to-back
from NONGSHIM
Iceboxes.
closer towards B, and that pulls Meteor away.
Well, still going for a little bit more of a challenge at the moment, but you got to start to fall back just a little bit if you you are T1. It's good respect, actually, from NONGSHIM as well. Not trying to overstay anything, not trying to give an advantage over towards T1 here too. And again, similarly, Margaret's not pushing too far up towards the A side just yet. So if needed, NONGSHIM can fall back away from the B side. They could shift into letting Persia
That incredible
work if
knife.
they want.
They wanted to cut sounds
Another 0 point,
and make
also
him
still 3 players
kind of
back.
even out with the rotates, but the knife
But
just
they're
went in
waiting
and
for
hit
the
3.
ability to refresh back in before
And so
they
that keeps a
launch their
4-person
assault
stack
option.
here. We definitely got to
Salvos
keep
are gone.
an eye on
Now
the
they're back
late
in,
luck.
getting the spike stuck. Buzz though,
What a shot.
just waiting for Francis to trail back.
Eventually, Margaret's going to come through with a lurk, but I don't even know if it's going to be needed at the moment because T1 are looking to go for this quickly.
Yeah, not quite working out too well though. Well, the lurk could come into fruition, especially if T1 continue to stay bunched up closer towards the site. Trying to move forward though, again with a 0 point, but Stacks good for the first one. Dambi.
Surely Margaret's got this.
Green, but here come the shots.
Wait.
Ivy though.
Wait, hang on a second.
I missed all of that.
I thought
Dude,
Ivy
I'm
was gonna be
focusing
dead.
so much
There's
on the
3
luck and he's
players
killed with
surrounding
3.
him. How the heck has he just come away with that one?
Margaret just got
Replay,
there.
please.
Yeah, I think that is warranted in this sort of scenario. I'm saying that T1's going in for this retake. I'm seeing no wall anymore from a Viper. I'm seeing missed shots out of Dambi, but Ivy.
All right.
Here we go.
1, 2,
Whoa,
okay.
little lineup.
Okay, but still, I
mean,
mean,
second
at
one
face
was nice.
value, that's a 4K to come through from him, and that's a pistol round for NONGSHIM, right? You got to alleviate some nerves somehow against the T1 Titans. Pistol round's not bad.
Definitely easing things up a little bit. A couple more kills would be welcome as well. More for the Armageddon coming through, but oh, look at that. Knowing that, yeah, this is what Pilsky was talking about. You know, they would be positioned, especially with a chamber. The salvos and everything.
It's like there were too many people.
So Snakebite back in, but still Buzz.
There's too many people and
gets
everyone was
knocked
running
down,
out
and that's just
of
Silva now.
sight.
Well, he's got his teammates right up next to him. High-low setups for.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I mean, just while we've got this eco round as well, the importance on this game at the moment for our IGLs and
Yeah, at
coaches
least like
being
this from
able to figure
T1.
things
Because
out
3-person
midway through
stack,
this map is going to be
so they got to
crucial,
re-clear
'cause there's not a
together
lot of
so they
tape
can
on
manage
this
to
map,
stack the
you
right
know,
site.
since it's come
I
back
don't
from
think they
these two
needed to do
teams,
this because
even if you
that
wanna try and
gives
stretch it back to
NONGSHIM
what
a
it was last
heads
year,
up that
I
they
mean,
need
it's
to
gonna
speed
look
up.
very different
My
in
opinion,
terms
that's a
of
mistake
bidders
from
and
Stacks.
evolution. These
If they
players-
just re-cleared the
so it
question
really
mark,
is
they
gonna
could
come
have got a
down to
3-person
the
stack over
prep,
towards
what you
A.
can build for
Then they
other
used the
teams that are
knife
playing
and
this
they
map at
obviously
the
see the
moment,
knife,
from
so
what
they
you're
sped up.
watching and what you've liked from what you've seen.
They just kind of undid all their hard work.
So let's see how many of these pistols give up a duel or how many are going to go up at the spike.
Yeah, pretty comfortably right now. At least though, T1 trying to attempt at something from behind, especially with Meteor. Not quite noted just yet. They do have the alarm bot in his way.
What's with the Reina and Icebox these days? The Reina's not too bad. It's a weird map that relies a lot on duels, and the flashes is really good for pushing up and off, pushing off and up.
Tracking the crosshairs. It takes too many shots, but he still does at least get away with one. So a couple guns robbed away from NONGSHIM right now. And the spike continuing to tick away. Pretty soon they're going to have to find their exit out of this site. All right, and there it is. Francis
Hey,
to do
very,
all the
very
work.
nice.
A fragment as well as
They lost one
shot,
gun.
and that puts NONGSHIM up to 2.
Yeah, and I mean, if you want to consider that NONGSHIM, you know, did decide to start on this attacking side, finding that pistol and the secondary round is definitely going to be a good thing to be seeing. But I think more importantly for me, it's what is this first rifle round going to look like with the different changes that we've got on this composition for T1? Where is Meteor going to look to get activated? How is Buzz going to be playing around this chamber? He's going to be presumably positioned over towards that B site, right? So he can just rendezvous out of there from playing something.
See what
like
the buy
Toro.
round's like.
That's exactly what's going to be happening.
NONGSHIM
on it's going to be the 2-1-2
doing
defaults
like
spread out
slow
across the map
takes.
for
What is
T1,
this?
which actually could
Instant
give
knife
some
lineup?
potential chances here for NONGSHIM. If they're able to find an opening kill.
Dude, I've never seen anyone do
player
the
that's
knife
just
from
caught a
here.
little
It
bit
lands
kill
pretty
time for
fast. I
T1.
wonder if it's like
More importantly
you
as well,
can't
I
shoot
think
it
Vibe
past
right
this
now,
line, maybe.
with Ivy's 4K previously and some early
it's a
extras,
great
he's
knife
one
back
of the
though
Armageddon
to get
dead.
info, and that
There's-
is
there's the Iltani I'm
insanely
talking about, though,
important
by the
duel
way.
on 5
Meteor
HP.
Down first.
That creates pressure over towards A now.
He has been trying to push up from before. Buzz also trying to go for some adjustments of his own, you know, no longer holding the linear line down. I'm not quite sure how helpful this will be. He doesn't quite have the rendezvous needed to get away. So Salvo is instantly deployed and Buzz into a deep spot. Still though, able to walk away with at least one around yellow. Now needing to back off.
And this is where you can get a little bit of a reset happening as well. You can also consider if you want to try and use this Armageddon to clear a lot of the B side at the moment.
Oh, definitely could.
5 HP lurk on Margaret at the moment, so gotta Keep your eyes open, see if T1 are aware of this one, but a big old swing from NONGSHIM as they start to scale up towards this B side. 30 seconds to go to get a plant too.
Margaret hearing the trademark as well, but
okay.
just allows for the team
Sylvan
to
has to
slowly creep up onto its yellow.
do that.
Sylvan though, holding down the lines. We'll be able to find a double kill.
Okay, spike down, looking like it's going for,
but
kills not really, because they had to go get the spike a little bit ago.
But look how far open it is at the moment. You got to cross safely. At least that wall is up. At least Persia is still alive, so there will be time.
Ooh, nice shot.
It's on the stacks.
Dude, Margaret low HP.
Stacks looking for the 1-on-2. He does kind of bounce it, but it doesn't quite land at the feet of Persia. So still needing to find his targets. He goes for a little trickle against the toxic screen and finds Margaret. Now where is Persia?
Ooh, very nice from Stacks. NONGSHIM should be pretty happy. I know it's a little bit gutting they didn't win the rounds, but it's an armory buy with 4 guns. It's a really nice bonus. And they managed to get Ivy's ult into this one, so let's see what set strat they have.
Get that bonus round over the line. Some great damage to come on through. I think a little bit of overzealousness from Meteor, of course, going by himself. You're always going to understand the idea, though, as well. When you've got a Masters winning team versus an Ascension team,
Don't like the chamber. I think once they give money for an op, it will look fine.
That they have to be a team that has to be like, you got to be scared of them, right? So going for these challenges, if Meteor finds an opening like that, it could have been really well for them. But hey, there you go.
Yep.
Stacks is going to get his 10th clutch.
10th clutch ever.
Not bad.
Okay, and I think
but you're absolutely right, Komodo.
T1 maybe think the same as me as well. They opt to eco this one, kind of accept the round as...
He is in fact right now up towards pipes, but we do have an outlaw from
Not saying it's done, but...
Got to see as well, by the way, that with
I think they realize that they have better chance of winning just the full buys, and I reckon this will be a
for these next couple rounds. So they're on the pretty save buy. Meteor given the Phantom. See what he can do.
Wait, maybe they have to get kills to get an op here.
He's gonna be able to flank or alert too much right now. Just a lot of heat headed down Buzz and Sylvan's way. Meteor getting taken down by mid as well, thanks to Margaret and this outlaw. Izu though will be able to trade that off and does find the pickup.
Okay, it's kind of about damage here.
2-on-3 for T1. They don't quite have the weaponry.
Yeah, but it's a good amount of time to be bought already from when the plant does go down. Some sniffing out for any potential flanks as well for NONGSHIM. And now they can focus on towards the side itself.
That's a lot more secure.
Oh, God.
Okay, Izu, still sharp as ever.
Wait, and they know they're both on the left.
The first frag. Then on towards the next.
Okay, heavy armor diff.
This time, not quite able to
Still, not too bad. Not too bad in terms of damage.
Yeah, you got to hit both of those shots.
And again, T1 were kind of accepting they were going to lose this, and it's just full buy. But yeah, I think they had 4-5, right? So they can't actually get the op anyway.
3-1, NONGSHIM. Are they going to have enough info and power in towards this next round, though, to continue this lead on the attacking side? I mean, we do consider, right?
Not a sleeper match. No, this one was always going to be close. Especially as T1 opted for getting rid of the neon maps. But that's a lot of the maps where they play double duelist, which is kind of how they won Masters.
Individual moments of brilliance to come out as well.
Well,
nice shot.
Looking to launch more of that right now, at least. NONGSHIM continuing forward with this pressure into the B site. Yep. T1 have been facing against this for the longest time. Meteor might have swapped up the positions, but he's getting gunned down. Yeah, and I mean, a stark difference to what we saw from Depp, right? Where Depp's getting a lot of these openers, or he's assisting with these openers. Meteor's not able to do so at the moment. It also does invite for a couple more T1 players, especially with time trailed away.
Oh, that's...
But still, Stacks.
He ended up using the wall against them. Respect to Stacks. And that's just where people like to inside if they go for it. Dude, Dabby's absolutely sending it. Lovely shots. Oi, lovely shots, bro. What the hell is that? We got Margaret with a plant gets ult, and doesn't even get a chance to get out of there.
Around to T1, finally
Easy, what the hell was that?
Absurd that Izu's able to get away with that many as well, right?
Up floor Dylan, thanks so much for the 5 months, bro. Thank you.
Of NONGSHIM, and
doesn't Rainer look a little one-dimensional on defense, pushing every time? Nah, you don't have to push every time. You can actually play pretty passive. It's just a fact on A, you can play like a lot of angles where you can get a kill, get out.
The decay wall that comes up over at this A site, you got a Viper's Pit too.
It works just because
start to
A
come
site
down.
is just such a
look
dual
how
heavy.
quickly he's just able to
site.
adjust and find all of those kills. Sensational.
Just the fact that he was keeping himself tucked away as
Yeah,
well.
I think because it's like the map is so
Now,
simple
a
that
little bit of,
it doesn't really matter too much.
a
It just
half
means that you
vibe
can
coming
kind of
from
play
Finally peeling
these
away from the B side.
angles a bit more that are committed,
Interested to
that
see
are
if
normally
Danny
like
wants to
one and
use the
done, but
blade
you can
storm
get
in a
out.
round such as this one. There is a stinger on board for Francis, by the way, but it's going to be the Empress popped for Meteor. He is at the correct site in a more heavy lean for T1 towards A.
Buzz is close to Garage as well. If he gets the alt orb, that would be tour de force at the ready. But that said, especially with the utility coming through, a clear strategy
Oh
headed
my
towards
god,
the
dude.
site. But unfortunately, Team are not
Dabby
quite
looks
able to receive
sick
it.
on the entries.
Slain down by
Got a
Raptors,
lot of
and
entries at
NONGSHIM
the
gets
moment.
Spike.
Does Stacks use the null command here? I don't think Izu's going to be able to hunt his Fury. They need to try and bring a bit of stability in this 3 versus 5 first.
It's a little bit tough, but at least Stacks sneaking from right underneath. Up around 410, that's the next kill coming through. Lockdown invested.
Well, they
and that's
go
the
for
Hunter's
this.
Fury
Sov
right
ult
back
for the
against
Killjoy
it.
ult. They got no vision
bit of
block
time.
though. Like, I'm not sure that's
Still just
worth
gotta
because they
brawl.
should just be losing this.
Trying to keep themselves alive in case
Oh,
the Salvos
God.
come back alive, but still, Persia holding it all the way up.
Damn.
A double kill, and now it's just
Hitting
Stacks.
a lot of shots. Didn't get half. Salvos
Another
go in.
one-on-one. The Salvos go through. Stacks running out of time.
Yeah, there's no time.
Yeah, very, very
and that's
nice.
going to be the round. NONGSHIM.
It's hard in
keep
these
themselves
situations
alive
because
long
in the
enough to pull off those
3v3 when the
missiles.
ult
Yeah, I
goes
don't even
down,
think if the 0 point hits
it's
Ivy
kind of like if you
and
have a
removes those
Viper, I
missiles
think you can go for
availability
it.
at
If
the
you
end
don't
there,
have a
then
Viper, I
maybe T1 are gonna
think
be able to find that right,
you
'cause
probably
Ivy can
just
play with
accept it.
time
But
and
it's
a bit of
so
speed
hard
around
in
it,
the
Stacks would just hit
it's so hard in the
to get a
moment
very crispy
not want to
shot
try
be able
ult
to
this
win
in a
that one at the end there
3v3.
again on the defuse. So around all of the duels, I mean, T1, they certainly give it a big old crack, I won't lie. But enough at the end for NONGSHIM, and they will still hold on towards this lead and set themselves up for this next round where there's going to have to be a timeout. I was kind of waiting for something like
Maybe
this.
talking about the
T1
salvos,
are
maybe
really
talking about the
being
fact that
pressured
they
on
should
the
be
early stages
pushing
of
more on
Icebox.
defense,
You know, a map that
maybe
we've heard
like
from them on the desk,
mid-round.
we've not seen, right? It's either been banned from them or it's been banned against them, like from the likes of Ascent as well, not seen. So, you know, the fact that it is new
Arbor
for T1
rework idea.
means that this isn't a map that
Take
we're
away
seeing,
Cascade
just
and make the
on
Cova
the back of their
signature.
experience at Masters, right? They've had to have some preparations
Give
coming
him
in towards this
2
one.
or a cooldown. It would have to
but
be a cooldown
unfortunately,
because 2 would be
gotta imagine
mental.
It's also not enough time, especially after
Dude.
after Masters, so it's a little bit rough.
I just
for
don't know
them
if we
right
should be
now.
adding
It's
more
a
cooldown
bit of that modified
stuff.
composition that they played from before. You adequately know.
Wait, which
but
one's
at the same
which one's
time,
Cascade?
It's just the way that you're kind of operating it, right?
Yeah.
They've
He
been
needs
trying
he needs to
push
have
up
the big
forward,
wall
but
though,
NONGSHIM
otherwise
are actually
he's
doing
useless.
A fantastic job of finding these positions and isolating them. Sometimes it's Meteor, other times it's Buzz. So hopefully with the timeout, they're able to switch something up.
The
Well,
small
that's it,
wall.
right? Now you've
Oh,
got to
okay.
rely on the tenure of
So he would
Coach
have
Autumn
2
and all of his
recharge
wisdom
util.
to try and come up with something. He loves getting
I mean, it
reps
would
on
make him a
stage,
lot
right?
better,
And this
but-
is the perfect scenario to be able to do so.
Still though, NONGSHIM not backing down from a challenge. You do have Dambi in with the stingers, and okay, Meteor trying to sneak
Meteor's
through.
looking a little off. He's
That's
losing a
free
lot of
gun, by
duels.
the way.
And when your
If there
Reyna
was
has an
ever a
off
shield
day,
for the NONGSHIM
Yeah,
that's
Dole,
like
that's
the
gonna be
worst
quite
thing
a
ever.
painful one, but right now, still continuing forward. It's going to be the trade out from Francis. Izu out from the back lines, and he's not able to find a chance. That's the Viper's Pit up, and that could very well be the round, Komodo.
Maybe. I mean, there's a judge in this pit for Persia as well.
You just don't have the guns. Oh God, Francis, he's on the hunt. And out towards the back lines. Buzz's foot has already been spotted as well. Ivy, unfortunately not quite able to take him out, but still.
Low HP.
Look at the map. Yeah, low HP, 2 players still circling around him. Sharks as they were. Buzz trying to keep himself afloat, but how long can you truly make that happen? Both of them kind of swing out
Okay,
towards the
very,
sides,
very
and
nice.
it's going to be Francis picking up a quad.
Yeah, 4K for
So
Francis.
the timeout
Do
for
love to see
T1
that
was
one,
for
but
this
it starts
round.
off with the free classic in Persia. I mean, I mentioned that he's got the judge, but the fact that it's a very deep duel as well. Look at that. That is just so quick to be able to find the shot. Got to see the value, though, now, Quack, on the timeout, right? You got to see this round look to be converted for T1 and what they've been able to figure out in these early stages of how NONGSHIM is playing this half, right? If they're going to start backward towards the B site this time, are we going to see any impact from Margaret on the lurk? Are we going to see a shift back towards the A site to leave Persia to lurk over here? These are the things that T1 have already started to kind of figure out, you would hope.
Just
I'll tell you what, though,
using the
T1 are
initiates to set
happy
up a
switch
chamber
things
more
around.
aggro.
You do have Buzz closer towards the A site this time,
And I
especially
think this is
with
the
an
main
op.
thing though. Like they
Nothing's
had to
about
get
it
an
so
op
far,
out.
and it's gonna be
Buzz in
someone
general
trolling back
normally
away.
has to get an op out
Respect
anyway,
a
and
lot
especially
of
on the chamber.
possible utilities coming through.
Yeah, the operator as well for Buzz on the other side of the map. So no value towards this B site at the moment, but no overcommitment in the delayed high to low peak.
Oh, but what's your plan now? I mean, you know that they're up around the corner. They do have the toxic screen up as well. I mean,
it's what I talked about earlier, though.
Do I
right?
like the T1
Margaret
comp?
not pushing too far forward in
It
towards
only
A
works
to
on
draw
the
enough
right
rotation
teams.
to then switch things up and lead
And in
Persia
theory,
over
this
to
should be a
B
right
side.
team,
This lull in
but
action
Meteor
right
looks a bit
now
off.
is what T1 might have considered to rotate towards A, but you've got the safety net in Buzz holding the operator there, and that 0 point that just comes up, confirming a couple more bodies that are still around B.
so just a little bit extra, an extra safety net, as it were. But that still leaves a bit of the contention closer towards the B site. Look at Margaret.
Yeah, the timing.
Uses tube this time. With the trademark at his feet as well, though, does Izu kind of turn
A
around?
really
He
good
is
timing on
kind
this,
of
and they look
checking
kind of
for it.
aware.
Less than 20
In 20 seconds to plan this. But one
this is a
flash,
little
got a
bit worrisome
knife.
for sure.
The solid
Something that they are
recon.
definitely considering
Francis
about.
manages to
Izu
stick the
still
plant
will
though.
be able to get the spams in,
29
and Margaret
HP.
finds his opportune moment to strike, and the spike goes down. You
No
don't have
way
an
they win
opportunity
this.
now, as everyone has been slain. T1, all that's left is just Buzz. NONGSHIM working the timer to their advantage. Can
I do
find
think
the frags needed to clutch this out. He
oh
repeats.
god.
It's a double.
Let's
Headhunter
wait.
pulled out, and he swaps over to the automatic rifle. Where could Ivy be? That's what Buzz is thinking about right now. He could be around the corner, could be towards back sight. So there's quite a bit to clear out. He has to bait out the utility first. There it is. Instantly tells where Ivy is, but does he have the time to continue to find the frags? Ivy is playing
Nope, no
hide
time
and
on this
seek
one.
with him, and with that,
Does
the
good to get the
spike
kills.
will
This was a
still
good
go
example of why the
off,
T1 comp's a little
despite
bit rough,
Buzz's
right? They had to
efforts.
set one up here,
Margaret with that
and then you
look
had
at
the
the end
two
there,
people
I'm
holding
thinking to
A,
myself,
even though you
alright,
set it
Buzz
up.
operator, one
And then
versus
you have a
three.
trip
Alright,
here,
he
but you
gets the
still
first
have to
kill,
watch
that's
someone
fine.
middle.
I
So
immediately in my
even though
head
you got
think
aggro over
Francis do not
towards
peek, do
A,
not
it's
peek.
still 3 people,
And Buzz
and you
is
can
shot.
only have 2, even though you
It's a
kind of know
nice
they're
lead,
going
but
over
no
towards B.
time at the
And
end,
then the same
always in
time
this
they
current meta, when there's
prioritize
a Tejo online, you know
Snowman
you have to try
right
and
at the
bait out
back, but they don't
salvos,
have it
and
as
there's
heavy
too
pen
much
gun.
time that's ticked away. So
Like I do think a
whether
big error that
you're
people
talking
do at the
about
moment
after
is
timeout conversions,
when
you're
you
talking about, right, there's a
prioritize.
round at the next one, you use
Let
that
me
for the
draw it on the
rifle
map.
round after, right?
When you
It doesn't go the way of
prioritize
T1 this
here,
time, so NONGSHIM,
you're better
6
buying a
rounds on the
Guardian.
attacking side,
Like you
a
should
timeout
always have a
already
heavy
used
pen,
T1,
or an
you
Odin
cross
if you
it
like
off
an Odin.
everything that you currently do
Because
fun
then
and
you can
start off
spam
a
the
fresh
planter,
round, Quack.
and then this pause
They're
becomes
happy with it.
unbelievable. Instead of once they get towards here, there's nothing you can do it about stopping the plant.
Shy about re-peeking, but Margaret will continue to press forward as well, knowing that Buzz is more than likely just alone. So even with the Armageddon being sent in as well, NONGSHIM will continue
Damn.
to push forward. And push
Margaret
forward they
is
will as they
doing
find
work.
more frags. Danby taking
Dude,
down
everyone's
stacks.
doing work from
Spike
NONGSHIM
might
really,
be
because
rolling
everyone's
up
just doing their
behind,
role
but
well.
numbers advantage has been found.
I mean, you got to consider this round as an eco to come through from T1, and Buzz had the tour de force online. With all the crossfires and chaos around the A side, it comes down to the 1 versus 2. It's good recognition for NONGSHIM that they can
You
just
feel
go
like
towards this
the
B side.
Yoru is
You've
better
also
than
got
the
your
Rainer of
Vipers
the
wall
chamber?
here
Oh,
as well,
for
right?
sure.
So you can
For
play
sure,
on
for
a
sure.
little bit of
At least
strength
better
with
than
the
the Rainer
units
on
that
this
you
map.
do still have alive. There's a snake spite if things get a little bit haywire. If you're Sylvan and you're on the other side of the map, however, yeah, you do probably just look to save this one.
This is like a
Unless he wants
This is
to
like a
try and
confidence
contend and
comp.
remove these guns at the end of it because the economy is a little bit fickle
and
still
if
with NONGSHIM.
again if these two aren't
See what he can
hitting,
do
you just
here.
lose.
If he at least gets the first one, but surely you anticipate that the next player will be somewhere nearby.
Oh, the timing.
Yeah, spot it towards the back of the head. And instantly Persia knows what he needs to do, especially playing around yellow. Sylvan will make some noise though, but the timer is still ticking away.
Okay, very, very nice.
At least he gets a kill away for his troubles, but the round is what it is.
NONGSHIM is still like
tail end of these rounds
low
have been pretty
money.
smartly played by
Like they're one
Sylvan
away
Buzz
from
to
getting
remove a lot of
reset,
these
but
guns, don't get me wrong, right? But
they're
the
just not losing the rounds at the
count,
moment.
It's not going their way. T1 are trying to set themselves up now, essentially. With
Chobra's
enough
right, and
damage in
they have
these
a very
rounds to
good
make the
chance,
next one look a
especially
little
as
bit easier for them,
T1.
but we're not really seeing this
In my
convert into
opinion,
anything
T1
just yet for them.
are like only really good on
It
the
all
double
comes down to
duelist
some of these early
maps.
positions, early
So
fights that the
when they
T1 have
started
been looking
vetoing the
for,
double
whether
duelist
it's
maps,
holding the angle up by
I
yellow
think they
or
got rid
pushing
of
up towards
Lotus
A,
and Pearl.
continuously get gunned down.
I mean, the big outlier
I think
right now
that's
is going to be
I think
Meteor.
that's
It
them
has to be
forgetting
said. He's
their
not been able to
win
find
condition.
any value on this Reyna so far on this defensive side to give opportunities for T1.
Not seeing too much in terms of the leaders as well. So right now, sticking to this setup, especially with Buzz still offing away. It was the tour de force before, but this time he strikes, and that's information as well for T1.
They still have split,
Now
yeah,
getting ready
but even
in
they
case the
didn't
hit
pick that,
does
right?
commit towards the A site.
Big Boon getting an op shot like that one and getting out of dodge with no immediate sniffing out from NONGSHIM. Only the stealth drone to be able to do that, really, unless you're trying to do a pop flash to get on the line.
Whoa. Surely you consider someone at the top of pipes as well. Stacks is nearby.
So fast, that is nuts. That is nuts, bro. Okay, we said they had to start getting the op out, and that's a good example why, bro. That third shot is.
Filthy. That is absolutely ridiculous.
I haven't seen that kind of stuff since Yay, really.
Time is quick, but the reaction time from Buzz looks a little bit quicker to be able to get those kills in that round. Individual moments, Quack. Sometimes for teams.
Wow, that's nuts, isn't it?
These are what we need to see.
I mean, look at that. His player cam, his posture, the way that he's locked into his monitor.
That third
That's the buzz
shot
that you
is
need.
just
Individual performances,
pure madness.
absolutely putting T1 back in.
The decision making to just
chasing the
re-peek
7-5
there
at
after
the
he saw
moment.
him and go for
Might
it
be
is so
7-4
sick.
when you consider the weaponry that NONGSHIM are going in towards this round with. We got change of positions, however, and that's going to strengthen T1's knowledge in this round. Nothing's over towards the B site. Buzz is on the line, holding it nice and forward.
So in case Margaret might be around, but still, you got to watch out for the front. And that's where Izu tries his darndest.
Oh my gosh, what? What just happened?
Stacks finding a triple. And
How did that kill? It was so far away.
Throwing everything into the site. It's all
Okay, I much prefer this from T1, right? You know when we spoke about when they set up the chamber over towards A, but then they have to have someone watching Heaven, and then they have the trip here and still have to watch middle? Makes way more sense when the chamber can actually be over towards B, hold down B, and then you can all like move over one, and you can actually have 3 people fighting A. So, it would be so fine if they did this setup again. Yeah, okay, this is nice. Because like you'll see it here, right? You still keep the trip up, you get to get 1 person here, and then the Viper can go here as you have 3 here. You can't do it the other way around, it's purely because there's too many angles in terms of double avenue to get onto A.
Final round of the half, and
yeah, and here we go. We set up 1, and we can have the rotated 3 that we spoke about.
If you go back to really old Icebox and you consider getting up towards pipes, trying to drop a lockdown in, especially when there's no Hunter's Fury from your opponents to destroy it, that 0 point is actually really big information from T1 to assume that Margaret might be trying to do that. That's why Stacks is dropping in the null command as well. They don't have anything to destroy it. They don't want to lose the space. So now that that goes in, it forces NONGSHIM to act a little bit differently. They will still eventually get that lockdown in. But look at the space now that they're trying to spread around.
Look at Kitchen as well, though. But oh, thanks to the trademark from Buzz, Sylvan will be able to deny that.
But did they expect the double lock?
Off of it, it's still
great shots.
Continue to bulldoze into the site, but
Okay,
instantly dealt
double
with
lock
by
gets
T1 in their
enabled.
holds, thanks to the information found from before. So the only one left that can do anything in this round for NONGSHIM is just Ivy.
Yep.
Just feels like T1 kind of woke up a little bit. Everyone's shooting now.
Spike is down, so
it's only Meteor that you have to worry about aim-wise, which I don't think I've ever said that. Okay, 5. Is 5 enough with this comp? If Meteor starts shooting, yeah, it is. If he doesn't, like I don't want to put all pressure on one player, but that's what you get when you play Arena. So
adjusted by T1. Again, I think I got to give props to just reading what might be plausible from NONGSHIM, as I said, with the lockdown and that sort of scenario getting in towards the site. A good recovery for them as well. I'm interested to see what the switch up does does actually entail as well. And for me, you know, is Meteor going to get a little bit more online? Because I think his team did a huge lion's share effort over on the defensive side where, you know, you switch it up, you're Reyna, you want them finding the entries. I'm looking towards Stacks to try and set him up.
Like a steam
or if they're
engine,
going
it
for
takes some
something
time
different
to heat
as well,
up.
leaving Meteors to get a
Yeah,
little
let's
bit
see
more autonomous as well.
I'm a Reyna here. Honestly, I'm probably one of the only Reyna believers.
This chamber as well. So there's a lot of options that I do sort of see for
Most
T1
people
on this switch up, but on the flip
hate
side
Reyna.
here, Quack, for
I'm a
NONGSHIM
Reyna
as well.
believer,
I mean,
but
they are still in the lead.
I'm
It's not like
very-
they don't know how to play this game.
I'm very
They
on top
find
of the
a lot
fact
their
that
strengths on this defensive side.
you
Yeah, and I'm thinking about potentially retakes as well. I mean,
You
you
have
do
to-
have the Tejo
you have to frag
alongside
heavy.
the KO. Oh, that rhymed.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna
Yeah,
see it
I
Motherboard.
mean, gotta think about how NONGSHIM could still bring this back into
Might be
the-
able to look out the window
They
for a
start
little bit,
things off
but
incredibly well. They forced out one timeout from T1, and they are probably feeling pretty
how much that
comfortable with
belief is
that.
rooted in Scream. Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
I think for me, I'm looking at the refreshing utility on the side.
You gotta
of
believe.
NONGSHIM and
Everyone
how
has
they're
to-
gonna be using
everyone
this
has
one.
to believe
How
for
are they
it to
positioning
work.
their 0 points
Um,
out? What time are they positioning their
NONGSHIM
solos?
1-0 up in terms of
I think
pistols.
those are the little early bits that I'm going to be quite intrigued about.
And everyone goes for the
Especially
double
for
sheriff.
potential retakes,
Kind of a
but,
triple sheriff,
here we
really,
go,
if we
okay.
include this.
Salvo's out
Salvo's
towards Belt, but
aggro, make
T1
it look like they go
happy to
aggro.
play it
Ooh,
safe.
and at the
Yeah,
same time
belt
they can take the
control,
orb.
peek up through towards
Wait, they
pipes, send in the drone a little bit
a
further
mad
on to
drone.
spot any extra
Goes out into the
information.
open, he
It'll find
throws it
Meteor,
up here to
confirm
drone.
a bit of that extra information pushing down the tube as well, and you start to adjust a couple
That's
of your numbers
so
towards this
mad.
A site.
High-low as well up around pipes.
Yep, and T1, I mean, they're happy to take the duel.
Ooh, okay. In with the flash, Danby in with the peek, but instantly tailwinds
Shot.
away and off towards the top of Belt once again. Ivy has it marked.
He wants more pistol round 4Ks, Quack.
We'll see if he continues to get them up, but right now, positioned towards a safer spot.
reaction,
It's gonna be
Pudge
Margaret
is
out
kinda
by
sending
Screens,
it a
holding
little
the
bit.
off angles, but instantly with contact found,
Big
T1
flash.
continues to push
Oh
up,
my
but
God.
Salvo sent through. That continuously halts T1. They cannot push up. Now with that gone, they're still kind of stuck
I
behind.
think the
what could be
Persia
another
just
toxic
secures
screen.
this.
Persia in with a flank. Meteor pushes up though. and he
Meteor
needs to
gets the
find
heal
a
off.
lot more. Meteor up by
Oh,
screens,
he
and there
got
he
the
is.
heal off and he's
Yet
got
with
extra
another double,
HP.
and Izu finds a bit
Big
more.
1v1,
Persia for the
and it
trade.
comes
Instantly,
down to
Meteor
the person
should
that we
know
said
where Persia
has to
is.
step up.
But does
And he
have
walks forward into the
enough
angle
safety
instead
to
of
get the
insta
spike
sending
down?
it towards
30
B.
seconds remaining.
They silent the whole time. He knows that the pressure of him
Goes up
going
the
B is there.
ropes.
Meteor is low too, don't forget.
Very true. He does stick the spike down anyway.
Damn,
Tries to
dudes.
hop over
I
onto
think he
Raptors, and
thought
that's where
that
Persia
the pressure was
finally
enough, and then he
peeks
insta
out
went
like
over
a
towards
prairie
B.
dog. He strikes.
Double
Well,
pistol.
that means it is both
NONGSHIM.
pistols going to the side of NONGSHIM here on their opponent's map pick in Icebox as well. So if you want to start off your series, it certainly is the way to go. A lot of these duels a little bit haphazard over towards the A site. Start off again with Ivy finding that kill, but it's the timing on that
Dude, the
utility that we're
salvos.
talking about, right? The refreshable
Yeah, the
utility
salvos
to
are
come on
incredible.
through. Salvos providing some stalling power and stopping power. And
Yeah, they hit some
damage
lovely
as
shots as well.
Really forcing T1 to not be able to challenge in it. So into the fresh rounds now. You're not going to see, well, we actually are going to see a bit of a buyout for T1.
Okay.
The
let's see what
solo
Meteor can
stinger.
do.
I don't
I'm
know.
alright
It's
with
a
it.
stinger though. And instantly the salvo's already spammed over. Well, Meteor just crawls under pipes.
Yeah,
He's
it's
here
Moto.
so
I mean, you know, NONGSHIM will go
early.
for
He
the
might
challenge
just
to
send
try and
it.
Find some forward positioning over at pipes.
Yeah, well, maybe it's something that NONGSHIM doesn't quite expect, but oh, you got Danby, you got Margaret, and now Ivy chimes in as well. The Guardian and everything
Nicely handled from
all
NONGSHIM.
thrown down against T1. No entry found.
No plant on
I
this one as
understand the
well,
idea
so
for T1,
Meteor's going
right?
to struggle
You
a
know
little
that
bit.
NONGSHIM in a pistol round have provided a bit of dominance and how they want to layer their information gathering around the pipes, right? They want to get a player on top of it, a player below it, and then eventually you'll drone up through Belt.
Would you do it as a
and
coach
it's
if
all
your star
reasonable,
fragger's
it's all
having an off day?
wishy-washy,
Just pray,
utility
man.
is strong, guns are stronger. And that's what
Get
Meteor
it.
is
Give him a
trying to
judge
find
round.
the
Give him
ladder.
some
The guns are
confidence.
gonna
I
be
don't know,
stronger
man.
with
It's
a little bit of
it's
catching you
especially
off
if you're playing
guard
Reyna.
and
Normally you would
potentially
be like,
getting
it's okay, man.
an
Just
open
do your
goal
role.
Reyna stinger.
But like when
But,
your
yeah, it
role
doesn't
is
work
you're
out,
the
you'll go to the
solo
next
duelist
round
and
and
you're a
you'll have your
Reyna,
weaponry.
like you actually have to be fragging.
Still
It's
though,
not like I'm gonna say
yeah,
do
being
some
able to buy it
supportive
up
Reyna flashes.
does help T1 somewhat. At the very least, they do know how NONGSHIM are trying to set themselves up closer towards the A site, but that is...
You
that
would
said,
maybe call a
NONGSHIM
round where
are
you're
adjusting
like
around this, and
fully
back
trying to
towards
set him
B,
up,
and mid they go.
and then if the
Danby
round
with the
fails,
peek.
you're just
Danby has
done.
had Meteor's number in
Like
this map
honestly.
so far, man.
Meteor, yeah, I can't wait to see what the head-to-head stats are, but right now, at least, Buzz still trying to
Lovely
free up
shots
a
in
little
this
bit more
round.
space for his team.
Yeah, I was going to note Francis in the beginning of the round, actually, the 0 point towards the B side did ping up 2, and then they did also count the Izu drone to come through. But there is still a big emphasis for T1 on trying to bully their way in towards this B side. Darby with the Guardian.
If they are trying to bully their way through, at least NONGSHIM will defend themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Stax has been sitting on this belt for quite some time, but no one on NONGSHIM has just given him
This
a
knife might
challenge.
do a lot here.
Hiding behind the toxic screen as well. But, well, now with Persia
doesn't
gone,
hit.
as he tried to push down mid, might allow for T1 to sneak their way further
They
in
got
as
so
well.
much
So that
delay. We've got to keep an eye on
forces
Danby pushing the whole
refreshable
time.
utility, like you
It's looking
mentioned.
like the
If it
pistol
gets
round.
spent,
Izu
that's when
tanks
you
himself
then
down to
get
10
your
HP as he
foot in
crosses
front of
just
the
a
sight.
spam
Spike
through the
planted now,
window.
and Sylvan to
And
provide additional
Danby?
cover too. So Danby and Margaret, 2 apiece, trying to sneak their way up from behind. Danby fires off shots.
My
And
God,
Sylvan
everyone's
and
1
Stax
HP.
trying to reposition. Flooded and flushed in towards Margaret's crosshairs, but now here comes.
Oh,
Sylvan
did he
looks
cover
up
the
wrong
drop of the
way.
smoke?
It's down to just Izu at 10 HP. A bit of a spam through the cloudburst, but still Izu goes for the burst. He crouches, he turns away, he finds the Red Bull clutch. A 1-on-2, and it puts T1
I don't know how he wins that.
Ridiculous that he's able to find that one. When you look at all of the chip damage throughout the course of that round that NONGSHIM are able to find, I mean,
Dude, the
some
shots in
great
this
shots
round
from
are
Darby to start us on
insane.
up. A couple of extra shots in the back for T1, of course. A 3 versus 3-ish scenario when the plant is starting to go on down. And I mentioned, right, look at how low all of these players are.
Oh my
But
goodness.
what are we saying
And the
was
thing
a,
is
was a
there,
faltering
like,
thing for ZETA earlier on. It's the team going for these 1v1 peaks.
Who
right?
did? I
This
can't remember
timing
who
is the
did the
better of
damage on the
NONGSHIM.
spam, but they
do
didn't know
that.
they had done the
go for these
damage. Otherwise, with that
1v1s.
trade, like he's
Even with
spamming
the
back
separate
here.
angles, just
So
so
even though he's
easily
10
marked
HP, they
by a
didn't know he was
master
10
like
HP.
Izu. Just
They
before
knew
a rookie,
he would
but
spam
now
through that
here
box
he
as soon as he
truly
knows where he
coming to
is.
his own. That said, though, T1 still needs more rounds, and like you mentioned before, Meteor still hasn't quite yet found his stride.
I'm pretty sure it
So
was one of the two that
possibly
was
now
surviving
with
that
him
had
stacked up with
the
Stax,
damage.
Looking for a bit of a peek. Meteor will be able to find that first one, but Margaret instantly trades with an outlaw. There is an op at play as well with Danby nearby.
Yeah, he is.
close towards the
He is
side.
running at them.
But
He-
Margaret
I
still
do like
around
that Meteor at
toxic
least
screen.
waits for his team here though.
Margaret is in a bit of a spot of bother at the moment. He has to just really play by himself. I
He
don't
is,
think
but
Persia's
he's got
gonna be
everyone
able
that he
to
can
do
one-shot.
much. Yeah, look at that.
Oh, and that's
Okay,
the
is he
we
back?
want to see. Instantly dismissing away. Izu coming back
There's
into
for
refill.
sure
Francis
a
for the
round
trade.
one from
That
Meteor.
leaves us with a 2-man NONGSHIM. One on an op, one
Oh,
low
Buzz,
HP
you've gone way
Francis.
too early.
Trying to go for the save now, but all right, Buzz
Does he?
far out from mid.
He's so
Yeah, the op is
tempted.
noted as well.
Yep.
He's like, should I
So,
go for this?
Although it's a
No.
clear save, this does inform as to what T1 needs to do for the next upcoming rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you know, how early did we see a timeout come out?
Pretty
from
much as a
T1
golden
on,
rule when
on
you're
their
lurking
defensive
here.
side, right?
Most people, if they
wonder
don't,
Silvernon is
if they
gonna
look
bring
out here,
41 out
and your
from
team's obviously
NONGSHIM
looking back
anytime
a sight,
soon as well,
they won't
especially
commit
after that-
past this
that
line.
previous round, right? The bonus, which
Because
looks
even if they're
so
here as
winnable
well,
for
like the
them.
chance of
Now
them
this one, the
thinking
first
that
gun
they can't
rounds,
go through here and
going a
want to
little
go
bit
through here
lopsided.
and will
Pop
catch
shot
you
from
off.
Darby.
Like normally you never like cross this line,
Still good to go.
to be honest.
But yeah, truly.
Like
and
if you look here and you don't see any,
especially
you
with
should
an
always
op
go
at
back to
play,
this.
Think about what kind of positions you could have set up. T1 have been looking to, like you mentioned before, a little bit of a bully, a little bit of
This is. Do you know what?
a way to abuse their way.
This is like the best round ever for
If you wanna talk
T1,
about
just
hierarchy
purely
at its
because
finest,
Meteor
right? T1 is going to be the team
might get
here
the
coming on
confidence
back of
back.
Masters, right? They're the team that
Fair enough.
they're going to have an aura around them that you got to be a little bit
Like, this is
worried,
what they
right?
needed.
But don't play scared.
the coach should be
And we're not
celebrating
seeing
because
NONGSHIM play
there's for
scared
sure a
whatsoever.
chance now.
Yeah, it's been quite the scuffle repeatedly, especially into
Force him down to an
these forward
eco, all
positions,
about
but
Danby's
now,
op.
Playing a lot more defensive,
we
trying
can
to
see.
keep Ivy alive. They are on, a bit of a half buy and Stinger at play, so maybe looking to abuse some of the close range duels. Danby,
Interesting
though,
they
that's
didn't
the one
want to
that
go
we've
for
got
the
our eyes on, but right now, at
the
least
ult here,
Stax
but
able to find a bit of an opener.
And last round, Dami did have that operator
This
over
was
at the B
nice.
side. It's there again, so no adjustment this
pretty
time.
methodical in
and
the
it's
end.
little
Just
by
go
little.
close to the
T1
wall,
knocking
then
the
when
front
the
door
wall's
down.
about to go down, they
Here we
wait
go,
out the
baby.
wall, They throw their own Viper smoke and they nade.
More. Well, at least it's going to be the rest of the team
Jenny.
already swarming and
Oh, and they will hunt for this heavy.
Once again, you have to wonder at some point.
Dude,
though,
look at Buzz.
is this a bit of mental
Buzz is already on B.
NONGSHIM to then suddenly bring Danby somewhere else
Locked
on the map
in.
for the next rounds?
I mean, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't reposition the operator towards the A site, but you kind of also do understand. I put my hands up. I recognize that I am dead here.
You wave the white flag.
That's
I thought they were
incredible.
kind of, you know, just tangoing a little bit.
I mean, the outlaw no-scoping is not something that you can have confidence in. He did tag it first.
Ooh, nice
Regardless,
shot.
It's going to be the big old round to come through from T1. What I was trying to say is a little bit surprised that the operator wasn't repositioned, but I do understand its power if it's just solo over towards the B site right there. For the tailwind to be popped, Dami gets the pick, he can get out of dodge. Here is that timeout that I was wondering just a little bit before. And it's getting close, right? 9-8. T1 starting to find some good strengths on this
and they're
side.
just A spamming. You got to shut down A, which probably means Danby goes there.
It's just with the way how they're able to position themselves, at least for the past couple rounds, closer to the A site. Stacks, a little bit of Meteor coming alive now. Like you mentioned, with the op.
Do you ever think it's valid ever to blame a loss of a map on one player?
Able to purchase another one back up, but it's
It depends, man, because
tool
I should be saying no, right?
Yeah, I mean,
but
when I think about one of these strengths for this composition,
like, depends what happens in the game, man. Like normally, okay, I always talk about teams, and you're saying like, I always say that like each map should be viewed separately. I think in a team, each round should be viewed separately. Like if you're stacking up like 4 big rounds, and it's all because of one player, then yeah. But normally it's a team thing, and like each round is its own little beast.
They're possibly doing right now in this very round. Op picked up by Buzz as well. Uses that to clear a lot of these long sight lines up tube as well. That could give a lot more room, but Margaret,
yeah, I had to hit that one, and it's a really hard shot to hit. Well, that happened. We had a knife that went over towards B, and I think it hit 2.
Further space by yourself.
The Artist Sage Wall. Okay, that is a good example though. Did the Artist Sage Wall lose them the round? Yes. Did he lose them the map? No, that was a team thing. But he did lose the round. It's a good example. Thank you for bringing that up.
Still, though, not entirely out of the question until Margaret, that is, puts himself up individually onto the site. So Salvo's
the highest of heights. Wait, didn't get the kill, and Salvo's going. Does get the plant though. Izu's got the job of the 2021 Sage, just plant and die.
That's the thing that NONGSHIM needs to work against.
The ult, oh wait, that's nice though. Wait, what? The ult pushes him out into the open, and then they KO flash it, and he still gets the kill. Oh god, yeah, this is what I was saying. As soon as Meteor's here, it's devastating. The 2K round was everything.
I mean, you're seeing the updraft from Danby. I'm not sure
I like that idea, to be honest. The Teo ult, force him out into the open, and then you flash.
When the pit actually does start to come out as
well.
The
leak out of the Viper pit saved him.
T1 stabilize, they bring it to 9 apiece, and they set themselves up now for what could be the round to gain them the lead, right?
Steam engine, you're right. Actually is the steam engine. He might top frag. Which is saying it's true, he might top frag.
Standard Viper's wall as well to provide a little bit of safe passage across for the T1 members. I mean, already getting up to the pipes.
Is it enough though? Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of space, but still T1 just looked to ignore all of it. And it's Meteor off the zip lines, stacks instantly for the trades, and that could very well be enough. Still though, lockdown force
guys, you lot are running into a killjoy without any plan. What do we do?
Whoa! Stacks!
Oh god, man, Buzz has absolutely saved him. It wasn't him that hit the shot, it was Buzz. Chad, don't worry.
Players got down, and we're just down with Persia coming up from NONGSHIM down mid. Stacks already has an idea.
Dude, the reposition's outrageous.
Oh, but Stacks Just kind of leaving it through. Buzz in
Oh
with the
man,
third
what a
force.
savior shot from Buzz.
Sax has just gotten away with 2 kills and then like pretty much just landing on his feet and immediately finding them. It's kind of funny. when
Don't
you
need a
think about
plan,
that.
yeah.
But, hey,
Don't need a plan when
T1,
you're just
they
sending
will
it in
gain
shots.
the lead here, finding double digits first, and some hefty ults actually used in that round as well, right? The lockdown, while everybody is still going for the fights around it.
Yeah,
As you
Buzz
mentioned, you know,
really
like,
saved
they're
him by
already
killing the top guy.
recognizing that Persia is going to be coming from this little later rotate, so.
Yeah, I really kind of do wonder though, Komodo. This win
Force
streak
him down to
started
an
off
eco.
of the little force buy round that T1 had.
The double
in the
pistol, gotta
second
add
half.
that in
Now
here.
with that, they really noticed so many of these positions that NONGSHIM tries to play on the A side repeatedly.
Like if NONGSHIM can't win this map now, there's like, I'm not sure they'll ever be able to win it against T1. You had Meteor with a slow start, they won double pistol.
It's also just Meteor once again working alongside the whole team, pushing and bulldozing their way straight back into A. NONGSHIM try as they might, they've got a Marshal or 2, but they can't quite withstand the force that is brought out from T1.
Yeah, a little bit late in the activations on this map of Icebox, it may feel like for T1. A new wind blows their way. Again, this is just one of them.
From Francis here, it's an eco.
But
Okay.
you do consider that this would be the 6th consecutive round in a row from T1. That's when you start to get a little bit more worried.
Considering how they had such a strong start, but still, okay. Well, it is what it is. T1 are up to 11.
Big pyrons. I mean, they just can't stop A. It's not like we can break this down much. It is literally just A spams.
Can't buy up any
Yeah, we have a couple of rounds over towards B dotted in there,
just
but
a really good early decision from NONGSHIM here, it feels like, because T1 are waltzing all over you over at the A side.
NONGSHIM timeout? Yeah, they did it like 2 rounds ago, right?
You got to think about, are we being baited into pushing the B side or pushing mid if we're expecting them to go towards the A side or
Well,
something?
there's the second one.
This is going to be probably one of the more important timeouts on this map right now for NONGSHIM. You know, this is going to be that potential swing round that could get them back into this map.
That Izu clutch? Oh yeah. Didn't he have a crazy clutch on the first half as well? Didn't he have 2 clutches, or am I just randomly adding one in there?
Whatever it is a round that is desperately needed.
Like Izu probably just saved him in this.
T1 kind of
The 1v3, yeah, 1v3 into a 1v2.
Swap ups as well.
Wild impact.
So far, it has just been, you know, a lot of the initiator utility.
Stacks out of 1v2, right? On B.
But the likes of Meteor and Stacks just breeze right past
on round
it.
3. Dude, that's a big round as well. That's the round that kind of breaks
Perhaps
the money.
Danby position towards screens now. Oh, Persia with the
Dude, I think is going to Toronto for the
Yeah,
Pacific.
Dude,
the third slot is really open. Like T1,
pretty standard Icebox.
T1 DRX,
T1,
and then I just don't know who goes
Maybe
through.
even expecting it to come out, and if you're not, well, now you'll already have your adjustments kind of planned. Your 0 point over towards Pipes at A has just pinged out some good information. You know, there's at least a Persia over
Again, it looks like no one in chat does either because you all just name different teams.
You could definitely look to do so. You're not really seeing too much up through A either.
Persia's trying to control as much as possible with all his smokes. I mean, the Poison Cloud out by mid as well.
Any team I'd really like to see at Masters. Oh, I tell you what, I'm a GE believer at the moment. So I kind of want GE to do it. I just think it would be cool because that's an org that doesn't an org that doesn't get much to cheer about.
Instantly Meteor refracts. A bit of an opportunity for T1 to possibly sneak in towards the back of B, where you still have to deal with Persia, possibly Francis coming up from top mid, coming up from kitchen right now.
What a weird round.
Buzz with just an op.
It's a huge play from Margaret.
Back to back. The Korean veterans.
You got to remember as well, if T1 are locked in towards this B site, they know that they can get absolutely crunched on because of the Vikings pit that's still active in the in B main.
Well, at least they sneak away with a spike plant, and Salvos does kind of reveal where Ivy might be positioned.
We'll take that.
With a null command as
So
well.
it's a small win for
You
T1.
can frag your way out of this one. Buzz takes the matters into his own
he
hands.
so nearly won that
Ivy
48.
gone, now just Meteor. Low HP as well. He might have the Empress.
He's just gonna go for the
everything needs to
spam.
start with
You
a
can
single
spam
kill.
this
Null commanded
from
up
there.
as well, so that just makes things a lot more difficult.
No way, he gave him. You gave him HP.
But needs to spot up for the next. They're starting to dwindle it down. A bit of an odd high low as
Oh wait, you can't spam it anymore. What am I talking about? Old thing. Old man. God, that was close. That was so
This
close.
is an old Icebox. Meteor can't
believe he turned that corner with the knife
just
out.
have a good eye view on towards the bridge to be able to deny it. He has to get active. He has to look for him. Gifted, I guess, a little bit of a kill onto Darby there to refresh his HP. But
I tell you what, the timeouts for NONGSHIM has made T1 try and do different stuff. I think T1 don't need to overthink it and they can just A spam. But they did a timeout NONGSHIM and then they went B, is in T1, and then they did a timeout again and they tried to do middle. So
still a lot of pressure for NONGSHIM. You don't have the Viper's Pit that you can put over to the B site, which
but I don't think T1 need to overthink this. I think.
Shoulder.
Oh my god, that's
Buzz just still too
the fast one.
Instantly
7 Saints with the tier 1, thank you so much.
Look at the rotation.
Probably my favorite Saint in chat, actually, I would say. Thank you so much, I appreciate the tier 1. Not going to miss an opportunity to flame Saint.
But you know what? You got the numbers. Let's just push and push our way through. Instantly tagging up on towards Francis as well. Buzz watching the back line.
I was going to say Meteor is fearlessly walking.
It's just Meteor. He is the queen.
Nice shot still from Danby,
now.
but
gotta
save this one. He got no
play
money.
in the next round.
Oh my god, he's got some crazy fast bullet aim though.
I reckon, I mean, Margaret's fine in terms of economy. Francis will be okay. He's 2 off his blades. But a 1 versus 4 for Danby, it would be an ace clutch. And he's just waltzed over Sylvan.
Oh, that could be it. Sylvan looking for him, and right there.
Okay, 2 chances.
X marks the spot.
Yeah, so there we go. T1 on to map point.
I don't know for NONGSHIM here.
The
problem is they're probably gonna... Wait, can this comp even punish the orb take? I was gonna say they're gonna take the orb to try get knives on A, but I'm not sure this comp could even punish it.
A little bit of unfortunate timing. The flash drive over from Francis and the peek out of yellow just being spotted just
they can
before
shock
you go
Molly,
for
I
that
guess.
one. You're always going to understand why NONGSHIM at a player
Yes, they know he's going for the orb here. Do they have the shock Molly?
Equalize the situation on this defensive side, but now you know they're up against the wall. They cannot make any mistakes, and T1 are just looking to
no
aggress
punish.
up
They
through
don't
A
use the
very
shock
rapidly.
Molly.
NONGSHIM kind of looking for some opening picks as
And
well.
he
So at least
manages to
Francis
get the
knowing
orb
that
and
he
has
would
knives.
push up, have walked away with 1 kill, but here comes Sylvan with a kill of his own, and NONGSHIM
Okay,
instantly
that's probably why they were fine with it.
wants to make this happen. You got Persia coming
No
up
way,
line, and he
Persia
will
got that
go for
kill.
Buzz, though.
Did Buzz
So
go
bit
for a
of an
jump peek
opportunity
there,
for
or
NONGSHIM.
did I
The rest of them
did I
holding
see
into
that wrong?
defensive positions up around the
Okay,
site,
but now they
Sylvan
killed the person
instantly
that was
comes back
lurking, and then they
to
have
allow
a
for T1 to
huge
stretch
opening over
their
towards B.
legs.
The T1 just need to cut sound for a little bit, but they already committed the
Instantly
drone
dealt with.
probably before it was called.
Oh my
They
God, and
droned
Stacks
out, and then Stacks got
still
the
up, but
peak.
Ness continues to find
Dude, this is
targets.
wild with
Yeah,
what's
things
going
start
on.
to look a little bit
Like, it's an
darker
easy call
for
here for
NONGSHIM
T1,
at the moment.
really.
Margaret
It's
can somehow
nice
find 1 kill. He
that
went
Ivy
locked
doesn't
down
get hit by that.
available,
Oh
but
my god,
look
the
at
shots,
that sharp shot from Stacks. That is never going to work out for you.
I feel like the
unfortunately,
shots
on the back end of that one.
non-stop in this
Stacks
game were
is going to be the
outrageous.
one to close
Very
it
nice from
as
T1.
well.
Shout out to Meteor.
T1
Really,
makes the
really
comeback
rough
work.
start. He
Final
was
score on
kind of
the map
whiffing a
of
lot.
Icebox,
Maybe like
13
6
to 10.
rounds that we saw.
He was the one who kind of started
And then just
everything.
reset
I mean,
on attack.
Sure, earlier on was the
2
pistol coming out
pistols,
from Ivy.
10
But
rounds,
after that,
and a rough
Stacks
for NONGSHIM here.
launching the attack rounds for T1. It's his splashes. It's the way that he pushes. It's the way that he finds
Shout out
trades
to
for Meteor
Izu.
and puts them out on
Izu's
top.
the
Yeah,
only
it's just the
reason
involvement from
that
everybody
they're still
on
in that
T1
game,
at
to
the
be honest.
later stage of the game, right? It felt a little bit sleepy at the
That
very
clutch on
beginning
attack
from
was
them.
everything.
It felt like NONGSHIM had a really good fundamental idea on how they wanted to start off this map on Icebox. They chose their attacking side to start off for a reason, right? Things were looking very well coordinated for them. When they're layering down all this utility, when they're trading really, really well, but the tail end of that half, you know, T1 start to really figure out, oh, we know how to play this game, we know how to shoot, we can catch you a little bit off guard, you know, we didn't win just Masters or anything like that recently, you know, and you switch on over and it looks like a different team. T1 on the attacking side, very destructive.
Still some good looks for NONGSHIM, though, I have to say. I mean, they did pull out the
Alex
the
Ick,
op at
hello
some
mate.
point, but not quite
Hope you're doing
the
well, bro.
adjustments in terms of the
Thank you
position
so much
that
for
we
the
were
tier 1.
thinking of. So we will keep our eye on this.
Damn, you
because
just
NONGSHIM
let
are
the
still
subs go as well.
definitely
Thank you for the
very
21
much so in
months,
the
mate.
game. There's not a
Appreciate
lot
it.
of pressure on the backs of both of these teams. Maybe a little bit more so for T1 to defend their crown.
Yeah, I mean, split around the corner as well. I think I heard Pilsky say it a little bit earlier when we saw the map
drop to
video.
ZETA.
I'm not too confident on split for NONGSHIM, considering their last series. But I mean, hey, look, different day, different teams. Let's
For the next
Yeah,
K-Corp
we gotta
match,
see
should
how
I
this all
focus on
looks, but for
existing
now,
problems
we
of the
will
team,
take a look
or
at the
maybe
desk with
potential
3 lovely faces
solutions?
that we all know and love.
Nah, just go with their existing stuff, because I think they're gonna.
There's at least one
Man, it's a
face.
shame you picked. It's a shame you picked K-Corp.
What a guy.
I know.
I mean, Morgan's got a face only
I
a
think you
mother
just
could
look
love,
at their
but that's
issues.
very true,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Definitely the big time face. T1. Sorry, we got distracted. We were just staring.
I mean, their
at
main
big
issue is
time
that they
for a while.
play
Oh, man, what a good looking guy.
heavily
I'm
against
so
the
hot
meta.
right into his soul. I mean, speaking of good looks, I mean, T1 on that comeback, that was a good look from them. It wasn't a promising start. I think
Izu?
NONGSHIM,
No, Izu
they
is
chose that
underrated.
side on purpose. They definitely did play around the comp that T1 was bringing as well, which the order of
Yeah,
things to
just
make it
focus on
clear
what
is
they're
you
doing
choose
wrong.
your starting
Yeah.
side. They chose to start attack
'Cause there's
before they
loads
see
of
the
different
comp.
ways of fixing
So,
stuff.
you know, they're expecting T1 to play something aggressive. They would have had a good read on that. They played around it very well. It felt like they knew exactly how to counter Meteor and limit his impact entirely. And that's
Alex,
what
thank you for
made,
saying that as well, bro.
It's so hard for T1 to actually get into the game, but T1 just did
Yeah,
what
I
they
appreciate
always
that,
do.
man.
They were resilient. They came back into
Hey,
the game.
that's good that,
Meteor,
like,
despite,
you're-
like, a 1 and
that's a
7
good
or 1 and
mindset
8
though, Alex.
start, still finishes
That's
dead
good to
even,
see.
so very much turned around his game once he moved over onto the defense.
Yeah, I thought they did a great job to stabilize into that game. I feel like there was a few momentum rounds, a few big, you know. we
Okay,
have
I'll be back in a little
clutches,
bit.
we have
Do I drink
big
coffee a lot? No, I
4Ks
don't like
from
coffee,
T1
man.
that just managed to reignite that spark. You go, okay, yeah, guys, we can actually shoot them, or like.
I tried,
you
I just can't like the
It's a
taste.
surge of energy, and you know, I felt like NONGSHIM did play a great game here. To be honest, I feel like from a macro perspective, they looked more confident than T1, but I think T1 just showed up on the rounds that matter and really just. I think that's the experience, right? It got them across the line when it really needed them to.
I think it's a good first showing for T1 on Icebox, who haven't shown this in ages anyway, especially with this particular squad. But you're right, NONGSHIM had great ideas. They looked really convincing, especially on that first tap there. We thought this could have been a NONGSHIM game, and things could have really, you know, been a very different storyline here. T1, yes, they are the Masters winning team, and we were discussing this, you know, these teams like to push the full series, but T1 pushing the full series every single time. I mean, that means they are good at adjusting on the fly, but at the same time, there's a lot that they really need to work on because it becomes really close too often.
Yeah, I mean, at least for me, I have to check myself a little bit. I mean, we'll get to see some amazing individual players from T1, which is what you get with this lineup. No matter who they're playing against, they bring out the individual skill, the individual brilliance. It was Stax that started off. Buzz was consistent all game long, and then I think Meteor really started to get fired up in the second half in particular. But I think, yeah, I have to check myself a little bit because T1, they did win Masters, and they did kind of get declared as the best team in the world, but they have never really dominantly destroyed any team. Their initial game, they dropped a map against ZETA. As you mentioned, Vic, earlier on in the pre-show, every series that they play goes the distance, so I can't be too surprised that most of the teams in Pacific are really pushing them, and that was kind of the consensus in the content that Chobra did interviewing a lot of the coaches. The common consensus from a lot of the other Pacific coaches is that T1 will not come back and dominate because Pacific is a very hard region to play in. There's so many different teams that you have to play against and different styles.
I mean, this that we're watching for me was really the story of the map. We're just seeing endless T1 highlight rounds, 4Ks. Stax' big clutch on the bonus round, you know, keeps momentum in their favor.
Yeah.
Buzz hitting some crazy shots. I think this was a game T1 got across the line on their individual level. Each person stepped up, made those big rounds happen when they needed them to, but that's not exactly consistent. It's hard to make that keep going, but they'll take it for now as they move across to map 2. But, you know, we spoke a little bit about NONGSHIM's split, and, you know, you don't seem too convinced, but I thought their defense was very good, so I think it's going to be an interesting one heading into map 2.
They only have one more, you know, they have only half a map to fix, so...
Half a map to fix.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all right. Don't worry. We're just 12-0-1 defense, guys. Easy peasy. Stax an MVP. A man that, you know, once upon a time, a little bit of sentiment criticizing his fragging. I think in current day T1, I don't know what it is about this guy, but every now and then Stax is just like, I'm just going to win this map.
Yeah.
Like he just drops 30 out of nowhere on the init roll, or like when the going gets rough. I remember early on in kickoff, for example, the going gets rough for T1 on attack. The dude just starts cutting corner. He just starts dry pushing stuff. He's like, I'm just going to test the setup. I've got a read here. I'm just going to walk up a ramp on split and see how far I can get before someone stops me. You know, he just really is the kind of guy that as a leader leads from the front and will take the game into his own hands.
Yeah, I think it just shows that anyone on this T1 team is able to step up. Even the IGL able to come out with a big top fragging performance there. Everyone on this team is razor sharp, so that's why it's so hard to close things out. Even when we see NONGSHIM come in with a great game plan, really great structure, it doesn't matter if these players are just going to keep shooting you in the head again and again.
Yeah, T1 is just I mean, they've very much earned their spot here in Pacific. But I think what this is also saying is how strong the teams in Pacific are to be pushing T1 time and time again in so many different matches over the past, well, not full year, but the past couple months. So I think this is a good sign all around, but T1 still keeping it, like you said, razor sharp. And Stax as well, whether he's the first guy in or the last guy standing, he just kind of goes in this crazy like solo mode, and he's just like, you know, I'm just gonna have fun and kill a bunch of people. But now Split is gonna be the second map. This is NONGSHIM's pick. This is a map they did end up winning, and it's the only map that T1 dropped last week to ZETA. It went into a slight overtime. There is some debate though. ZETA did play well last week against T1.
They did.
But we also know T1 was really tired coming from Bangkok. So is this loss going to be a big deal?
I don't think so. And then for NONGSHIM, like, I wasn't convinced by their attacking side,
The
in particular
split.
in the talent game,
They
which
get
they
the
lost
double
5
duelist
to
map.
13 end of kickoff. That was their previous comp though with the Neon. Now they've been playing the Waylay.
Looking for
and on
breakfast?
attack,
I haven't
I mean,
eaten yet.
33% win rate against
I don't really like
DRG,
eating
and
in the
their
morning.
Defense, 100%. Their defense was insane, and you keep saying it, but like, their attack was not great, and they're going to have to, I'm assuming, play attack first on this map pick against T1.
I mean, I still
Is
think they
NRG
have a
looking
lot
better?
of good
Yeah, for sure.
options on
Especially if you
attack.
just
I
look at
think
their
the
fracture, you
Viper
can
gives
tell the
strong
work they put
You're
in for
able
that.
to pair up the Deadlock and the Teo util, but you should be able to set up the Waylay. Like, I feel like there's more to their attack half that they can improve on, that they can show. I think they have
Bananas?
some
Yeah,
good
they're
ideas,
banging.
they just weren't able to pull it off consistently. They'll have gone back to the drawing board, they'll have reworked parts of it, and I think T1 will have done a very similar thing after losing to ZETA. You don't just get beat on a map and go, oh, well, that was bad from us, guys. We'll visit this down the line.
I think
that's the first thing they're watching back and fixing.
there was a lot of promise, but I'm kind of getting to the point where,
I'm
especially
gonna watch
for NONGSHIM,
EDG.
where
Yeah,
they're
we'll
a
switch
team that
over
I
after
look at
this.
them, I'm like, this Waylay should be perfect for them. They should be the exact team that can coordinate utility to be able to create the opportunities for Waylay to have impact.
Yeah, that's true,
I'm kind of
Prodigy.
getting to the point where I'm like, just don't play it. Play something else.
That's
'cause
that's
now
early.
looks so
That's
much
too
better
early to
on
eat as
any other
well.
duelist agent than the Waylay. I know people have criticized him for being a Neon one trick, but even on the Jet and a game or two of Raze, I've noticed he's a lot better than what we've seen from his Waylay. I don't really want to see them play Waylay again, but we'll see.
I'm honestly inclined, like I have a similar sentiment, but to Big Time's point as well, they do have the pieces there, they do have the general ideas there, but you just need to be
Gym every day?
super,
Nah,
like,
we only,
watertight
when the
with your
schedule's like this, we kind of
structure,
only get
what
to do
you
like
have in the
3
playbook.
days a
With
week.
Something with an agent like Waylay, you need to work with your team, like we've seen from Talon.
Unless we
and
get lucky with
Remy,
like a
that's
2-0,
the right
2-0,
way to
but
use Waylay. And you have to be confident on that attack side. Don't wait, especially when we have a Tejo Waylay. Like, you can't hesitate for a moment.
I mean, the way I see it, Rome wasn't built in a day, right? Do you think Danby was a demon the first time you picked Neon? Do you think it was an instant?
Yeah, probably.
No, that's not how it works. It takes time.
He was born to play that agent.
Waylay still knew that.
Is there McDonald's in Iceland? There used to be, and then I think McDonald's pulled out because it was like too expensive.
I hope so.
Like, it's just expensive for food here, so when you're paying like 20 quid for
that's fine. Just give them
like a
the
Happy
space
Meal
to
or whatever it is, you
get
can't
there.
warrant
You
it,
gotta
man.
have some faith in these
So I
guys.
think McDonald's
they know
pulled
what
out.
they're doing. They'll have reviewed
But
that
they used
attack
to
side,
be
and I
here,
think
but
it's
it's
gonna
not here
look better
anymore.
today.
Well, I have faith they're going to do it because both of these teams like
We have a
full
fake
series,
McDonald's here.
and so
It's
NONGSHIM
called
therefore
Metro.
will win. And they're going to figure out this Waylay thing.
Which
that
region
said,
do I enjoy
you guys
watching the most? I
said the
enjoy
2-T1,
watching Pacific the most.
little
Pacific
bit
is
of
the
a
most
rough
fun.
Split last week. There's no way they're
It's
gonna
very
let that fly
close.
a second
The
time around. I don't know if this is when
the
we're gonna see
Valorant that
pattern
they
broken.
play is a lot
Same
faster.
comps,
It's like
they both played
a
last
lot more
week.
hectic.
So not mega
It's a lot. It's
changes
just better to
on
watch, to be
either side,
honest.
at least from the surface level. Let's see what they're going to change.
I think the key to this matchup, looking at the two comps, is
Okay,
obviously
so
the NONGSHIM
NONGSHIM do the waylay, but we have seen that this triple combo on defense looks so strong. So, even though I don't like the waylay here, I love the deadlock here.
They also have the Resonate to deal with that deadlock, so I think it's going to be interesting how these two compositions match up.
And the waylay on defense actually combos okay.
It's going to be easier for NONGSHIM to attack into the double duelist variant of T1's comp rather than Izu on the Cypher as well, particularly with
what region is the best? Boom, the answer to that could be EMEA. But you guys need to look like 2024 again.
Is this going to be a full series, or is it ending here, Quack and Komodo?
So it's not EMEA. Mystery live. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for the 9 months.
It's definitely going to be a bit of a head scratcher. I mean, will those adjustments come in?
You could make me say EMEA. It's in your hands.
Because the way that this map has gone recently for T1, even though they've been getting dubs, they've been in overtimes. So, I mean, they also need to have some reflection on this map as well, right?
T1 managed to win the first map, but they are losing in pistols. So let's see if they can win a pistol here. We've got NONGSHIM on attack, we've got T1 on defense. And NONGSHIM go for the pressure wall over towards B, which honestly teams have been struggling against, especially when you have Yoris.
But instantly met with quite a bit, so they're going to have to trail off.
Yeah, a bit of early utility used from NONGSHIM as well, but you got to remember, deadlock changes means that GravNet does come on back, so being able to use that to
it's really nice sims, but
B-main control, some garage control, not a bad idea.
winter is a nightmare.
Go about it, better reposition in the mid. Buzz sees a lot. No one's going to give any more forward doors.
And smoked off. Gate crash expired from Izu as well, though, so he's already fallen back to a safer position on towards the top of A ramps. But this is where, with those positions pulled away, NONGSHIM tries to reaggress in towards B. Dambi still could just, like, burst in all of a sudden.
Yeah. You have wasted a lot of T1's utility, though, to do the job.
Okay, they at least, so T1 had a little kill setup over towards mid with the Omen flash, but as soon, my goodness, oh my god, as soon as they were doing fake pressure over towards B, they had to get rid of it. And Sylvan has to do a lot here. Okay, well, I imagine Buzz threw a nade because a lot of them were down low, unless they were just tanking the Viper. Oh, they were tanking the Viper.
Barrier mesh to block off CT, so you're going to have a bit of a reposition from Meteor. No one's going to give you a challenge there. Try and buy some time for Stacks to get on in, but where would you even try and contemplate throwing the Haunt to try and set Meteor up? You got to rely on your element of surprise.
Don't know if
oh, I think Stacks saw him.
That's just true enough, given how Dambi's jiggling back and forth, holds the line now. It's just Meteor who's
very nice.
Underneath Hell, and Francis
3-0 on pistols.
In with the
They're good for
as well towards the end of it. So NONGSHIM very much aware of everything that could be happening on the map.
So one out of 4 from what we saw from NONGSHIM on the attacking side of split last time, but immediately a infinite increase in first kills for Dambi. Getting 0 last time on this map. He gets it immediately in the pistol round. So to infinity for Dambi on this waylay.
Oh my gosh. Infinity and beyond is for the player on the other side.
But what region do you think you'd have most trouble coaching in strategy-wise, assuming your team can compete?
Still continuing
I'm not sure, man.
They got the guns, so why not?
I still kind of look at EMEA and think it's... I'm not saying free, but I think it could be a top 4 team very easy out of all the regions.
Can't let it be
apart from China, obviously.
So far have gone to the side of NONGSHIM. They still lost the first map.
I still think America's, man. I think America's looks tough. There's so many teams that you're meant to beat that can beat you.
They've got Margaret deep in towards the B site, cutting noise, buying a little bit more time, and it forces T1 to think. So T1 back in towards B. Buzz will find.
Yeah, I'm not saying EMEA is free, but I think
I don't really know if you want to take a Marshall in towards
I think it's probably one of the easier regions to be a top 4 team in.
With this one, if he
especially with some of the team's reads on the meta at the moment.
Because currently, NONGSHIM planting out the spike.
Run. Takes quite a while, doesn't it?
It does. It's not as bad as, like, Pearl rotates.
Yeah, it's way longer. At least for right now, kind of
law accurate.
able to
We've got the history to back it up. We'll ignore that
Probably
2.5 years in between
NONGSHIM all
and the
the
fact
way
that
from
everyone's
up
improved.
around the map and
But in theory, the players that I would have improved as well, so it should scale well.
If not, up with the spike.
Yeah, more than likely to spike unless
You
Persia
can't
comes
believe it, Boo.
down
You can't
now,
believe it, but at the same time, I know
Zaga
you kind of
Smet.
agree.
Ivy actually finds Buzz.
And I know
as he
you're
moves
watching
up
some of
front,
these
so
teams in the EMEA
that's
play, and you're
further
thinking,
alt-
what the hell are they
further alt
doing?
points for NONGSHIM right now. I can't speak.
It's alright, we had a great first map. But we're only bangers
I
on
know
split,
you
so
are.
let's see.
I know you won't
Gun
say
rounds
it,
to be
but I
coming
know
up
you're
forward
thinking
for
it.
T1, so let's actually see where their strengths are going to lie on this defensive side as well. What early challenges there's going to be. I'm interested to see as well, more importantly, when we're getting a lot of these attacking rounds, what differences have we already seen in this short time?
All right.
For NONGSHIM.
Let's stop
You know,
talking
what
about
have they
EMEA.
learnt in their practice, in their reviews.
Big buy rounds.
Will they be able
NONGSHIM want to
to
just hit over
prove
towards B. Smoke
Morgan?
over towards
Will they be able
heaven.
to prove big time right? So
Got
starting things
Gravnet
off
close.
with a Gravnet
Salvo's
straight
deep.
in, but, oh,
And there
flying
goes
into
the B hit.
crosshairs of Izu and Sylvan.
They did okay.
At least
It's
the
still
trades
doable. They
were
get over
found.
towards the
It's a 2 on
site.
3, but into the smokes. Margaret, what are you trying to pull off? He pushes out all of a sudden, and Meteor backs away. He finds the frag. Francis now trying to reposition. Still carrying the spike. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. What can he do?
Chat, I didn't say it's free. I'm just saying I think being top 4 is
But then you gotta
one
find
of the
remaining
easier
twin players,
regions,
and you know a team like T1 is
other than
gonna give
China.
you at 1v1s.
Holding the positions. You got a bit of a high-low with Buzz up on top of Raptors, but Meteor, as soon as he spots a bit of an inkling of a shoulder, he continues to go forward.
Okay, maybe he will give you a 1v1, but he's just going to win it and remove your head from your shoulders. On the board are T1 on this defensive side. And again, you know, I mean, I know I
Keep it,
keep
shut
harping
up,
on
man.
this and everything, but it's T1 playing the same things that they did over at Masters, right? The old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So they've got a lot of different strategies and ideas in their repertoire that they're going to be able to deploy in this map that NONGSHIM really need to come through with some great mid-round decisioning. I think that Persia is gonna really be tested in this map.
Quite a bit.
They're going to try force
especially now
this.
with the Byron back in.
Okay, how do they deal with the drone? No drone?
Against their favorite.
Well,
He's not there, but here goes.
That's
Instantly in
not
with a
how I
melee,
would
but
play my
Buzz
first buy
with a straight
rounds.
transfer.
Oh
It's
god.
just Francis down to low HP.
I
The
I get it.
bursts are
They
not working
smoke.
out.
They have
That's great
salvos.
transfer
They
with
think they're good.
Roars. Now what do you look to do to bring some recovery back into all this round as NONGSHIM?
Yeah, it's just the one pause that would absolutely annihilate them. And I'm wondering if T1 have done some research, and that's their normal default over towards middle, because they bring this out on the big buy runs, and this is a setup that punishes the most standard mid default you would imagine NONGSHIM has shown a good amount of, even in one demo. So I'm going to give props to T1's coaching staff or IGL.
You have to do it from your
Maybe
own
this was
side of the
stacks, who
map.
knows?
You're not going to be able to lurk in through B or in through A as NONGSHIM. Yeah, I mean, you kind of got it with this position, right?
Yeah. Well, 30 seconds to talk things through. So, I mean, what we've seen right now is instantly kind of what, again, big
What's
time's
my
a fan
current
of
top
it, but
4
he
in
also
APAC?
points
This is the
out
thing,
these
I don't even know who
very,
to put third and
I don't
fourth.
want to say obvious, but flaws.
There's
pointed
like
out.
6 teams that could be
The
third and
Whaley
fourth at the
dashes
moment.
in, but without any, true support.
Yeah.
It's just a free frag for Buzz.
I mean, you also got to remember as well the way the mechanics work.
When my
if
team stopped
you're
doing
dashing,
solo whaler camps.
twice, right?
Okay,
You're
so
up
for people that
first,
haven't
you're
watched
forward,
NONGSHIM
you're
play
on
this
the
map
second line.
before,
You're going
the
in the direction
defense
of the
is
ball. It's not like
really
a jet where
good.
you
They
can
probably
move ahead
need
swiftly
like
to
5.
spot enemies. So we're already sort of seeing
It
that
looks
be,
horrible
a
to
little
play
bit
against.
worrisome, right, when you're going through mid.
I will say the
You're
T1
going
have the
over the
best
single
comp
bomb.
for
You
it
can't check
though
your
in
corners,
terms
and
of
Buzz
double
just gets a
dive.
very quick
So
spray
maybe I'll
transfer
up
be able
this to
find it, because
6.
his position really then
Mm.
is unnoted.
Yeah.
But we'll see it again. We'll see it again here. Like, you can't check that position. If Persia is shrouded stepping in and Danby is getting in the dashes, he just massacres you.
More like a flash or a stun to bolster that attack, but at the same time, towards the end of it, Meteor got a pick up against, I believe, Ivy. So more alt points as well for the other side, but here it comes T1
the movements.
launching a bit of a showstopper straight in.
The movement's nice on this one.
NONGSHIM towards the back of mid. Buzz just not
Okay,
backing
they go
up.
for 1-for-1, but honestly, this 1-for-1 is worth because that's a passive pressure over towards A.
Pivotal components of what NONGSHIM's plan
So you
might
can
be
now
on the
just hold A
side,
from
playing
spawn if you
the
wanted
wall
to.
over at A. Now you've lost all of the
Or
control
this
there
works.
as well, right? It's going to be information that unless you're putting a dark cover down from Persia, you can leave just a single member in stacks there to look after all of A.
T1's, they don't got to worry about no more lurks outside of A.
T1 really don't have to move too much around the map at this current point now.
Yeah, I mean, because Stack's getting early info, you can definitely... I'm not even sure they needed to rotate Meteor over, but maybe because the cut is sound. Okay, he should be able to rotate now. Yeah, cut is sound. He wanted someone to cover this while he covered vents. We'll go for the 2-2. Just the vent sound keeps the 2 here for sure. Smoke's going to push them back behind the... Sorry, Flash is going to push them back behind the smoke. Oh, the Dambi did really good. Out control the whole time, dodge the flash, drone goes in. 20 seconds.
Keeps himself hidden, shrouded in mystery.
Big flash.
Cover. Works around the back lines.
Oh, what a
now.
flash this was.
The flash continues to find targets. Persia, though, will make quick work of both of them alongside Francis. So a bit of a spike plant now. But still, the retake with information at hand for T1. Hunt instantly reveals. So now thinking about possibly Garage. Oh, but a bit of a slight blunder. Head exposed, allows for Persia to pick him off. Low HP though is Francis, and Meteor looks for the one-on-ones. Right around the pillar. Oh, smoked up. So you gotta work around the edge of it, but as he sidesteps away, shots fired, Persia
5
comes
HP.
back to double down on the spray. NONGSHIM
5 HP on this one. I think the comms are a little bit hectic because the 2 on site could have played better. Like the flash looked good. I thought they were both going to double swing left. Oh, he tanked an Omen flash. Okay,
some nice shots
so good.
coming forward on this Yoru, of course, starting to be really proficient, you know, making that agent his own on this map for quite some time now. And I really thought, you know, when you're looking at the repositions from NONGSHIM, you got to go up through mid, you have to go in towards B. I still like how they're able to quickly decide what utility they want to layer in to try and take the space. This time for the new round, we're not seeing an early GravNet over towards Garage, so this gets Izu onto the line. Is it a bit of a false sense of security here? That's an awkward miss, but at least he gets out.
Yeah, a little bit. Still, though, it is space afforded to NONGSHIM. A second gate crash back into safety. Meteor, unfortunately, trying to refill a little bit more, will pay with his life.
Yeah, I was going to say, not on for the luck, yeah.
Buzz getting gunned down towards the top of Mail as well is going to hurt.
It's an incredible round for NONGSHIM to win.
5 versus 3. I think you just got to cut your losses in this one.
Right, the 3K for everyone that's going to get 3K.
Right? The fact that Izu is getting caught off guard in the very early beginning with that operator, right? You're not seeing any first utility come out from NONGSHIM. It's a different look for a play towards B, right? Where they delay it just a little bit. It works a treat. Again, then you have that GravNet for the side itself, and who does it actually find this time? It's Izu who has to gate crash out a second time. Unless you're trying to get in quickly with that dimensional drift and go in for a pretty quick retake, and you're taking out.
Yeah,
like,
hit the first shot here if it's a different round, but
it really is difficult to get a good retake on that B site unless you're removing a couple of these members early on for NONGSHIM. So it is the wise idea for T1 to go for the save here, have this weaponry for the next round to try and set themselves up. You know, do they want a dimensional drift nice and early to get somebody else on the line, or do they want to really just hold it back for a bit of a retake? These are the decisions that they're going to have to make now.
And this is where the responsibility does fall onto the shoulders of Stacks as the IGL. You know, what's the read going to be? Thinking about the GravNet for before, this is where NONGSHIM's mental conditioning definitely comes into play against T1. So trying to position themselves across, it's Izu, maybe closer towards mid. But NONGSHIM, a quick A hit trying to take down in towards the top ramps. The GravNet does land as well, though.
Not able to capitalize.
Oh my god, this is kind of nice. The good Omen flash. Whoa, who is that? I mean, I do, okay, I heavily respect that Dambi went for that, but that is absolute insanity.
Just to Francis, and he's able to push even further up. Does take control over Heaven, and with this spot, he might be able to get his way into the site, but Izu up from behind. does notice position as well. The op not quite yet fired. Francis has a chance.
He's on for the 1 versus 4, and he's forced out this dimensional drift.
Okay. Pushes Francis a little bit closer towards elbow. We know where he is. Meteor trying to spray and burst at him away. But Izu out of the great crash now, hops over the shore.
Okay, they handled it very well. Dude, Sylvan hit a great Omen Flash. Omen Flash over towards Heaven. It tanked Danby only, and Danby just sends it through the wall. Just because, I mean, they've used so much and they've invested the ult that anyone here should, in theory, be hit by his ult, right? So he's just trusting that his team's going to trade him. I just still disrespect it. There's a couple of duelists there that would back out.
Snake bites aren't what they once were. They're not as damaging in the very beginning when they're first.
I would honestly prefer the whole team to back out, but
on T1's side, just some good, quick
you would imagine the team would trade him
from them as a whole at the end to keep this one in a tight little contest.
Yeah, very quickly. Do have to note that Meteor did kind of reposition himself from Vents, so that could be something that NONGSHIM is trying to work against this time. And there it is. Much more of a stack closer towards mid, and they do deny Izu any opportunity.
I like this little change up as well, because they've been fighting here a little bit because of their default, but
look at the space that Ivy is just finding with the scary annihilation.
Oh my god, is this perma crouched as well now? Okay.
Buzz was caught in the grav net, by the way, so stuck in the vents for a little bit. Over eager from Stacks as well. In fact, well,
there is so much going on. Double Omen or back of sight at the same time.
Stuck T1, Meteor is still able to anchor as best as he can.
No way, Ivy got double here.
The shot lands square on Meteor's head anyway. 1 on 3 for Buzz.
Yeah, Ivy is poisoned in this round.
Margaret as well, quite literally the poison in terms of the agent. Buzz has no idea.
Yeah, and Margaret should win.
Out, and he kind of knows that they're closer towards the pillars. Maybe Garage, but there it is, Margaret.
I mean, Ivy did incredible
Another one
here.
back over to the side of NONGSHIM. So they have found more attacking rounds now than they did against RRQ. So credit where credit is due to them. They've been able to, you know, what we might presume is learn from their mistakes, play towards more of their strengths.
It was perma-crouch, but he satched out. That's sick.
And some good patience as well, right? Changing it up between speed and slow. And then just hitting their shots where they need to as well.
Have to admire it. A lot of variety. Pilsky, are you watching this? Are you more convinced now with the NONGSHIM's attack side?
That's too early to tell.
that's a great.
Buzzer gets a kill, gets ult.
Back towards what they tried on the pistol round before getting stalled out by the early utility of T1. They will gather some garage control, but
lose speed control.
There's no real
oh, this is nice though.
Pick that one up. So maybe you are trying to just bait in T1 to see what you can find. A destruction of the sensor.
Yeah, I liked how T1 did. T1 have definitely looked at some demos. Like I know there's only one demo out there from NONGSHIM RRQ, but they managed to take a lot from it.
Aware enough to check.
Yeah, Francis is not leaving any stones unturned at the moment.
Definitely very admirable.
Oof, that's nice.
Chase as well on the shorty. That's the waylay that you want to see.
Yeah, this is really, you know, we're seeing Danby more set up by the team and the team being more coordinated.
Yeah, 2 ups here to take as well.
And the small gap,
Up
right,
for the plant. Neon a day, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the
You need
aimons.
some good combinations, right? It's not like you're throwing your utility immediately when you're dashing, right? There's slight, you know, changes in times that comes out as opposed to where you would have a jet.
Or even just, having a little bit more information
Very, very nice.
For it. I mean, it is, you know, slightly anti-eco for NONGSHIM.
Yeah.
But still, we are very happy, as is Chobra, with the watch party on the other end right now.
Okay, hang on. I'll admit, I might be getting too far ahead of myself because that was Danby's 3rd kill. I feel like he's gotten a lot more value in this map so far in actually finding the space for his team to get the kills. Where
He's getting space.
Which again,
he's not wrong.
That's still value.
You take what you can get.
Yeah, he's right, but there isn't really a stat for space made.
Met with a couple of rounds of
Tech just one split with a deadlock. I don't think a deadlock's lost yet. Am I wrong? Has a deadlock lost yet in VCT since the new update?
I mean,
I think
From
it's
my
3 for
perspective, This
3.
is actually quite scary now that NONGSHIM have actually managed to find 6 on this.
Maybe
attacking
someone in
side. And when I
China
look at their composition, I think
is
well,
wrecking my
that's
stats.
pretty, that's pretty damaging on the defensive side, right? You've got Ivy playing on the deadlock, so you're going to have walls and grav nets for days that you need to try and bait out. You've got Margaret as well, when you've got these walls and these smokes that you can chop and change up with Persia too.
We've seen a lot more than 3 deadlocks. Oh boy, then I reckon my stats aren't good.
Army's actually going to use the hinder more importantly instead of trying to refract in for these frags with the light speed and everything. You have to try and contend with so much on the defensive
How many APAC
side.
teams are
And
waylay
we
pilled?
already
Honestly,
saw
there's
that
a lot
be
of teams that are waylay
huge
pilled.
struggle for RRQ, not to mention when they're just getting timed out on the rounds.
I chuckled, but yes, Komodo, you are absolutely right. T1
What
definitely
happens if both
needing
teams
more
play
rounds in
deadlock?
this
Then you
first
just
half.
ignore the stat.
Got the double duelist, but right now, a lot of it is being tampered with. Izu, though, will continue
You ignore the head-to-head.
to keep himself up in an observational post with that op.
Okay, timeout for T1. Izu gets the op-out. Boss has his ult. NONGSHIM go for the same default. Set up the trip behind B. It's very hard to clear, obviously. We saw it with the smoke earlier, but
If there's anyone that's going to
the
be
Nightmare to try re-push over towards B. One of the other reasons why Deadlock's good on this map, you actually have like a default that makes sense in terms of one of the trips. Ooh, that's nice. Locked in. It felt like
Nonetheless, it's going to be Stax who now
there's a world where Stax blocked him here. I would have to see it, but I think it was just the
I'm
rope.
actually looking at all the utility, and they just got caught out trying to escape the vents, trying to get out of it because you got to
Yeah,
go down one rope.
we've seen a couple of
otherwise you're going out into mid and you're
ults
taking
like
the
this
duel.
that
It's
cover
really uncomfortable.
vents
And with the positions now
that just
noted
look
and
sick.
held,
Looks a little bit like
NONGSHIM
when you have a Brim
will need
ult
to aggress
and you
into
can't
his
really
side.
go
Izu, though, will
lamps
make it
on
a little bit more
binds.
tricky for
Looks a
them
little
with
bit
that
like
opshot.
that you
Yeah,
can't
and he's on the
go
line for
here
another
when
one
people
as
have a
well,
tail.
but the timing of the wall will permit a little bit of
Was it
passive
Nats
approach
that got
from
caught out
Marco.
with
I'm
the
looking at the
Viper
clock
ult?
right now, Quack.
They got
I'm seeing 20
antied.
seconds. I'm
Similar
seeing
thing to what
Izu
just
still
happened.
here with the operator.
Similar
All those
ult.
utilities
Not
staying
the anti.
around.
Yeah. Okay, but Izu still
The
able to
great
work
flash,
around it.
man.
Nightfall instantly coming out from Stax, providing additional support. Izu re-peeking back and forth. Maybe
No
Wall
way.
in his face is going to be able to
Maybe.
buy a little bit more time for Ivy.
Incredibly
but still a
hard to win this,
1-on-3.
but
Ivy shots fired, and they instantly know where
Okay.
he is. Oh, Sylvan, though, trying to take him
Ah,
down to
it's unlucky.
one-on-one. It does buy the attention away for Izu to find the shot in the back.
Izu
T1
did
managed to
really
scrounge
good.
around back up against NONGSHIM.
Yeah, really well
I
played
like
by
T1's
Izu, and his
win
patience
percentage when they
level
get an
over on the A
op-out on
side as
defense
well.
is so
not
high.
enough heat over in through mid or anything over in through B to really force him to get out of there and reposition and help the rest of the team. You'll see on the replay, yeah, it literally was just caught in the ultimate because it's what I said. You got to go down one rope and get up
Why is
another
Deadlock
rope.
instead of Vice?
Really wise,
Pretty much
ultimates to
just
come out from
fear.
NONGSHIM
Well,
to try
honestly,
and gain advantage,
the
but
wall is good on
Vapor
defense as
in the
well.
beginning does not,
Like, they are a little
bring
bit
fortune in
different,
the end
but
on
the
the
Deadlock recharge net
And
is
instead, it's going to be Izu.
not a
finding
good
lot of
idea
these
by
fortunes.
Riot, in my
Fortune
opinion.
favors the bold, and with the
I
way
think
that he
Deadlock's
positions
in a
himself,
mad spot at
because
the
he has that
moment.
gate crash, just gives him so much control. Now they switch up the defensive setups. It's Izu closer towards B, marking down Garage if anyone from NONGSHIM does decide to push up. NONGSHIM, however, this time trying to aggress in towards A. So you can see this is where
Good info, though.
some of the adjustments coming through, possibly
Could be tempted to
thanks
ult
to Stax's
this.
calling. They're
Especially if
trying
that
to
Prowler
find
gets
a bit of
shot.
a pinch against what could
You must be so
NONGSHIM
tempted to
trying
ult this.
cascade forward in towards the A site.
I wonder how itchy Buzz
Yeah, he
is
must be
ultimate
even
figure
more
is right
tempted to
now.
ult this now.
Yeah, very much. He's getting
There
that
it is.
tingle, and there it is. Flashbacks through. Oh, just for
Hey,
the
Danby
one
nearly
moment for
tried
the
it.
trade.
I like the
Yeah,
idea.
but can you
He's
keep
trying to
going?
refract
Hit
as
levels
the
at
ult went
heavens as
off.
well. You really
Ult goes
wanna-
over
Oh,
towards
gain
heaven. They
some
get the info
control,
that
but
they
sneak up
went
by. That's
towards
info, though.
vents.
That's info for the players
So
at B.
Sylvan
Very
should
much
probably
so.
smoke
You
in
can
front of him when he
instantly
gets
see
it back.
Sylvan into position around stairs. Has to be careful, though. He does have the paranoia, and he's trying to set up for it.
Izu for the first contact op shot. Can gate crash out.
Oh, that's beautiful. Sylvan and Marcus back as well in case anyone does come in with a split push out from Garage. Oh, but a whiff from Izu! Still back in from Meteor.
That's the spike.
Beats the Viper's Pit, finds the spike! Yeah, Sylvan flashes out, positions himself safely in towards Garage.
Oof.
Meteor though, ooh! A little bit of a whiff, and that's going to be NONGSHIM picking the spike back up. They can still make this round work, unless
yourself.
Sylvan puts
No,
up a
smoke
wall
yourself.
around it. It's not going to happen. Margaret takes him down. It's just Stax now. With a sledgehammer, trying to break it through. Takes down Persia, but down to 5 HP. This is way too tough.
Save.
Yeah. Can't
he had a
get that
chance to
operator
smoke,
either
yeah.
for the next round, so you got to
And
call that
then
one. I mean,
as soon as
Izu,
you
that
smoke
shot
that,
had
you
to
create the
have
pressure
been
that
hit.
you would have
I gotta
crossed,
say,
and then
NONGSHIM, they
everyone's
dug
focusing
so
over
deep
towards
to
here.
regain control when
Then you
there's
don't
20
even need to do
seconds
anything,
go.
and
The
Stacks
spike
can
is down in
play.
mid.
Never
Persia
gonna feel
doesn't have it
comfy to
from the
plant
shadows to be able to re-pick
until
it
they
up.
have one
They gotta
holding
get
here,
back
one
in
holding
towards
here.
this B side as well, and it really relies on, you know, a couple
Yeah,
of
that
key
missed shot
members
from
hitting some
Izu was
shots,
kind of
winning those
costly, though.
duels around the site before you can even get the plant back down. Really well played out for NONGSHIM. I thought that round was looking especially hairy for them.
5-3.
Mid-rounding.
5-3 in China, 0-1 in
way across the
Americas,
map.
1-0 in
Yeah.
EMEA, 1-0 in Pacific.
They
Wait,
do
who
manage to
lost
bring
in
one
Americas
back,
with
which means we
deadlock?
won't have an equalization at the half. We'll have a NONGSHIM lead no matter what, but will it be 8-4? Will it be 7-5? Have we seen enough from T1 on this defensive side? I think my answer is no, just given by the differences in these comps as well, right? When you
C9.
double duelist versus
That Imi
a
guy.
much more
Imi's out here
defensively
ruining our
inclined
stance.
agent pool like NONGSHIM are running here. Yeah, so this round is going to be you know, quite important for T1. You talk about
That
the
Imi
pistol
guy,
second
yeah.
round, and you're all tied up. If
Damn
not,
guy.
NONGSHIM could certainly start off their defenses quite
Did they
strong.
love it?
Quick one
Insta B
towards the
pop.
side though, Quack.
Yeah, last round of the first half. Why not just dump everything into the site, refract away as well? And here comes
Ooh.
Persia in for
Hey, that actually looked nice,
stagger
though.
approach, finding one towards the top of heaven.
And you're going to give the plant over towards Ivy here as well, so you can get the Annihilation back online as well as the pit. But the Dimensional Drift in now for Izu.
Oh, but he's blocked by the wall, the barrier mesh. So teammates needed to kind of break that apart.
Just like spam.
And then,
Spam me.
There's going to be a little bit more information, but just as he comes out of the drift,
Yeah, I
it's
think
gonna
NONGSHIM
be
got
a
way
bit of
too
a
many
shot
rounds
out
here.
from Francis.
We said they
Everything
needed
called
6 because their
blocked
defense
off.
is pretty good. They got
Vision
8.
Obscured
T1 will have a
in this
good time
very sad
against
beat.
it, just purely because they like to heavy hold choke points and they can just dive over it. But I still feel like they got an incredible comp on defense for this many rounds.
Ultimately, really good decision making. I'm quite
The
impressed
Waylay
by
stuff, they had
how
some
they're
nice rounds.
utilizing the Waylay
Even
on
though the
this one.
Waylay
You know,
score
not
isn't
for
good,
Dharma
the
getting
Waylay
kills,
impact
but
was
to
pretty
be the
good.
distractor to draw attention to his body, but then his team
We
to
might be
not just
putting this
get
in
one
the
person to try and look for
the 3
for
good
opening
maps.
break, but to get 2 or 3 going in together.
They
to
might be
really
joining
strengthen that bond
the
for them to
G2 and
just take
Tyloo.
over the sites. That is, you know, them
A good map
kind of
on
figuring
Waylay.
out their own little recipe for Waylay with this composition at the moment, which now, yeah, it changes up for them on this defensive side that they go to.
Yeah, as a very dashing young man on a desk said, you know, it takes time for Waylay.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
They fixed a lot of what they were doing wrong
Well,
last game. They fixed a
maybe
lot of
now this is
Waylay
where
not
we're
getting
starting to see
isolated.
how,
That's
you know,
very true.
Waylay's meant to
I feel like the
be,
Waylay is pretty
you know,
much
deployed or
always getting
utilized,
traded
especially
or in a
with the
position to
refract
get
pistol back
traded.
in, that previous round. It was quite lovely to witness as well. And this is, yeah, you know, you kind of mentioned it a little bit
It does just
before.
look like they
T1
use it.
definitely
It looks like it's a lot
worrying
better when you
somewhat
use it as like a
because
giant
NONGSHIM has had a
decoy.
very successful defensive side last week against RQ. Point of discussion that our desk has been bringing up here and there. Just to put things into perspective, how successful that was, it was 9 wins in a row.
Yeah, flawless on the defensive side. Do I think that that's going to happen here? No.
Probably not. Do I
Mini
think it could?
Titans, sorry that I missed your
It
gifted.
could. Like, there is,
Thank you
there
for
is
doing
a
that,
real
Mini, if
world.
you're still
I
here.
mean, I don't think it will. Don't get me wrong, but it could.
Sit up a little bit.
It's quite clear that, you know, T1's
It's been
so cool
80
as
minutes.
Some of the protocols.
Dude, I
and
just
NONGSHIM
miss
are quite
all.
aware as
I miss
well.
all of the
As
gifted
soon
these
as the
days.
Dimensional Drift went out, the shorty at hand from, I think it was Francis, just in case Buzz would show up as well. That said, though, T1 starting things off a little bit split across the map.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think you got to just really figure out how Meteor's
Okay,
going to be
wall
playing
goes
around
up,
his
smoke
utility at
goes
the
up.
safe side.
Use
How
the
much do you
drone
read
to
into
insta-clear
him
this,
just
but
lurking or the whole team being behind him, specifically when you're using a really
see
early
the drone to
from the
clear
drones
this
there.
pressure is like,
Already spotting
oh
him
my
out, but
goodness,
Meteor
because
still
it's really
Meteor
good
anyway.
against.
Straight out from this toxic screen, he
What are
comes
you
in,
meant to
finds
do?
one shot,
What are you
finds
actually meant
Danby
to
as
do?
well.
He's so good, man.
I was gonna say it's really good against the
crazy.
Cypher, but Viper can
Now,
just pop up
wall
stuff
back up.
instantly.
Thinking about Margaret on the other side. Still, though, this is a lot of space, a lot of effort then for our T1 to really consolidate everything.
It's
kind of
cool though. Satchel in, you're looking at the raise, so you have to eat the flash, and then obviously the raise is hard to hit.
And at this point, if you're Persia,
Mini Titans again, another
trying to
gifted.
reposition.
Thank you for doing
Well,
that,
you're
bro.
gonna give it a
Appreciate
crack
you.
no matter
Thank
what.
you, thank
It is
you.
a pistol round.
I mean,
starting things on for,
it's the
off
first pistol
screens
that
at
they've managed to
least,
get.
'cause they already
3-1
knew that he
overall.
would be closer towards heaven at some point he's going to have to possibly watch his back. Utility would reveal his position a little bit further, so he's just waiting for them to push on through, but oh, the shot's not quite found.
Very nice.
Making use of that little wall.
Izu got a orb and a pistol. Sorry, an orb and a plant as well, right?
Yeah, first pistol that they're going to be
it's kind of close to his ult.
So far as well.
They could definitely try snowball the Yoru here.
Their own attacking side.
This is just beautiful.
You know, on the back of Meteor getting all those kills, exploding back in towards the site, right? Awele could never. And that's one of the differences that we're going to start to see in these little aggressions into these sites, right? When you've got flashes available from your Yoru, when you've got some satchels that you can fly and strafe around in the air as well for Buzz, you know, it does open...
Set up sound alerts for gifted to scare the bunnies every time. Okay, instant deadlock Gravnet into double salvos and send it. Oh, and Francis has been left out in the open. While that was trying to happen, they tried to walk into A and B at the same time. I say walk into B, faced a one-way.
Still, I think it's fitting. NONGSHIM getting into
so they see a lot of aggro over towards here in terms of 3 players, and then tried to take the 1v1s.
I think it's Ram Yun.
At least the people on the sides didn't have the best guns. Speaking of guns, I thought the barrel was going to give it away here. That's a shame. If Danby actually hit his, no idea what it's called, slow-mo grav, slow-mo grenade, what the hell do they call it? If he actually hit that, he might have been on for a couple of kills there.
Second round.
Saturation, saturate, guys. I can't call it that.
T1, which I mean, in the very beginning, not too crash hot at being able to do so, with Stacks and Meteor falling. Now Sylvan as well, but you do recover a little bit, and you'll take 2 guns in towards the next round. So all in all, I mean, you back up your pistol with your second round. No
Hinder?
Where you drop
Yeah, Hinder's better.
And now, I mean, if I'm looking to
the slow
notes, right,
that's better.
I'm thinking again, this defensive side of NONGSHIM's, just with the agent lineups, it has to be
that frenzy.
So you really need to be in the early.
He had light armor, right? Had to have light armor. He got wrecked.
The utility, making sure that you can play it together in numbers or find some right.
The bubble. I like the bubble. We're calling it bubble.
Rotations. You know, there's so much that I feel like T1 are going to have to do correct here.
Okay, first big buy rounds and NONGSHIM. There's been a couple of teams that have started to use this more, like, right? You want to fight heavier over towards middle, use double layer, first smoke layer, now into second smoke layer. There was a period where no one was doing this, but they're bringing it back. Go over towards middle, they set off the deadlock sensor. Oh my god, that's... That's a lot to shoot, though. Oi! One bullet! Be great, though. So calm during all of those duels. I still like this from T1. The boom bot at the same time as the flash is nice. They're kind of eating the flashes. They shoot the boom bot and then their aim's on the ground.
Meteor's wall is currently over here.
Getting blind kill is gonna be unlikely.
That isn't a bad idea. You got salvos that'll come online soon for Francis. You got a lot of that utility there for Danby as well.
You say our brains are rotten and I can't even call an ability by its name? Yeah, but mate, have you seen the names that they call these abilities? I'm not taking the blame for that.
You're not going to try and bring any priority on towards using that in this round. Or hunting for it.
Bait a reaction out with that fake gate crash. No sound just yet from NONGSHIM though, but you are absolutely right. They do have those salvos back up. Spike still planted, 7 seconds.
Oh boy. Well, you know what we were saying about the Waylay has normally been going in with his team.
Francis and Margaret
that's probably our fault.
Creeping up, trying to make use of their
He's killing everyone and has to kill everyone. He has his ult if he wants to go for it.
Gate crashes in towards elbow.
You can toy with him as well.
Yeah, it could be a fake.
Could fake TP.
Margaret
Big TP into swing.
Oh,
it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
All 5 kills in round 15.
We have had a lot of aces so far in VCT Pacific for this stage.
Dude, Izu's insanely impactful. That 1v2 on the big round that made... Wait, I think he's got like 3 clutches now.
The Hinder go down from from Darby, the Saturate, and I'm thinking, why is he jumping down onto the side by himself? I know his refractor's popped, but there's so many angles that he has to clear. His team is nowhere near him.
That's the second time that he's kind of done that now.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit painful to watch, surely, but still, nonetheless, it's T1 beginning to catch up to NONGSHIM's scoreline. Slow and steady is the race, and NONGSHIM looking to
Izu, yeah, he's
more
doing
pressure, a bit of
he's
a
doing a madness.
one way towards Ramen.
Had that big impact round to save him on
Just on the
Icebox.
eco, though.
Has a
Yeah.
big impact round to
And if
save
you
him
kidnap
on
someone
Split.
with Ivy, you can also get a gun upgrade.
I don't know if you want to use it in this round. Clone out, footsteps found. Oh, sonic sensor placed, and they know where he is.
Wait, but they hear the sensor, so they're
Version
gonna
of-
clear
that's
this
the
guy.
real trap. That's the first shot, but oh, just as it gets fired. Sylvan for the trade. Ivy back in towards Mail, still close range with the stinger.
Oh, how much damage a Gravnet could possibly have done just then as well.
That's when T1 peels off. You've got Meteor up towards A.
Yeah, but he's seen nothing. No over-aggressions from NONGSHIM. Now Izu incentivized
Okay,
to try and
fake
open
over
up some
towards B.
space.
Let's see how the
Force
two
them back over at B,
on
then
A
come back
react.
over towards A where your team
They
has been
swing
waiting.
out.
Go to
They
two
try and take the
players
solo
towards the side
duel.
at the moment.
Oh, he's gonna have to come here.
Crash out. Noting Francis' position. Good stun though, but the flashback in it as well.
Look at this duel on elbow.
The shorty and hunts down the next.
Oh,
Stacks for
nice.
support.
No,
The
don't use the
Annihilation gets
ult
popped
here.
Now of all times, but I don't know how useful it's gonna be. Ivy at least still uses the stinger to spray and bait them out of position, but Sylvan marks all the way down towards the back of the ramps. Double kill found, and that brings T1 up 8-8.
I mean, you got to think as well, if they're trying to go for a plant and you're able to pick up the plants, all right, that buys time, that gives a little bit of scurrying for T1, that they have to try and reclaim the spike and get a bit of a plant in there. Do you like the little trap plays in towards mid, right, on the expectation that the clone is going to be thrown in first and putting out the sensor, but with the trade that already does happen first there, and you know, he's not able to play off his own sensor, unfortunately, in mid as Ivy, it doesn't really work out there. So they try their best on their little eco that does come through on that round.
They're
but
all,
you've
yeah.
lost 4
They're
rounds
just
in a
trying
row
to.
at the start of this
I
half,
think
and
he's trying to just make a
needing
play
timeout
off the
from
plant and
the last
hoping he
installment
gets
of
the
Split. Those
spike
flaws
planter
on
because there's
defense,
like, what,
well,
15
now
seconds
it's,
left when he goes for it?
Donut.
Huge flip off towards the other side. Maybe this
It's just
timeout
way too
will
desperate.
aid them somewhat. I mean, the round that I really like.
It still isn't super bad for NONGSHIM, to be honest. They've only lost one by V-Buy.
Pushing down mid. T1
They would have loved this ult into the round, but it's like 8-8, and their defenses are, well, they're up against double duelist.
The problem that I'm going to see in a scenario like this is you've given, or you haven't really given it.
Like,
T1
it's still
have
not
found
that
their own
bad.
Momentum. They're figuring out what's working on this attacking side, and NONGSHIM is still a quite young team, right? They're still learning all these stage environments and how these games will play out and everything. So they got to figure out their own way to get back into it,
Izu
right?
gets the
And when
op-out on
you're
attack.
seeing this Waylay have another pretty rocky performance, right? You got to not let it get into your own head as Darby.
Honestly,
You gotta
he's
play
been
with
so
your
good.
team
Let's let him do what he
really
wants.
have a good discussion and have some good decision makings as well, right? Because I mean, it's unfortunate as it is, and I'm highlighting it because it's something that they can work on.
Oh boy.
That's two peaks that they've lost both of them. 2 open peaks.
Okay, Francis trying to get ahead of
Okay, it's a
stun,
good
but
reply
still,
though.
Good little kill. How much is it going to
Easy, what are you doing?
Health back up.
Are we flashing off the
Still
boombot again, or
8-8.
okay?
Lurk's eliminated, but here comes the flash.
Yeah.
The burst in towards Mail. And instantly up towards the top of heaven with that blast pack. It's just Persia here. He
Okay.
does deal with the first,
man,
but then
Izu
Izu
is-
for the trade. It's all too clear for T1. Francis out
Izu
in
is
cold.
unbelievable
Izu at
right
the bottom
now.
hell instantly marks and spots him out.
And that's straight after a timeout as well. So I know, you know, one of those things where it's percentage rates for a team after taking a timeout. It's not really working today from my memory on the back of that one.
Bacon, what do you think this
I
is?
mean, I want to highlight, right, Meteor just getting the open peak over towards A to start things off, that open peak in towards mid, and then it's just strength in numbers, right? The steamroll in towards the B site, stretching out through mid. It's just, you know, a couple of sharp shots from T1 and pretty clinical to close it out from there.
I have to imagine, you know, a little bit of that mental game as well. These like Stacks, Buzz, players that you respect and revere so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's not stale by NONGSHIM by any stretch of the imagination, right? They're still trying to generate these different ideas. And
Bacon is
play on this
right.
defensive side.
I think you got the wrong streamer for that.
Changing up
Can.
between haste and passive plays.
Repeatedly. Yeah. At least right now, though, NONGSHIM once again trying to set up for a bit of a trap play.
But it's like Izu is the right agent to be able to get out of a trap play, right? So it's like T1 is still playing to their own agent strengths as well.
Okay. Oh,
No way.
that's gross. A bit of an attempt by himself, Ivy, but still quickly dealt with by the next player from T1. Izu backline support once again. Barrier mesh dealt with.
The nades kind of
flashback,
means
got the
that
oh, into heaven.
damn, but you gotta do a madness here with a stinger.
Persia, though, and it's gonna be a little bit of help, but
Oh,
the
God.
shots, a bit of a blunder,
No.
and Sylvan happy to capitalize.
My eyes, man, my eyes.
Blunder, that's a catastrophe.
Not like
because
that.
Everything crumbles.
The Omen ult was so good as well.
NONGSHIM. T1 come away with a flawless round. So far, flawless on this attacking side.
And it's just, you know, not just
It's
the round
falling
as well,
apart.
but
It
as we
really is
take a look
falling
at the
apart.
Scoreline and the economy for NONGSHIM. This is where things really makes you feel like you're down in the dumps.
Well,
You're a
yeah,
NONGSHIM
I
fan.
mean, that's why sometimes you got to take time out, right? You got to have a discussion with your coach. You got to rely on them coming up with a game plan, right? One of the harder roles that we're seeing some people in our region see in these, videos that we're seeing from them is, you know, coaches are in a hard role, right? So there's so much importance on, I think.
Are we switching to EDG? Yeah, we'll watch EDG.
A winning idea here.
We'll see what they're
NONGSHIM,
doing.
Right? It's 1 foot in front of the other. This agent lineup that they have can be very
Might be good timing,
destructive on
right?
this
Has the game
defensive
started yet?
side. But I really think that T1 have done their research well, coming in towards their series. Their mid-rounding is looking really good, whether or not they get the opening kill or they're losing it. Again, one of the biggest things is Meteor's timing and Meteor's presence or presence that isn't there over at that A site, right? With these
Whether
walls,
he is
with
or
up and
isn't.
down. Yeah.
Did
He's a
ZETA
ghost.
win
He's living rent-free in
Icebox?
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so.
XQQ's the GOAT, man.
Constantly haunting them round after round. T1 does have a
Honestly,
very
ZETA need to
coaching
get
staff. Autumn is
XQQ
not
on
the
a
only one
contract
there.
for like
So
5-year
wouldn't be surprised
contract,
if
man.
There's a lot of tape studied up from that
Get him
game
on that
against RQ.
5-year contract.
But we'll see what Silkenon has
Just
cooked
lock
up
him
at
in.
least for this round. NONGSHIM and the likes of Persia, they've been trying to set up for some of
He's
these
proven knows
plays
what
and
he's doing.
traps here and there. Oh, and we get greeted with our good old friend. No, I haven't seen him for like.
I was
the
gonna say it's a
past,
rare one.
You know, several.
It is a rare
days.
one in
I know that
APAC.
Kalios
Yeah, they had
were
one.
met with one last week.
Well, here's another first, I guess. My first tech pulse.
Oh yeah, congrats, Komodo. Welcome.
Who are we
Can
contract
we
jailing?
be
I'm
blessed
saying that
for it to be
XQQ should be on a long contract.
It's been good so far though, so I do
Yeah.
count
Just
my
'cause
blessings.
he's-
This is, you know, it's
I
all right.
mean,
They don't look good without him.
I know
They
it
look good
wasn't
with him.
a great showing in kickoff against the old Talon on this map with their old agent lineup, right? When they were running like Persia on the Astra, Dami was on the Neon and stuff. But I think there was a lot of glimpses. in
Used
there
up
that
all
they
the
were
tech
playing
pauses
towards
last
a
year,
pretty
yeah,
strong
all in
meta
that
and
one
a
go.
breach Taeho that they could come up with some cheeky reactions and play off the back of the util damage, right? When we're looking at this, we're not really seeing options on NONGSHIM's side to play off the back of the util because we're not seeing great deadlock combos with Gravnet and with salvos.
How's ZETA doing? They look a lot better. Week by week as well, they're showing improvement. And I think the map will might actually be alright.
Combos are looking to be set up, right? When we're seeing Ivy playing at B Tower a lot, and we're expecting these Gravnets to come on through mid, you know, T1 are not going
My
too
Pacific
far
power ranking,
forward
mate, I have
towards
no
it
idea
to then
what
get
goes on
Gravnet
between
and then
like
just
3
salvo straight
to
away, right? Or if they are, they're just sending Izu in, who's playing Yoru to
9.
get on out, right?
Yep.
So these are the sort of ideas where it's like, you can't play on the back of a lot of this utility that this composition is going to potentially be strong on because T1 are playing a composition that can get out of those scenarios.
Happens a lot. We've been seeing it with Izu, piloting this Yoru very, very well.
Yeah.
What am I bottom 3? I'm not putting my bottom 3 out there.
Once again.
If I was going to do it, I'd do it all in one video.
Small tech.
And not
What
just
about the
drop in the bottom
retakes, though?
3.
Possibly something that we were kind of
It's
toying
crazy.
with, before we started the second half, but we haven't really seen too much of because T1 has been picking them off.
Yeah, that's it. If NONGSHIM want to give up a site here to potentially even full retake, I mean, you're just giving T1 all of the space to set up a stronghold.
Yeah.
Hey,
This
Persia.
time, though, it's going to be
Gonna
bit
have
of
to
the,
do a lot.
Contact to explosion in towards this B side.
This is
There's
weird. They don't do the
nobody
normal
help
Yoru
Persia
flash
here.
with this.
He's alone.
And they kind of mess
Persona
up the TP.
Can't quite shrouded step away. So he's being met with a lot. Buzz just spraying at his feet, but still, Ivy finally arrives.
The timing of
just on time.
the timing of the wall was incredible.
Meteors lurk straight into the
And
A
now
side.
it's going to
He's
get
just
a
gonna
little
call
bit
that.
weird.
How
I
much
love this
space can
reaction
he
from
find,
Margaret,
however?
though.
This is common, right? If you
This is the
lose
best
B
possible
side,
reaction to
you know
knowing where
someone on
everyone
your
is.
opponent's side on the attack has gotten the A side. You know that
Yeah,
you can
here's
cut them
them.
off
Starts
through
pinging
swords.
it
You know
out.
this
Can
is gonna be a
confirm for the
possibility.
rotate.
A T1 going to be ready for Margaret.
30 seconds left.
Kind of looked and glossed over it though. Margaret still nipping away at the heels. This is a great time to strike, and there it is!
Very
The
nice.
double kill! Margaret might have just saved the round for NONGSHIM. Meteor up from the top, has to do it all by himself now. Where could his opponents be? He's out of time. Persia just needs to hide. So does the rest of NONGSHIM. And as soon as the timer tricks away, they're on the board. Flushed out of position.
Okay,
NONGSHIM on the board, thanks to a timeout and a
NONGSHIM got to be careful here.
I do not want
The
to
money,
set up
the
a
money
timeline
reset
where
is
a
looming.
10
It's close.
pause gives a team a win quack. I'm not about
apologize for my
that. I am
mistake.
not about that.
The
No, well done.
the
Really well
deadlock
done. To be able
wall
to
here
stave off
was
the assault in towards
so
the B
strong.
side, and again to just recognize that you have a gap in towards mid to get a quick flank happening.
Whilst the opening kills being found.
Still, it's not over just yet. T1, a lot of strong ultimates to be able to open up some space around the map and set themselves up for a post as well with that pit if they need.
Okay.
And you just really play in the spread default here as NONGSHIM.
Yeah,
Okay,
more or
these are the
less
two
same
people that come by
positions all
next.
the way.
Danby 1 away from
T1
ult. Buzz had, oh
happy
dude,
to pull
this is a
out
nightmare
a
for
page
NONGSHIM. Look at
from
what they're up
there.
against.
Very thick playbook.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
one away
this
from
time we
this.
do have the bear match instantly up, and that does allow for Margaret to take Sylvan away.
Okay.
Showstopper traded.
Yeah. Sylvanal.
I mean, they got
Shroud
the
of Step
smokes
into
out of
a
them.
that
Oh, what happens
clear
here?
Meteor's lurks is just getting the better of Francis again.
Dude, I think Meteor is
And
like
now you're cordoning off a
maybe even
rotate through
it's
mid
at least
towards the
3.
base.
There's
That's
at least
just the very
3 and
keyword
0
right there. Again, Meteor has done this so
from
much
Francis.
now. That it's just so tough for NONGSHIM to deal with.
Yeah.
At least though, Ivy in position around screens looks to find some duels.
No way!
He sprays and runs away. What is that? The triple
way.
dot. The
Give
annihilation
me just to
sent
do
through
it
as
all,
well.
and Persia's in
And
the
it's
best
just Meteor
position
again.
ever.
Picks up the spike back in. Ivy kind of has an idea.
They're spread though, Quack. They're split, so they need to reposition to potentially do this together because of how low Ivy is.
At least
Okay,
to play
but
off
there could have
contact.
been someone that went through vents and went
has
over
the
towards
grab
here,
net.
so he should be
Not
expecting.
instantly sense it. Oh, paranoia. Kind of wish, but still is enough
Dude, the
for
grab
Persia to
net
go in
is
for the swing and to pick up the equalizer for
So
NONGSHIM.
strong.
Yeah, a
Okay,
little bit unfortunate for
Money
T1
like.
where Izu's in the dimensional drift and he's kind of walked two of his teammates into their demise, right? I'm spotting out the opponent, yeah, but you guys have got to win the duels and
Doma, hello.
they're not, and
Hello,
that
hello.
driveway at the end there, that was-
How many
yeah,
ults
it
did they
was
get out of
kinda
them?
ridiculous,
Viper
really.
ult,
I mean,
Yoru
the
ult,
fact that
Raze
Francis
ult.
has just been done again by these lurks of Meteor. I mean,
Wait,
why
that's
do we keep harping
everything,
about
right?
this
That's
guy
huge.
being so proficient on this map?
What
His
is that?
timing is always
What is
impeccable.
that? That's so nuts.
Thankfully, this time though, Ivy able to find it. That
Okay,
said,
wait, what's going on here? Francis is getting so owned over towards A. He's asked if he could buy an op
very
no
much so
armor.
kicking in the game. Francis with the op this time.
Yep.
Trying to deal with Meteor from longer ranges, but oh, Demby!
It doesn't matter.
How many first
It
kills
doesn't
has he
matter
got on
who
A?
it's
It's
gonna
4 at
be
least.
around
Viper's
this
Pit
A
though,
side.
down bottom mid, and T1 are looking to surround it. Fake gate crash. They still have Margaret still not giving up a single reaction.
They have 2 Prowlers still for stacks, all of the Fade util, which is going to be an avenue to get in towards this B side. If you were to just go back to Old Faithful, you can set up a gate crash to the back of the site, you can Nightfall in and just try and catch them off guard.
They still have
timing
the
on
grav
barrier
net. They
mesh is
just put
actually
this
really
wall up.
important there. It gives
I
information
think they have
about
to
an
fade
NONGSHIM
all.
that something's happening around B.
At the same time, though, just to shift the step over.
Oh, he
Meteor
heard him.
In with the lurk. Now he hears
He
the
heard him.
timing. Again, there it is.
Oh.
Margaret turns back as well. Spots him out. and
Persia
there
managed
it
to get a
is.
kill through the
NONGSHIM
smoke
able
as
to
well. No,
shut
not the
down
smoke, even the
T1
TP
with
back
their
site.
approach. The bear mesh broken, and
But they
all
didn't
know
try and
where
combo.
T1 would be
They
approaching
took the
from.
TP before they
Just
fade all in.
stacks. Hit with the salvos as well, instantly turns tail and runs away. That's the round for NONGSHIM.
I mean, when they get the idea that it's going to tend towards this B side,
they're
right, you only
almost.
really have to
They've got
look at
two 9
positions.
loss
It's gonna
bonus,
be
so they
alert
can buy
potentially
next
coming
still.
through mid, which was Meteor. So nice positioning from Margaret to be able to stop that one. And then, well, the remaining forces are T1. They're just going to come in through Garage, and that's why I highlight the importance of the barrier mesh, right? You cannot respect that and wait it out when there's that little time left on the clock. You're going to have to try and destroy it and get in towards the site where you've already then got the numbers started to rotate over for NONGSHIM.
It looks weak.
So really well played out.
I mean, at this point, you just got to let Meteor get a kill and then pop on it.
Your economy is near broken. Talk about needing something on the later stages of this half. 3 in a row for them now.
Goodness.
Take whatever you can get at any point in time. But this is 100% coach's timeout finding its value.
Well, speaking of T1, they need to have
Fatal
a discussion.
right side of sight when you want to TP at the back.
They're calling their timeout here to come on through because
You have no
you're
util for
looking to have
TPing at the back.
a flawless run on that attacker's side from the get-go. You're besting bonuses. You're just getting destruction around the whole map. And
This is actually the timeout for A looks weak.
They get 3 rounds, they reclaim the lead,
It
and
really
they
is
get
the
nearly
timeout for
close
A
to
looks
closing
weak.
out this map.
It does
A
look
lot
weak.
of it just comes through.
You
with
gotta hit it.
You know, they're still working around these somewhat default setups that they've been working with, but it's the timing of that barrier mash, or even just the fact that this time you've got Francis playing so much further back, you know, not giving Meteor. Yeah, but Dambi still. It is what it is, but still, I mean,
at least he's laughing.
They were able to block off a lot with that. There was a bit of that Viper's Pit as well, so that's another thing to think about.
Yeah, important moments here in the tail end of Split. Don't even really want to consider Ascent just yet because remember, folks, this is specific.
Meteor? Oh no,
Yep,
Meteor's
it's only
incredible.
bangers on Split, which means we should get overtime.
Yes, we should. At least now, taking a look at what T1 might have set up. Keeping Meteor on the lurk. Francis and Dambi, though, together alongside.
Yeah, early drone. Early drone, sniff out a little bit of information. You know that there is someone there. You don't want them to progress too far forward. You're buying a little bit of time.
Yeah, they're literally just trying to create as much pressure on Meteor so that his crosshair can't be full focused on them.
Yeah, if you can try and get that deployed, it's great, but GravNet's a
Walk over
refreshable,
towards here, we
and they
might
just
just
lock you
see
in, right? You can't combo that
a
with the
straight up
salvos
duel
right now,
in Vents.
unfortunately. But you can play it for some information.
Oh.
Double
Yeah,
drop.
possibly, but right now, just bypassing all of that.
Yeah, they hear that.
Now it's going to be really crucial on how Meteor is going to use his wall to allow his team to play around it and how he wants to play around it as well.
3-person heavy stack over towards A with the judge in heaven. If Margaret goes down, this could be a nightmare.
And I do wonder if NONGSHIM does go back to play a bit more retake at some point. Francis does have the Armageddon as well, but all of a sudden here comes
Dambi did good to get one because he was getting pinched on. They don't know about the op.
Marking the positions with an op.
Prowler, Omen ult, same Omen ult as before. 3-person on site.
Trying to flood the site, but here comes Buzz and Sylvan. Every position marked, every angle.
Oh boy, okay. Dude, A is so weak. They got 4 people here, they can't hold it. They can't hold the site.
I thought as soon as that first operator bolt was missed from Francis that the Armageddon was going to come on through and potentially make them hit the heels running, right? But no, it doesn't. Everybody starts to fall on through. You got it from the shadows repositioned to the back side as well, but just straight.
What are we doing, Margaret?
Just straight in towards the side.
Wait, what's everyone doing?
4 alive at the tail end of that, and that does mean we get all rounds of regulation to be played here on Split. So regardless,
we're on our way.
We're on our way, that's it.
All right. Look at these adjustments, though, Komodo. Sonic sensors towards Vents this time.
Yep. A little bit deeper on, expecting a potential Izu gate crash play.
Alt still online for NONGSHIM.
If this is set up for mid, and there's a GravNet deep mid, it could bring value.
Dambi judge. I mean, he gets one.
No information for Ivy. He's getting very, very antsy. Supported by Francis now.
Oh, they tried that GravNet combo.
T1 just avoids it, but here comes the timing from Meteor once again. Dambi, surprise, surprise.
How? The judge should always win this.
Uses this now to push up towards A heaven.
Oh god, he's got another one.
Well be. I think he's spotted the back. You're right, Komodo. Still though, T1 will look to swarm past this dark cover, and here comes Meteor!
Boy, this guy's incredible.
Just striking from the heavens above. Off with a snake bite as well to block off any further rotations. Continuing to mark it down. Spots out the shoulder of Persia. A slight whiff, but that's okay.
Close.
T1 has the sight and the spike planted down.
2 versus 3 though. This is so important for NONGSHIM at the moment. You talk about credits. You have to get a kill. You have to do something now.
And there it is. Persia marking the position, spotting out Buzz. Back
Stax
to
still has a
2-on-2.
fade eye.
Ivy uses this to try to sneak in towards Elbow, but Stax from
Yeah.
the sight. Monks all
Okay,
of it
one
down.
last
Silver
chance.
providing
One chance for
additional
T1 to
cover.
do
It's
this.
T1 to make it to
And
match
A
point.
really is
You
weak,
look
man. They're
towards
gonna
Meteor
defend
yet
A.
again to just provide
Meteor
some impact
keeps
in the
walking
round.
out
He's
over
kills,
towards A
timing
and killing
around
everyone.
it, all of the information that he's
How?
able to find as well. I mean, that shot is so ridiculous, but then his team waits for him to go through heaven before exploding out the dark cover, right? There's layers upon layers and just trust in this team when anybody makes a call. And now T1 find themselves on series point here, but NONGSHIM, they will fashion a
Izu gets the
bind.
outlaw out
They
and
wanna
he
try
can
and
one
send this
shot
to overtime.
for. Wait,
What have you got for us, NONGSHIM?
wait, what? There was a heavy armor here. He can one shot everyone.
The tip of the spear and Meteor. Bit of a
I think
jump he
France
got
has
from
changed
Navi
gun,
now.
maybe?
Has the ult at ready, but is that gonna help too much? We saw the Armageddon from before.
I mean, we've seen some good strength from T1 in mid, right? So if you want to try and remove some strong positions from them, mid's not a bad idea to be deploying it to try and catch them off guard. You'll use your body to spot some information.
It's an idea. But you saw that, the grab
He's
net
just
as
so
well
good,
as
though.
salvos.
Yeah.
Refreshable, sure, but
Just a
Meteor
couple of
just
shots.
avoided it.
Knows that they might be doing a trap play off of it.
I think GravNet takes a
Already
little bit of
moving
time
back
to
before they even go for
land
the
as well,
util.
right? It's a bit different than a fault line. You can
Enough.
deploy from safety. Oh, that's
There's
rough
one
for
of them that
Margaret.
they can one shot and they're just
Meteor
sending
all
it
the
with
way
this
up
one.
in
We've
towards
got a
the
really
back,
important
having
duel. The
defense
Omen
as
Flash
well.
missed
Navi's
Persia.
trying to get back in towards the site for his team. Saturate landed at the feet of Sylvan, but from
That's
the
the spike,
shadows
got
back
out of
into
there.
Safety, T1,
And they think it's over towards A. The
Yeah,
over
4
rotate
versus
comes
4,
in.
30
3
seconds to
person.
go.
Smoke
This is
invested.
pro
4
NONGSHIM.
person. Oh god, they've
Massive
absolutely owned him with
confusion.
1 Omen.
They've all rotated towards A bar 1 and Persia. I mean, is he going to be able to do anything to stop the plant? They're really
Meteor
taking
could-
their time
Meteor
to
could
get in.
honestly
There's
just-
T1.
Oh,
Meteor
heaven,
has
yeah.
a pit as well. Don't
Might be able to get
forget.
it onto
This
spawn.
could become quite difficult.
Gets
and
it on
early
spawn.
Salvos,
Still no
I think
plant
that's
on
a
this
little
one.
bit
We've
too
got 10
early.
seconds.
Very dastardly. It all comes
Salvo's
down to Demi
gone,
with how he's
nothing
able
to stop
work
the
his
plant,
judge out from
other
the
than
top of
bodies.
heaven, though. Oh, but still Meteor and Izu able to mark it down. Ivy's gone, and
Okay.
that's Francis.
Crazy, crazy game.
T1, quick with the adaptations, quick
NONGSHIM
with
had
the
a really
run
good
back
go
in,
at it.
and bringing out the final score. 13-11. The bangers on split still very much
I
in
mean,
effect.
Meteor was just
I
too
mean,
good.
Talk about a close series,
Meteor was just
no
too
matter
good.
which way you look at it, right?
Chat, let's quickly
NONGSHIM
upload this
certainly
VOD and then we can
gave
switch to
T1 a
EDG.
run for their money here. We got something new from them as well on Icebox, which you know you can pick apart a little bit as well for our teams looking down to our further weeks, but. I mean, T1, no matter which way you chop it, they're still a huge contender here.
Very, very much so. It was close, but this time it wasn't a full series. That's one thing, one pattern that has been broken. But we cannot deny, you know, this entire discussion without bringing up Meteor.
Yeah, I mean, again and again and again, this guy just provides impact upon impact and value. He leaves craters in his wake. And, I mean, why a team?
而 EDG 这分其实是非常清楚对面的护甲情况没有那么好的，不管是数位还是蟒侠，面对
Really,
的
really
新甲都
quiet.
非常有
Is
杀
that
伤力。
better?
是2个轻甲都在 B 通的位置前点，还是由弗勒星一个人单点
很
凹槽。
危险，弗勒星这个位置。他也
Chat,
知
let
道
me just upload this VOD while I'm
蟒
doing this.
侠继续执架的话，很有可
Could
能会
ignore
倒在
this
这个
round
地
pretty
方。
much.
对
Well,
起障云，但是对面是选择静音
and we can
避过
focus on this round. EDG 1 pistol.
将落下露脸，弗勒星要走吗？自己想放一个头顶的单向烟，放的有点慢，
Fast.
但还是击走
How are
了。
we saying
对
this
面
name,
好像
chat?
稍微有点贴地哦，
I would say Gianni.
但问题不大。现在对于弗勒星来说，他至少脱离了对面第一时间的攻击范围。
而可以看到 A 点的人，其实有2个人已经被调到 B 点了。
对，是留了 Spirit Z1 拖后，防守方要打一个 B 点的防守方反清，交闪，
Jenny.
2个人同步反清，但是弗勒星自己也被闪了，好像配合稍微有点小刺，而进攻方毫不犹豫的抓住这个机会，然后进攻方在 B 点嗅到了破口
When
的
does
机会。
EMEA start?
然后稍微等一下，
Wednesday,
队友
mate.
队友在第2时间已经赶到了 B 通，
是的，进攻方给
贴上黄区没有人。
黄区是0点修，但没有反馈。 这样的话，进攻方是大踏步拿到了幻影。
This Jenny?
这分的节奏变得不一样了。EDG 现在拥有非常好的机会，不仅能安包，但是进攻方现在起不了独木。这个位置仓鼠的视野非常好，防守方的0点秀弹抑制了对面进攻方4个人没有办法给技能。那这样的话，进攻方现在卡在了这个爆点，给一个高闪，2楼出来，好配合。这分已经几乎不可了。
DRG are
我觉得这一
looking
分
nice
事实
though.
关键就是像 Nick 的这个
A
0
lot
点
of
秀
jewels
弹给的
that got
timing
close in
太
terms
好
of
了，第一时
HPs.
间导致让对手进到这个黄箱之后，这个独木散下来没有任何的掩体。
对，就是黄区这个位置有一个很妙的地方是在于
Alright,
给
let
0点秀弹是给到
me
上面，攻防两边都不好打这个0点秀弹。
对，就没有办法去施展自己的技能。
是，而借助防守方立体的架枪，这个0点秀弹让对面交不出来技能，那对于防守方来说就优势很明显了。
是的。
这样的话，这一分 DRG 是安全的过渡过来，但我们也提到过，这是 DRG 本来就应该拿下的一个大枪分，下面的分数才是最重要的环节。
还是同样的位置，弗勒星。
1, 2, 3. The comp by
它
next.
是一个优影嘛，第二时
Won
间
the
是
comp
能
by
够
next.
踢走，想要把 B 通前面的位置全都控下来。
凌空听到应该找弗勒星，找的就是弗勒星这个位置，
有点太常规了。
这个位置用过不止1次了。
对，
而且博卡鼠的位置也漏下硬架。
Just 2 straight up jewels.
这样开局 B 点2个人被全倒，那
No util
我
on
是
this
觉得这
one.
3个人要考虑一下接下来这个残局怎么去操作的问题了。
手里的技能还蛮多的，可以尝试
Switch to
看
play
原本
doubles.
对枪也没有对过。
Nice shot. I was gonna say switch to play double smokes like this, but
我其实觉得对仓鼠跟 Spirit Z1 来说，这个残局已经几乎不可能去掰回来了。
是。
但仓鼠的位置好像退不掉了，已经被看到了。这样的话也没有走掉。Spirit Z1。
Oh, this looked insanely
打
convincing.
一个，还想掰2个。 但再走就不好走了。第3个 Spirit Z1 7发子弹，但是背身要来人。主峰下到1楼，他知道屁股后面可能会有 timing。
知道2楼有
人。Holy
shit！4杀3
This
发
would
子
be
弹，
insane.
他知道2楼可能会有人，但是不确定什么时候会来。这个麻将。
Oh my
还好
god,
求
so
救，
unlucky.
因为是打对面一个移动目标。
Ah, bro, that's so unlucky. That would have been one of the better ones.
是的。
The actual 1v5, the rare 1v5.
比较薄的。
We almost saw it.
那 Spirit Z1 也是差点把这个不可能的残局掰回来。 靠着他的准度以及主峰下板的时候这个果断但这样的话 ，Spirit Z1 看一下点数，就是尽管他下一分可能经济不太够，但那个大招很接近了。好，直接有了。那这样的话，队友是能起4把的应该，所以这一分其实 DRG 还可以再起1分，但已经是经济的强弩之末了。
Okay, what do we? Where are we? Knife so they can buy.
有很多的轻甲前点的碰撞，
And
还好 Spirit Z1 是
enough
一个重甲
damage that this is a swing round.
但
Okay, really important round.
0点秀弹被迫收到2个人交不出技能，没有反闪。唯一的好处是独木能够支撑，因为蝰蛇不在 A。
Big flash dash if they want
史曼
it.
直接给点后，2个人
Tail ult.
这个位置
啊
死不掉。
Hey, that was a nice attempt though.
往前走，但撞到
That was a
了
nice
康康的脸
attempt.
上，康康也自己
Dude,
开了
teams
巨人
are
又是一发
the
放下
improvement
点
from
头
Teo
再
ults.
往前
Oh
走
my!
放了巨人
The improvement
放下
from
没有
Teo
来
ults
但队友是
is
收拾了残
insane
局
from
这一分
kickoff.
依然是非常顺畅的过渡的过
Everyone got so much better. The
所以我觉得
fort,
这一张地图
the
其实
fort
两
is
边
there.
都带 KO 的一个情况下，前期真的很考验这个0点秀探的一个收益。
对。
第一时间意识到对手比较关键的人物的话，其实发起一波进攻，包括大招的协同，你这个宝点几乎是很难站人的。
就尽管是vol卡鼠不在，所以独木是可以升起，但是
没有技能反制。
我反正就直接硬穿独木杀你就完事儿了。
对，这末日审判刚好也是逼了一波位置。
啊，现在对 DRG 来说是时候叫暂停了，但下一分应该是不能强起
Is
的，
this?
因为上一分是
得意了，
就完全就是压榨干净了这个经济。那看一下 DRG 现在有什么样策略上的变化，你可以看得到，在宏观调度上面，其实 DRG 是维持一个比较耐心、慢速回防，他们不想过早的回防，但这样也会给到对面
Changing Simon? Yeah, let's see how much of a beast this new guy is though.
对。 而且的话，他们在
Like I feel like changes always from the outside look pretty crazy,
非常少，
but
就几乎没有，就站过一
you
次
gotta-
2楼的那个位置，其实被
you
摘
gotta
了
see
之后
what
就
the
没有
new
站
guys
过了，
put
都是
up.
比较保守的打法。那 B 通的话，其实可以看到是比较吃亏的，弗勒星已经被抓一个习惯了。所以我在想，他们的防守方可能要去更多的变换自己的一些站位，以及或者是打一些非常规。
对，我觉得弗勒星那个 B 通位置真别站了，你有剑影是没错，但是。 剑影不是一个顺发技能，你不是想走就能走。
the fidget spinner, it's a present that his wife gave him for stress.
比较
Honestly,
没有那
I
么
feel
重要
like
的
when
一个
you're
小技能嘛，
when
来
you're
骗一下
watching
对
stuff
手
like
的一
this,
些技
you,
能。
you do like when you're coaching, you want to have something to
存念温4把正义加1把
to
全部
just
的出门。
yeah
现
to
在
do
的
some
关
with
键
your
是每
hands, I
一
guess.
分你几乎
Seen
都要
the
考虑对面
seen the thing of
有
many
网
where
上
it wants to
想
stress
我
ball.
下一分要怎么起强？ 我下一分有没有中甲？
Replace Simon, Jenny,
可能性。
Jenny.
对，现在他们就是因为经济不好，
Jenny
一些
7
清甲之类的，所以不太敢去主动拿信息。康康又是一把蟒侠在慢推。
这蟒侠已经是传家宝了。看一下 EDG 前期还是很想要
Is Jenny good? Not sure. We're finding out now.
自己是枪
You would
械优势
imagine
最好的办
so.
法就是等对面出击。
I'm not sure you're gonna
但
be.
从前面的分数来看
I'm not sure they're gonna pick up a bad player.
对，基本上都是你不动我也不动，
就
你
会在一些
要来我就打反清。
在一些比较中性的位置等第二波，等打这个所谓的触发或者是反手。
It means Squirtle in Chinese. Oh, that's sick. Should we just call them? Should we just call them Squirtle?
来喽，但是145，这是一发正义的点头，但是康康也是活了下来。Spirit Z1 就没有这么幸运了。眼里面这一把雄鹿，看一下对面意识到眼里有点死地，无银300两，大量技能飞了过去，眼边有一个人，我开始捡到了步枪。
Oh my god, it takes so long to shoot.
但是进攻
Kang is absolutely wrecking everyone though.
留下一个仓鼠打一个1打3的正义回防的一个残局。
是的，有点难。他这个位置其实双方都有人在看。
没问题。
Okay, very, very nice.
强烈的优势。
The rumor is they brought him in because he's a Yoru player.
撞了一分来了，叫完暂停。这一分
I mean,
如果再
Yoru,
打
yeah.
整个
I
局势都会
honestly.
远离自己而去。
对，要好好想想这个 A 区
Honestly,
的
it actually
位
makes a
置，
bit
高
of
台
sense
要
if he
怎
can
么
play
去
the
拿
other
分
roles
权
as well.
以及去规避掉像刚刚占这个3路的一些
Dude, we
火
tuned into that so late. We missed the first shot.
刚才也是借助这个独木2段独木中间的一个缝啊，看到了对面的人。
Kang 13 to 4. Definitely want to keep him on jet when he does this kind of stuff.
挽回防守的回势。
抢第一枪位看
Big
能
buy
不能
round
造
for
成一个
DRG.
手
Eco if they
杀
lose this, they get the
双
op
方都
out.
是没有小型无人机的嘛，
Do
前期
EG
位
to
置的
push
话
him off
只有
here.
KO 其实不好说。
感觉没算到对面可能有狙哦。那这样的话，上来杰尼被打出手倒，对进攻方来说
Kang not good on Yoru. Didn't look comfy.
二楼也看到
Really.
Spirit Z1 的狙还在发威，而且有主攻，他可以再摊一响爆能器，
Oh,
调到 A
really?
区更加明确对面主攻的方向，至少短时间内不会去往 B 区。
主要是这个棒子器也能守，就要看其他的位置渗透的位置怎么样了。
Smoky 刚才应该是被对面闪。
We saw it a little bit at Bangkok, right? And I think he just went missing on those maps.
双方2楼的这个位置打3楼传送带的头皮。 进攻方卡在了 A 点外面。
I think he said in an interview as well that he doesn't like it, right?
捡的时候可能会被狙穿。
可以吸。
Yeah, you typed that exactly the same time, Tanuki. I think it works the same thing.
所以最好做的决策其实是趁对面可能会瞄2楼包围的时候，把这个狙摘掉。EDG 有没有这个配合？果然，他们没有想着捡包，而且直接撕狙，这是一个更好的选
Instant
择。
dash to make up the space as well. Big Jules.
抓 timing。 球球在打到对面中路的人，球球跟康康解决了点内和偏中路方向的人，一瞬间进攻方又拿到了优势。
2楼的福乐清，这个位置手里还有暗眼，但是很难操作，架住了第一枪位。
The 3v5 into a comfortable 3-person surviving round.
被 Spirit Z1 狙掉2个。 但是处理的非常耐心，
是，而且最后的一个少打多，他们不是为了捡爆能器而捡啊，就更多的还是要给到这把明具的一个压力，选择3拉把这个明具给撕掉之后，这个包点其实就已经站不住了。
对，而且其实很有趣的选择是让 Smoky 去
Which Kang doesn't use Yoru again because not he's bad at Yoru. Yeah, I think that is it. It's just he just is great on jet, and the Yoru jet works pretty well.
1比6 DRG 的暂停并没有看到效果。
I mean, especially when he does this stuff on his comfort. He's actually just back to farming. 16 to 4. How many outlaw kills has he got? I feel like this is his sick for something.
4键位置，前期爬虫搜到了，得退。
At least one? Okay, yeah. Thank you for that.
福乐星的判官在 B 点是等不到什么机会的。哦，2个人交替是把蟒侠拿掉。 正义的准度，仓鼠配合的不错，但仓鼠给出了身位，最后给了一个手稳，他自己也是一滴血看 Nick 了。
Wait, is that not a team molly?
正义的准度让防守方在点后拿到了一些机会反刷。
This is landed late.
知道点前有人。福乐星在绕，但福乐星是把判官，他要绕很久，而且他没有开火的机会。
The worst possible gun. Can he get close and use the judge? Dude, literally the Viper ult is an absolute blessing for him.
近距离判官是非常好用的
看能不能猜到对面的位置了。 1v1，
尽可能的去拉开距离啊，找一下弗勒辛的位置。
要不要捡枪？不捡了，就判官了，找到了，弗勒辛刚好踢进去。
No way, last
弗
bullet.
勒辛没有踢到烟内，
Wild,
而是踢到了高点
wild,
410的一个台子上面。
是，而且 Smoke 玩得很聪明，知道
Okay,
在这个
so
回复里面一定非常危险，所
3v5 into
以
a
他主动是拉开距
3v4 that
离，
they've lost, but I mean they had worse guns, so
甚至是把
it's not as bad as the round before.
这样的话，最后是一个1v1的残局，但 EDG 依然守住了这一分。
其实前面打得挺漂亮的，利用正义式打掉了对方非常多的人员，但是后续的话，你可以看到枪械在近距离还是有点太弱了，被打了一些侧身和背身。
就是其实这个回复有一部分原因是他不知道对面是把判官，
对，
某种程度上来说也是给了弗勒辛一些操作的机会。 但对于 DRG 来说，现在大枪的机会屈指可数，
There's
他
a
们必须
lot
要
of
抓住
so
大枪
everyone
分
from EDG
而
here
不能
buys
指
a
望说
backup
也不是
shorty because they're up against Fukashi's
这
ult.
份大招也很多 ，DRG 可以考虑放点打回防，也可以考虑用无效命令来
We've
引
seen a lot of A spam, so
手卡手手里是有这个
over
回复
towards
的，但
B
第
we
一阵还是选
dash.
择把爆点放了。 跟自己的队友
Dude,
打
the Jet is nice on this map though. Like, especially when you play against double smokes, everyone tries to make this like a huge choke point.
双方其实大
When you
招
got
蛮
a
多的，
KO
看谁较
Jet, like
先
you're just
手。
flash dashing the whole
圆
time.
闪，但这个闪是比较好反应的。哦，回来抽了一枪，但进攻居
Now
然
you're super scared to peek over towards this.
无效命令直接给。
You got a KO ult for a KO ult. Tail ult goes in, and the killjoy can only be standing in one spot. And flexing is. Oh my god! He's won 4 angels from here. I gotta see that. I gotta see that. Literally, I think he just 2-tapped
这
everyone.
个雪人位的位置，其实 DRG 的队员是帮忙在
Maybe
勾
the
引了
maybe
一
the
下，
4th
所以
kill
弗勒现在中
not
路
as
这个渗
much,
透
but I
过
think it
来
was，
完全没
2-tap
有
into
人能够
2-tap
注意
into
到
2-tap.
他。
城区的位置打了一个90度，
是输出环境特别舒服。
Or 2 burst, I guess.
进攻方的注意力还在这个点位的近点。
Here we go.
远点来人了。哦，弗勒辛也是跟球球打了一个
Oh, he's kind of just
非常
committing.
贴脸的正面。
是的。
Damn, he's a
太
crouch
关键
committer
了
from
弗勒辛
there.
这波其实把中路断后的球球打掉之后，来到这个侧身，很舒服的一波多杀。
2比7 ，DRG 终于是拿到了他们暂停之后的第1分，但现在对他们来说分差还是很大。
Do you think Akame is playing on DFM?
这回复不太好
See, and a little bit inconsistent, but I feel like the whole team is.
直接越过这个回复呢？先给炮。
Q 加 E，
He definitely has really high highs.
没关系，他这个位置还相对于来说比较安全，比较难找的。
而且也不太容易被传导，说实话。壁通这
Okay,
个位
this
置
is nice though. Alarm bot in the alarm bot here, so you can't actually, even though the Viper is up, you can't sneak by this. So Viper doesn't have to worry about being timed if he wants to play more passive.
看不到厨房的。
是一个过点，
Big flash.
没反应过来。
哇！
And the flash as the updraft happened, so he looked up, so then when he's trying to readjust his aim, he can't get lucky. There's been a couple of those at the moment. Saw it in the other game with Boombot flash.
必点又是已经被趟平，这个回防非常难做。
康康这个第一枪位过点是有优势的，没问题。
近大远小。现在我觉得对 Spirit Z1
Can so many
他有什么
kills.
操作的想法了。
这个名区得保。
是 Spirit Z1 是想要在一个相对先比较安全、先比较前面的位置打第1枪，然后再往后面再保局。
对。
因为你如果一开始就撤到 A 的点，你可能会对面很快的搜过来。
是。
但看一下 EDG 想不想搅吧，自己的经济其实是很富裕的。
Nobody 已经过来喽。
弗勒辛应该有看到对面有人在附近，
好稳健。
交一个前期8中看到，球球。 抬手1、2颗之内秒掉了弗勒辛，这样的话 ，Spirit Z1 的局要尽量避免开枪了。
这位置不开也不行了，要来抓了。
但是有撤怪专递，主攻到脸上，没办法了。
Yeah, give it a good try. Oh man,
最后2分
it's really rough for them.
EDG 来说已经是拿到了6分的优势。
是，其实上一份的话也是 EDG 捕捉到了对手这个中路比较弱手的一个情况下，我们可以看到，其实这个少界炮台就是放在中路。 防止这个隔点的位置有人在入侵嘛，但是没办法，一个人顶不住4个人的压力。
对，而且是一个出烟闪吧。另外就是那个少界炮台也看不到有没有人进厨房。
对。
其实防守方对厨房是很心虚的。第11分，DRG选择存钱，把所有的宝压在上半场最后1分上面，但2分绝对是不够的。Spirit Z1 应该是在2楼啊，箱子位上面架一个头皮，被搜到，飞将暴露。
你们快跑！
很求稳的办法，直接明牌阳谋，自动哨兵保着全面封锁。 这个弗洛星想要去拆也是不现实的。想卡一个肉食应该被看到了，被看到了。这样的话，防守方
How many kills has Kankan got? He's 18 to 6.
快速度去安包这个暴动机甲，
This looks like
其实是稳赢的一个局面。
This is like old
反
EDG.
闪刷过来，但是枪械的劣势。
Where he just kills everyone.
仓鼠各打一个，但是
Drops 19 kills.
9比2。
He has
以非常轻
an
松
extra
再次拿下
rounds
一
to
个
get
对面的
20
层面
kills on a tank.
现在对
his
DRG 来
smurfing?
说，
Yeah,
我觉得
pretty
这张
much.
图看上去其实是有点他们的一个弱点图的味道了。我呢赛前也讲到这个话题，其实两支队伍的禁用是维持了上一个 BO3 的禁用，就首班。但是选图上面其实有点点对面弱图的这个意思。
是的
，EDG 是选了森寒东港，是上一场 DRG 面对到体坛表现比较差的地图。
对。
而 DRG 选择了亚海泉城，是 EDG 面对到 Nova 时候表现比较差一点。
都是刚树的地图嘛。
对，所以我觉得两支队伍的选图上面都是争取点对面比较弱的图的意思。但显然第一张图到目前为止 ，EDG 是控制住了场上的一个走势。
上半场也是来到最后1分，双方手里的
They're
大
doing
招
nice as well.
可以看到 DRG 其实还蛮多的。
对，其实仓鼠
Creating a lot of pressure. Molly to break the turret. They had a flash on top of this as well.
没有
Beacon of flashes.
给了闪反刷。
Wait, did they try flash window to peek?
对球队的位置没有
It's
完
kind
全
of
暴露。
nice.
这样的话，厨房的位置非常凶险。自动哨兵是在管道下的，厨房的位置已经在进去了。这是一个任何玩哨位的选手都非常熟悉的通路。
是。
小侧身勾出 Spirit Z1 狙的枪线，但一切的铺垫都是在给球球做勾。球球已经快摸到对面的腹地了。
A 点也开始
博卡树
点里进，
博卡树很容易漏 timing， 博卡树回身
打了一个，还有一个
球球。
Wait, that aim though. That second kill is everything. And yeah, DRG. I mean, honestly, Chi2 played it very well, right? We saw the flash in to check if anyone across here. Then they didn't put the smoke up once they thought they had cleared over towards. Wait. He nearly predicted where he's gonna ult. That was nuts. Good shot. It was just great heads-up play from Chi2 though. Really, really nice.
非常轻松的拿掉10比2。EDG 在图1给出了一个非常好的状态，在这张他们上一次打赢要追溯到冠军赛的地图上，在这个版本又回到了一个比较传统，但是在祖宗之法上把猎枭换成了太湖，做了一个点小小的变化。
其实换成太湖的话，再让地图对于一
Twin
些
China is way more into pure gunfight gameplay.
枪线我觉得效果是非常不错的。
They're just like as a general region, they're just a little bit behind because they got the game late. So like there's some teams that are playing catch up.
效果我觉得都是打出了非常好的。
It's why like some of the bottom teams in China would just lose to the bottom teams in all the other regions. But they're still like the teams that are at the top and like catching up with the top in terms of like the traces. Like they're pretty good with util these days. Like it's not just Angels anymore.
康康球球来料理这个局面，正面会有康康的推进，然后球球会负责中路做一些袭扰，甚至直接去单刀赴会。
是。
但杰尼作为先锋这个位置
Behind, look at your region, mate. I don't care about my region. I don't coach it anymore. You're just taking offense to a fact that China got the game 2 years late.
他们已经是在这一盘，我觉得拿到了一个防守边开局了。 对吧？但即便如此，你看到他们双
Yeah, I only care about the stuff that I coach. I don't coach a region anymore.
森寒东港进攻开的那会儿是只拿了1分，那这一次来到防守开，感觉效果其实还是不尽人意。
I don't care about regions. I look at every single team differently.
但是这一场并没有改。
And my opinion is that the lower floor of China would lose to every other's lower teams, apart from maybe 2G. To be honest, 2G are really down there.
一些代价，任何对于阵容的尝试，可能都会面临一些未知的风险。你在训练赛里面所演练的内容，未必100%的能够在正赛里面秀出来。
对。
也是伴随着盖可的3个伙伴，我们开始我们下半场。DRG 面临着8分的巨大劣势。
看一下手枪局，如果 DRG 能够拿下的话，其实追分还是。可以稍微看一看的。
Can coaches talk during the halftime? Yeah.
他们进攻方其实我觉得福乐星想做事是很难的。这张地图的幽影的黑没有那么好用。
对。
进攻方想要打一个中路，塞了一个进攻烟，在一个通常可能是防守烟偏防守烟的位置，这为了遮蔽 B 点的枪线，
对，让
B 点是看不到。
去猜一猜我这个位置到底摸到什么地步了。
再加上中路把烧焦炮台拆掉了。 所以防守方立刻调了康康过来，在锅炉房的位置高点做一下观测。
Do G have internal issues? Oh, for
厨房
sure.
也要当心，厨房并不知道是不是有人入侵进去的。
所以康康不断的再去看两边的一个位置。
EDG 这一分是一个 B 点的重防，在 B 点前区直接绿区拿死了，而且是给了大量技能在 B 区确定控制权。
球球这个位置是一个比较非常贵的位置，但都是会清。看看第一时间要看 Nick 一颗闪，应该是要等这个独木散的。
唯一的一颗闪，弗洛西亚推黑，0点秀探加黑，没给闪吗？Nick在第二时间丢闪，但这个闪好像两边都有点白。而第二时间，康康在点后的2楼反而找到了机会。哇，反而是防守方立住了足跟。
It's pure chaos. Everyone from EDG fighting together. I like the wall once they commit into salvos into swing though. Pretty much just isolating the one duelist at center.
在这个非常宽广的点位里面，
你哪怕黑到了都很难抓。
对的。而且
Simon, he's benched for a little bit. At least this game.
是一个大海捞针的情况。同时，第一时间的 Nick 的闪好像也配合上没有那么的细腻，似乎两面都有受到一些闪的影响，反而是防守方在换位之后找到。
Is everyone chewing gum? There's like a study that it helps you concentrate.
哦，这个起枪 DRG 是选择了一波强
直接抢起了，
不想放。
防守方反而是只起了3把主武器，没点着，但是飞将也露面。
要打一波 rush， 因为其实手里的风刺比较多，尽可能把交火距离拉近一些。
但现在的问题是进攻方有没有漏枪啊？如果漏枪的话，防守方就知道了。
You keep trusting Team Secret because of me? Mate, I keep trusting Team Secret. I don't know how they can be like this. They got Envy on their team. I'm just as confused as you are, mate. I promise.
但是球球是有预警的，这个位置给了技能，第二时间要清。
弗洛先被清掉了，近点的人全死完。哇，这一分我们看到风刺完全没有打出效果。
Absolute slaughter.
防守方反而靠着为数不多的3把主武器和手枪完成了回防。那这样的话，这一把已经走到了尽头，达到了盘点，
完全没有掉入到对手这个强起的陷阱啊！这个 B 点你打得这么凶，那我就给你了。
Might be something to do with nicotine gum because most of the EDG players smoke. Oh, that's interesting as well. That could be a thing.
反击的技能你可能有点接不住。
是的。
因为你可以看到 EDG 的话，他前期去清人都是依靠着一些技能的辅助来创造对枪的胜率，没有办法还手。
而且 EDG 在回防的搜点很细，没有漏过任何的位置。这样的话，10个盘点 ，EDG 现在处理局面变得游刃有余，而对进攻方来说，只能硬着头皮起了。
Okay. 10 chances to end this one.
哦，这一分有非常贵的钱啊，因为有这个判官。
There's a criminal judge skin, but it's a great pause.
上一分 DRG 自己其实也面对到对面的判官，其实知道有判官的。
我这个近点判官感觉有收益啊！
有防给反手的防闪。
Almost got an extra there. Run out of bullets.
这个 B 区的小房间里面给到了 Nobody。
It was a great flash though.
这一分的闪非常的关键。
两个人还被打残血，而且背后还有个小尾巴在跟杰尼。
关键是防守方整个完全排空了 B 区。杰尼在绕后。
给压力，给压力。这个炮台可能想去打一打，给背身压力，但没有打掉。
主要他也有点怕被对面一磕。看一下球球的选位，这个位置是搜到可能会直接倒，但是2个人、3个人被康康和球球拿下来，最后某卡接住了逐风贴脸的康康，但这个局面对于他来说依然非常难打，自己是个明台的位置，换到了一把幻影，但只有88子弹，左右两边都有敌人180度的枪线。
Okay, well they absolutely annihilated them.
3比2。EDG 的图1在自己的主选地图上非常轻松的拿下，而杰尼也完成他的联赛的第1张地图。
从这张地图看下来，感觉 DRG 他们在这个状态上面来说还没有提到最好，包括阵容上面也没有打出他们预期的一个效果。
我们依然没有看到，在他们2次选择到阵容里面，我们依然没有看到。再次回放给到刚才这个回合，杰尼非常漂亮一条远闪，啊，给到 B 区的小房间，帮助 Nobody 拿到了这个首杀的互换。那我觉得其实还是那句话，杰尼他毕竟是个后指位，或者说队伍中段这个先锋的位置，他其实肯定不会像正面的康康有那么多的击杀镜头。但是从最后这个镜头你能看出来，他的跟队伍的配合还是相当不错的，
就没有断。
Because it was EDG's pick, so
也没有什么特别大的问题。
You would imagine that a Sen would be a lot better for DRG. Would be cool to see what everyone's playing on this as well. They might have brought this guy in to play Yoru, and then they might play the 2 maps where he's playing double KO.
持平的去抢到制高点位。
他们拿到分数的时候，反而是更加依靠个人能力。伯乐星的那一波多杀 ，Spirit Z1 差点1v5成功，内分就差点拿到一个大分。
对，但是
这不是一个很靠谱的方式吧？
对，也不是一个很健康的方式嘛。其实对于他们来说，如果一直依靠选手这种个人能力比较爆种的发挥，对于他们来说一定是很难去拿分数的。
是的，那我觉得对于
They have a current top 3 in China, and I think that, I mean, obviously EDG, and then I would say the rest is pretty open. I haven't been following too much as well. Yeah, Billy were looking alright in kickoff. Trace had one rough game, but maybe they're back. I don't really watch enough China to know what I'm talking about. Wolves? Mate, Wolves can't win games when they're winning double pistol. I don't trust in Wolves.
紧加跟2楼，紧加跟2楼，我看2楼，2楼 KO， 紧加到了，紧加到了，紧加，nice，nice。
好的，这场地图 MVP 也是给到了康康，在正面依然保持自己非常旺盛的，
FX to the player quality, yeah, it's definitely super open.
更加能展示出属于他最。
Second Wolves look better now. I'm not sold on Wolves, man. I keep seeing them win like 4 pistols and either closely win a game or closely lose a game, or get maybe not enough rounds for double pistol.
作为一个新人来到这个队伍，其实
Dude, the stats are outrageous. Well, the Kankang just absolutely farm them.
对，然后在手杀上面其实比分数跟差不多。
260 ADR is madness.
进攻方
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat. See what we got for Ascent.
14得分，这对于任何一个进攻方来说已经是超乎。不是超乎合格，是一个接近满分的分数的。
是的，非常完美，而且他们
Wolves won 4 out of 4 pistols versus XOG the other day and lost 2 out of 2 maps. That's what I mean. That's criminal. I can't say that they're going to be top 3 when that stuff's happening.
找到自己想要打出这套阵容的一个效果，那就很难了。
对，杰尼这张图最后是以6个击杀、11次阵亡和13个助攻来结尾的。我觉得对于这张图的 KO 来说，拿到13个助攻，你能看到在刚才的高光回放以及团队语音里面，他的沟通、他的贡献是非常重要的。那我们第1张地图到此也是告一段落，我们也是稍事休息，马上回到双方的第2张地图。
你今天怎么这么猛？用了爱德华标配。行，那我一会儿我也试一下。
好的，各位观众朋友们，欢迎来到2025 VCT 私人第1赛段的比赛直播现场，我是解说 Allen。
大家好，我是解说 Vivi。
是的，那在我们今天的这场焦点对决里面，由 DRG 对阵到 EDG， 在第一盘 EDG 的自选地图森寒东港是一个非常大的碾压的局面。那在上半场10比2情况下，下半场也没有给对面任何的机会，快速的结束了比赛。我其实觉得对于 DRG 来说，现在有点尴尬的是，今天这组对决里面其实是自己的强图撞上了对面的泳班。
对，
他们在过去2个 BO3 里面，不管是赢了那个 BO3 还是输的那个 BO3 里面，共同的一个赢下来的地图就是莲花古城。然后刚好其实来到这个赛段 ，EDG 的固定的一班就是给到了莲花古城。所以从某种方面来说，图池其实是有点被对面克制的。
是。
那问题就是你不能只有一张强图，如果你想要指望在这个联盟当中有往前的空间，甚至进入到季后赛、进入到国际比赛，你只有一张强图是绝对远远不够的。
是的，那其实刚刚我们也是有简单聊了一下 DRG 的一个图池。其实我觉得他们目前拿出这个森寒东港，也是在不久之前是刚刚输掉的一场比赛。
对。
所以我觉得今天拿出来的话，多少还是稍微有点冒险的。从图一的一个战果上面来看的话，确实我觉得目前 DRG 这一套阵容，包括以及一个打法，我觉得之后可能要做更多的调整。
是。而来到亚海玄城，同样是一张对于 DRG 来说一个暗牌。他们最近完全没有打过这张地图，我们完全不知道他们在2025年这张地图会拿什么样的一个阵容。而对于 EDG 来说，这张地图虽然他们近期输了，但是其实输的我觉得没有那么的夸张，是一个2分之差输掉的一个比赛。
对，
面对到 Nova 的时候是一个惜败，所以可能对于 EDG 来说，就像球球讲的，他们可能要调整的是一些沟通方面的问题。那我们在比赛开始前也来听听现场的观众有什么想说的吧。
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到场间采访，我是见习主持1。第一场比赛之后，我们也邀请到了一位热情的现场观众来接受采访。Hello， 你好。
Okay, let's see what the sun looks like.
第一次来到线下观赛，
You might just play
觉得
standard
氛围
comp.
怎么样？以及你觉得第一张图精彩吗？
我觉得还是挺精彩的，因为我其实是第一次来，就是参加无畏契约的线下活动。我觉得比我在直播间看的感觉更加的热血一些，而且包括身边人的欢呼声，就会让我对于电竞精神有一种更加蓬勃的那种冲动吧。就是我觉得以后我还是会愿意多来这边线下观赛，支持一下大家。
2 weeks behind.
更加热血了。那在图1，你觉得哪位选手会是那位关键先生呢？有特别深的印象？
我觉得有2位吧，第一位是康康，因为康康他确实反应真的很快，名不虚传，就是在那种非常远的，就是可能我都还没有发现的时候，他就已经以非常快的手速科秒敌人了。然后还有就是杰尼龟，虽然说他作为一个第一次来参加比赛的这样一个算是新手吧，刚开始可能有一点点紧张，但后续也是就是发挥出了不错的实力，就是也杀了很多人，我觉得总体来说都非常不错。
确实，今天全员状态在线，并且相信人员上的轮换也为现场以及赛场
Trace lost the map show, but Trace did not have that excuse at Bangkok. Yeah, but mate, Trace at Bangkok, the coach was picking T1's best map. T1 are thanking them in their T1 are literally thanking them in their speech after the game. They made some mistakes, but they still look good on some maps.
好吧，我们还是回到比赛。对于 DRG 来说，现在肯定是心情没有那么放松了，他们需要去考虑到自己现在实地存在的问题。
But I'm also taking that into account. Like I think the second, third spot for Toronto is like really open for teams at the moment. Losing Bind was big for Trace.
而来到第2张地图，其实这张地图亚海玄神对于他们来说也是一个未知数。
对，
因为在近期是没有打过的。我们来看一下双方的一个阵容选择。
Oh, hold up. It's kind of close to the. Wait, it's my comp. No way. They actually did it. Okay. I've got so much faith in them. Please have some good stuff. It's the comp. It's the golden comp, chat. I don't want to really big this up, but I think this comp completely dominates the set. Wait, this is kind of nice as well. Wait, we're kind of... Everyone's using the... We've got 4 out of the 5 here as well. It's pretty good. I love both of these comps.
Why
do I like the comp? It's so sick, dude. You can do so much. It's so good. Like, it's actually so good. You can do non-stop like trap plays. Everything combos well. It's incredible on attack. It's incredible on defense. The Yoru gets so much help with the Vice Flash that you can do on like defaults, which means you can actually take like mid TPs. Right, you do like your Vice Flash through here, then you can do your mid TP over towards here. Have your smoke, so you can always take middle. Like you can cover up most of the stuff that you struggle with by not having a Sova. Okay, EDG on defense, DRG on attack. And honestly, I really like both the comps. But EDG, in my opinion, now have the comp. I think this will, in my opinion, I think it becomes meta, but we'll see. Big duel and short. Okay, they know where he is, 13 HP. Surely they don't walk up short with the spike. One bullet. No bullets. Oh, God. Did he just forget how many bullets he had here as well? Nicely done from Vukashu. What's the pistols at? I think EDG won double pistol, right? I think it's 2-1.
小到了这个位置，双方其实补枪那个效率都蛮快的。
技能全往里砸。
是的。
防守方其实是率先主动黑出去的。
就看最后的残局了。两个人都是一枪死，但是很可惜，康康这个子弹量。
Why did he right click? I'm not too sure.
而且上来被敲残了是一个很大的伏笔，因为康康本来是个120无血的一个满血。
对，我开手刚刚看了一眼，他打完康康确实也是0发子弹了。
是的。
13 HPs, yeah, but we left click on this one. Okay, so we have a thing to punish the orb, right? So we do this deadlock sound sensor. Once you tap the orb, will stun you. Then you can grab net. Then you can tail. We got some good stuff. We got some good stuff. We're starting to see it.
但对面立刻用武力给反刷，两边做交换。另外一头仓鼠应该是在中路打了一个远距离的 A 小。 进攻方依然掌握着场上的局势，只是
Oh my goodness！
这个小跑打的讽刺，
主要刚好是个残血，应该是前面康康打残的那个人。这样的话，残局来到了2打2，但是防守方依然没有捡到枪，知道太湖在里面。2v1，一高一低，这个局面对于 Smoky 来说有点难解。
It's unlucky. They did good damage. They kind of greeded a little bit for the guns here.
但上来这一套 combo 其实就给了对面非常大的伤害啊。
Still, the idea was nice.
全起，所以最后是掉
The idea was nice, but maybe they should have saved it for a better round.
主要是 B 通第一时间是漏了这个动静嘛。
But I mean, it is the most impactful round, I guess, if you win it. As soon as that Omen Flash comes in, though, and they take space, I think they need to accept it.
所谓出发就是等对面先出动，你让自己打反手。
对，
这比你要出先手要更有把握，有地放矢。
打反手命中率会高一些。
Okay.
时间 B 通。
We got
这分又有变化。
Teo damage into smoke, and then you do the sonic sensor. So when they try and fight it, you can just hold this. This is good from DRG though. This Omen Flash is nice. They're kind of locked in here. Yoru needs to save them with an Omen Flash. Oh my god! How? Damn. Wild plays.
这个 B 通我就不想放。
Fair play, man. They held strong. I got to see the spray done. This works too. Yeah, I thought the Yoru Flash was gonna save them. Was there a grav net here off the wall or? Not even. Do they both just hold strong? Fair play. Okay, a lot of damage done here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 can't buy. 1, 2 can't buy. So really important rounds. They go for the same thing in terms of EDG. Aggro with the salvos, and then they put a trip up just a little bit more passive instead of the one they did before. They thought it was going to get shot through the wall. This comp is weak over towards middle, so EDG probably need to cover that up at one point. I don't know about that from EDG, but Kang has to do a lot here.
而且说实话，这个弹地闪是比较好反应的，因为没有烟。
Yeah, let's see what the new kids got. Squirtle.
有一个残血，看一下杰尼能不能先找到这个残血。两个人都站板下。 坚尼当然是不知道这个事情，他完全不知道对面可能会站在哪里。这个包，
这个跳
一个
没问题，他不知道第二个在哪。
好漏了，抓 timing。
It's unlucky. Everyone gets tempted to util out on this.
是。
这回答了很多人说为什么要
So
干
two
了啊
people are a little bit wrecked money-wise, so
但是
EDG
我觉得
should
这种残局是真的，你很难去猜到底什么样做才是对的。
是。
这样的话，最后是1v1打赢，相当于卖一个藏一个。
But it's a nice turn.
对于 EDG 来说，现在的问题是可能要混起了，他们的经济应该不太够支撑5个人全起。
对，直接 E 了。
Okay, and they want to insta-grab net here with
但
salvos.
是终极技能上面，
And then they're going to push with a Yoru as well, and we're going to TP, I guess, into our own
依然是
smoke.
上来要强势的控制壁通，给到对
Oh,
面在
not
壁通的
even.
压制力，中路也压出去，趁机想打一波配合，想把对面锁死在壁厅外面。
但是中远的位置已经是看到了杰尼。
这样的话，这个位置其实有点难活，说实话。
是。 Smoke 虽然说没有漏枪，但是
现在漏了，
没办法了，这个位置
弹地
要被反清
闪也不
了。
急，再给个假的，给个鬼眼，哇！
确实技能。
There's so much heat
就那
away.
么点子弹，你要干什么？
这技能全把子弹给打光了。前期的收益不错，那第二时间其实可以去考虑一下往 A 点去慢慢的渗透。
EDG, yeah, they're fighting a lot more aggro than I think you need to. I think you can just turtle on this comp. Right, they fought heavy B main twice. They fought heavy on short twice. This was an eco, so not fully worried about it.
有一个裁断，第一时间如果脱节的话，这个手枪的收益看看高不高了。
I think with this comp, you can delay so heavy, right? Fawns, double Fawns, wall. You got wall over towards here. You got Omen flash hard shut down. You got salvos to fight a little bit and trap play. Like it should be this stuff, but they should be stalled out with other people alive.
夜路准备踢进去，鬼眼没有照到死点的球球。
这个裁断也没有处理掉，踢。
Oh, nice shots, bro. Oh my goodness, imagine another one. Okay, nicely handled from DRG though, especially over towards mid. A lot of util on this one. I would love to see a timeout on EDG to play passive.
因为你如果被炮洗掉地上的击刀藤蔓，其实对面就直接趟进来了。
是的。
其实对中远这个位置的控制，我觉得对 EDG 来说打 Nova
What happened to Simon? Benched.
就他们打这个中壁压。
But apparently he was benched so that, well, what people are saying in chat is he was benched so that Squirtle or Jenny can play Yoru. But doesn't look like that's the thing. Maybe when they play double jaws, who knows? Okay, set trap from DRG. Wait, you've got a Yoru ult for Yoru ult. Kang is about to see 3 people here. Trying to Omen flash Yoru combo. And Kang's just ulted behind them and no one's heard it.
我开始晃身秒了一个，但这一分想进 A 几乎不可能了。福乐星有大。
背身也到了。
福乐星有大，他敢不敢踢走？
I like this double push though. You got nobody locking them in with all the info that Kang got.
背身很警觉 ，nobody 在等，因为知道你所有的2个人都在 A 大，你这边打起来我在动。但是现在对于 DRG 来说非常难受，前后夹击都有人。
给一个展开烟。
往前走。
应该要假踢骗一下。 想利用这个烟隔一边的枪线，至少隔2楼的枪线，让我开始找一些1v1的机会。
得想拆开打，
有点难拆，对面所有人都不漏，湖光飞是秒打的。是的，这个烟已经没了。
还有第2颗烟，要不要给？
骗裁断。
哎呦，骗掉了。
但骗掉裁断还有防守烟，而且最重要的180度枪线根本无从解决。在后面的 nobody 完全不动。
很有纪律性。
什么时候人进了再跟我说。
你这边有压力，我再动。
对，人不进我绝对不动。 这一分应该不打了吗？应该是不打了。但这个位置 EDG 的经济好像也不太。
Okay, saving and EDG shouldn't overstep. They need money.
没有必要吧？就经济太差了，钓鱼吧。
Playing so differently to how you planned. They're playing really aggro.
所以给了炮。
In a comp, I don't think you need to play aggro even 1 round unless you need to fight middle.
完全可以接受的防守方的。 大枪分
是，我觉得还是更重要的是夜路这个大招进攻意图太明显了。
对，
这个大招一放出来，你可以看到 EDG 的人员所有人都从这个中路顶出来，从 A 大过来掏了2个背身。
我觉得 Spirit Z1 或者是 DRG 没有去想 Plan B， 就是如果
他们就想一波 rush，
他们就是夜路一波 rush。
对，
如果我这个指定的黑就是有标点的黑没有黑到人的，我
You need info? Depends where you put your double walls.
留了下一分的钱，但是其实留的又不是很够。
You definitely want an op on the Yoru. Okay, force them down to an eco. They got 2 hero guns.
2个人马上就要遇上了。
博卡叔是一把大枪露身位了，但是康康选择最求稳的事情就是不要在中路掉枪。
没错。
叶灵给 A 给 A 烟给离魂，看下弗勒星的落点是哪里，在点内。
Dude, they gotta stop this TP. He's hitting absolutely right.
还是被打掉一个。
神秘的弗勒星在
Ador into Omen ult. They put a lot of ults into this. And that's a really important kill from Vukashi.
但弗勒星的位置还是比较危险，他退到了相对来说比较安全的位置。队友给闪，逼走了刚刚的2次的 TP， 2个人协同的双拉，非常漂亮，但是还是被球球撕开了。1v1，球球是一个残血，
一枪死的血量，他不想放弃一枪位。
Oh, nice swing from Flexen. Damn, they put a lot of ults in this considering it was a low buy. They tried to fade ult into Omen ult combo.
给了他一
Tried to do like the double TPs with from taking away sound.
但我说实话，这种近点，首先不是每分夜路这个。你的这2个人都有大，对吧？这人都有大。其次，这个东西也要有一定的赌的成分的。
是。
当然，最后博卡数也非常关键，在中路先打，在中远先打中路的人，然后在点里面跟队友打协同，最后这个2打1其实打的是非常好的。
Okay.
EDG 直接是 call 了个暂停。
What they do with the timeout?
确实，我觉得首先分差还在自己劣势这一边，其次是对面的这套。双踢其实是有很大的搜点上面的压力，或者在
They definitely probably want to get an op out. They're a bit far away from that, so they might go like aggro. They could just go aggro and set the Yoru up and then have the double blockers on one. Where deadlock, it combos well. Honestly, it combos well with the Vice, combos well with the
站的比较常规的，就经常会对手用一些小技能去能够给对手给逼出来。
还有一个问题是，进攻方因为有窥视，他 A 小进攻是会给障云的。这个障云会有一个非常麻烦的点，就是一般性的烟你可以在这个烟里面站一会儿出来，但障云你绝对不敢。
对，
你会吃腐蚀掉血。所以 A 小这一侧相当于防守方 EDG 是没有办法站这个烟里面抓机会的，你只能站在点里面1楼或者2楼。
那下一份的话，看 EDG 其实还是有经济区能够起到一些长枪的。
是。
很多外地起了一把判官，看看防守方的一个站位有没有调换啊。
Okay, nobody gets the judge out.
挪到了 A 区
He's the highest fragger.
这样的话 A 点其实会相对来说更硬气一点，相当于双哨在守这个 A。
就至少得去顶一边
Okay, they do a wall at middle to get info. And honestly, DRG haven't even like really gone middle at all, so using the wall over towards is definitely going to help, so they can stack the sites heavier and not have to worry about the no info.
意义上来说，你可以认为他们在打这个防守方判官跟裁断的一个组合拳。
对。A 小给个压力，但是这个爆能器也是同样在 A 小 A 大已经就绪，不太。
They lose shot in reaction, insta drone down towards B, and they pick up the orb. The orb gives nobody ult. This is gonna be nice for DRG though. Finding this wall early, like that's very good for them.
进攻方来中路去触发裁断。这样的话，这个裁断其实是以比较小的
That creates pressure over towards middle, creates the question mark, means that they have to go into a 2-on-2.
所以立刻让康康的夜路是回到了中路。
Honestly, I would imagine. The thing is, on the minimap, I would imagine it's like a
但是 A 点内的这些技能怎么办呢？还有就是杰尼的大招，
有点太多了。
来了，直接重力补网加。
但是这个能救？
真能救吗？
能救！哇，第2时间救的位置太尴尬了。
Okay, they go deal with the Gravenet.
这样的话，直接强行开大，硬往点里面进，一大堆技能锁的位置，但杰尼标配拿掉了博卡楚。点里面球球跟杰尼没有。
Not gonna have the guns in time though.
杰尼跟博卡楚最后倒地。
Oh my God, gangs from the top rope with the shorty, bro. That was crazy. Managed to get a double. I think DRG though can definitely make a plan going over towards middle.
杰尼的这个技能收益太高了。2个小技能其实在前期的时候
But this was a good example of why they can just kind of turtle a little bit. They don't have to take fights early because you just got so much util stacked over towards the site that time gets so
大
low.
枪没打过小枪也是因为这个原因。
是。
And then when you're finally committing, you're probably getting hit by sonic
比较
sensors.
怕这个钢索的小技能的，你要进行接触的话，其实很容易吃到一些伤害性的技能。
Force them down to an eco, and this is a good chance for Kang to get. Don't do it. Don't do it, Kang. Oh dear God. Okay, it's all good. I was gonna say it's a good chance for Kang to start getting money so that he can get an op.
开第二枪，我觉得也无可厚非。
As soon as that smoke came down, I thought he was gonna like push through it.
选择最稳的玩法，先踢到后面，然后再来打，因为这个位置就算掉枪，队友也能看得住。
是，队友已经到了，第2次补枪。
中路直接肃清。这里有枪。这样的话，对于现在的 DRG 来说，遇到了一些麻烦，就是对面的双
And I don't think they found the wall over towards middle.
好不容易把维斯的技能变出来了，但是面对的又有钢索的技能。而钢索的技能和维斯的技能其实都有一个特点，就对比其他的少尉，比如说奇乐或者林，就是他们的技能位置不是那么固定。
他一直在换。
对，你想要，比如说你想用这个你的技能去换，没有那么好换。再加上进攻方本来就很缺。
Let's see what I still think DRG are probably gonna try and do something over towards middle.
这个招牌技能这种技能去免费去
With what's been going on. We got Viper Ward that creates passive pressure everywhere. They've been doing this every round.
是。
你要想出这个烟的话，你得叫近，而且甚至不。因为其实Lotus 这个位置是比较常规的，他进攻方基本上是。
Okay, this is still nice for DRG though. They lose B main, and in reaction they take over towards middle. They found the wall, and finding the wall within the first 20 seconds is going to create a lot of pressure. They're going to go back into a 2-on-2. Once the wall goes down, this is their instant reaction to the wall going down. We saw it last time when they droned out towards B.
这个进攻烟是我们看到给到了骑士门口，他告诉你我骑士进人了。
其实中路的位置就是放了的，就我只要顶一边打，你非要打的话，我要么去船屋，跟自己的队友打一个双架，反正是判官嘛。你要来亲我，你一定会吃到一些技能。
但这样我觉得防守方应该是要有人去回看中路的，就是屁股那一边、家里那一边。
Okay, at one point this flash is going to go off to get info, I think.
进攻方最后是静音来到 B 通，5个人完全抱团，准备来一波。B 通只有一个击刀藤蔓和墙上的一个
I'm a little bit worried for EDG here. Especially when the salvos are going to go out and they're going to realize his backside because of it.
只能打 B 了，这个位置。
Nobody 丢技能也暴露自己的位置，他就是想用技能把对面勾进来，只是把判官打死了残血的 Spirit Z1，康康设的伏笔能够回收。
队友已经到了，非常拖了一波时间。
打不了了呀，这 B 点13秒，这把判官怎么解决？
有点难，这个距离，
电出炮，
先勾一下。
9秒，进攻方能不能安包？队友架住我，架住我就能安包，能不能架住？
No, your tunnel vision so heavy.
是支架成功。 这样的话，这一分应该是能稳住局势。
Hey, nicely done in the end from DRG. Were like calm with what was going on.
这个判官能解决，你能看到是非常细心的。立刻作为一个指挥，是先骗身位，骗对面出枪，确认船坞里面到底是什么东西。
是的。
然后再来处理。
拉开距离，因为对手的话可以看到他是想要打一个先手第2时间以安包能弃的时机的。
然后最后我觉得尼克做的选择很对，我不进去了。
那肯定不进了。
对，我安包，你反正有本事出来找我队友的不相对吧？
是。 刚好也是被架住了。
你能看得到，其实，在对船坞的处理上面，尼克是非常仔细的。6比4 ，DRG 保持了2分的优势。
Kang gets the op out. Last 2 rounds.
其实被压着很跟。这一分刚刚是起到了明居，这一分投入非常大的。
I mean, honestly, 4 might be enough. We'll see what they have for attack.
先拿下一个控制权来给到
Wants to grab net over towards A to try and fight this. Prowler clears all at A. Question mark created. Kang. They love a aggro B.
他选择了一个更加安全的架点位，第2时间还是想走。
康康不太敢去骗，就除非他要骗这个进攻方裁断，一定要叫假人。
对，先放个 TP 吧，买个保险。
中路防守方开浅18重，确定 B 区外面完全是空城。但这个信息刚好是错误的，因为对面要来了。康康架了一个非常远的位
smoke in and they use a wall that can't be seen until they're like close here, so you kind of got to commit. That means that you can punish it if they try and spray it.
是一个大拉的身位。
夜路开大，想要拉注意力，看到肩膀，感觉是手肘有露出
Okay, you're all on him
的
though. Do these two stick together or do they separate? No, they separate. Ooh, that's nice, bro. Big kills. Keep an eye on the Vice Luck up short while this was going on as well. He probably has two.
另外一波卡住的游走，断掉了对面的回防。哇，这一分 DRG 是千层饼叠得非常成功。
是的，技能的衔接也做得非常的漂亮。最后一个球球。 1打3，哪怕打掉一个，还有3个人。
看一下对面会不会给机会，这个高低双架是自然形成的。
DRG putting up a lot of numbers there.
DRG 在这一分展现了他们对于这张地图的一个理解 ：A 小开夜路大招先假打，然后利用 TP 快速来到 B 点。尽管你的区拿到了这个像素级别的击杀，
The defense, yeah, the only real round they played similar to like is the AWP punish really.
以及第二时间补枪的一个速度还是非常快的。
刚刚一瞬间
Everything else apart from like maybe the main default hasn't been great.
有点骗不到。
是。下半场也是来到了
This was like the only round that I liked their wall on defense though.
那刚才其实刚刚是有大的，对吧？留到了最后一分。
Any of the Pacific games worth watching? The ZETA Icebox was kind of fun. Honestly, that both of the Icebox, didn't think I'd say that, but both the Iceboxes are actually pretty fun.
压得这么狠吗？这个位置。
双拉漂亮，仓鼠是被对面多人解决，而且枪声很密。现在要看博卡鼠和 Nick 了，他们要把中路的人没有断掉，防守方全身而退。哇，这一波很开心啊！甚至手就还等对面上钩。我这波球就是抓了一个反心理，因为他知道对面急着要抓他。
对，开了一波提前枪。
对。
刚好接了一波子弹。
但是康康应该是在被集市中路打掉了，所以现在进攻方少1人，3打4。
那个手里有大招，第一时间看看小刀，如果贴的成功的话，可以往这个大招包点里面去放一放。
而且这一分弗洛星又是一个有大的分数，但现在注意弗洛星没烟。 他可能要稍微等一等。
要等一等吧。
Watch Americans today, yeah, for sure. Is it G2M might be out today?
拿枪线过，给大招。
这2个人应该能都挂到，知道1点里面2个。这样的话给闪，防守方式刚才也给了反制技能。
I think the reaction from nobody's really off here. Fatal into Omenor again.
Nobody 暂时守住了自己的烟内，但是对面是短炮，撕掉了短炮。
Yeah, he did incredible though, but I think he should be salving short. As soon as the fatal comes in.
铁箱10秒 ，Nick 把残局拆成了1v1。
这个包是松手了，
5秒，没时间了。但是最后杰尼也是真敢拉出来标配解决
They tried their
战
best to lose this one. Smoggy absolutely sent it on his own.
太惊险了这一波。
DRG have some nice stuff though.
哪怕如果对面是把对手给秒掉的话，其实杰尼那个位置挺冒险的，
对，
非常自信。
就还在那个进攻方可以。
You think the EDG are messing things? Yeah, I only really like 2 of their setups that they did.
比较可惜，对于尼克来说。
And one of them was the eco.
或者说这个半场啊，其实杰尼有。
So look, 5 should be enough. I'm a little bit worried that their attack.
队伍非常多的帮助。
是。
Won't have enough stuff. I don't know how long they've been playing this comp.
是。其实作为钢索
You've seen enough is the go. I mean, it's a big one. It was a big 1v1 at the end.
可能起到的一些效果会比较大，因为对手一波提的时候，他的一个小技能收益非常不错。但来到进攻方，更多的还是要利用自己的一些小技能来配合队伍打一些 combo， 所以比较吃这个。 技巧性投掷的一个熟练度吧。
是的，其实你能看到，对于杰尼来说，这个要求是比较高的。因为就算可能大家觉得钢索比较像先锋，但他还是一个少尉，实打实是个少尉。
对。
他需要你跨位置。
Can I translate? I have no idea, but.
宝枪还是干就完了。
I'm winning for once.
大多数都是选择干就完了。
左边那个点是我点的。
宝枪，经典宝枪。我方还剩1人，那肯定保了呀。
是的。 那我们来看一下下半场吧。对于 DRG 来说，这张地图显然比上一张地图有更多的准备，尽管这是对面的主选图。而对于 EDG 来说，我们也看到了他们在吸取一些面对到 Nova 失利的一些经验，就是不是我们的阵容不够好。其实你说一定
Left is save the gun, right is fight till the end. Oh, okay.
说这些组合上的不同。
对。
就你拿出了钢索，拿出了夜路，那你就是有些。
Dude, yeah, ranked.
来看一下，在亚海宣传上
，ranked no one's saving a gun.
今年CN联赛是一个攻方的优势地图，这可能大家的印象会有些相悖哦。
因为以前大家会觉得亚海宣传是比较偏防守。
Save an op? Nah, okay, I would save an op though. To be fair.
来吧，看一下换边之后 ，EDG 的进攻会怎么来开展，而 DRG 的防守会怎么来布置。 维斯的墙是做了一个非常有意思的变化，放了一个斜线，这个墙更不容易被骗出来哦。
是，
在 B 通的位置，而防守方独木
was kind of nice
和 A 小，回不去了呀，回不去了，只能硬掰。 尼克这个位置真的是不可
He
能
did a
控制
lot
的
of damage on this
这
one.
样的话，中路的对
Nobody. You have a drone. You have a drone. You don't need to be the drone.
的位置，这个蹲架
Sure.
没架住，
You be the drone.
这是一个完全非预料。正常来说是没有人会蹲架在这里的。
是，这 A 点感
It's
觉无
okay.
痛就进来了。那第二时间的话，2楼没办法了。
哦 ，Nobody 非常准。那这样的话，这一分其实已经进入一个尾声了。罗卡数手里面有把鬼魅，但这其实他的位置
We're gonna
小的门还是关的。
have a 2-2 pistol.
这位置有点难玩了。正义也不想捡了，其实意义也不大了。所有的枪线都已经铺开了，漏一个，哦，打了一个，知道左手有一个。
是的，地上图光没给打掉。反手给闪，总觉得后面有人。
他现在目前就是尝试一下。
对。
看能不能，因为 smoke 也是一个弹线，哇，又是一枪头。
但球球也是给了一
A
个
little
闪
bit
人
close
枪
with the damage.
或者说类似于提前枪的操作。这样的话，借助于 Nobody 在 A 点的平汤，是直接拿下了这一分。当然也跟中路内部一开始的拼枪有点很大的关系。是。防守方2个人好像有点卡位置了，说实话。
而且包括
I think it's it was 1-1 for the first pistol, no? For the first map. Oh wait, it wasn't 1-1 for the first map. You're right. It was 2-0 first map. 3-1.
这样的话
1-1 for this map.
首战局胜利也是带到57的同时，迎来自己下半场的第2分的优势枪械分2把数位，一共
Our excuse is we missed the pistol.
前点第一枪位不给你，先把球吃了，第二时间打一个反闪来吸引一下你的注意
Okay,
力。
double orb default. When do they clear this question mark? Okay, they don't. Smoke just goes straight in.
第二时间来了，可能
Trying to get Kang as all early.
不想掉枪。来了，其实对手有察觉，DRG 已经开始往 B 点回了。
其实这分阅读是读得非常不错的，
是，
而且回防是个静音回，所以进攻方并不知道这一点。
而且2个人都站
a good stack for DRG.
来了，这是最后一颗闪，闪加7可能要被逮捕了，这个位置很危险。
EDG has EDG's anti-ecos are just filled with risk.
能不能玩换枪很关键，弗洛金在烟里面被混死。 点里面也被进攻方肃清，这一分面对对面的
I mean, it's a nice XX. You got smokes. You got GravNet over towards stairs. Like the XX nice. But there's a good chance there's 5 people here with how they play.
受伤的，说实话，时机点不好，很容易把康康扣留在原地。
所以交流沟通很重要嘛。
Don't wanna point it out, but I'm going to drone. Here of course.
绕过没办法，直接被收掉了。
打不了了这分已经，看能不能再多下一点枪，标配打一个右键。
Yeah, and this is the problem with this comp. The afterplan is just too strong. You got like 2 VIPs. You keep one of them alive, majority of the time you're gonna win that afterplan.
这个技能位置互换之后，重力补网变成了一个你可以可能一个回合里面丢3到4次的。
Kang said it's a psychological problem with them getting ecoed. I guarantee it's not. I guarantee it's the way they handle their anti-ecos. This was a prime example.
丢第2次的一个机会。
Like the drone is the most important bit of util, and they don't use it.
来说，逐渐的掌握场上的局势，而对于 DRG 来说，下一分非常的关键。
A non-gifter, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that.
经济是非常的脆弱的。
Okay, bonus rounds. Against the buy, and honestly, the bonus is really good.
上面来看，其实简简的大招快好了，包括康康。
他上一分是个多杀，然后再加上可能暗包的点数，我不知道是不是给到他。其实双先应该说先锋跟这个0.5先锋的大招进度都是不错的。
对。
Nobody 跟康康的大招进度也非常快，甚至康康只差1个点了。
是。
这一分康康是一个进攻判官。
DRG 中路的位置，想要尝试跟队友打一个双架的配合。
3 pass and duel the middle.
有 TP 的，打一个看能不能走。
直接不走了，因为后面还有仓鼠。
是。
中路是一个前后的双架，应该是甚至是3架。
哇！
长线顶住了。
7回9要又杀2个。
No way!
突飞雷神啊
He just took
非常
it.
漂亮的一波双拉的配合，包括9架的位置打的也是非常的完美。这个就是纯对枪。对中路的预设没有那么多 EDG， 所以导致拉出来的时候没有想到对手是2个枪线直架的。
对。
其实我觉得现在 DRG 对于他们来说也需要多打一些这种非常规的一些战术。
Okay, 5v5. Kang gets the bucky out because he has his ult, and we get to see a set round with the ult.
但康康在纠结，因为他起不了步枪。康康
So
要利用
round
自
of
己
the
的大招
ult is
加
insta
把
A
现在
hit.
将这把熊
Spot
出
1,
是
Omen
黑
flash goes out. He ignores the pass and back a
身法很快，身法很帅。
那全部接完了，这个独木第二时间还不太敢康了。
That's so criminal. It's crazy, bro. That's a really shocker. Absolute shocker, man.
这一下其实你能看得出来，就是为什么推荐大家如果要用夜路大招去杀人，也许作为副机的短炮要更适合，因为短炮装备的速度更快，速度其实稍慢一些的。
Come on.
就关键是对面确实也在猛叫。
Mate.
也猛泼。
主要是踢的这个位置也挺伤的。
对。
然后所有的人都想在一打出来补强，这个独木还是有点吃不起啊。
The Yoru ults this year have been awesome to watch. I'm not gonna lie.
EDG 来说，上一分的规划落败之后，其实是比较对于自己大招的整个循环会有点打断掉，经济也是陷入一个断档期。中路对面是直接长枪开打，但是有沉默，没有 TP 可用，中路能不能找到一些机会？
小刀的位置也来帮忙了，给了一个隔断。
这个猫道来帮忙很重要。
对，
猫道不来帮忙，很有可能会被对面捡枪。 再加一颗防守烟，对面完全出不来。现在
makes you feel better about your own attempts ulting. Yeah, this one was on your big buy round as well.
他是个残血。
我觉得他这位置
40滴
有点难说，一枪死的。
队友靠过来，队友靠过来，没问题。这一分弗洛星也是赶紧呼叫队友往猫道或者。
Okay, let's see the next buy rounds. And EDG probably need to time out with what's going on.
非常及时，中路打了一波，然后小刀的位置其实补枪是很快的。
就你能看到 DRG， 反正就如果大枪到小枪就一个策略，中路都来对枪，别想那么多。
而且发现 DRG 他们对于这个中路的控制欲蛮强的，你要来我中路以及小刀一定是双架的强线，所以导致EDG他们这2波抢中路都没有成功。 我觉得他们对于中路的一些技能的预示要稍微的多一些。
See, that thing is so stupid. Is this how you thought your comp was going to get played? It's devastating to watch it. It's an absolute. It's been a murder, man, in front of my eyes.
哇 ，Spirit Z1
队友走不掉了。
但是你不知道啊，他没有系鞋带，这就是重力不忘的另外一个问题。你确实有可能知道这个位置有人，
但是我依然能架枪，
而且
哪怕我被捆住了，
你不知道是几个人。
对。
A 小这个位置 Nick 应该是浅尝辄止，拿到信息就后撤，因为点里面还有队友的陷阱和湖光玫瑰。进攻方给黑，但防守方拖住了对面 A 点技能的脚步。点里面想要换对面的技能，但对面直接开陷阱。
有大招。
对面点里面2个会变成副武器，但是3人很多，而且好像有短炮吗？
有短炮。
看上去应该是 Spirit Z1 的短炮。再来个假身，7发子弹已经不太够劲了，这分。 要不要转 B 呢？
要转，中路已经开始摸了带包的
Selection has him locked in. I think he just missed the timing of the spike.
对，第一时间是没有控 B 动外的，所以看到什么已经在。这个大拉反而拉枪线了。
Oh God, imagine they lose this round.
但现在对方来说还是有人数的优势，4打3，但 Nobody 有大招，这分有变数。Nobody 可以尝试利用自己的大招，要么拖包。
Yeah, and honestly, they can just commit here, and he can tail behind them. Or he can just wait for them to commit here and tail behind them.
他们要如何去顶住第一
Like surely we got a great plan with this one. I think they wait for them to commit here and tail, or like.
直接末日审判，纯拖时间。
I mean, sure.
末日审判的一波出击，瞬间是刚好抓住了对面在控制台附近的一个空当。
最后一个人，仓鼠打掉一个，但是位置已经是锁定了，给了一颗隔断烟。
有点不好打了，这分应该保了。
是，
因为其实时间已经不够了。
等等，这个枪别再掉了吧？
好像
a good amount of damage from DRG 了。
在不在爆啊？没办法。
He should definitely be alright with that damage done. Everyone swung as soon as the tail hit the ground because they know that people look at the ground and react, right? I think. So they kind of just swing into people looking at the ground. I kind of want to watch it. See what the replays like.
而且这一分就是利用末日审判哦，0点秀，这应该是这个
Yeah,
小车的一致啊，刚好打断了对面的神鬼不绝。
是。
这个画面 ，Smokey 玩 KO 的时候应该蛮熟的。交暂停了，因为我觉得上一分的丢失对于 DRG 来说是一个不太能接受的一个情况。
The Yoru ult got cancelled by the Teo drone. What at spawn? Wait, when he hit the Teo, he was about to Yoru ult?
而弗洛星的马枪，我觉得其实人之常情。
That's so unlucky.
弗洛星这名选手，我觉得现在存在了一点问题。
其实我觉得
the timing of that is like the smallest window ever.
这个大拉确实很难跟枪哦。是的。然后第2时间是直接被1颗秒了，有点运气差。
看一下第2怎么来调吧。
2分的一个分差，这也是DRG的第1个暂停。
I think the drone would still be good if it
现在
didn't
DRG 要
suppress.
想办
Hey mate, I'll be down for that. We need some kind of Teo now.
优势给扩大。
Something's gotta happen.
EDG 其实已经开始在慢慢追分了。
对，就对他们来说，其实稳住分差也可以，交替拿分也完全可以接受。但问题就是你要拿到分数，而不能卡在这个10分。
是。
他们确实还有第2个暂停的容错率。考虑到明居的一个起枪。
Simon is on the bench for today. We don't know how long.
在图2也是有所展现，而且他的明居在上一个回合其实就有不错的收效，拿到了首杀，而且成功的脱身。
Okay, definitely an important round, right? Got to look at everyone's money. 5 for EDG, 2 for DRG that can't buy.
重力补网的技巧性投掷，看重力补网给的是哪里
Okay, insta drone, grab
来
net.
了，是 A 小，但是好像最后的动魂索道差了一点点，给一转掩体，弗洛辛放在烟内，给反闪，但是弗洛辛不出去。 再给反闪，这个时候出没喷死，队友补了，而且弗洛辛活了下来。点里面，方程方有对枪的优势，但是
No way, guys.
狙了，但是对面的步枪人很多。
二楼有3个人，
但是一个 last bogey 和 no
God, they just win from individuals though, really.
A 小姗姗来迟，泼水泼人一个。
Okay, see that idea's not too bad. They're trying to make sure that there's a lot of thought to make sure that the TP that they're doing can't be shot.
全是比较纯净
So
的
they TP over towards the right. They had salvos. So you leave a swing here where you can't see, or you're out in the open, both of them. Grab net towards door with a smoke. So no matter what, the Yoru TP is safe. So it's an okay variation of this hit.
很关键哦，在2楼下比较难受的位置是打掉了对手2个人。
是。那不管怎么样，对于 EDG 来说，持续的缩小分差就是好分；而对 DRG 来说，这一分来到了一个终极技能很丰富，但是经济
A little bit of amounts, yeah. Force them down to an eco though, so big pivotal rounds.
往前走了2步，所以没有被补掉。很细节，一个人摘网，想要骗对面进来杀。 罗卡叔是第2时间才去把这个重力补网的网摘掉。
而且 A 大的位置 DRG 已经空下来了，给了一个单向烟。现在 EDG 就要去想一想对手的一个站位。
我觉得这分 DRG 可以考虑利用自己的维斯大招去打回防，因为自己这边是小枪，只有1把主武器，那只有应该是1把半吧，加上这个雄鹿。
对。如
果说能够没收对面的主武器的话，是有点机会打回防打赢的。
就要看他们是想顶着打还是打回防了，因为第一时间 Nick 有大招嘛。
对，你看博卡叔的站位感觉是不想放的。就他带着最关键的大招，但他站的是2道的位置，这个位置不太好留。
这个闪一给
4臂哦 ，Nick 的阅读又是对的。
而且清点压力会比较大。
4臂对面进攻方下沿，
开关门是有人的。
但是康康已经踢了进来，但是
这个手
稳加手
稳的 combo。
Stop human droning against ecos. You can't be wondering why you get ecoed every single game you play and say it's a mental issue. Just
优爪的效果太好了。
drone.
因为优爪瞬间会减75的血量上限，
是
配合上障云的腐蚀，10欧文的双倍伤害，非常的恐怖。中路，弗洛尼直接打一个拉打，这样的话把人数优势保到最后，甚至可以叫队友一起来，因为对面经济其实并不好。 其实球球这分保了也蛮心酸的，因为只加1000块。
对。
然后他还要补甲。
Dude, they would be
甚至都不一定会补这个甲，因为26滴甲。
like by far the best team in the world if they knew how to play an anti-eco.
发一把加1000块。
they're so close to just winning everything.
对，对面只有1把狂徒，没记错的话。
They have to be out of the 48 teams. They probably are the worst team against
对面
ecos.
要主攻 B 点，做了一个4臂的重防。是。障云10欧文优爪。 配合上藏点的 Spirit Z1，
Dude, that was a nice tether though.
摧毁了对面的进攻。
就哪怕是康康第2时间踢到了这个开关门，但是队友都已经阵亡，没有人帮他看一个侧身的位置，很难操作。
你又不能2连踢，这游戏没有这种规则，对吧？
是。
踢进来踢出去，那这游戏没法玩了。直接拍了自己的第2个暂停，因为对于 EDG 来说，这张图的容错率已经不多了。
经济方面来说也比较拮据，掉的枪太多，而且还没有拿下分数。 就感觉现在 DRG 他们对于这个防守方
T1 said T1 Stack said the Rain and Chamber comp was all autumn wanting to do it. Yeah, I mean it's like the closest you can get on that map to a double duelist without not having any like info sentinel. So it kind of fits how they've been winning a lot of the other maps. And honestly, I think Meteor had a pretty slow start, which isn't always going to happen. And they lost double pistol, and like it's still a good win for them, T1.
所以是一个重币的情况下 ，EDG 也是没有能够顶住。11比9，来到关键的一分。
Okay, forces them down to an
来
eco.
说是想要打一个存钱分，这样的话有可能会让对面拿到盘点。
球球一把枪。 这样这个位置已经顶出来了。
这一波是给了闪，但是给了重力补网加炮，重力补网没给，给了炮，但是 Speed 是拉了个大身位，越过了炮的
It's
范
okay.
围。
They really wanted to get the Yoru ult,
其实他的一个时机是比
but
较
they got it for next
他
round.
飞过来，
So that's all that matters.
那这样的话，其实上头很亏。当然，还是对于 EDG 来说，这分本来就是一个混起的分数。现在打一打精英接触，看一下对面会不会给到一些机会，拼一拼个人的准度。Nobody 甚至这一分只有一把鬼魅啊，没有起正义。
打补枪。
DRG, no, they got some nice stuff. They're also protecting the Vice well.
，sorry
Vice wall.
选择
这个油爪第一时
优抓
间
独木，
效果
这个独木可能会导致 EDG 两个人断连，准备双拉了，有 timing， 技能很多，但是球球找向了 A 小，非常不错的选择。Nick 没有第一时间打掉，但是 Nick 接下来把两个人全部都堵在了 A 小。哇 ，Nick 跟队友的配合，虽然第一时间没有抓住球球，但第二时间还是确保 A 小是非常安全的。
是。
杰尼摸了进去，但是爆能器并不在身上。
Map 3? Oh, for sure, map 3.
这个包也是捡不到。
EDG 所有的赌
It's a hard watch. It's a really hard watch. It's like you know when you play like a comp and you know what the weaknesses are, right? So we got a Vice. We have no info over towards middle. It's pretty much the same thing. So you know the middle is weak, but then not go middle in any of your rounds. It's so painful, man. It's so painful.
这样的话，对于 EDG 来说，这个存钱分只能说试一试，有一把英雄枪，但是没有能够做到太多事情。再来看 Spirit Z1 的选择，就一开始快速的去拉到 B 通。
对，
球球这波其实是被赶进花园的，他没什么办法。
他的角色其实也还行，他必须得去抓一边。
你不去花园，就在这个 A 小等死，其实基本
上。对，因为后面的队友这个枪太差了，没有办法，这个伤害跟不上。
那看一下来到
Okay, 3 chances.
分是一个全枪的分数，但是对面也借由上一分拿到了盘点，第二、第三个常规时间盘点可以进入到图3决胜图。下一个是黑要打 Spirit Z1 这个点，那 Spirit Z1 有踢，甚至还没有第一时间急着踢，但进攻方夜路大招来了。
1, 2 hasn't looked around the
刚
site.
刚给一个假人，店里面一片混乱，弗洛辛的位置也没找到，但 Spirit Z1 先打了一个弗洛辛，接住了康康 ，Spirit Z1 连发3发一枪。
Okay, I never want to see this comp again. I never want to see them play this comp again. It's ruined, man. Nicely done from DRG. Nicely done from DRG. Honestly, I don't think I want to see Kang on Yoru, man. My brain can't handle it.
相当的不错。
而且可以看到他们在防守方的一些技能上的部署，以及非常贵的前压，包括明居的架点效果都非常惊艳。
My comp, I can't believe it looked like this. Even with how they're playing, I can't believe it looked like this. They didn't do. They had 2 nice rounds, to be fair.
是在起点赛的时候，当然当时
But even like,
但我觉得对于现在的 DRG 来说，此时也不同往日，他们也有变化。
I just don't think they had much time.
是借助高高镜头来回顾一下这一把比赛，其实这一把比赛还是有非常多的变量和中间的起伏的。上半场打完，其实我觉得两边都还有的玩，但下半场是改变一切的那个点。
是。 而且感觉来到后面几分的一个情况下 ，EDG 打的稍微有点。
Being a streamer and not a coach, I do. I do strongly think that this comp is so good that it should always be able to win a game the first time you use it, but there wasn't much thought put into this, I think. Or time, forward or time, I don't know which. Probably time.
还是在进攻边有点没展开自己。
DRG had some nice stuff though.
你很少会见到他们有一些比较好的这种技巧性投掷，利用补网去达到特别好的效果。除了 B 通以外吧。
是。
好，我们也听一下 DRG 的一个团队语音。
仓鼠，你要来帮我看中路。好了，好，我可以打了。然后 TP 还没到。太高了。到了。太高，这边拆。假的，没蹲 mid fight，看看。
What do we got next, pal?
我不开枪，都有架的，你们连近点都不会有了。OK， 我抓着黑的，小心点。他们中路都没见了的，你直接拉出来对枪就好了呀。来。
I'm a little worried for EDG.
到。
What else have they got in their group?
我拉，开枪了。
They're gonna make playoffs, right?
Go！
好的，这张地图给到的 MVP 是 Spirit Z1 幻灵，在这张地图他拿到了一个最高的平均战斗评分，256的平均战斗评分，1.2的 KDA，156的平均每回杀和最关键的6次的率先击败哦，
是，
这是我觉得这几个数据里面最有含金量的一个。
没错。
They got Titan and
之后在夜路如何找到一些比较好的实力前顶，也是非常重要的。
是，但数据非常的平均。
对
，DRG 最多的击杀20，最少的击杀15，这个区间是非常紧凑的。
When the players start like mid-April, end of
这一
April.
把康康的夜路的发挥会导致
Get out this one, man. So we're back in a bit. We've got Paul coming up.
EDG 要考虑，就如果你要把康康派到，就是所谓的非截锋，我觉得可能非截锋、非雷。
They could, this for sure. Out of all the maps, Paul would make the most sense if they wanted to go double duelist.
其实我觉得是稍微有
And
点
let this guy have
就
Yoran.
每次康康进去的时候，自己的
And
队伍有
put
点被隔
Kang
开
Kang on
了
a。jet.
那么来看一下率先击败数，双方其实都差了不远，包括这个部署获胜比上面。
但率先击败数其实更导向 EDG 这边，
Yeah, we'll be back in a
有
bit.
很多时候手杀没有掌握住，或者被对面快速补头也是一个问题。那另外就是，我觉得对于 EDG 来说，你们看到两边可能都是一个，就是4次安包，4次得分。但我觉得对于 DRG 来说，他们是下半场打了进攻，而对于 EDG 来说是上半场打了进攻。就他们其实我觉得要去考虑的是说，我为什么这个上半场进包的次数比较少？
就我感觉很大的一个原因是 DRG 他们小技能的一些配合 combo 太多了，而且有几波我们都能看到，其实第二时间 DRG 给的一些反制技能给的非常好，哪怕是刚刚踢进去了，但是他第二时间没有队友的辅助的情况下，他也是很难够去在包眼活下来的。
是。那我们也是在图2战罢之后，两边的大比分打成1比1平，我们也稍事休息，马上来到双方第3张地图的较量。
大家稍作休息啊，我们马上回来，接着看我操作。
Visions in my head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get, but nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go it leads to an open door.
好了，各位观众朋友们，欢迎来到2025 VCT 联赛第1赛段的比赛直播现场，我是 Allen。
大家好，我是 Vivi。
是的，那我们今天的鏖战还远远没有结束，在今天的第2场 BO3，两支队伍是各自拿掉了对面的选图。 那最后我们是即将在深海明珠上面去展开两支队伍一个决胜图的厮杀，去决定谁能够在这个小组里面拿到2胜1负的一个战绩。其实这个小组目前的一个出现的形式还是比较扑朔迷离的。坦白来说，这2支队伍目前都还没有确定是否能够从这个小组当中出现。这个小组还有非常多的未知数，每一场比赛都要去争取。所以我觉得，不管是对于 EDG 还是对于 DRG 来说，第3张地图都是要全力出击的。
是的，而且这张地图对于双方的队伍来说的话，其实都是比较熟悉的，在过往的一个战绩当中打的都是不少的。
对。
那从阵容上面来说，要看看双方有没有特殊的一些调整。
其实对于2支队伍来说，就是在首秀都没有打这张地图，就前2个 BO3 都没有打这张地图。EDG 上次打这张地图要追溯到大师赛。然后对于 DRG 来说，上次打这张地图要追溯到打 EDG， 就是在起点赛面对到 EDG 的时候。所以我觉得对于DRG 来说，这张地图也是一个有点小恩怨的感觉吧。因为当时我没记错的话，就是在 BO3 这张地图最后结束了那个0-2，然后当时其实是就是 DRG 被 EDG 是拿下了。所以我觉得对于 DRG 来说，今天也是一个有机会在这张地图去复仇的这样一个状况。那2支队伍对比当时又有可能会有一些阵容的变化，因为两边都有换人，对吧 ？DRG 对比当时是我看到决斗位换了人 ，Spirit Z1 来到了决斗位，然后 Luke 是已经不在队伍了。而在另外一边的 EDG， 现在杰尼在首发，而当时大师赛是 Simon 在打，所以2支队伍会不会换阵容，会不会换选角，也是我们今天要看的一个重点。
特别是在夜路的这个点哦，其实 DRG 的话，以前在这张地图他们是会拿到解封的，那未知数会给到 EDG， 会不会再次拿到自己的夜路在这张地图？
然后以及我觉得其实 DRG 去在这张图拿夜路的概率也不低，因为还是那句话，决斗换了，我们从 Luke 换到了 Spirit Z1， 那 Spirit Z1 其实它的夜路，你们看到它的熟练度是非常非常高的。好的，让我们回到无畏竞技场。也是再次感谢观众朋友们来到这个场地，给到观众朋友们加油支持与助威。这已经是我们周6的晚上了。那我们也是看到这张地图之上，2支队伍都有可能会有一些变阵，谁能够更加找到在这个版本适合自己的玩法，谁就能够取得今天的这场非常宝贵的 BO3 的胜利。
是的，非常关键的最后一张地图。
我觉得对于杰尼来说，其实前面2张图的表现其实是相当不错的。就作为首秀，我觉得他首先没有怎么怯场，他的枪准有一个不错的底线，然后同时他的技能也有一些帮助。但我觉得可能还是那句话，似乎他还是更在先锋位上的效率会高一点。
对，
就还是那句话，钢索像是先锋，但是他毕竟不是先锋。
是。要看图3最后一张地图双方的一个阵容选择。会不会有改变呢？因为之前的话 ，EDG 他们的那一套阵容是星坠、黑幕、太湖维斯加上夜路。
对。然后其实是面对到 T1 是一个险胜，然后面对到 T2 是一个惜败。所以我觉得对于 EDG 来说，坚持到阵容也未尝不可，因为它依然是结合了当前这个版本比较强势的几个角色，对吧？夜路、太湖。那对于 DRG 来说，我觉得反而他们是更需要去变的那一边。就这个阵容看上去有点太老一套了，对吧？杰锋的这一套，双先锋的这套阵容。不过其实图2我觉得也是给 EDG 还是那个究极的问题，就是康康是一个很适合在正面展开火力的人，但夜路不是一个那么适合在正面展开火力的角色。
对，
怎么让这2者能够结合在一起？
就如果说让康康继续玩到夜路的话，其实他正面的一个拉扯能力会比较考验。
对，
当然，那正面的火力如果没有康康的话，可能第一时间要给到队友，可能队伍更多的压力，就你得跟上才行。
其实当杰尼这个官宣进队的时候，也有很多人猜他会去玩夜路，果然，杰尼是在这张地图拿出夜路，把康康换到了上伯乐的位置。其实，在赛前就有非常多的观众朋友有推测到这一点。那康康的上伯乐也是久违了，这其实是他我觉得追溯到2022年最让人闻风丧胆的英雄，没有之一。DRG 也是像我们所讲的，踩上了版本的快车，来到了夜路，配合上铁臂加上黑梦的双先锋。
而且也是有非常大的一个辩证啊，双方都做出了非常大的调整。
The Kang Chamber。
那我们要来看一下，对于 EDG 来说，这套阵容其实跟G2的阵容应该是非常类似的。
They bring in this guy to play Yoru. Let's see what he's got.
而康康的上伯乐又会给我们一个什么样的表现
？Kang Chamber. Let's see if the game plan is around getting him an op early. Maybe in the pistol, someone saves 400.
好的，也是感谢观众朋友们来到无畏竞技场。 让我们一起进入到图3，这场深海明珠将会决定今天谁是这场 BO3 的胜利者。
His chamber, I mean, his chamber should be really good.
在非常关键情况下的第2胜。
He
那这张地图
rarely misses when he
上
gets
半
the
场
op.
EDG 先防，第2地先攻。
EDG on defense, DRG on attack.
这样的地图非常讲究
And
一个拉扯以及控图
We
的
go for
效
a
率。
breach
从
fade
这个手
comp.
枪局的一个站位上面就来
But we do a
能够
breach
感觉
comp
到
without
DRG
the
想要在
tail.
中路去拉扯一下 EDG
Breach
在中路的一
fade
个防守。
Yoru.
往 B 小以及 A 连接的这个位置，先
Let's
看看
see,
对
it
手
could
有没有前
actually
压。
could actually be pretty good. DRG really like a fade.
康康其实在最近至少3个月以内都没有再选过上伯乐了，就确实上伯乐离这个版本是我们认为是比较远的。
对 A 大的话，第一时间是只依靠一颗烟就把 A 大前线位置全部控下来了。如果说要假 A 小的话，你这 A 大第一时间压力还蛮大的。1把中小人找到了，看到了不止一个。
但是因为有贵宾现形，而且应该也听到
Yeah,
滴滴答答
they
在
hear
转，
the trip though.
所以如果想进，
They know the trip's here. They ping the trip.
黑闪，贵宾现形没
They
拆
get
掉，
killed by
减
the
速
trip.
致命，但是 Spirit Z1 够准，但自己活不了多久。我强行顶着减速往外拉，但是康康的鬼魅接
Ooh,
近
nice shots though.
上来就是
Nice
瞄准
shots,
盛宴。
dude.
非常漂亮的一波击杀。
但我觉得对
I
进
can't
攻
I
方
can't
来
watch.
说，这个贵宾现形成为
I'm
了
not
最
sure I
后
can
的
watch many China games,
极大
man.
的拖慢进攻方在 A
I just
小
feel
快
myself
速
getting
一
angry.
点这个阵型展开
Why would they
速度
ping out the trip and then burst and not break the trip when you know you're playing against a tail?
这样的话，防守方 EDG 拿到了开门红的第1分，第2分是起3把，康康的明狙已经在路上了。看一下 DRG 怎么来去在第2分争取掀起一些波澜。如果他们想让康康的明狙往后拖一点，打断经济是最好的方式。不管是去下
What do you think went wrong earlier? Oh boy, what game we talking about?
康长在这儿，
Earlier could be so many games,
开
man.
了一发，然后立刻 TP 到点内。
Give me a map.
玻璃藏在烟里
Give me a game.
进攻方还有第2个暗兽。如果要进 A 的
Okay,
话
two people are allowed to die on this one,
关键
and
包括
obviously they have
点内
the
或者在烟内被阴。
team secret games.
行单挂 A Y。
They messed up Lotus and they got massively outclassed on Icebox.
收到，而且自己的位置够安全，
不换位，那你这位置走不掉呀
就来不。及了，感觉直接给一个特快专地，
我很谨慎，还看了一眼左边。
怕对面有人勾打。这样的话，进攻烟上来是直接倒，进攻其实已经很难做了，又是来到 A 小
Guys, not
直接
again.
明显型
What this
超量
damn trip.
这样的话也是对面已经知道要从 A 小打入侵，凯林在这个距离打得非常
Another
舒服，但是被
salvo
你
kill
换掉
on
了一个
short. Okay, they must have worked out though. Once this goes off, they
另外一把
salvo.
枪应该是掉在了 A 小。
是仓鼠的这个血量太低，而且包括中路的位置已经顶出来了。球球是加一个过点，非常保守的位置，第一枪没有打中。
别跑，因为他现在是队伍手里面真正握有的唯一一把主武器。
对，
不能掉。B 小的位置放给对面，而且拿到了反馈，知道对面 B 小带名牌的入侵。进攻方的目标应该先把包放下去再说。防守方回收了那2把害灵。
知道 B 大是有人的，下了一个相对于比较安全的爆能器。
看准度了，这个时候其实已经没有太多可以
Could
考
be
虑
a
的。
Vukashi
两个人各自
masterclass.
为战了，就看哪边能够打出收益。
卢卡楚还有一个虎光玫瑰可以用。他这个虎光玫瑰看一下能够影响到场上多少吧。黑闪，
轻的地方很多。
2楼出，但是血量太低，直接死这个包看不见。2颗中1头，包在低，想去打人。哦呦，这样的话有点伤，最后应该能把
Small
疗
window
血
for
换
him
到
to
手
get。that. Incredible damage though.
这样的话应该是掉了
Incredible
2把
damage. They took out 2 guns. EDG gonna buy 2, so they're 3 guns.
其实 DRG 已经做到了一个这个残局最大化的一个处理了。
在没有烟，而且2人残阵的情况之下，把这个包带到了 B 点安了下去，然后再尽量多下对面的枪，
还下了不少枪械。
这个辽选是掉在了 B 长偏屏幕的位置啊，没来得及捡。这样的话，下一分 EDG 的枪械可能会有点尴尬。果然是只补了1把进来。
哦，堵了一波点。
因为没枪嘛。这一分是一个4人的堵点。
They go quiet, they TP away, and you think it's just the chamber on their own, and then they burst with a flash. Oh, this is a lovely strat
再
though.
次有收获，对面反正但进攻方能退。最后有人在
This
烟
is
里
a
生根，在中
lovely,
路被
lovely
打掉了。
strat.
博卡叔是在中路截击成功。
Definitely helps when Kang Kang can hit that shot as well. Speaking of Kang Kang, does definitely have enough money for the
他
op.
说的这个位置很神秘，在干豁。
杰尼
哦，丢技能了。
杰尼现在有机会抓到博卡叔的背身。
哦，他这个位置其实完全没有预警，2楼已经到了。
He's an elephant on B site. He's just walking out.
对面打 B 会变得非常的困难。
It's so much sound.
这个烟第一时间阻断了DRG想要进攻的一波，被升到了，这个残局很难玩了。
基本上这个局面已经是一个死局了。鬼魅敲头有点难敲，但是无所谓。正面的队友是收到了指令。
刚好勾到了给杰尼。
Really like the
设计非常的成功，阅读到对面喜欢利用暗收去抓上伯乐，反手是用上伯乐抽一枪。但最关键的其实是第二波，因为第一波其实有点赌的成分。
He hit the fourth guy. Dude, who was the person that took the bullet here? He was at the back.
铁臂的技能教的已经差不多了，所以第二时间来转这个 B 点就没有任何的技能能够去打一些反清了，很难玩。
这样的话，对于保利来说，虽然这个背身
They were flaming him for it as well. Got the hero gun out for Vukashu. Surely he gets to play first before the Yori walks through door.
还好人多，还想要再凶吗？这个意味着凶可能会出事，但是我 A 小一起来，那就不会有太多的隐患，因为是两边一起出。
Nice shot.
超远距离磕头，但是对于弗勒星来说，想捡枪是非常非常难的。
对我到了，还好康康是及时第一时间看到了。
最后也是一起拉，解决这一分，这样的话可以
Okay, money's really good for EDG.
或者说把 Smokey 的害灵升级成黄土。 现在对于 EDG 来说，场上的局势雪球是越滚越大，而且现在如果要起局，应该是完全足够的经济。康康手里面应该是5000以上的一个存款，所以对 DRG 来说，现在要解决的问题其实非常多。下一分可能就会面对到康康的明局。
是，得暂停了。
Okay, so this is a timeout, and they're gonna look at the money, and they're gonna know they have an op out on chamber. No idea if they have any ults. They did a lot of trap play over towards A. Dude, they don't have much info to go off of, really. They might have a fast run that they like to run against the chain, like against an op, maybe. The chamber's been heavy lean over towards A. That's about it. That's all they got.
现在上半场一开始 EDG 就给了自己非常大的压力。 同为夜路的阵容 ，DRG 想要去利用的是自己一个夜路脱逃的能力。
Is he not Euro on Ascent then? Because then that would mean Kang has to play.
主要 EDG 他们现在防
守
方打得比较
deadlock?
主动的，我们可以看到 A 区的那个位置的话，是一直有康康拿上
What was Squirtle playing on Ascent?
抽一些免费枪能第一时
It was
间击走
deadlock, right?
包括中路哪怕给到 DRG，
But honestly,
第二时间来控，
the
但
op
是可以看到 B
deadlock
小
is
和
a
A 小都是
little
有一
bit
个协同的，
underrated.
就很
You're
难
never
去把
really
中路经典的一些
peeking.
位置
You're
给
never
踩
really
下
gonna
来。
get
那
caught
看
out
一下
with
这一
util
分
in your
要不
hand.
要考虑往 A 大
Not saying it's
方
great.
向
Just not saying it's
去
not
做一点
bad.
文章哦。
康康的明局来了，也是随着明局立刻调整了位置，跟杰尼一起来到了 B 区。这样的话，其实对于 DRG 来说，他们在 A 拐其实不会遭遇到对面上伯乐的阻击。
投放荆棘。
A 点换成了一个维斯的守点，在点后去守。
双方都在 A 大教了一些技能，所以现在 EDG 对于 DRG 来说也是比较未知的。你有没有人顶也不知道，还是往 A 小走。想把技能前点的位置清一清。
这个 B 小如果不给骚扰的话，其实贵宾线行是非常非常舒服的。虽然这个贵宾线行放的比较靠后，他没有办法确定双扇是不是过人，但是因为 Y 字又有人在看，我看到 Smokey 是在 Y 字的这个末尾下水道的末尾在架。
Heavy A hit with a late like. Damn, we used a drone. It's so rare. Oh my god, he got so much for it.
车直接一直到3个人。
Honestly, he does use the drone on defense. It's more attack that he doesn't
维
use
斯
that.
硬开大波卡数，想要往点里面顶，但被对面的炮拖了一波。
注意花店的这个位置，
哇，
两个人都已经到了。
其实主武器马上就可以掏出来了。
要主动拉吗？
罗宝里拿出自己的主武器，想要抓对面暗爆的最后时间，但是很可惜对面刚好有人缩了回去。进攻方第二套技能可能准备就绪 ，Spirit Z1 还有一发闪。哦，尼克抓到一个时机非常漂亮的一颗头。尼克在近距离还有精灵卷，你可以去用。刚刚拿出这张给反闪在烟内，这样的话尼克可以有一个不错的保活的机会，而防守方这一分有可能要保活了。
开了一波提前枪，顺着这个闪光的轨迹。
主要这一分康康还没有到位，因为他是把明区的回防，他甚至要考虑要不要回
Got
防。
another one in you?
看
Oh
到一个，
my goodness.
甚至是一个
End up hitting two, so that's an armor rebuy.
给震，手臂漏了，但是小身位，刚刚的明区不一定保得住。 四面八方的强行，甚至有下水道的穿射，最后
Nice
被
shot in the
狗
end.
卡住强行下掉。
They have so much money that it doesn't matter too much. Kang also has his ult, so you can save their money a little bit. Lukashu picks up the op, and they might challenge him on B here.
进攻方，我觉得这个意味应该不是很大啊，应该也不太想要这把枪。这一分首先是反穿这个低地，然后接下来利用烟，利用
How's the new guy? I mean, he's speed running all of the roles in the game.
他这个位置下了包，而且还活下来是非常关键的。
We got our own texture here.
尼克还没有交大招。
He was playing KO, then he played Deadlock, now he's playing Yoru.
这样的话，DRG 拿到第1分，而这一分康康。 在 B 区对面捡了民居，否卡数拿了民居，面对勾刮火力，哇！我说实话，我觉得 EDG 可能没想到这一手。
Smoke off, flash, push him off the angle, and won the duel.
那这样的话，孤高火力是这一分是没有什么收获的。
给 A 小的位置拼了个点。 你要往 A 小这个位置交一些技能，去做一些反清，给压力。
Re-clear over towards B, just as they left it, so he can't get numbers, but he was at least close enough to hear the flash. And after clearing the question mark over towards B, maybe he wasn't close enough to hear it. I feel like he would be, but with that they heavy gamble stack over towards A. They get wall info 40 seconds. Chichu has fawns and ult if he gets it, and his flash just came up. Vice ult. Yoru ult gets info 1, 2, 3.
进来一个。
DRG 是等到对面维斯大招消失，但是某卡数的进攻局再收一个，同时进攻方是能够完成爆东西的安置。哇，这一波 nobody 错失的机会有点多。 仓鼠是结束了这个残局太多的悬念，最后 Spirit
Looked a little rough.
打出一个0.5，不管是在前期
I think in the Yoru ult there, when they're in the smoke, do you not to stand behind them and let your team spray instead of trying to get numbers?
就第一时间没有着急是顶着这个大招进，
they did miss a lot of shots though.
第二时间再利用补枪的一个协同，打出了一个非常漂亮的击杀。
而且这份补卡数是架掉了绕后的杰尼。
对。
也非常重要。
而且这一波
I feel like this might get pretty close.
他们的一个补枪协同有点断节啊。
I think Kang still has enough for an op because of his ult. And dude, if DRG can win this, I think this map is going to get really close.
这分康康拿到民居，但是
Good time to use the ult.
这对于 EDG 来说是非常重要的一分。但是对
Big
面郑
stun.
家
Does he want to go for it?
哦，这个位置直接抓。
其实是第二时间。 他没有第一时间急着出，震完之后，
对，
稍微等了一排，给了个假人再出。
杰尼这个位置很神秘哦，
想抓烟边，但对面刚好过去了。
Oh my god, wild timing, they just cleared this.
还有一个要漏了，
测试2个，第3个正
What a play that is. Nice shot from Vikashi though, so Archer's big.
防守方的民居到了，但是我看
Whoa,
民居还在发挥，但只剩你了。
How did he hit that?
包不在身上。
Smoggy went out the Archer.
背后有一个人是知道的，因为队友倒了。他想要去绕下水道吗？
时间其实是够的。
He's not going to check left because the timing was nuts on this as well. No ways, he's next to him. Ah, it's so unlucky.
现在是一个比较神秘的位置哦，
但绕 B 是肯定来不及的吧？绕 B 点是无论如何都来不及。
他想把中路这个近点的
Look what's going on.
剩余30秒。
错过了，只能说缘分不够。 对，
对
这分时间已经不够了，
可以不用去了。
我卡鼠来到的位置是大概10秒之前对面的 Smoggy 所在的位置。
还想玩，这个脚步已经漏了。
哦，这分杰尼，
I mean, Kang
我
should
觉得
just
他
hit
的
it
自己
right.
的对于节奏的猜测和对于对面的想法的猜测都是非常好的。想按个包，换到了步枪假低，
假低骗一下。
Oh boy.
8秒，但30血，重力井没有命中。
No scope hit the leg, right?
安置，但是没办法了。
No scope hit the leg.
he
actually legged him.
我下这个包的位置没办法哦。
There were so many timings going on
就
this.
是能够击杀掉。
那这样的话，这一分也是非常惊险的方式拿下。就这一分跟杰尼的发挥有很大的关系，在前头是先亏了一个人情况之下，利用
This is a cool play though.
反正点里面全是烟，我也不知道谁的烟了。反正在烟之间反复的去找机会，静音出烟，静音进烟。
There were 3 timings. There was a timing for the Yoru to push through the smoke. Then there's that timing over towards here in the 1v2, and then another timing on the angle hold when getting the spike. 3 of them.
看一下明居的位置，第一
Okay,
上位
Salvos
是
to
下
fight
的
over
第
towards
但
A.
是进攻方 DRG 所有的人还是往中路的位置走，因为知道对手这个
Timber
明居是能够起的，
往中路走
是有明居的，
比较好规避明居吧。
对，
虽然上波路其实在中路也会有一定的话语权，
也会有。
B 小的贵宾线其实是换了一个位置，换了一个比较靠前的位置，彻底是锁死了 B 小可能入侵的角
And
度。
Kang's nickname in EDG is Kang Shen, meaning Kang God or deity.
危险
Kang Shen, that's
这边
sick.
有闪，这个大马路中间真的保险吗？
再给了个阵，这个阵其实是一个就将死的位置。
对，而且要看一下对手这个技能啊，其实加上铁壁啊
Okay, a lot of pressure created. Also creates pressure that they could have gone
或者说你要给自己一个后撤。
here or here,
但那个
so
拐角是毫
opens up
无后退可言的。
走不掉。
a
小
lot of
打出清
avenues
有贵
with
宾
the
引出
pressure
吧，
now.
给一个信息脉冲，但对面是来骗牌的，利用夜路的 TP 骗了一手 B 小，而且接下来防守方在 B 小必须要盯紧了，没有了陷阱。
Okay, so with the pressure created over towards Ard as well, they're gonna 5-person hit, and it's gonna feel like a split. But as we can see, Smoggy's about to clear everything.
Z1 没有 TP 了，鬼眼交在了这个窄口，那杰尼会有一个不错的机会，看一下近点。
有这个叶灵，
是叶
第一时间
灵
要
卡到点了，给闪。第
Guys
二波，哎。
不看线吗
Oh no!
强行跳墙，因为时间也不够了，8秒钟拖暗包就可以了。
能不能拖到？
我第二枪没开出来，但是弗勒星找了一个掩体，弗勒星架住了一小
Oh
非
my
常
god!
关键的一枪。
Oh my god! Oh my god! This
天哪！
弗勒星
How?
真的是在跟死神搏斗啊！非常惊险的躲过了一狙，然后又在 A 小掰了一把步枪。
是的，
这份他
I
成
don't
为了队友
even.
的保护神。
I need the last 15 seconds of the round replayed.
当时时间好像只剩8、9
7、
秒。
8秒吧。
Okay.
开始跳。
对，硬了。
Damn! Look at that
首
guy.
先 A 点有个楼梯
Look at them go.
这 A 点没有这个楼梯，还不一定跳得上去。
对。
但这也是我觉得明居回防的一个问题，就始终这个问题抛给
That's incredible, man.
你万一要拎着这把
Forces him down to eco as well.
这分
Dude,
4分，因为上一分其实经济已经不够了。
it must be the coach. It must be a while to be the coaches on EDG.
看能做什么，而 DRG 选择先静音，看对面会不会主动做事。
已经开始前压了。
两个 TP， 两个
骗一下枪，想
TP，
抓
两个
一边
TP， 但是
Do they TP'd out and
还
that?
是没见到
that
，DRG 还是在架，
G
甚至又找到了一个 Smoky， 能回去吗？回不去了。
Oh my god, this is so fun to watch right
我给
now.
2个 T， 你总不会认为我中路没人了吧？
对，而且我感觉第二届他们是完美阅读到了 EDG 在这种非
存钱分
常贵的对打出了一些非常贵的战术。
是的。
这分就可以直接提币了。
而且我说实话吧，我看出的明居这么强吗？其实真有点意料之外。他平时真不怎么拿狙。那这样的话，其实对于 EDG 来说，这一分已经很难再掰了。A 点是空城，B 点是空城，而且自己 A 点回防的路径会非常的远。
正义加上标配，两个人都有大招，其实我觉得可以考虑。
Money's gonna get outrageous.
对面的点数还是有几个挺要命的。
对。
The good news for EDG is they're gonna have a couple of ults.
我觉得还是不要送这个点数会比较好。
Bad news is they're up against
也还好。
kind of a combo, really. These two. Faisal to get over towards the
给
site.
到2楼输出空间。
Astro to secure it.
虚空，但是啊。
My goodness, bro, that's his classic.
还有是
Yeah, honestly, just I would drop the gun too and just use the classic after that.
大概率要被保能器炸死了，他这个位置
That's
不会有
crazy.
其他人能收掉他的击杀。
Dude, just use the classic, please.
哎呦，
Thank
某
you.
咖说，准是真准啊
Really good for money. Really, really good for money.
现在对于 EDG 来说，可能要考虑利用战术暂停来调一波了。你能看到现在，即便分数应该还是在优势哦，分数还领先1分，但是对于他们来说，我觉得局势已经不是那么在控制以内了，而且大招又多，怎么去利用大招去尽量的去扩大自己的对枪优势，现在是关键。
Yeah, they really gotta. I think they have to get proactive here as well.
但是你要考虑对面韦斯的大招，包括星坠的大招怎么去做应对。
对。
就星坠的大招在这张图上，对于对于进攻方来说是一个很好用的工具，快下起来会非常的强势。
是。 可以辅助下包进点，或者是来拖延对手拆这个爆能器反清。
Imagine EDG don't make playoffs. Yeah, we spoke about that a little bit earlier. But they have tech.
现在还有一点问题。
How tech been doing? They've been losing though as well, right?
不怎么去撞上波的这个点。
Are they 1 for 1? 2 for 1. Wait, who have they beaten?
就算打也是那
Wait,
种
they beat
而不是
DRG?
一开始就是很多人去打。
而且 DRG 他们这一套阵容在进攻方，他们能够去缩的
Wait,
点
the
位啊，以及控制线。
And they lost like all their pistols. What's going on here?
的
Don't
技
do me
能
like
会
this
非常
again.
多，所以导致 EDG 他们现在在占一些常规位，
对，
比如说两人的一些双架、高架枪线，其实都
Well,
没
they
有太好
own
的
them
效
on
果。
Icebox.
还有就是这手进攻区，我觉得应该是 EDG 有点始料未及的。你怎么会来这手啊？我看出现在玩开心了，局势一直拿在手里面不放下去了。
EDG really need to win
5比
this.
4 ，EDG 还有1分的优势，但局势已经是被对面迅速的追回，对面是连追2分，这一分有变化。首先维斯是跟星坠一起来协防这个 B 区。 然后贵宾线已经放到了 A 小，那上伯乐又回到了 A 馆，就是一开始他们那个布局。
Benastoner, thank you so much, dude. Benastoner, appreciate that. Chat, you know what to do. This round's going on. Get the slug oil spam going.
现在 DRG
The
是拿到了
NRG
整
win.
个
Thank
B
you so
场
much,
外面的
Benastoner.
信息。
Appreciate you.
现在其实对于底线的球球来说，他想拿信息冒的风险会很大，很有可能一个跳 pick 会被明狙架掉，但他不跳 pick。 又可能会被拨到一个非常近的位置。
Not the easiest path for them.
B 小想利用潜气爬虫做点事，反手给进麦收两边 B 小换了一波牌，但这波不像是真的要 all in 的。
The whole floor is a stun when you do that. That's for sure. Kind of double stun the same area. They do change up their trip though. More passive. Well, sorry, more aggro trip to get them earlier info.
拐角处先给一个假人，相当于触发对面的贵宾线营的同时，也尽量避免。
Okay, what's the reaction from these two now?
但进攻方的时间压缩的差不多了，来到最后的40秒以内，这份又是个极限压表的进攻。所有人都走 A 。
The weird one, because Kankan can't use his TP anymore.
打一个非常慢速的
He's got to be scared this is at this angle, so he picks it
来
up.
了，
有大招，
维斯大招
Vice all goes in,
但是 A 大你要怎么出？
and a lot
而
of
且这两个
this
人没有被缴械，
is
这
going to
两
be
个
on
人打枪依
Flexing.
然在，这两个人能够换多少？短炮。
How has Vukashi hit that? Flexing gets the trade, and they get the plant on
时
site.
间差打得真好。 他选择把正面的
The
所
rough
有的事情
retake.
交给队友先料理，然后第二时间再给完烟的进点，再给一手宇宙分裂，对面的回防会更加难开展。末日审判给到点内，他应该是没有影响到任何人，两边贴墙而过，主动拉墙，两边还在斗智斗勇，对吧？临死之前换掉了球球，这个残局的2打2并不好打。
That was my
有
own
可能
neck.
还有星体吗？ 弗洛星残血
Oh, they absolutely wrecked him. Oh, the salvos here were disgusting. The whole floor.
关键的一个眩晕剂应该是来自于
The
Nobody 的
whole
特怪
floor
专利。
was damage.
还有包括这个末日审判，其实第一时间交的时机也非常好，把死点的位置全部清干净之后，来更加的快速的去回到一些比较舒服的位置，把点给抢回来了。这个精准投放其实给的时机也很好。刚好把死点的位置给逼出来了，导致他不得不出来进行一波对枪。
另外就是好像最后弗洛星是没有这个重力井的星体了，所以他被迫要接枪。
对，看到星体的那个格子已经黑了。
4比6，上面最后的2分。但防守方的经济这一分依然非常的紧，而进攻方的经济则有一些余裕。A 怪前提是拉出来，但被对面侦察到，这波要走吗？
走了。
这个其实是冒了非常大的风险，
对自己被下了非常多的血量。
如果被打头是一定走不掉的，拿血量硬换了对面那些
They
技能跟
lose.
信息，但 A 通的信息还是
They
对面所
lose
拿到
A
的。
main.
其实我们看到现在
Heavy
DRG
rotate
打
goes
非常
in.
慢速的进攻，压到最后30秒到40秒进攻，这其实跟他们的教练变化
Down with
非
the
常大。
Oriole.
对，
你看到内森 D 其实把这种风格带了过来。
就更多的是去打拉扯拿信息。
这分尼克差一个。
Things they might want to go door and break the trip picks. It's been here a lot.
可以去往 A 小的位置开始进。
哇，这闪！
They would get wrecked if they do
有一
it.
个，但是这个明狙依然解决不掉。
TB goes out.
长布勒
Here
准备
comes
出
the
来追
Oriole.
枪，但是立刻回到了花店。点里面有点不太好站，但是
Here comes
进
the
攻方
Oriole.
先进得来
要
，A
稍
小给
微等一下 A
阵，
小的位置。
给闪，这个闪，维斯的闪非常漂亮，A 通直接拉烟出，两边的混战。 杰尼打掉一个，在烟里面 Nobody 护住了另外一边，对面再拉烟出，又被康康的金牌猎头打掉。
全是烟，这个包间里面只能找人。弗勒星很神秘，打掉一个，但是
2个，但只有自己了。
位置锁定了，
有点难打了。这个残血出去直接被破身体，7比4。这样的话 ，EDG 在最后1分将会拥有全枪，而对面的话 ，Vukashi 的经济会稍微有点尴尬。
对。 A 大和 A 小的位置虽然说打了一波协同，但是你可以看到这个隔断烟是完全把 A 大 A 小的人员全部隔开了。
对，而且因为是 A 小给的铁壁的阵， 所以这个阵的区域其实并不是很完全。
Maybe
然后
maybe
再
they
加
have a
上点里面
combo.
很多烟，所以闪的效果也
They have a
不好。
combo, I guess, and they
没
wanna
有吃到一个比较
they
蛮
wanna
闪的
combo it.
味道。
Don't really know, chat.
上半场来到最后1分，罗卡数是应该是 Spirit Z1 给队友发了一手，但他确实也有大招。孤高猴力也是已经组装，因为已经来到上半场的结尾了。进攻方这份有夜路大招，有惊雷卷地，这个点里面是不站人是对的。
给个高闪，
哎，有没有可能点里不站人不交大呢？
要交，
还是交了。
得保险一
Means
些。
anti
但这样的话，惊雷卷地应该是可以省。
嗯，保点清干净，可以进了卷地打一个第2手。
锚点消散。
好像没有看到吧？
嗯，应该没有看到在防守方波点的人。这样的话，暴风器安了一个偏向于点内和点外都可以守的一个。
杰尼开始找人了。
杰尼开始反手找人，但进攻方的宇宙分裂连接。
哦，他其实第2时间是没有看到幻灵的这个位置哦。
对。
这个位置很有可能埋下一个伏笔。
两边隔着宇宙分裂后一个位置，福乐星藏在了包点里面。
重新点的这个位置
没打过，直接把封刺。而另外一边底线被清了，福乐星临死前换了一个，但远远不够。但另外一边尼克的惊雷卷地效果不错，绕后卫来了，古高火力第一枪空掉，第2枪对面有机会抬枪，非常关键的反杀，把场面倾向于自己。而且有人在宇宙分裂的隔壁能够听到声音，但是这个耳朵已经没了。1v1 ，Smokey 没有第一时间找到包的位置，第2时间再打。 时间应该
close.
很极限啊，这个时间。0.1几秒，没看错的话。
天哪
Absolute mad rounds,
就
man.
没找到包位，差点
Absolute mad rounds.
而且刚刚好像拉的有点早了，铁臂。
0.11.
到底什么时候
Wait, who is that, man? Whose camera was that? That just disappeared.
刚好这个时间是让 Smokey 给卡住了。
这个时间已经真不好说了，到底够不够？0.11秒，立刻千军。Smokey 自己其实也未必那么确定能拆得完，
因为太卡边了这个时间。
这可能也就是动画1、2帧的一个时间了。
对。
这样的话，半场
So
结束。
on paper, 4 on attack is really rough, but this comp is very strong on defense, so it's not as bad as it looks.
其实他们靠着进攻的明居，
But it's still obviously
然
a
后
good
靠
half
着对于
from
上魔的规律，其实
EDG.
做到很多分数。但后面几分你能看得到 ，EDG 逐渐在点里面的重防开始扎得住脚跟了。
对。 而且他们也是做出了一些改变嘛，就是两边的一个双架 A 大以及隔点的这个包点烟，来给两边想要加进的第2击给完全隔开了。
Lost chat in the stream for a while. Dude, when it gets like close games, we'll probably watch. But I don't think I can watch the normal games, man. These are some of the better teams, and there's some mad decisions going on.
4比8，那压力也会给到第2击哦。这个局面其实蛮尴尬的，你这个手枪局也不能输。
我觉得对 DRG 来说，今天还是会在一些更常规的分数上面。
Why they all scratching their heads? Mate, they're watching EDG play anti-eco.
他们的胜率今天也不是理想。然后另外一个
They're replaying all of the anti-ecos on the screen above them. And trying to work out what the hell's going on.
有 A 小和 A 大的嘛？
对，这其实很像最近就国内很多队伍的一个玩法，他们会反复的一个点。
Trying to work out why on earth don't they ever use a Teo drone?
特别会总结出来经验。我前期所有的拉扯，对我前期的所有的拉扯都无视掉就可以了。
Okay.
我最后的所有的放手重心都会放在你反复
If DRG win the pistol here, it should be close. If EDG win this, I think it's done.
一边再战，我们来看一下4分的分差，两边最后的结局会如何？
刚刚也是看到一个数据，这样地图明显还是比较偏向于进攻方的。
是的。那在上半场防守边拿到8分的 EDG， 能否能够持续扩大自己的优势呢？ 前期利用免费的精准投放去快速的控制到 A 拐 ，EDG 的阵容的强势点还是在太湖这个点上，帮杰尼快速去这个汇集点数。那这样看起来他们会更加依赖夜路的大招去打关键分。
Triple.
Oh
my goodness. Triple Sheriff and push over towards B in reaction to losing A main. You got info, you got stall, and they're gonna know about the push. Okay, Can got relatively wrecked on this round.
前暗包想骗对面出来，但这个 A 小想过。
Up with the spike, create question marks, and they decide to go back over towards middle.
Spirit 这地方选位非常的怪，这是一个在门框边上的一个直线架枪，这样的话 B 包可以安。
哦，球球这个位置选择也没问题，
但是
能不能打一个？
福乐星利用自己的身位骗出对面的枪，想要围剿福乐星，
两个人反清。
哦，不知道的是，其实底下有一个人，而且 B 通的人很多，这个爆能家不好看。球球知道远处有人，近处也有人，很难拆的一个火力。哎，但是其实给到了一点点被拆分的机会。
对。
但好在 Spirit 正义还是架住了，手枪门拿下。
4-2, maybe.
这一分3个人在
Yeah, where did we end on pistols?
大胆啊！DRG 一开始顶着裁断，明牌从 B 点压了出来，然后回到中路
This is gonna get close.
去断绝对面的传递。虽然最后还是让你按下去包了，但是优势已经很大。
是的。其实最后 EDG 的这个反清效果其实还行，但是最后由于是没有子弹了嘛，
对，
两个人也是有点走散了，没办法。
EDG 的想法是我在 A 点的低包能够骗你在 A 点中，
Kang
实际上对面回防的路径刚好
buys heavy armor and he has 4 bullets.
第2分看一下 DRG 的体枪4把，刚刚中路避开暗兽的搜索，中路其实可以跟康康打配合，应该是球球，但是上来
Because the heavy armor.
看到人就被打到侧身，而另外一边球球刚好那个时候应该是没有架出来，这样的话一勾一打没有形成。
小道的位置 A 小球球一个人鬼魅的一个单摸
漏了，
哦，
鬼魅把这个辽拳给撕了，
但捡不到枪，第一时间弗洛星在守这把枪，
不好捡。
没枪的人是 Vokasu 看一下要不要考虑去捡这把枪，他离得太远了。A 点的2个人选择了退守 ，DRG 先确保人数，而且 B 小用身位拿到信息 ，B 通因为有裁断，所以他们选择固守 B 小 ，B 通先不管。这个位置有点尴尬，想要急行安包，但这个位置有可能会放不下去，
He
或者放下去
TP'd the wall to get the
这样
plant.
的话确实把包埋了下去。看 B 小了，看 B 小，球球的入线很关键，但已经是对面有意识的架了。极限枪尼克这个风刺也能穿板，而且这个暴能器的位置在原点想架有点难架。
good for long.
有对不过。
That's a cool idea though. Not good for long. The distractions over towards door, so you can probably get the plant. Got a smoke to cover you.
2个人，但是烟里面人很多。
是。
这样的话，这一分是完成拆包。
The plant might actually save Kang a little bit here because he invested a good amount.
DRG 顺利的过渡掉对面的存钱分，而且保存了自己比较多的。
Get a ton of money. Everyone gets 300 for applying. Corey clap, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 2 years. Thank you for that, Corey clap. Thanks for the tier 1, mate.
这一分对于 EDG 来说相当重要的，不容有失的一分。5个都是重甲的战皇，面对对面蟒侠还好。
长枪觉得 EDG。而且我们可以看到杰尼他的大招其实就差一个点。
It's not that important. I mean, it helps.
送夜路出去，
想空为大，但是对手也反空了，这个闪给的很好。
Oh my god! Hit the headshot, and Jenny or Squirtle goes down, and I'm pretty sure they wanted to try get his all into this round.
彻底打乱了 EDG 的节奏。
是。
Now it gets really weird because it's like, do you want to protect the gun?
看到了裁断在 B 点的位置。
Are they going to be wanting to fight for the gun?
不太好处理。
你不能用闪转自如来骗啊！这个
They insta group go for the B.
在范围内，我开始加 B 小多拉，做了一个1换1的交换，康康出国裁断，但是 B 小被晕了，铁臂的技能威力尽显，康康在 B 点进去了，但是爆能器有 B 小才能代替，他需要先确保队友能够把包带进来。
是。他是反摸底线的位置，完了，这个爆能弃掉了。
Oh, they got bonus. Unless Kang's got a miracle round on him.
已经被渗透了的。
小道是有人在架的。
立刻选择站在了一个非常奇怪的位置，康康完全没有猜到。这样的话，这一分DRG拿到。
3 upgrades on the floor as well.
不一样的一个风采。
是，而且DRG他们在防守方打的一些反清的次数非常多。
对，而且是那种。
很勇敢，
我放着声音来反清的。但我不是放着声音来干拉，而是我放着声音来教技能。
技能配合。
穿烟闪，然后直接去在前期快速的拿到首杀，而且是安全的把这个首杀的人数优势保住。
啊，这一分 EDG 很难受了，只能混起。
而且这样其实对于康康的节奏会比较难，他进攻就会来得很晚很晚。
What am I sipping on? Nothing crazy, man. Water.
又是这么同样的一波中路反
清。
清。
Hasn't got that bad yet.
第3发打了个假人回去。 只能说还好没阵亡。
5个人都在中路，那一点的话也是拿得星就可能人比较少的一个情况下，直接TA了。
我觉得如果风刺能够进到点内，其实是不错的。
对。要考虑一下什么爆能器、下重生点的。
看看杰尼没闪，只有一把风刺，没有闪。
Flash。
对面给闪啊，被全白，临死前被配合球就换了一个。 球配合队友就换到了对面的博卡鼠，但是这样
Still kind of doable.
带来的结果就是爆能器在外面。
Gank 3 bullets.
这一分其实是最后觉得也是下包的机会，守住的机会比较低，想要去拼一枪，结果在底线时拼了个人数劣势回来。
It's a weird idea.
主要底线这个位置
5 dying at the back. Didn't go for a plum.
反闪有点吃不住了。
就你已经干了嘛，因为你这一分本来就是纯前分，你技能不够。你看到杰尼手上已经没有闪，没有假人了。再来看一下刚才这一分，其实这个距离风刺还是挺强的，所以这也是 EDG 要在这个底线这个距离找机会的原因。
对，但是很可惜，对手回防这个技能反情太多了，山崩地线加上夜路的一些闪，有点站不住。
而且我觉得回防很有层次感，他们没有所有人都站一起。
The panic button has been pressed from the coaches. They're up against
他们第2时间是
some ults probably, you would imagine by now, and a lot of money.
都有人在站。
We got to win this round.
这样的话，对于 EDG 来说，下半场连丢4分，暂停确实是一个。
And I'm not sure if Kang saved enough money to buy an op on attack.
打得非常主动，DRG 在防守方。就很多时候
If EDG lose this match, they might get grouped. Yeah, there's a chance. We're talking about it. They'll get the group up for you now.
对，这其实是我觉得玩夜路应该去玩的玩法，或者说你玩夜路。
If they lose this, they go 0-2, and then they got 2 more games, and they have to win one of them. It's Titan or FPX. And Titan beat DRG, and FPX look. I haven't seen FPX for a while. And FPX beat Titan. It might get close.
下一分 EDG 手里的终极技能其实已经
This would make their life a lot easier. That's for sure winning this.
已经是干了，这一分
再输就没钱了。
下一分是肯定要存的，这一分是一个非常大颗的分数，球就有大。对面又来抓，但是这
I don't think it will happen. EDG are always that team where like it looks like they're about to have a massive upset, and then somehow everything looks great.
去的杰尼，没看错的话，阵亡的位置不是很确定，是不是踢进去哦？ 但不管怎么样，又是让
maybe they're not in enough chaos yet to start looking great.
那这个位置的话，还有第1枪线的机会，不退就直架一个过点。
有这个直架 ，Spirit Z1 有
一个反闪，
右边弹闪，在对面宇宙分队已经连接。
Okay, how do they want to handle this?
有点动不了哦。
这个优爪加上没收主武器，看一下能
They
不能把
could get really close with Vukashu's ult. That's probably what they're gonna do, right? Use the space against them, get close, Vukashu's ult, smoke.
球球的底线，面对2个人的拉枪，没有办法敌得过。
难受，打反手有大招，但还好推的比较快，枪没有被没收。
对，而且有星体。 现在要看围绕着爆能器的争夺了，混不了枪，没有主武器。
队友有
Ooh, Astrasuck was just on time there, couldn't get the dodge in. Smoggy's just popped one through the smoke. Got another stun for the swing. And this is their last smoke on defense here, so got to...
烟散了，拆包烟没了，又是一个头。
没有拆一半，1打2。
博卡叔这个残局已经不太好解了。
Oh boy.
没时间了，已经快。
这一分应该没有办法。 博卡叔最后想要尽量多的拖人下水，因为他们的经济比
around here, Smoggy did so much，
以及他的混烟至关重要。DRG 没有派人出去找，反而是导致所有的人都是在点里面看着这个爆能器。
是的，哇，这一波劣势的人数硬是把这个残局给打了回来。
这应该是个3打5吧，没看错，因为球球阵亡之后是个3打5。
但
是在原点、准度、混烟占据上风。
On the Astra as well.
都赢了。
Like honestly, with the numbers here, I wonder if Astra just needs to bait and just double smoke. Don't know how many smokes he had, but
所以你可以看到，只有康康好像没有枪。
This is a nice early timeout though.
队友都走了，那所以导致他们这个远距离的一个火力还是比较充足的。
这分DRG也是立刻拍了个暂停，因为这个5打3输分确实是没有那么好接受的。 我觉得在对面有这种宇宙分裂的快安情况下，或许放一个人绕后是一个更好的选择，而不是所有人都在正面，没有人可以给到对面背身压力，所有的枪线都是笔直的看向 B 通这个方向。
可能也是想到当时第1时间他们有一个人数的优势嘛，就尽可能的抱团打， 然后有优势一些，但是并没有想要去反清这个 B 场狼的位置，因为这个爆能器的位置在对手有脱包的技能情况下不反清。
Yeah, I was about to on-C Jaws and I saw Saints
包括
got
这
it.
个烟雾也散了。
而且虽然新兴脉冲不会有重力井那么确定的脱包效果，但是它会导致你拆包的人还不了手。
是。
所以星坠其实会有2套技能能够去完成脱包。看一下 DRG 的暂停会做什么样的调整？他们前期现在能拿住人数。
What a massive, massive round this is.
确定性转成分数。
9 people can't buy next.
起到了蟒侠去准备面对对面的轻甲。
They get the outlaw out, 2 people that they can one shot. Nobody has his ult.
罗卡楚今天狙的手感是非常非常好的。
Gotta imagine DRG heavy wanna take over towards A. They take over towards A. There's an orb here, and there's 2 people that could get their ult. I think you fade ult? Fade ult or breach ult? They go for the breach ult.
但没看错的话，地上压根就没有裁断，已经触发，利用自己的出其不意换掉对面裁
It
断。
was nicely done from Vukashu. Broke the clone before it. Oh no, it hit his wall. Okay, okay. My bad. So there is pressure over towards B from that from EDG. Tay will retake of this. Definitely going to see what they want to do with the breach ult.
方双方给阵，有一个侧身，
没有人看。
哇，这一波没有人查到在门口 Spirit Z1 的位置哦。那这样的话，其实上来就已经亏损很大了。虽然技巧性投掷的剃刀藤蔓效果很不错，但是你进不去。
1-9 loss bonus if they lose this one, and there's 3 people behind a smoke.
这一次 DRG
And they're up against a breach ult.
这个扩点的位置，2个人应该是要
想多了，来了，还不错，还不
How?
错。
How did they manage to do so well? I can't believe it's in a 1v2. They did incredible to get into a 1v2.
但是完全不知道中路和 B 区长什么样子。低爆，那这样的话，他想骗人出来。
时间哦，时间其实蛮。
As soon as the time gets lower, it's more and more likely that he's going to lose it.
而且点上还有星体，
过点
过不去了。罗卡楚这一边又是靠着自己的狙击枪，虽然不是平狙，但这把蟒虾效果同样非凡。你能看得到 EDG 在没有潜袭爬虫的时候，搜点变得非常的困难，
对，
很容易漏位置。第一时间2个人都没有想到 A 通的门口是有人的。
是，而且也吃了一些反制的技能嘛。 包括 A 大和 A 小没有形成一波协同，2个人拉出来刚好是被打了一个侧身。
罗卡楚这蟒虾2颗2个，非常关键。9比9，两边分数咬得非常的紧，但在这种咬紧情况下 ，EDG 的经济是更脆弱的。
Basically, yeah.
因为他们
Basically a full eco.
这个矩阵
Got a couple of armors, 4 guns.
前面
We got 1 stinger.
愿意在 A 馆很短的距离跟对面拼。 换了一波技能，两
4
边的
bullets even for
夜路
chamber.
各自交替。
Okay, big distraction over towards A as they walk through
方
R.
双方这一分肯定要稳着来，去拉远距离。但 A 小有一个不错的静音入侵的机会，仓鼠可能会被抓机会。抬手丢暗兽，看一下康康会不会选择拉出去。
这道近点是有人的，
但是后面还有一个否卡鼠被打哦，这应该是 Spirit Z1。仓鼠确实近距离被拿下来了，掉了一把枪。
Breach ult, but I don't think he's going to get anything to go for it. Oh, dude, you're mental. You're so crazy. You're so crazy. Oh my god, it could have gone so wrong.
开始了一波扫射 ，A 小这个残血用球就站住了。
15滴血打了2个，
但是包在点里面。
2 bullets.
给闪，对面的闪非常完美。
没有子弹了。
对面也就是2颗的血量，给闪没备好。 但 Spirit Z1 根本做不出。
Oh my goodness! How has GG won this? How has GG won it?
A 小在大师赛那个
Dude, just when they need him, just when it's actually looking really dire.
15滴血，数位在 A 小几乎没有机会换位的位置，最后一发正义。 收掉了对手，拿到了一波王牌精锐。
这就是个人能力和明星选手能够给你带来的加持，
太恐怖了。
这不是你能预计得到的，但他来临的时候，你一定会庆幸你有这样的选手。
想玩是吧？我奉陪。
Dude, that's the big round that forced him down to an eco. Oh my god.
但这一波打回来，看上去是一个竹篮打水一场空。
有队友没关系。 这个位置第一时间还不好穿，但是近点位置已经过来了。
弗洛辛没动，
不太敢动，要等队友。
因为中路一开始人太多了。
哎，看到了。
但是是孤高火力，所以也没怎么掉枪。嗯。其实唯一阵亡的人是孤高火力，这是对于进攻方来说最好的一个消息。
是。
给了个重力井。
这里还不好出。
但是找到了弗洛辛的位置，弗洛辛已经是个残血了，因为在剃刀藤蔓上面蹭了2下。
回防有一把枪，但尼克的血量非常残，2个人还没有办法去汇合。如果要走 A 大的话，还有裁断，很难玩了。
这分其实已经是一个接近尾声的分数了。
对。
DRG 必须要考虑。
Now I can't get over that Chi-Chi round.
还是那句话，你看到 DRG 很多时候能拿到人数优势，但是有不止1分的情况之下，他们没有办法把。
It's insane how much he's saved him as well.
看能不能下一把枪了，最后的事情没办法，一把正义，2个人的双弹也没办法。
是的，而且应该进攻方是有前期进攻狙的吧？因为
Big
康康应该是没有买任何的
big buy round for DRG, and EDG at least got a good amount of money now.
应该是可以起到明狙的，如果他想的话。
感觉中路的这一波前顶稍微有点没等这个铁壁的闪哦，感觉出的有点早了，就刚闪出来的时候就已经拉了。 所以导致这个中路第一时间也是没有抢下来。11比9来到非常关键的一分，看看 EDG 能不能
God, they
快
got
速
so
拿到自
much
己的赛
money
点。
where they can get the attack op out
对 DRG 来
for
说，
pretty much all of
要
this.
绷紧神经，拿到人数优势，如何去转化，如何去确保残局不要出问题，不管对面是优势强还是劣势强。
从这个大招充能情况来看，其实只有仓鼠还有幻灵的这个位置。
这个裁断依然没有去守。
A great default at the moment for EDG. They've done this a couple of times and they haven't had bodies behind it.
但这把明狙很有可能会导致我卡鼠在 B 场去付出代价，因为没有裁断。我卡鼠想知道点里面来没来人，或者人在什么样的一个位置。
架的一个小身位，就是你跳 pick 的一个身位。
给闪又反馈，
That's very nice. Dude, Vukashu's 26 to 13.
交流起烟。 那这样的话 ，B 点是隔断的一个情况，但进攻方也是借助这个隔断拿到了 B 场的空间，有夜路的大招。
Okay, pick up the ult, we got your ult.
这一分如果点内有人会被收武器，如果没有人，那维斯大招打顶对面的回防会非常强势。
来到底线的位置，把位置都清干净，
elbow
身边人
cleared
呢，但是
sight.
拖了时间很长啊。弗勒辛这个位置已经被察觉到了，近点2个人1v1的一个对枪。
哦哟，杰尼小身位的晃动。 补了一个，但近距离开 W 他们被抓了。
No way!
反打了对手。
It was a spike as well.
一枪，绕后的人有，但是说实话，绕后会姗姗来迟。
而且这个
Beidou goes in, hits no one, so they start thinking, nope.
意识的代价是一条命。
Okay, I was gonna say they start looking behind.
这个包不一定能下，宇宙分裂马上
Can
消失了。
just pick up the spike here, can't go for the plant.
原地点个烟。 看看队友能够帮到什么了。残血，哇，仓鼠好准的一颗，而且有闪的帮助，这下残局应该不成问题。涨到第2局，追回1分。
Vukashu, no idea how Vukashu is alive.
太关键了。
But he is.
而且他打得很谨慎。
I don't know if he should ever be getting that second kill.
是一个意料之外的一个情况。
是。
从 EDG 角度来看，这已经是一个抓 timing 最好的一个玩法了。但是 Nobody 没有想到对面抬手就是一磕头。 越是这种时候急，想要去第一时间泼掉对手，反而会被对面可能有一种意料之外的这种精准击败。
没错。
我卡鼠为队友立下一个大功，而且
29 to 13.
虽然这个裸狙，哦还是有假的，好像有假。OK， 这样的话两边可能会有一个对狙的情况吗 ？Spirit Z1 还是选择架在 A 区，
Get to see the op off.
来到了进攻区的 B 区。
On the other side of the map at the moment. Ooh, that's nice. Broke the drone through the smoke from far back. Yeah, that creates a lot of pressure on these points.
往前慢慢推，因为康康手里这把明狙其实是打不了快的，
而且是拿炮换掉了对面的剃刀藤蔓，击破你的剃刀藤蔓得快，你不开就被
Big
换。
smoked across to this corner.
换裁断。
Yeah, it's the same default that we've been seeing.
但弗勒辛的位置其实是利用起烟的时候过去的。
It looks like EDG just spotted this guy as he went to throw his TP. I saw the pings come out, so I think they just saw his leg or we missed some kind of interaction.
但这个位置如果你放大，我觉得对面都不会认为是个假打。
Time's pretty low, but they have created a question mark over towards B. But other than that, nothing.
EDG 很有可能会在 A 场打一个时间差。 然后让 A 小去打主攻，
但是球球这个位置压力
they know that they're over towards A main.
难找到那个时机点。来
Iso is gonna pull the Yoru back. Did hit the Yoru, so he has no up here. Oh my god, what a stun that was.
把夜路赶回去，防守方还有回烟的点位，这波会有不错的穿点。尼克人的烟里面有距离一波给到 A 小，烟内进了杰尼，杰尼的位置 但是暴风器很难带进去，锅点打
Oh,
掉
he
一
got
个
that kill.
但是杰尼立刻被捕，点后全是 DRG 的枪线，进攻方没有很好的角度安包给反闪，进攻方的角度非常的差，硬拉出来踩着剃刀等万，但是13秒，再打一个 smoky 的准度，2打2，
Ooh,
底线的人
easy
有位
plant
置
now.
给包抓人，
Whoa.
对面
Oh my
刚
god,
交
he
了一个
just got out of there. Astra Suck doesn't change anything, still in the area to plant. They know where they both are. Yukashu. Wait, what's going on there? I'm so confused, bro. What happened here? Why?
1打2。
I thought he saw 2.
最稳的玩法，因为 smoky 还有星体。
他得找一边打才行。
残血，这个残局已经不在福乐星这一边了。
Oh my god.
3滴血，但是他只有1颗的机会。
You got Astro.
福乐星要给宇宙分裂，当宇宙分裂完全连接了再过去。球球的 A 笑，一如既往的稳定。
其实这个
It's one of those where you either look like a genius or
他第一时间给了一个宇宙分裂之后，
idiot.
想要抓一个反星
He ends up
我第一下包，
he
然后
ends
第
up
二时
looking
间
like
拉
the
出来，
second
其
one.
实这个位置拉出来是非常劣势的。
哇，我觉得对 Spirit Z1 来说太可惜了。
嗯，
他最后夜路是配合队友的技能，吸星脉冲想要出点。 顶着白，球球把人杀了；顶着白，顶着晕把人杀了。
主要是他第一时间出的有点早，因为他大招结束了嘛，没办法，所以这个闪还没有
完全生效。
The coaches are really going for it. Okay, 2 chances. 2 chances to make their playoff chances real easy.
这是他们最难熬的一关。
And not have to go through the stress.
应该是够的，但前提是你要先熬过这第一关。 防守方没有什么立刻可用的大招，而对进攻方来说同样是如此。所以这一分
Smoggy, no, Smoggy's been
枪
good.
械的优势放大到最大。
That Chi-Chu round is still everything though.
前内的位置不太想让对手夜路这个点位这么舒服的站了，提前教了一些技能，如果打中的反击，
但是 Smoggy 架住了第一枪，人很多，杰尼的假人帮他扛了一枪。 5打3，优势已经确立。5打2，中路已经结束了战斗。仓鼠打了一个，但仓鼠能回去吗？仓鼠回去了，但福乐星倒了，仓鼠被围殴。最后，他的封刺不能带到更多
Nicely done for
2比1锁定
EDG.
胜局。
Oh god, I was worried for them though. I was worried. They had me worried, they had the coaches worried.
EDG 的明星效应让我们看
They
到了
managed to
这
close
支
it
队
out.
伍为什么是 CN 赛区的王者。
是。
Dude, China's so crazy to watch. I can see why Ryan Central couldn't manage 2 years of this. I feel like I've aged so much in this one game.
能够给你带来队伍的爆发力，他并不是总能期待。当他出现的时候，你会意识到这是一支多么可怕的队伍，多么可怕的选手。而对 DRG 来
There's
说，
so much
今天绝对
crazy
是
stuff that goes
值得
down.
尊敬的对手。他们在今天的3张图，我觉得除了图1，我觉得森寒东二还是要值得推敲。但是后面2张地图。 尤其是在对面的主选图亚海中给出了自己非常不错的答案。
其实包括输掉的这一张地图，森寒东港都是给我们打出了非常漂亮的一波配合，
Stage
非常精彩的
1,
比赛。
map 3, Paul.
DRG 其实在现在目前的一个配合当中
Chat, give me a streamer to raid. This was fun though. I'm glad we got to check this out. It was very, very fun. Chat, who's streaming? Who we going to? Sideshow? Is he staying on? Playing some games?
他们持续的去宣示着自己的统治力，有些是明星选手的发挥，有些则是新的配合
He
和
said
新的
yes,
化学
so
反应。
we'll go for it.
我们也是借助高光年的回顾一下最后这一分。其实你能看到 DRG 跟 EDG 在最后一张图，我觉得最大的区别就是当。
If he's ending the stream, I'm going to blame you all. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you watching. We will be here in. Wait, what on earth is the time? We'll be here in 6 hours if you want to watch America's. We'll be live in 6 hours if you want to check out some America's games. If that's not your time zone, we'll be watching Pacific. And we've got some big America's games today. They are. Let me check. 100 Thieves EG. Oh, it's actually a banger day. 100 Thieves EG and G2 MIBR. I'm believing in MIBR a little bit. I think they've maybe got like 35% chance. But I kind of think they might do it. And then 100 Thieves EG, I'm not even sure who. It should be 100 Thieves, but we'll see. And then the games tomorrow for Pacific, a Gen G me, Paper Rex, and DRX DFM. We started off with a Gen G Paper Rex. Okay, wild. Alright, everyone say hi to Slideshow for me, and I will see you all in a little bit. Alright, peace, 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 peace. Thanks so much, everyone. Thank you, thank you.
当然，我们还是要恭喜 EDG， 让我们来听一下他们获胜之后的一个团队语音。
YouTube chat, thank you so much, guys. Subscribe if you can. I will see you soon.